In the Eternal Life game, at Newbie Village 688, a massive Taiji symbol is etched into the cobblestone central square. A blinding flash of white light appears, and 5,000 players clad in simple beginner's garments are transported in succession. They look around in bewilderment, and before they can react, a small light screen appears before each of them. A world announcement echoes across the square. Welcome to the Eternal Life game. You will compete with countless races across the universe and battle endless beasts. Here lies the chance for immortality, but also infinite peril. Risk and opportunity coexist. Remember, life is singular, and death is the end. Enjoy the game. As the announcement concludes, the square erupts into a cacophony of voices. Players chatter excitedly, with one exclaiming, "Are you kidding me? I thought this was just another virtual game." But this scale is immense, spanning the cosmos. It's terrifying. Nearby, someone agrees, exactly, with our observable universe's diameter at 93 billion light-years, civilizations must be as countless as the sands, and we humans are likely at the bottom of that hierarchy. Listening to you, I feel like we don't stand a chance. A worried voice chimes in. Yet, someone quickly responds with determination. What's there to fear? In reality, I'm just a cog in the machine, living at the bottom. This game is a chance for me, a chance to change my fate. Right on, brother. We have nothing to lose, so why not take this opportunity to rise? No time to waste, let's start exploring the game. Many players eagerly prepare themselves, quickly dispersing in all directions. However, a significant number appear lost and overwhelmed. A life of comfort has dulled their survival instincts, and some even crouch on the ground, crying out in despair. I want to go home. I want my mom. Where are you, baby? I don't want to play this game. Meanwhile, Qin Han is already sprinting towards the south of the village. He remembers that in his previous life, on the first day of the game, several unique treasures were acquired by others. In the game, each treasure possesses extraordinary powers, and anyone who obtains one often becomes a renowned figure across the realms. However, acquiring such a treasure requires top-tier strength and luck, which are currently beyond him. Yet, there is one treasure whose location is relatively hidden, and even with his current fragile level 0 strength, he has a chance to obtain it. If he can secure it, his future path will be much smoother. He might still make it in time. Outside the village, a small river flows, shaded by lush trees, beyond which stretches an expansive grassland. Scattered across the grassland are pitch-black wild oxen, leisurely grazing on the grass. Two sharp-eyed players rush towards the grassland almost simultaneously with Qin Han. Spotting a solitary ox, they immediately surround it and start attacking with their fists. However, with a sudden thud, the enraged ox tosses them to the ground with a swift motion. Damn, I think my leg's broken. I think my ribs fractured too. They groan in pain. Fortunately, the ox doesn't attack again. It simply glares at them before turning back to its meal. They look to Qin Han for help, pleading, "Hey, buddy, help us out here." At this moment, Qin Han's gaze is focused and unwavering, his steps unceasing as he heads straight into the depths of the grassland without even glancing back. He has important matters to attend to and can't be sidetracked by minor issues. In the beginning, the game only provides a simple newbie outfit with no equipment. These wild oxen are level 1 creatures, meant as beginner-friendly targets with relatively docile temperaments. However, even the lowest level, most docile oxen aren't to be trifled with bare-handed. The Eternal Life game adds game elements on top of reality, and without proper weapons, they can't even scratch the ox's hide. Venturing into the wild isn't something to be done recklessly. Even seasoned players like Qin Han need to proceed with caution. Fortunately, this is just the wild oxen area, and once other players arrive, those too might still be saved. In other, more dangerous areas, they would have been torn to pieces by now. With their unfortunate example in mind, Qin Han becomes even more vigilant as he advances into the wilds. The wild oxen grassland is vast, stretching over miles. It takes Qin Han nearly an hour of alternating between walking and running to reach the edge of the grassland. Finding a large rock, he sits down to catch his breath. An hour of intense exercise has pushed his body to its limits, and with tougher tasks ahead, he needs to rest and regain his strength. Meanwhile, after an hour in the game, the players in Newbie Village 688 have undergone some changes. All the basic weapons available through tasks in the village plain swords, knives, bows, and arrows have been snatched up. Besides those still completing tasks, most players are now equipped with weapons and are heading out to battle creatures and level up. On the plains where buffalo roam, a robust man wielding a long knife was showcasing incredible agility. He approached a buffalo silently, like a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon it. With a swift flash of the blade, there was a soft thud as the knife plunged precisely into the buffalo's neck artery. His movements were fluid and swift. A twist and a pull later, the buffalo fell with a thud. Instantly, A white glow drifted from the buffalo into the man's body. At that moment, a village announcement appeared. Congratulations to player Lu Kuang for being the first in the village to reach level 1. Reward: 1 constitution. Village chat and level ranking are now available. The newbie village's public chat area erupted with excitement. Players expressed their astonishment. Someone leveled up in just over an hour. That's incredible. Of course it's impressive. My buddies and I almost got trampled trying to take down those buffalo. Exactly. It took 3 of us ages to kill just 3, and we had to split the experience. Leveling up seems so far away. Someone eagerly tagged Lu Kuang. Hey pro, can you share your leveling secrets with us? Lu Kuang humbly replied. Thanks for the compliment, everyone. I used to work in a slaughterhouse, so I know buffalo weaknesses well, which helped me take them down quickly. I leveled up before I even realized it. Wow, Lu Kuang spoke up. Li Hao exclaimed excitedly. Please remember me, pro. How does it feel after leveling up? Lu Kuang responded. Feels great. My constitution increased by 10 points, plus I got 1 bonus point. My body feels twice as strong as before. He then shared a screenshot of his stats in the group chat. Lu Kuang, level 1, constitution 22 points. Qin Han, who was resting, glanced at it and smiled slightly. He knew that at the start of the game, constitution was the only attribute, and increasing it would enhance overall abilities. Most people start with around 10 points, so Lu Kuang's 22 points indicated he was already quite fit in real life. The chat remained lively. Lu Kuang was already strong. Now he's even stronger. We'll probably never catch up. Is he going to become the village's top player and bully us? Lu Kuang quickly reassured them. Don't worry, everyone. I'm a decent guy. Once I level up, I'll look out for everyone. Hearing this, people felt relieved. Someone encouraged, keep leveling up, pro, and build that advantage. Alright, I'm off to hunt more monsters, Lu Kuang said before leaving the chat. Qin Han observed all this and shook his head lightly. He knew Lu Kuang was getting carried away by being called a pro, and that tiny constitution boost had inflated his confidence. However, the game of eternal life was far more complex than just leveling up. Qin Han thought to himself about how the initial power of different races varied greatly. Blue Star humans started with around 10 points of constitution, while those from low martial worlds had about 20, with exceptional individuals reaching 100 or 200 points. The top cosmic races, though, were terrifying, with initial constitutions of over 5,000 points, and the elite among them could reach 7 or 8,000. What did this mean? A mere 20-point constitution was double that of a Blue Star human, and even the weakest from low martial worlds could rival top fighters from Blue Star. As for the top races, any ordinary player with 5,000 points could easily wipe out all players from Blue Star and low martial worlds. The game's setup was inherently unfair, with the strong starting off overwhelmingly powerful, while the weak were insignificant like ants. Every race gained only 10 fixed constitution points per level, with a newbie cap at level 20. This meant that someone like Lu Kuang, simply leveling up to the maximum, would only reach 200 points, not even a fraction of a top race's starting constitution. Such strength might not even get him through the early game stages. However, the initial game stages had separate zones for strong and weak, so humans wouldn't face those top races immediately. Only in the final battleground would all races converge. This gave weaker races a chance to grow, but whether they could seize it depended on their own abilities. Despite the huge initial disparities, the game still left room for ordinary races to surpass others. There were treasures in the game that could significantly boost strength and transcend levels. However, the odds of obtaining these treasures were depressingly low. After a quick adjustment, Qin Han continued forward. Ahead was a dense secondary wilderness area, where sleek, fierce-eyed wild wolves roamed. Qin Han felt a sense of foreboding, knowing that after passing the buffalo plains, wild creatures would actively attack humans. With his current level of 0, encountering high-level beasts would be disastrous. He held his breath, cautiously avoiding the gaze of each wolf as he moved slowly forward. Time ticked by, and finally, he exited the secondary wilderness. Seizing an opportunity, Qin Han chose a mountain shortcut, quickly crossing several wild areas, significantly shortening his journey to the destination. After a long trek, Qin Han arrived at an ancient forest. Towering trees intertwined their branches, blocking out the sky and creating a gloomy, eerie atmosphere. A thin white mist floated in the air, adding to the chilling ambience. Suddenly, Qin Han pressed himself against a massive tree, wide enough for 3 people to embrace, his body tense and breath held. On the other side of the tree, a giant python nearly 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel flicked its crimson tongue, its eyes as large as light bulbs warily scanning the surroundings. Even through the tree trunk, Qin Han could smell its overpowering stench. This was the forest python, a level 10 beast and the ruler of this forest. For Qin Han, encountering it meant certain death. The surroundings fell deathly silent, with even the wind and insects quieted, leaving only the thunderous sound of his heartbeat in his ears. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into an eternity. Suddenly, a wild pheasant burst from the underbrush nearby. The python immediately detected the movement, its head swiveling as its heat-sensing vision locked onto the low-flying prey. Its massive body swiftly pursued the pheasant. Hearing the python move away, Qin Han dashed from behind the tree, sprinting desperately up the mountain. Eventually, Qin Han reached a flattened mountaintop. Here, a fenced archery training ground was simply set up. A few targets, a bow stand, and a lone welcoming pine tree near the cliff's edge. Under the scorching sun, a man dressed in leather armor, cradling an ancient longbow, leaned against the pine tree with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Qin Han, hands on his knees, gasped for breath, his back soaked with sweat. Yet his eyes were fixed on the man with the bow, as if seeing a long-lost relative. After all his trials, he had finally reached his destination safely. After catching his breath, Qin Han quickly approached the man. This was the novice archery training instructor, one of the fixed NPCs in the Endless Novice Village. He not only taught archery skills but also rewarded equipment based on archery exam results. Exceptional results could even earn a rare class transfer spot. A perfect score offered the chance for a top-tier class transfer. The first player to achieve a perfect score would receive not only the top-tier class token but also a unique treasure. This training ground was extremely remote, hidden deep within the dense forest, far from the novice village. Qin Han estimated that no one else in his village could find this place. Even among the nearly 1 million novice villages of Blue Star Civilization, no one else could reach it. However, Qin Han's real competitors were the countless players from the Infinite Universe and Endless Novice Villages. Although the game initially ensured fairness by dynamically adjusting monster strength in each novice village to present equal difficulty to players from different civilizations, individual differences still provided advantages. For instance, Blue Star's martial arts champions or individuals like Lu Kuang, with their extraordinary physiques, had an early advantage in the game. In martial arts civilizations, the disparity between individuals was even more pronounced. In a novice village of a lower-level martial arts civilization, players' average physique might range from 20 to 200. The game would adjust monsters based on the weakest player, meaning those with a physique of 200 would start with the equivalent of a 20-level advantage. These individuals could explore further in the game's early stages. Even if they were unaware of this place, considering the vast number of players, it was likely that tens or hundreds of billions had already found it. Moreover, archery was a fundamental skill for many martial artists. Those with exceptional skills had honed their archery to a level of precision, achieving near-perfect accuracy. Most of these individuals are likely to pass the archery assessment. Despite coming from the weakest civilization, Qin Han dares to compete with billions of strong contenders, clearly relying on something. Though excited, he maintains his composure and quickly approaches the NPC, straightforwardly stating, "Instructor, I want to take the archery assessment." The archery instructor is momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to find this remote spot. A hint of surprise flashes in his eyes as he slowly says, "It seems that fate is unavoidable. Child, since we are destined to meet, I can offer you a chance to switch professions. However, I see that you have no foundational skills in archery. I suggest you learn the basics first before attempting the assessment. After all, you only get one chance." Before the instructor can finish, Qin Han decisively interrupts, "No need, I've already learned. Let's start the assessment now." The novice training takes at least half an hour, and he can't afford to waste time. The instructor shrugs and points to the nearby archery rack. "Since you're insistent, I have no choice but to agree. Grab a bow and arrows, and we'll begin the first part of the assessment immediately." Qin Han quickly complies, following the instructor to the fixed targets on the training field. Pointing ahead, the instructor sternly explains, "In front of you are 5 targets at distances of 50, 60, 80, 100, and 120 meters. You have 10 seconds to shoot 5 arrows. 50 points is perfect, 40 is excellent, 30 is good, and 20 is passing. Only by achieving perfection can you proceed to the next assessment. Remember, you only have one chance, so make it count." Qin Han nods in agreement, gripping the training bow and drawing it back twice to get a feel for it. As a veteran gamer, he is adept at nearly all skills, especially essential ones like archery, which he has mastered thoroughly. After a month of recovery, he is ready. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han declares, "Let's begin." As soon as he speaks, a countdown appears in the air. 10, 9, 8, 7. With eyes focused and movements fluid, Qin Han nocks an arrow and draws the bowstring. In the moment he aims for the bullseye, time seems to slow. Holding his breath, he releases the string, sending the training arrow whistling through the air. The second arrow follows swiftly, then the third, fourth, and fifth whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he lowers the bow, 5 dull thuds sound in quick succession. Looking up, he sees all 5 arrows have hit the bullseye. The archery instructor's astonished voice follows, "50 points, perfect." Your talent for archery is remarkable. Given time, you will undoubtedly become an excellent archer. In the training ground, the voice of the archery instructor echoed once more, Child, the next test will be significantly more challenging. Do you wish to continue? If you choose to withdraw, I will gift you an excellent hunting bow as a token. However, if you proceed and fail, there will be no reward. Qin Han responded without hesitation, I will continue with the test. He thought to himself that although the blue hunting bow awarded after the first test had decent attributes, it would soon become commonplace and not worth giving up for. Very well, you are a determined child, the instructor praised. Let's begin the second test. As soon as he finished speaking, the target ahead sprang to life, moving from side to side in a dizzying pattern. The rules remained unchanged. Within 10 seconds, a perfect score required hitting the bullseye. Qin Han appeared relaxed. The speed of this moving target was constant, requiring only an adjustment in aiming to hit it easily. For any skilled archer, hitting a moving target was no more difficult than hitting a stationary one. He held his breath, smoothly drew his bow, and released the arrows in one seamless motion. Whoosh! Thud! All 5 arrows hit the bullseye without exception. Incredible! Your progress is remarkable, the instructor exclaimed. Child, if you choose to stop now, I will offer you a novice archer transition certificate. With it, you can transition at the altar in the beginner village, gaining unexpected benefits. The tests will only get harder from here, and you might end up with nothing. Qin Han's lips curled slightly. He understood the significance of transitioning for players. It was a way for weaker races to surpass stronger ones, offering a 1.5 times growth bonus per level. However, a novice archer was merely the most basic level, advantageous in the early stages, but far from enough. Qin Han shook his head slightly and said resolutely, Instructor, I want to continue the tests. The instructor said no more and began preparing for the next round. A minute later, 5 targets soared through the sky like geese. Qin Han's eyes sharpened as he initiated the test. Time ticked by, and Qin Han passed the tests one after another, ultimately completing the advanced profession test. The instructor was amazed. Child, your performance is astounding. In my career, you rank among the finest I've ever seen. If you complete the test now, I will give you an advanced profession transition token and an exceptional longbow as a reward. But if you continue, the difficulty is extremely high, and failure could mean all your efforts will be in vain. Plus, you'll need to complete a prerequisite task to prove your eligibility. Think it over carefully. Qin Han nodded. Instructor, I choose to proceed with the next test. This prerequisite task didn't daunt Qin Han. It excited him. He knew that among the billions of players who reached this point, at least 5 billion could complete the advanced profession qualification. The prerequisite task was his chance to obtain the top-tier archer profession token ahead of others. The instructor continued, You truly are a courageous child. To prove your eligibility for the top-tier profession, you must hunt 100 forest pythons, 100 leopards, and 100 gray eagles within a day. Once completed, you may return for the final test. Even though he was mentally prepared, Qin Han felt a tingle of fear hearing this task. Forest pythons were level 10 monsters, often solitary. Level 11 leopards and level 12 gray eagles were even more troublesome. Even if one had the strength, finding and killing these creatures within a day was a massive challenge for the top races. However, it was precisely this daunting prerequisite task that kept the top-tier archer profession token out of reach for so long. Qin Han dared to take on the challenge because he knew a shortcut. In the bandit hideout of Black Cloud Village in the beginner village, there was a book called Tears of the Archer, which told the love story of an excellent archer and a woman. By reading this book and speaking with the archer instructor, he could raise the instructor's favor to friendly, thereby bypassing the prerequisite task. At the examination venue, Qin Han quickly spoke, his voice tinged with excitement. Mentor, I had the privilege of reading a book titled Tears of the Archer, written by a woman named Hong Li. This statement struck the archery mentor like a bolt of lightning. His expression changed drastically, and his breath became rapid, his usual composure vanishing. Hong Ling, he almost shouted the name. Did you say the author is Hong Ling? He stared intently at Qin Han, his voice trembling with emotion. What did she write in the book? Sensing the mentor's intense emotional reaction, Qin Han cautiously replied, She mentioned meeting a man with the nickname Silent Gourd in her youth, and they went on adventures together. Upon hearing this, the mentor's lips quivered, his eyes gleaming with a complex light. Silent Gourd, he murmured, only the two of us knew that name. It was our secret. He urgently asked, Is there more? Did she say why she left me back then? Qin Han nodded, slowly revealing. Hong Ling was cursed to age rapidly and knew her time was limited. She didn't want Silent Gourd to see her at her worst, so she left quietly. Before she passed, she wrote their memories into this book. This brief account pierced the archer mentor's heart like a sharp sword. His body shuddered, and his sharp eyes were veiled with a mist of tears. So that's why, he whispered. His voice filled with pain and regret. She left to spare me the sorrow. But didn't she realize how much I suffered without her? No matter what she became, I would have stayed by her side until the very end. Qin Han watched the tears fall from the mentor's eyes and suddenly understood. No wonder this book is called Tears of the Archer. Hong Ling must have known you well, predicting that this story would make you cry. Your bond is something beyond ordinary comprehension. Hearing this, the archer mentor's emotions calmed slightly. He looked at Qin Han with a softened gaze, gratitude in his voice. Child, I didn't expect such a connection between us. I'm very grateful that you told me this. If you have any requests, just let me know. If it's within my power, I'll make it happen. A system notification chimed inappropriately. Archer mentor favorability 60. Seeing this, Qin Han felt a surge of joy and immediately said, Mentor, I want to skip the prerequisite tasks and proceed directly to the final assessment. The mentor was taken aback, a bit puzzled. Child, do you know my true capabilities? This promise is very valuable. Skipping the prerequisite tasks for such a promise might not be worth it. Qin Han shook his head firmly. No, I urgently need to skip this task. He calculated in his mind, knowing that the archer mentor would later become a relatively free NPC, with power even the highest deities feared. Although this promise might be more valuable in the future, the allure of the top-tier profession token and unique treasure made using it now the wisest choice. Seeing Qin Han's resolute attitude, the archer mentor no longer tried to dissuade him. Very well, I accept your request. Let's begin the final assessment, child. A minute later, the assessment officially commenced. Before Qin Han, 20 targets flew at high speed along irregular trajectories. He had to hit all bullseyes within 10 seconds, a daunting challenge. Even for an experienced expert like Qin Han, it was somewhat pressuring. He recalled that the first person to obtain the top-tier archer profession token in his previous life completed the assessment around 1 p.m. That person stumbled upon this place right at the game start and quickly completed the prerequisite tasks. In contrast, Qin Han, weakened by his condition, had almost exhausted his time just getting there. The gap between them felt as vast as the sky and earth. Without skipping the prerequisite tasks, Qin Han wouldn't even dare to dream of this treasure. It was already around 12:50 p.m., and time was tight. Any mistake could mean missing out on the treasure. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han's gaze became incredibly focused as he initiated the assessment. Meanwhile, in Newbie Village Y12013, one of the myriad worlds, at another archery assessment venue, a calm-looking woman in white was drawing her longbow. She informed her mentor, I've completed the prerequisite tasks and wish to start the final challenge. Back at Qin Han's assessment venue, he was fully concentrated, ready to face the challenge. He took another deep breath, pushing his eyesight to its limits. The seemingly chaotic targets appeared to him as an orderly military formation. Suddenly, Qin Han sensed the opportunity. Now's the moment, he thought to himself, swiftly drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. He pushed his body's potential to the limit, his drawing hand moving so fast it left only a blur. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the atmosphere as they rained down upon the target. Qin Han stood at the shooting platform, gripping his longbow tightly, his gaze unwavering and focused. Each arrow he released found its mark with impeccable precision. Thud, thud, thud. The bullseye was covered with a dense array of arrows, resembling a blooming flower. The archery instructor was left speechless, his astonishment evident. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Child, you've done it. You've passed the final archery examination. This is an unprecedented achievement. Taking a deep breath, the instructor continued, In light of your flawless performance, I will present you with 2 precious items. With a flash of white light, a hunting bow, glowing red and entirely copper-colored, appeared in his hands. The bow was intricately carved and ancient-looking, clearly an extraordinary artifact. This is an unparalleled bow, the instructor explained, handing the hunting bow to Qin Han. Then, he produced a golden token, with the word arrow engraved on the front and complex patterns on the back. This is a certification for top-tier archers. I hope these treasures will aid you in your future adventures. Reflecting on the moment, the instructor said, I never imagined our fates would be so intertwined. You've earned the best of what I have to offer, and I genuinely feel happy for you. He earnestly advised, now that you possess the certification token, you should immediately proceed to the village altar for your career advancement. The sooner you advance, the greater the benefits. Once you have the token, do nothing else but head straight to the novice village altar to advance. At this moment, Qin Han was at his limit, pale and drenched in sweat, his body barely holding up. Yet, his face radiated excitement, having finally passed the examination, the first to complete the task among all the experts across the realms. With trembling hands, he accepted the items from the instructor. Just then, a message flashed across the world announcement board. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring the unique treasure. earning 1 point of heavenly Dao value. As Qin Han is the first player in the game to obtain a unique item, an additional 10 heavenly Dao points are awarded. With the announcement, Qin Han's name was etched across the vast universe, visible to all players. Meanwhile, in Novice Village Y120131, another instructor smiled at a woman in white, saying, "Child, congratulations on completing the top-tier profession exam. You will receive a top-tier profession token and an exceptional bow." The woman in white accepted the top-tier profession token and the dark gold longbow, her gaze lingering on the world announcement, deep in thought. She mused, "I've worked tirelessly to obtain the top-tier profession token and the dark gold longbow. Yet there was no world announcement. This unique treasure must be something extraordinary. In this vast universe, full of hidden talents, even as a member of a pinnacle race, I must strive forward and not fall behind." At this moment, the chat area of the 688 New B Village is buzzing with activity. A piece of explosive news has sparked a heated discussion among the players. "Guys, I've discovered something big," one player exclaimed excitedly. "I was just checking the level rankings, and I saw a player named Qin Han. Do you think that precious artifact might have ended up with him?" This statement immediately stirred up a storm in the chat area. Players began to voice their opinions. Some found it unbelievable, while others were skeptical. "Don't be ridiculous," another player retorted. "The universe is vast, and there are countless newbie villages with an endless number of players. How could such a unique world-class artifact end up in our village?" Another player chimed in, "Exactly. We've never even won the lottery in our lives. The odds of this happening are 1,000 times lower than hitting the jackpot." The discussion grew more intense, with someone suggesting they directly message Qin Han to ask. Consequently, countless private messages flooded Qin Han, but they all received no response, like stones sinking into the sea. As the players were busy speculating, a new system announcement interrupted their discussion. "Congratulations to Lu Kuang from our village for reaching level 2 first, rewarded with 1 to physique." The topic in the chat area instantly shifted to Lu Kuang's impressive leveling speed. Some marveled at Lu Kuang's strength, while others worried about being left far behind. "Wow, I'm still stuck at level 1, and Lu Kuang is already at level 2. This leveling speed is insane." Sigh, the first to level up even gets extra rewards. The gap will only widen from here. Some began comparing Lu Kuang to historical figures, predicting he would become the dominant force in the newbie village. These compliments made Lu Kuang's heart swell with pride, and he couldn't help but wonder if he truly was that formidable. With newfound confidence, he ventured deeper into the wild bull prairie, hoping to reach level 3 soon. Meanwhile, at the archery training ground, Qin Han silently observed the world announcement. He immediately concealed his name, a wry smile appearing on his face. As an experienced veteran player, he knew the importance of staying low-key. Qin Han was relieved that the game announcement only showed his name without revealing his exact location or the artifact's attributes. He decided to quickly improve his strength while no one was paying attention, to at least have the ability to protect himself. After hiding his identity, Qin Han focused on the precious 11 points of heavenly Dao value. As a seasoned player, he understood better than anyone the crucial role heavenly Dao value plays in the game, potentially determining the outcome of the final battlefield. Thinking about this, a knowing smile spread across Qin Han's face. The benefits of the heavenly Dao points are endless, but just to mention one, if you accumulate enough of them, you can even exchange them for the divine status of a supreme god, instantly becoming one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he recalled the hardships of his previous life. Back then, he had struggled immensely and only managed to earn 3 heavenly Dao points. Yet now, at the very start of his rebirth, he had already gained 11 points. This stark contrast filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy. With a heart full of excitement, he turned his attention to the elite archer job change token. This token emitted a faint golden glow and was engraved with intricate runes. He carefully examined its attributes. Elite archer job token. Growth value, 5x. Job aura. Bow and arrow damage, 70. Speed, 70. Firing rate, 70. Bow sharpness, 70. With 4 passive bonuses and a significant growth value increase, items that could substantially boost percentage attributes like this were extremely rare in the game Eternal Life. Not only did it greatly enhance various abilities, but it also didn't occupy a valuable equipment slot, proving invaluable from the early to late stages of the game. He recalled the game's job token hierarchy: beginner at 1.5x growth value, intermediate at 2x, advanced at 3x, and elite at 5x. This meant that a player with an elite job token would essentially level up 5 times for every level gained by an ordinary player. As leveling became increasingly difficult as the game progressed, the value of the job token would grow exponentially. He closed his eyes and envisioned a scenario when a regular player struggled to reach level 20, achieving only a 200-point physical boost. A player with an elite job token reaching the same level would gain an astonishing 1,000-point boost. Coupled with the passive aura bonuses, the difference was akin to that between a special forces soldier and a preschooler. Whether unknown, unionton, or even 1 in 50, an elite job player could easily dominate their opponents. For ordinary players from low martial worlds, whose initial strength was merely 10 to 20 points, such a gap seemed insurmountable. But for elite job players, this gap was nothing more than a warm-up exercise in the morning. Just one level up was enough to surpass them effortlessly. Even for those exceptionally gifted peak race players, an elite job player only needed to reach slightly over level 100 to catch up. With the additional passive job bonuses, they could crush them with ease. More importantly, many instances and secret realms in the game awarded attributes like physical strength. The difficulty of personal instances dynamically adjusted according to the player's strength. The stronger one's physical attributes, the tougher the instances. This mechanism effectively placed all players on the same starting line. Under the same difficulty, players with job auras were like wearing an extra set of powerful armor, naturally allowing them to progress further and earn richer rewards. Over time, this would further narrow the physical attribute gap with peak races. He smirked disdainfully, thinking, "Don't be intimidated by the peak races starting with 5,000 physical points. By the late stages of the game, any elite job player could easily crush those peak races without jobs." However, as he looked toward the vast multiverse, the brilliance of the elite job token seemed to dim slightly. Across the entire game, the total quota for elite job tokens was estimated to be over 1 billion. As the weaker players were continuously eliminated in the later stages, the battlefield might be filled entirely with elite job players. By then, elite would merely become synonymous with ordinary. He took a deep breath and calmly analyzed. If he were to change jobs now, it would merely mean retracing the path of his past life. Moreover, the battle prowess of those peak races far surpassed that of people from ordinary worlds. If they also obtained elite job tokens, their combined strength would be unimaginably terrifying. A flash of determination crossed his eyes as he resolved silently. His goal was to surpass everyone across the starry heavens, and relying solely on this foundation was far from enough. Of course, reaching the pinnacle of a top-tier profession is not the end for Qin Han. A higher, sacred-level profession awaits him. The combination of 2 top-tier profession tokens will unlock this path, becoming his next goal. Qin Han took a deep breath and carefully placed the top-tier archer profession token into his pocket. He then turned his attention to the legendary Godslayer Bow. The Godslayer Bow is a truly remarkable treasure with growth potential. Its attributes are astonishing. Attack power of 100, completely ignoring defense. Attack power increases as the owner's strength grows. A 1 in a billion chance to achieve an instant kill. No need for reloading, allowing for free will. More abilities yet to be discovered. This bow lives up to its name. Although the 1 in a billion instant kill chance is minuscule, it is this feature that grants it the potential to slay the supreme gods. As the Godslayer Bow matures, this probability will rise, eventually allowing it to truly kill a god with a single arrow. The defense-ignoring feature is akin to true damage, a divine passive skill. Even among the top archers of his previous life, those possessing such a trait were exceedingly rare. The Norload feature is a dream come true for all archers. With it, Qin Han no longer has to worry about arrows. Bind! Qin Han commanded decisively. In an instant, the Godslayer Bow formed a blood bond with him. Once bound, this divine bow cannot be traded or dropped, and if its owner perishes, it will vanish along with them. Store. Qin Han thought, and the Godslayer Bow disappeared immediately. Appear. In the next second, the divine bow was back in his hands. This treasure truly has a mind of its own. Once bound, it can be summoned at will. Qin Han gently pulled the bowstring, relishing the silky sensation. "Master, I'm leaving now," Qin Han said, preparing to depart but then hesitated. There was still another treasure in the training ground that he was determined to obtain. "Wait, child," the archer trainer called out to him. "I didn't expect you to bond with the Godslayer Bow so quickly. You must have the blessing of the archer god. I have another test for you, and if you pass, you'll receive an unexpected reward." Qin Han was secretly delighted. The hidden quest had indeed arrived. He smiled and said, "Master, please start the new test." "I'm ready." "You're as impatient as I am," the trainer laughed, curling his index finger and blowing sharply. With a piercing whistle, a majestic horse engulfed in black mist, its eyes glowing red, appeared out of nowhere. This is a mythical steed from another realm, called Nightmare. It possesses incredible abilities and has never been tamed, the trainer explained, waving his hand to reveal 50 erratically moving targets in the sky. "You have 2 minutes to tame Nightmare and then shoot all the targets while riding it. If you succeed, I will give you Nightmare," the trainer added. "Here's a secret. Nightmare's intelligence rivals that of humans, so ordinary taming strategies won't work. Although failure carries no penalty, this is your only chance." Qin Han nodded, his expression serious. He recalled strategies from his past life. The prerequisite for the Nightmare Horse quest was owning the Godslayer bow. On the multi-world forum that opened later in the game, a previous Godslayer bow owner who had failed shared her experience. This horse is extraordinary and will not tolerate being approached from behind like a common wild horse. Nor will it submit to the weak. Qin Han carefully considered these words, combining them with the trainer's hints, and gradually formed his plan. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han initiated the task. He straightened his posture and walked boldly to stand before Nightmare, meeting its glowing red eyes directly. I aim to reach the pinnacle of this world and overlook all beings. My path is destined to be fraught with thorns and challenges. I hope to have a lifelong companion, one who will never leave. Will you join me? Qin Han spoke sincerely. Nightmare seemed to understand, its eyes flickering red, its hooves shifting slightly, emitting a gentle snort. It appeared to be contemplating. Seeing this, Qin Han said no more and turned his back to Nightmare, holding his bow and standing still. Time ticked away, the countdown in the sky steadily decreasing, yet Qin Han remained calm. 16. 15. The countdown entered the final 10 seconds. In a few more moments, even if Nightmare agreed to bond with him, Qin Han would run out of time to complete the task. Suddenly, as the countdown entered the final 10 seconds, a loud neigh resonated alongside the rapid clatter of hooves. Qin Han swiftly turned around to see a pitch-black nightmare galloping towards him, gracefully halting in front of him. The nightmare lowered its head, gently nuzzling Qin Han's chest with its soft nose, as if expressing affection. Feeling a surge of warmth, Qin Han softly remarked, "All right, from now on, let's fight side by side." No sooner had he spoken, he leapt onto the horse's back with a swift motion. Sensing the powerful muscles of the nightmare coiled with energy beneath him, Qin Han thought to himself, although the training instructor didn't specify the speed at which to ride the nightmare, a leisurely pace would suffice to pass. But since this is about mounted archery, why not take on the toughest challenge? After all, in the nature of the game, the greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. With a squeeze of his legs against the horse's flanks, the nightmare shot forward like an arrow from a bow. In the training field, 50 targets flashed past his eyes. Out of thin air, Qin Han summoned the god-slaying bow, drawing it back as a white translucent energy arrow formed on the string. Whoosh! The energy arrow soared through the air, hitting the first target dead center. Qin Han unleashed a flurry of arrows, 50 in total, each hitting the bullseye with precision. The training instructor's voice was filled with admiration. "Excellent. Well done, child. You've completed the task to the highest standard. In recognition of your outstanding performance, I'm gifting you a set of dark gold grade saddles." As soon as these words were spoken, a brand new black saddle appeared on the nightmare. The fine leather gleamed subtly in the sunlight, adding a touch of nobility to the already mysterious horse. Overjoyed, Qin Han immediately began the bonding process with the nightmare. A system notification sounded. Nightmare successfully bonded. Nightmare, a unique and evolving divine steed. The most solitary of divine steeds, it acknowledges only one master in its lifetime. Should the master die, it self-destructs in following. Base movement speed increases with the master's level. Speed boost of 100. Unlimited stamina. Can traverse water. Can only die by self-destruction. More features unlock as it grows. Horse equipment. Gray Eagle saddle set. Dark gold grade. Doubles horse's carrying capacity. Increases movement speed by 30. Saddle bag space of 1000. Accessible within a 50-meter radius via thought. Qin Han was ecstatic, thinking to himself, truly a divine steed. Even in its initial state, it outshines many fine horses. Once it matures, its abilities will be extraordinary. This Black Eagle saddle is also a treasure, especially with its 1000 storage space, which perfectly solves my immediate needs. At that moment, a world announcement echoed, the grand voice resonating in every player's ears. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring a unique treasure, awarding 1 point of heavenly Dao value. As the global announcement echoed across the realms, players from all corners of the multiverse were left in shock and confusion. The game had only just begun, less than half a day in, and most were still wandering the newbie plaza like curious children. Yet, someone had already acquired 2 unique treasures, triggering a world-class announcement. This disparity in power left many feeling hopeless, with some even questioning the fairness of the game. In the newbie village Y120131, a woman dressed in white paused thoughtfully. She realized that this player named Qin Han was not merely lucky, but a true display of strength. She silently committed his name to memory, deciding to keep a close eye on him in the future. The 688 newbie village was abuzz with speculation about whether this Qin Han was the same fortunate player. Some, envious, dubbed him Heaven's favorite child, while others comforted themselves by claiming that the village's Qin Han couldn't possibly be that super strong player. Amidst the discussions, someone mentioned the diligence of Lu Kuang, considering him a true role model. Meanwhile, Deep in the newbie plains, Lu Kuang was heading towards more wild oxen. As he browsed the chat area and saw the praises directed at him, he felt a sense of pride. He chose to ignore the world-class announcements, focusing instead on his goal of reigning supreme in the newbie village. At the same time, in the archer training ground, Qin Han was preparing to leave after reaping all the benefits. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to promise the mentor that if possible, he would help find the mentor's beloved, Hong Ling. This promise thrilled the mentor, who was even willing to pledge loyalty in return. The system then issued an epic quest, Redemption of the Lonely Soul, tasking Qin Han with venturing into the spirit realm to find Hong Ling's soul. Overjoyed, Qin Han realized that this rare quest could bring substantial rewards. After bidding farewell to the mentor, Qin Han rode his nightmare steed down the mountain. Unlike his previous awkward journey, he now had the confidence to face any challenge. In the forest, Qin Han once again encountered the fierce forest python he had previously avoided. This time, he was unafraid, deftly maneuvering his nightmare to dodge attacks while using his Godslayer bow to counterattack. With his powerful gear and precise aim, Qin Han easily handled the once terrifying creature. An arrow struck the python's vital point, dealing tenfold damage, showcasing Qin Han's formidable strength. This scene not only highlighted his growth, but also hinted at the legendary adventures that awaited him in this game world. Such immense damage, just 2 more arrows and the forest python would be done for. At this moment, the pained python twisted its massive body, weaving through the forest, trying to escape using the trees as cover. However, it was up against a seasoned veteran player. Qin Han easily predicted the python's movements. This was second nature to him. With keen eyes and quick hands, he seized the moment. As the python's body passed through the gap between 2 trees, he fired an arrow that hit its vital spot with pinpoint accuracy. The devastating damage severely injured the python, causing its gigantic body to thrash on the ground. Qin Han followed up with another arrow, and the huge creature collapsed with a loud thud. A small orb of white light floated from the snake's corpse and merged into Qin Han's body. The system prompt immediately sounded. You have slain the forest python, earning 500 experience points. You have enough experience to level up. Do you wish to proceed? Qin Han declined without hesitation. For a veteran player like him, experience points were no rarity. He understood the game well, knowing that leveling up prematurely without a solid foundation was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. With a thought, Qin Han stored the python's body in his inventory. Although this level 10 python was just a common monster with mediocre meat, its skin was excellent for crafting leather armor. The tailor shop in the beginner's village would buy such items, and while they weren't worth much, Qin Han had long cultivated the habit of using every resource to its fullest. Besides, the inventory could stack 99 of the same item, and with a 1,000-slot saddlebag, space was more than enough. Nightmare, let's go, Qin Han said, gently patting his horse's neck as he prepared to head to the next destination. Just then, Nightmare's eyes glowed red, constantly gazing towards the left side of the forest. Following the horse's gaze, Qin Han smiled knowingly. Not far away, a cluster of green grass held a single plump, red fruit, the red serpent fruit, a low-grade spiritual fruit. Consuming it temporarily increases health by 1,000 points, with a recovery rate of 10 points per second for 1 minute. I almost forgot, this forest is rich in red serpent fruits. Picking more will make the next area much easier, Qin Han thought. Without delay, he dismounted and entered the forest to gather the fruits. These spiritual fruits were quite common during early exploration, but took a long time to respawn once picked. After a fruitful search, Qin Han mounted Nightmare again, satisfied, and set off for his next destination. With Nightmare, a steed of mythical caliber, Qin Han's travel speed was astonishing. They raced through wild areas like an arrow from a bow, leaving pursuing monsters far behind. Since his rebirth, Qin Han finally felt the thrill of galloping freely, shaking off the fatigue of the previous day's journey. To the north of the beginner's village, at the edge of the Yellow Lion Plains, stood a vast, dense primeval forest stretching as far as the eye could see. Qin Han rode straight into the forest, skillfully dodging various monsters as he pressed forward. After a long ride, he arrived at a peculiar place. The trees were arranged neatly, forming a square shape like rows of upright pencils, leaving a 3-person-wide path in the middle. As Qin Han reached the entrance, he abruptly pulled the reins. To outsiders, the entrance seemed harmless, but to him, it was a deadly trap, evoking images of blood-soaked lands and roaring evil spirits, sending chills down his spine. This was the Enigma Forest, a level 10 wild area and one of the most mysterious places near the beginner's village. Memories from his past life surged forward. During the entire beginner phase, players who entered the Enigma Forest faced only 2 outcomes. 99.9999 got lost and retreated, while the remaining ones never returned. Those vanished players were invariably erased from the game, meaning they all perished there. No one knew what those players experienced in their final moments, nor what secrets lay deep within the Enigma Forest. It wasn't until the final battleground that its mysteries were unveiled. It housed a special boss, the ancient Witch Queen. The Witch Queen's initial strength wasn't formidable, but she possessed a terrifying ability: unlimited slaughter enhancement. In the infinite world, anytime a Witch Queen's avatar killed a player, all her avatar's abilities would be enhanced synchronously. For most novice players lacking strength, entering the Enigma Forest was akin to walking into a trap of certain death. Despite the intricate structure of the maze forest, known as one of the world's most challenging labyrinths, it harbors a chilling legend. Countless players from the novice village have wandered into its depths, only to have their lives become sustenance for a terrifying entity, the dreaded Witch Queen. The legend of the Witch Queen is awe-inspiring. In the final battle, she fought against the supreme god without faltering, showcasing incredible power. However, her ambition led to her downfall. When she attempted to devour the entire universe, several supreme gods had to join forces to vanquish her. Her autobiography reveals this horrifying secret history, but what captivates even more is the treasure she left behind, the Voodoo Pearl. It is this coveted treasure that lured Qin Han to this perilous place. Although it is only a level 10 wild area, its entrance is hidden deep within the dense forest, coupled with the hellishly difficult maze, making it rare for players to find and enter. Qin Han took a deep breath and rode into the maze forest. He knew this was his only chance to confront the Witch Queen. If he missed it, even if he became a supreme god in the future, he would struggle to compete with her. Gripping the god-slaying bow tightly, Qin Han felt somewhat reassured. Despite the Witch Queen's power, with the nightmare and the god-slaying bow in hand, he wasn't entirely without hope. Time ticked away, and the complexity of the maze forest was beyond imagination. Even the top puzzle solvers would find it difficult to navigate this labyrinth easily. However, as a reborn individual, Qin Han was well-versed in the Witch Queen's story and knew the correct path through the maze. Even so, it took him nearly half an hour to reach the center of the maze. Suddenly, the view opened up to reveal a vast clearing. In the middle stood a small wooden cabin with smoke curling from its chimney. Before Qin Han could approach, a woman in her 40s appeared at the door. She had a gentle face, wore an apron around her waist, and her hands were dusted with flour, embodying the image of a harmless housewife. However, Qin Han's heart tightened. This wasn't good. The Witch Queen's power was growing faster than he had anticipated. He recalled the Witch Queen's autobiography. The original Witch Queen was a frail old woman in her 70s or 80s, seemingly ready to be blown over by a gust of wind. As her power increased, her appearance would gradually become younger. This middle-aged woman before him undoubtedly signified that she had consumed the lives of numerous players. Qin Han remained on high alert. It seemed that more players had successfully entered here than he had expected. Facing this seemingly ordinary yet perilous Witch Queen, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. At the entrance, the Witch Queen leaned against the doorframe without stepping over the threshold. Her face bore a kind smile as her eyes settled on Qin Han. Finally, someone has come, she sighed with relief in her voice. I thought I'd never see another living soul in this lifetime. Wonderful, child, come over here. I need your help with something. To an ordinary player, these words might sound like a typical NPC quest. However, Qin Han remained motionless, gently patting the nightmare he sat on. He was fully aware that the Witch Queen was a master of both witchcraft and poison. Approaching her recklessly would be walking into a trap. Noticing Qin Han's hesitation, the Witch Queen spoke again. The horse is too large to enter the house. Why don't you come over instead? Her expression flickered slightly, clearly not expecting this young man to be so cautious. If she were at her weakest, perhaps she would have had to try harder. But now, having regained much of her strength, she didn't see this level 0, fragile young man as a threat. Suddenly, the Witch Queen's eyes turned a deep red, and her voice slowed. Child, you must be tired. Come inside and rest. The bed here is very comfortable. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Han's gaze became unfocused, as if he was about to succumb to her suggestion and dismount to enter. However, his previous gaming experience kept him alert. With a sudden jolt, he snapped back to reality. Interesting, the Witch Queen remarked with curiosity. You managed to break free from my hypnosis. Impressive. The flesh of someone with such strong willpower should taste even better. Before she finished speaking, the Witch Queen shed her disguise, her expression turning sinister. With agility uncharacteristic of a middle-aged woman, she lunged out of the house. Now's the time. Qin Han's heart raced with excitement. If the Witch Queen stayed inside, it would be hard to attack her. But now that she was on the offensive, it opened up an opportunity for him. Nightmare, stop her! Qin Han shouted. Don't let her cast any spells, and definitely don't let her return inside. He swiftly dismounted and created distance, raising his Godslayer bow to aim. The nightmare understood and charged at the Witch Queen. A mere horse dares to block my path? Ridiculous, the Witch Queen scoffed. conjuring a cloud of poison in her hand and striking at the nightmare's head. However, the nightmare's speed exceeded her expectations. It reared up, kicked fiercely, and sent the Witch Queen stumbling backward, interrupting her spell. As she steadied herself to attack again, the nightmare was already upon her. "What kind of horse is this, unfazed by my power?" the Witch Queen exclaimed in surprise. "Well done, nightmare," Qin Han cheered. Although the nightmare's attack power wasn't high, its unlimited stamina and endurance allowed it to continually disrupt the Witch Queen's actions, leaving her no room to retaliate. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Han focused on aiming, seizing the openings. Arrows of white energy shot out like rain, each striking the Witch Queen's vital points: her head, throat, heart. The Witch Queen was in pain, her movements visibly slowed. She was both shocked and furious, desperate to break through the nightmare's blockade and tear Qin Han, the archer, to pieces. Unfortunately, the nightmare's speed granted her no such chance, forcing her to remain on the defensive. Qin Han seized the moment, firing 3 arrows per second, almost every shot hitting a critical point. The Witch Queen's health rapidly dwindled before his eyes. 10 minutes later, a piercing scream shattered the sky as the Witch Queen collapsed. Yet, this was not the end. The air grew increasingly oppressive, hinting at an even more terrifying presence about to emerge. "Nightmare, come back quickly," Qin Han urgently called, mounting his steed again and maintaining a 10-meter distance from the Witch Queen, vigilantly on guard. She had entered a half-health state, triggering a second phase. At this point, further entanglement with the nightmare would be of little use. 10 seconds later, the fallen Witch Queen began to emit a dense green light, her body undergoing a rapid transformation. Countless vines burst forth from her, some burrowing into the ground, others dancing in the air. The airborne vines quickly sprouted buds, which bloomed into pink flowers in the blink of an eye. As the vines swayed, the flowers released a pink pollen that filled the air. The entire space was suddenly engulfed in a dense pink mist, and Qin Han was filled with dread. With a constitution of only 10, his health was a mere 30 points. The lethal pollen was inescapable, draining 50 health points per second, enough to kill him instantly. Fortunately, before entering this place, he had consumed a red serpent fruit, boosting his health by 1,000 points and granting him a healing effect that restored 10 points per second for a minute. Qin Han patted his bulging pocket, still filled with red serpent fruits, making this minor depletion negligible for him. Suddenly, the Witch Queen, now transformed into a vine monster, let out a cruel voice. "Damn it, you forced me into this state. I will tear you apart and imprison your soul for eternity." No sooner had she spoken than the vines she controlled lashed out at Qin Han like a violent storm. The ground shook violently as countless vines burst forth, their tendrils morphing into gaping maws, snapping at Qin Han. Fortunately, Nightmare's heightened alertness and extraordinary speed allowed him to easily evade the onslaught. Qin Han felt a bit more at ease and immediately raised his Godslayer bow, firing rapidly. The damage numbers kept appearing, and the Witch Queen's health steadily declined. The central clearing was spacious, and the number of vines was ultimately limited. Despite the Witch Queen's extreme fury and swift attacks, she was unable to touch Qin Han. As time ticked by, the Witch Queen's health had dwindled to 1/10, and victory seemed within reach. At this crucial moment, a dark cloud suddenly drifted in from the horizon, casting an oppressive gloom over the scene. A fierce wind swept through the forest, sending leaves and dust swirling, severely impairing visibility. As a divine steed, Nightmare naturally had the ability to see in darkness. However, Qin Han, being at level 0, found his vision severely obstructed in these harsh conditions. The Witch Queen's figure became a hazy silhouette, making it challenging for him to aim accurately. His successive attacks struggled to hit vital points, reducing his effectiveness by tenfold. Fortunately, the Witch Queen's health was nearly depleted, and Qin Han relied on vague shadows and even sound to guide his shots. Occasional critical hits kept his hope alive. After a grueling 15 minutes, the Witch Queen's despairing cry finally rang out as she faced her demise. "I never expected to lose in the end." To an ordinary person, she lamented, her voice filled with bitterness. "But even though I am dying, don't think you will survive either." In the arena, as soon as the Sorceress Queen finished speaking, her body burst into a display like fireworks. Green light surged out like a tide, instantly turning the entire central area into a sea of emerald. In the sky, countless vengeful spirits transformed into skeletons, screeching as they charged at Qin Han. Qin Han furrowed his brow, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This green light was no ordinary glow. It was the deadly poison unleashed by the Sorceress Queen at the cost of her life. Even a trace of it would spell doom. Those malevolent spirits were undoubtedly the players she had tormented in life, now becoming her final deadly move. "Nightmare, charge!" Qin Han commanded, as his steed bolted like an arrow towards a nearby hut. Behind him, the ghosts and green light pursued relentlessly, closing in fast. At that moment, Qin Han felt his heart pounding like a drum, each second teetering on the edge of life and death. Inside the hut, a glowing orb of red and green light lay quietly on the altar. Without a moment to spare, Qin Han grabbed the orb. In that split second, the malevolent spirits and toxic green had him surrounded. What was even more terrifying was the poison clinging like a shadow, and the ghosts came in waves. Qin Han's health plummeted rapidly. In a moment of inspiration, he thought, "Bind the voodoo orb." A system notification immediately followed. Voodoo orb bound successfully. Voodoo orb, a unique treasure. Feeds on voodoo, the nemesis of all voodoo in existence. As the words faded, the voodoo orb emitted a protective aura around Qin Han, astonishingly halting the rapid decline of his health. Detecting poison, voodoo orb automatically absorbing. Detecting sorcery, voodoo orb automatically absorbing. The toxic air in the room, like rivers converging into a sea, rushed towards the voodoo orb. The spirits shrieked in agony as they were absorbed one by one. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to silence. The voodoo orb's properties transformed once more. Voodoo orb, a unique treasure. Feeds on voodoo, the nemesis of all voodoo in existence. Attacks inflict 200 poison damage per second for 10 seconds. Skill. Soul Harvest, absorbs the resentment of slain creatures, can be unleashed during attacks. A shocking announcement reverberated across the world channel. Congratulations to player Qin Han for the first kill of the special boss, the ancient sorceress queen, earning 2 points of heavenly Dao value. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring a unique treasure, earning 2 points of heavenly Dao value. This announcement hit the players in all novice villages like a bolt of lightning. Some who had been diligently leveling up lost all motivation. Is this game even playable? I've been grinding monsters tirelessly, and not a single decent piece of gear has dropped. Yet this guy keeps getting treasures. I'm done. I'm going back to the village to sleep. Who is this Qin Han anyway? Why does he get all the good stuff? Is he the creator's secret child or something? Someone grumbled indignantly. In Y120131 Novice Village, a woman in white with captivating eyes and a gentle smile mused. This Qin Han is even more formidable than I imagined. If given the chance, I'd love to meet him. Inside the wooden hut, Qin Han was so thrilled he almost jumped for joy. This treasure was worth the risk. The voodoo orb alone granted 2 points of heavenly Dao value, proving its extraordinary nature. He mused to himself that as the game progressed, the insidious voodoo and poisonous curses would become nightmares. A moment of carelessness could lead to falling into traps. Just earlier, despite being on guard, he almost succumbed to the sorceress queen's hypnotic ploys. And that was just a level 10 boss. Anything stronger, and he might have been a cold corpse. With the voodoo orb in hand, Qin Han not only had a powerful ace up his sleeve, but also a shield against the treacherous voodoo factions. Moreover, by absorbing enough voodoo power, his attack capabilities could significantly increase. Qin Han calculated that later in the game, the poison damage from the voodoo orb alone might be enough to give even the mighty high gods a taste of suffering. Outside, the poison was entirely absorbed by the voodoo orb, restoring silence to the courtyard. As Qin Han emerged from the hut, he saw the ground where the ancient sorceress queen had fallen, now charred. Her body had turned to dust, but equipment lay scattered on the ground. The first thing that caught his eye was a pile of glistening gold coins, numbering a staggering 10,000. Qin Han couldn't help but laugh heartily. First kill on a special boss is truly rewarding. The drop rate is insane. These were gold coins. 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equaled 1,000 copper coins. In the game, the drop rate for wild monsters was abysmally low. Even slaughtering 1,000 wild bulls might not yield a single silver coin. Therefore, the main way to earn currency was by selling monster carcasses or gathering resources like wild minerals. In the novice phase, without spatial backpacks rare, even in shops players had to transport wild game and treasures back to the village manually. For example, the wild bulls at the village entrance fetched only 100 copper coins each when sold to the village butcher. Considering transportation time, earning money this way was arduous and slow. In the previous era, even in the late novice phase, players with 1,000 gold coins were considered top tier, while most players had only a few scattered coins. Let alone on the very first day of the game, 10,000 gold coins seemed like a dream too far-fetched to even imagine. Qin Han held his breath, gently tapping the collect button. The delightful sound of coins clinking filled the air, like a rain of gold falling into his purse. The sound was so pleasing that it was almost intoxicating. Qin Han couldn't help but squint his eyes, savoring the blissful moment. He felt an itch inside, a strong urge to throw the coins on the ground just to pick them up again and hear that crisp metallic clink. But he restrained himself, silently reminding himself, It's just a bit of gold, nothing to get worked up about. Suppressing his desire to toy with the coins, Qin Han turned his attention to the remaining items on the ground. On the charred surface lay 3 pieces of armor, as dark as ink: a leather jacket, leather pants, and leather boots. If not for the faint glow emanating from them, they could have been easily overlooked. Qin Han carefully picked up the equipment and inspected it closely. When he discerned the attributes of the gear, a joyful smile spread across his face once more. These 3 pieces were none other than an ancient dark gold leather armor set, each boasting the same remarkable properties. Ancient leather jacket, pants, boots, dark gold equipment. Defense 100, poison resistance 100, curse resistance 100, lightning resistance 100, stealth 1, night vision 1. Constitution requirement 10. The equipment description also noted: this set is the ancient assassin's armor, left by the assassin who failed to kill the ancient witch queen. Collecting the full set may unlock additional effects. Qin Han nodded to himself. Most equipment in the game required constitution points, but this lightweight leather armor set had an extremely low requirement, allowing even a level 0 novice like him to wear it with ease. Eagerly donning the gear, Qin Han immediately felt a significant transformation. The cumulative night vision effect from the 3 pieces allowed him to see clearly in the dark, as if he were wearing night vision goggles. The 3 points in stealth made him light and agile, perfect for sneaking around. Most impressively, the gear, which had been faintly glowing when on the ground, emitted no light at all when worn, making it ideal for nocturnal escapades. As for the defense attributes, they left Qin Han pleasantly surprised. In the game, each point of defense could counteract 1 point of attack power. Unless faced with special armor-piercing weapons, enemies would struggle to breach the 300 points of defense and cause any real damage. Of course, the unprotected head remained a vulnerability. Additionally, the poison, lightning, and curse resistances were quite substantial. The combined 300 points of resistance meant that any attack below this threshold would be completely nullified, with only the excess causing damage. The only slight disappointment was not having the complete ancient set. If he could gather the full set, it would likely unlock even more powerful effects. Despite this, Qin Han was thoroughly satisfied with this unexpected windfall. As a unique boss, once the Witch Queen is defeated, all her avatars across the myriad worlds will lose their ability to enhance themselves through killing. When she respawns, she'll merely be an ordinary boss-level creature. Qin Han thought to himself, if he could kill her once, he could do it 10 or even 100 times. Even if he couldn't find her again, he could wait for the World Trade Channel to open and trade with others. After all, in an endless world, someone is bound to find other parts. After taking stock of his loot, Qin Han didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked into the Witch Queen's chamber with anticipation. As an ancient Witch Queen, her room should have some valuable items, right? The room had 3 sections: the bedroom on the left, the living room in the center, and the kitchen on the right. The furnishings were ancient and unremarkable. Qin Han meticulously searched every corner but found only ordinary items: an ancient dining knife, an ancient plate, flatbread made from an ancient recipe, an ancient silk quilt. These so-called ancient items were worthless, and since they had been used by the Witch Queen, he didn't bother picking them up. Just as Qin Han was about to leave in disappointment, his gaze was caught by a book on the Witch Queen's bookshelf that glowed faintly. Strangely, the game system hadn't given him any prompt, and he almost overlooked it. The book was thin, with a leather cover embossed with 4 golden characters: Realm of Shadows. Carefully opening the book, Qin Han discovered it contained a remarkable story of the Witch Queen's experiences. In ancient times, the Witch Queen had accidentally entered a strange, extra-dimensional space in the ancient god domain and obtained a shadow crystal. This crystal could create an exact duplicate of oneself, with shared strength. Whether the original or the duplicate improved in power, both would advance simultaneously. When the Witch Queen was replicated countless times by the heavenly forces and became the starter village boss, the shadow crystal was also copied. This explained why the Witch Queen's power across the myriad worlds could connect and enhance each other, creating the nearly unbeatable legendary menace from the previous life. As Qin Han read this, his breath quickened. He remembered that later in the game, divine essences would appear, and merging with one would allow a player to become a deity instantly. But typically, a person could only merge with one divine essence. With this shadow crystal, wouldn't it mean that having multiple divine essences was possible? This treasure's value might surpass any ordinary supreme treasure, shining brightly on the ultimate battlefield. Qin Han made a firm decision that he must acquire it in this life. Unfortunately, he recalled that the ancient god domain was a place accessible only in the later stages of the game, and he wasn't strong enough to go there yet. He would have to put this matter aside for now. Closing the book, Qin Han carefully placed it in his saddlebag and rode his nightmare steed away. He was already planning his next steps in his mind. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Wild Bull Plains in Starter Village 688, Lu Kuang was continuously grinding bulls to level up. He had lucked upon a large herd of wild bulls, and their numbers allowed him to level up quickly. Once he finished off this herd, Lu Kuang smoothly reached level 3. The system prompt immediately announced, "Congratulations to player Lu Kuang from this village for reaching level 3 first. Reward: 1 constitution point." Lu Kuang paused his actions and opened the leaderboard. Indeed, his name, Lu Kuang, was at the top. Besides him, 10 others had reached level 2, while most others were level 1, with a few still at level 0. The chat area was filled with people showering him with praise. Lu Kuang, now accustomed to such attention, no longer felt shy but instead smiled proudly and murmured to himself, "Ah, the loneliness of a master. But others are catching up fast, so I better keep leveling up while it's still early." The experience needed to go from level 3 to 4 had increased significantly, and killing more bulls would yield less experience. Lu Kuang realized it was time to move to a new area. He was already deep in the plains, and not far away, he could see the wolves' habitat. Those wolves looked tough, and he thought, "I wonder if they're hard to kill. Well, with my experience from killing bulls, I should manage after a bit of trial and error." With anticipation, Lu Kuang closed the chat area and headed towards the wolf territory, knife in hand. Just then, a village-wide notification popped up in Starter Village 688. "Congratulations to player Lu Lu from this village for being the first to change class. Reward: 1 constitution point." This unexpected news left all the players stunned. Immediately, the chat was flooded with questions. Class change? What's that? It even got a system announcement. Must be something important, right? Lu, can you explain, brother? Lulu, unaware of the rarity of classes, cheerfully replied in the chat. Class change means becoming a class holder. Class holders have a class aura and growth value bonuses. I'm a novice class, and according to the explanation, I get a 1.5x growth value bonus whenever I level up. Whoa! A sudden exclamation shattered the tranquility of the newbie village. A group of players gathered around, eagerly discussing a newfound discovery in the game. "So, you're saying you get 5 extra points in Constitution every time you level up?" One player exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "That's insane. Dude, can you tell us what the requirements are for changing your class? What level do you need to be?" Lulu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing much. There's a sword dojo about 2 kilometers north of the village. I stumbled upon it while grinding monsters. Once there, I did some training and took an assessment. As for the requirements, there don't seem to be any. I'm still at level 0. That's awesome." Another player jumped up excitedly. "I should head there too." Then, turning to Lulu with a worried look, he asked, "But what if I'm already at level 1? Do I lose the Constitution bonus if I change my class now?" Lulu shook his head. "From what the instructions suggest, I'm afraid you won't get it." "What?" The players gasped in unison. "That's 5 Constitution points gone." After a moment of silence, someone suddenly realized, "Whoa, guys, does this mean the right way to play the game is to change your class before leveling up? It's like today's leveling was a waste." They glanced at the leaderboard, where Lu Kuang was already at level 3. Someone calculated, by changing classes, he could have gained 15 Constitution points, while the reward for being the first to level up is just 3 points. What a loss. Lulu added, "And that's not all, guys. From what I found out, the basic class is just the lowest level. There are intermediate, advanced, and even higher levels above it, with growth multipliers increasing as you go up." "Whoa, that's just too much." Another player lamented, slapping his forehead. "Why bother leveling up? I'm going to change my class right away. This is so surreal." Another player marveled. In an instant, Lu Kuang went from being the top player to the bottom of the pack. "I almost feel sorry for him." "Why feel sorry?" someone dismissed. "It's a game, full of surprises. I thought Lu Kuang would be the king of the newbie village, but now it seems like he might become the village's laughingstock. Funny how people were praising him this morning." A player sneered. "Exactly. He's just a butcher who got ahead using brute force. Nothing impressive." Another player chimed in. "This is a universe-class game, spanning the heavens. It's not just about leveling up and fighting monsters. You can't get far with brute force alone. Let's go, guys, let's change our classes." One player stood up, eyes gleaming with insight. "We'll show some people what it really means to be a true gamer." With that, a group of them eagerly headed towards the sword dojo north of the village, leaving behind a buzz of conversation about levels and class changes. In the wolf zone, Lu Kuang gradually mastered the skills needed to defeat the wild wolves, significantly increasing his monster-slaying speed. After another wolf fell to his blade, he found a large rock to sit on, opened the chat area with a smug smile on his face, eager to boast about his leveling prowess in the wolf zone. He was secretly anticipating the praise he would soon receive. In just one day, Lu Kuang had grown accustomed to the flattery from others. Now, the absence of compliments felt slightly unsettling. However, when he read the messages in the chat area, he was stunned as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His smile vanished, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead and back. A wave of embarrassment and even despair washed over him. He had been fantasizing about how to bask in everyone's adoration when he returned to the village at night. He even imagined female players flocking around him like concubines and had been practicing in his mind whether to sign autographs for his fans with his left or right hand. But now, all these dreams were shattered in an instant. Since a player named Lu revealed the secrets of the job change in the chat area, Lu Kuang plummeted from being the hotshot rising star and future lord of the novice village to a notorious figure everyone wanted to denounce. This sudden downfall was too much for him to bear. He threw down his sword, buried his hands in his hair, and curled up on the ground in agony, repeatedly asking himself why things had turned out this way. Meanwhile, in the Y120131 novice village, a woman dressed in white, holding a top-tier archer's job change token, was preparing to return to the village to change her job. Her expression was calm, her demeanor graceful, and her movements elegant as she walked. Along the way, she happened to pass by the sword dojo, where a dense crowd was jostling to get in. Curious, the woman in white approached to see what was happening. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "The Empress has arrived." Instantly, the scene fell silent. All the players bowed their heads in unison, not daring to even glance up. They shouted in unison, "We humbly greet your majesty. Long live the great Xia." The woman in white raised her hand slightly to signal them to rise and asked, "What are you all doing here?" A female player with a court hairstyle stepped forward and bowed, answering, "Your majesty, this is the sword dojo, where you can obtain the job change certificate." "Oh," the woman in white replied thoughtfully. She had been fortunate to find the archer's job change location upon entering the game and had obtained a top-tier archer's job change token. She reasoned that the sword dojo must be a similar place. She wondered, if one top-tier job change certificate allows you to become a top-tier professional, what would having two mean? Regardless, it couldn't hurt to have more. Since entering the game, the woman in white had chosen to observe rather than level up, as leveling was too easy for her and could be done anytime. However, some opportunities, once missed, were hard to regain. With this in mind, she smiled slightly and said, "Then I will also participate in the test." The crowd tensed at her words. Someone immediately stepped forward to announce, "Her Majesty will take the test. Everyone else, please step aside." Yet, someone else approached and quietly advised, "Your Majesty, the Sword Dojo challenge is quite difficult. Our people have only figured out strategies up to the 20th level. Would you like to review them before proceeding?" The woman in white nodded gently and replied, "Then let's take a look first." Meanwhile, in the 688 novice village, after Lu's revelation, almost no one was hunting monsters in the wild. Most players were now searching for job change locations. The location of the sword dojo, as mentioned by Lu, had become incredibly popular, drawing a large crowd. As the sun set, at the foot of the mountain west of the village, a grand sword dojo stood majestically. The main building resembled the main hall of an ancient imperial palace, towering and magnificent. Inside, rows of candlesticks and red carpets adorned the floor. Outside, rows of orange lanterns lit up, creating a splendid scene. At this moment, the area outside the dojo was teeming with players, with at least 1,000 gathered there. At this time, Qin Han also arrived nearby. He put away his nightmare and god-slaying bow and leisurely walked towards the crowd. This was where he would obtain what he needed for his next step. The sword dojo was a place for novice swordsmen to train and undergo trials. Passing the first trial of the sword dojo would earn one a basic long sword. Passing the second trial would grant a blue long sword. And passing the third trial would provide the qualification to become a junior swordsman. Passing through the 36 levels will earn you the coveted top-tier swordsman class certificate. Located near the beginner village, the blade trial attracts numerous players. However, it's no easy feat. The difficulty increases with each level, and one wrong move could be fatal. Moreover, each level dynamically adjusts to the challenger's strength, making it tough even for the strongest of the elite races to gain an advantage. In front of the blade hall, a massive circular display mirror stands tall, streaming real-time scenes from the trial. Dozens of players sit on the ground, eyes glued to the mirror, afraid to miss any detail. They're hoping to pave their own path by learning from others' experiences. Qin Han watched this scene and shook his head silently. These people didn't realize that the items obtained from the first level were limited. The longer they delayed, the more likely they'd end up empty-handed. In his previous life, he had been the same way until he panicked when the novice swordsman slots were exhausted. Fortunately, he discovered a hidden realm leading to the 36th level during the third trial and ultimately secured the top-tier swordsman class slot. Without it, he wouldn't have reached the final battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han stepped into the blade hall. At the center stood a teleportation portal, allowing only one person to undergo assessment at a time. A queue of players was already waiting. In other areas of the hall, 36 training points were occupied by Blade Hall disciples instructing newbies in basic sword techniques. Qin Han queued up for registration and, after half an hour, it was finally his turn. The Blade Hall disciple at the registration desk, expressionless, said, "Newcomer, take this training token. Come back for basic sword training when it's your turn." Qin Han shook his head and replied, "No need, just sign me up for the blade trial." The disciple's lips twitched, but he didn't argue. He tossed Qin Han a trial token, with the number 563 glowing on it. "Take this token and wait in line. Enter when the alert sounds." Qin Han took the token and found a large tree to sit under. He closed his eyes to rest, indifferent to his surroundings, ignoring anyone who tried to strike up a conversation. He knew he needed to conserve his energy for the tough battle ahead. Time passed as people exited the hall, holding white or blue longswords, looking dejected. The spectators in front of the mirror commented, "Can't even get past the first 3 levels? What a waste." Yeah, just a simple feint would beat the gatekeeper. Are these people brainless? Only 1 or 2 have made it past the 3rd level. We can't even see what's beyond. Someone suggested, "Lee, why don't you give it a try? With your skills, passing the 3rd level should be a breeze. Show us what you can do." Lee laughed. "Do you think I'm stupid? You get a novice class token at the 3rd level, so what do you get at the 36th? Imagine the class rank." The proposer chuckled awkwardly. "True, I want to reach the end too. Let's keep watching." Another chimed in, "Right, the whole village should try. Once everyone's done, we'll step in. With a path paved by others, we'll surely go further." Exactly. Real experts make their move last. It won't be long before we're the big shots of the newbie village. As the group chatted enthusiastically, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, look at the mirror." Outside the sword dojo in newbie village 688, the atmosphere was like a boiling volcano. The news of a player passing the 3rd stage spread like thunder, causing everyone to exclaim in amazement. Is another professional about to emerge? This must be the 3rd person in our village to change professions, right? Counting Lulu, that makes 4. The crowd's enthusiasm was like a blazing fire, igniting everyone's passion. However, no one expected this flame to be extinguished so quickly. The player unexpectedly chose to forfeit the trial, dousing the crowd's excitement like a bucket of cold water. What's going on? Giving up already? Such a coward. Come on, don't say that. He was already struggling with the 3rd stage. He couldn't possibly go further. Forget it. Let's keep watching. Hopefully, someone will make it through the later stages. As the crowd chattered, a piece of shocking news struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering everyone's hopes. Not only did the player who passed the 3rd stage fail to receive a profession token, but they also missed out on the blue longsword reward. Suddenly, the crowd in front of the mirror reacted like cats whose tails had been stepped on, erupting in chaos. "Guys, there are no more slots for beginner professions. What do we do? What can we do? I've been watching here tirelessly, only to find out there are no slots left. We never heard that these profession tokens were limited. However, some could still find hope in despair. Why panic over beginner tokens being gone? The sword trial has 36 stages. If we reach the later ones, there will surely be higher level tokens. Brother, I'm telling you, the 3rd stage was already this tough. The later stages will be even harder. Do you think we can make it? Why worry? Every stage has a way through. If we keep figuring it out, we can definitely make it." These words were like a shot of adrenaline, rekindling hope among the crowd. But just then, a cold voice cut through the air like a sharp blade, shattering their fantasies. "Shut up, all of you." The dojo disciple who had registered Qin Han stepped forward, his face icy. His words hit the crowd like a heavy hammer. The slots for beginner sword fighter professions are in the trillions. Fair competition among all newbie villages. If you can't beat others, it's your own incompetence. Let me tell you, not only are beginner slots gone, but even the intermediate ones are almost finished. You lot, who are only at the 3rd stage, dare to protest? Take a good look at yourselves. These words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in their hearts. They realized that in the game of eternal life, they were mere ants, struggling to survive under someone else's rules. Amidst the despair, Qin Han quietly approached the dojo like a breath of fresh air. Inside, the disciple looked at him with a peculiar expression. "Almost everyone has left, yet you're still here. But even if you stay, it's useless. I'm sorry to tell you that the intermediate slots are completely gone now. To get a high-level profession slot, you need to pass at least 30 stages. With your ability, it's impossible. I suggest you give up." However, Qin Han's response was like a punch, landing squarely on the disciple's face. "No more words, let's start the trial now." Seeing Qin Han's determination, the disciple didn't argue further and led him to the portal. "People as stubborn as you are rare. Go ahead. Remember, if you want to exit, crush the token. It might save your life." Qin Han did not reply. stepping into the portal without hesitation. The Trial of the Blade, first stage. The island in the middle of the lake is sparse in vegetation, with only a few trees scattered around, covering an area less than a mile in circumference. A figure dressed in black leans against the island's only crooked willow tree, eyes closed in meditation, with a sword in his arms. Qin Han enters the trial field, standing 50 meters from the sword-bearer, with a long blade planted in the ground before him. Above, a countdown timer ticks down from 100 seconds. In such a situation, most people would draw their sword and charge, but Qin Han does the opposite. He quickly turns around and dives into the nearby lake, causing a splash. Outside the dojo, a disciple is patrolling. In front of the mirror, there is no one else present, leaving him standing alone. Catching a glimpse of Qin Han's unexpected move in the mirror, the disciple stops to watch. What is he doing? The disciple wonders, puzzled. Why jump into the water for no reason? As time slips away, the countdown reaches the last 10 seconds. Qin Han remains unseen. It's over. The disciple shakes his head. Even if he surfaces now, it's too late. Why not just face the challenge properly? He sneers, probably knows he can't pass and is just putting on a show. Humph. All those tricks are useless. Just as he turns to leave, there's a sudden splash. The disciple whirls around and witnesses an unforgettable scene. Qin Han bursts from the water like an arrow, heading straight for the sword-bearer. As he passes the long blade, he deftly grabs it, the movement smooth and fluid. With the sword in hand, his speed increases. He draws closer to the sword-bearer as the countdown nears its end. 5, 4, 3. The disciple can't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Qin Han. 2 seconds flash by. Qin Han brushes past the sword-bearer, and a portal suddenly appears. He steps into it almost on the last second. The camera shifts to the sword-bearer, revealing a line of blood across his throat. The disciple's scalp tingles, and goosebumps cover his skin. Incredible, he thinks, awestruck. His skills might not be extraordinary, but the confidence to pass at the last moment is unmatched. Even the powerful master of the sword dojo might not achieve such precision. The disciple feels a surge of excitement, secretly hoping Qin Han will advance further. The mirror shifts to an outdoor dirt path where 2 sword-bearers now appear. The countdown continues to tick. Once again, Qin Han surprises everyone by not attacking directly. Instead, he rushes into the nearby underbrush, retrieving a shovel from somewhere and begins digging. Soon, a chest emerges from the ground. Qin Han opens it and takes out a pair of boots with a dark iron sheen. The disciple is baffled. How does he know there's a chest here? But the rules say only reward items can be taken out. What's the point of finding other things? With questions lingering, the disciple watches Qin Han step into the third stage just in time. The third stage is a dueling arena with 3 sword-bearers. The countdown is extended to 150 seconds. This time, Qin Han makes no unexpected moves. He advances directly, swiftly dispatching the 3 opponents. The portal lights up, but he doesn't enter immediately. Qin Han walks 10 meters forward, swings his blade, and slices through a plaster statue. A black iron breastplate and matching pants fall out. He smiles with satisfaction. Perfect. I can continue the trial. With ample time, Qin Han leisurely walks to the other end of the arena, finds a crack in the iron door, and forcefully pushes through, phasing through the wall. Outside the dojo, the disciple stands in shock, instinctively covering his mouth, trembling all over. Qin Han enters a strange space. The world seems to be a mosaic, and as he moves forward, scenes flash beneath his feet. Above, darkness looms, with giant saw-like teeth constantly expanding and contracting, as if the entire world is collapsing. The disciple finally realizes that Qin Han has discovered a glitch akin to wall clipping in the game of immortality. It's a method the heavens left for weaker civilizations to gain strength. In a previous life, many players from lower-tier civilizations used this method to achieve a leap in social class. Recalling his past experiences, Qin Han decided to try this strategy again. Although he was confident he could overcome the increasingly difficult 36 levels ahead, he knew it would only waste time. As time ticked by, Qin Han suddenly paused, looking down at the scene beneath him. In this apocalyptic wasteland, dozens of red-haired monsters wielding sharp swords crowded the streets of the abandoned city. Their blood-red eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, searching for the prey they sensed but could not find. A slight smile appeared on Qin Han's lips as he took a few more steps forward. A safe room appeared before him. According to the game rules, he had to defeat the red-haired monsters to enter this room. However, Qin Han exploited a glitch, allowing him to jump directly inside without a fight. The room was empty, except for a wooden table on which lay a token engraved with the word Blade. Qin Han immediately recognized it as a top-tier Blade Master's token. Outside the game, disciples from the Blade Guild watched this scene, their eyes wide, bodies trembling uncontrollably, and breathing becoming difficult. Picking up the token, Qin Han's face lit up with joy. He recalled a previous life strategy. 2 top-tier profession tokens could be combined at the village altar to form a sacred profession token. In the entire game, there were only 36 sacred profession tokens. In his past life, nearly every player who obtained a sacred profession became a top-tier powerhouse. However, Qin Han was not in a hurry to leave. There was still a treasure waiting for him here. Unhurriedly, he donned a set of equipment obtained from the first 3 levels. Instantly, he was enveloped in armor that shone like black iron, with even his eyes protected by a glass-like visor. With his gear ready, Qin Han pushed aside the wooden table to reveal an iron ring on the floor. Pulling the ring, a passageway leading downward appeared, with stone steps faintly visible. Waves of heat surged from the passage, followed by a blue flame that shot out like a dragon, incinerating everything in the room to ashes. Yet, Qin Han remained unscathed. This top-tier fireproof suit truly lived up to its reputation, able to withstand such intense flames. Qin Han recalled information from a past life strategy guide, having gone to great lengths to obtain this equipment from the first 3 levels for this hidden stage. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han descended the steps into the passage. Inside, flames raged, filling the space with a kaleidoscope of colors that blurred his vision. Even with the fireproof suit, the terrifying heat was almost unbearable for Qin Han. Gritting his teeth, Qin Han charged forward. Flames from all directions continuously licked his armor, turning the once black iron hue to a glowing red. Qin Han knew hesitation would only lead to failure, as even the best fireproof suit couldn't last long here. Pushing his speed to the limit, his body was nearly overwhelmed by the searing heat. Just then, the path ahead suddenly opened up. As he passed through the passageway, a world filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers unfolded before him. The ground was adorned with thousands of blades embedded in the vibrant earth, forming a spectacular graveyard of swords. This place was famed for collecting the finest blades from around the world, allowing players to take one at will, but once a choice was made, there was no turning back. The attributes of the treasure were left to chance, presenting a formidable test for any player. Qin Han stood amidst the forest of blades, his gaze sweeping over the countless hilts as he calculated in his mind. Unlike the archery trial, where securing first place guaranteed a precious treasure, places like the Blade Pavilion and Sword Path offered no such rewards, even for those who cleared them first. Only by reaching such a hidden stage could one hope to obtain a true treasure. He recalled the fireproof suit from the earlier stages, a rare find that required exceptional luck. To reach this hidden stage, fewer than 10 people across all realms had managed it, a privilege reserved for the chosen few. In a past life, someone had joked that reaching this place meant exhausting a lifetime's worth of luck. Yet, even so, one was faced with a daunting choice. Despite the staggering number of blades here, Qin Han knew that most were of dark gold grade, with true treasures being exceedingly rare. From his memory, only one lucky individual had obtained a true treasure, but when sharing their experience, they glossed over the precise location, leaving no clues. Now, these blades appeared ordinary, their true nature concealed, making it impossible even for the best blade appraisers to identify the true treasures. Qin Han strained to recall the fortunate person's vague description, remembering the treasure's location was in the northeast corner. He quickly made his way there, where a small hill was densely packed with nearly 1,000 blades. Faced with a 9,000 chance, he felt momentarily lost. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He remembered hearing that true treasures had a spirit and would resonate when placed together. He decided to test this theory, summoning the Godslayer bow and drawing its string taut as he scanned the surroundings. Yet, the blades remained unresponsive. He then took out the voodoo orb, channeling its power as red and green light swept over the blades. But still, there was no reaction. Qin Han realized he had been misled. The supposed resonance of treasures was nothing more than wishful thinking. In a bind, Qin Han, with a mindset of giving it a last shot, summoned the nightmare. The creature appeared on the hill, its red eyes curiously surveying the area. Tentatively, Qin Han asked, "Good buddy, can you help me find if there's a treasure among these blades?" The nightmare seemed to understand, its eyes glowing red as it turned its head to fixate on a particular blade. It quickly trotted over, grasped the hilt with its teeth, and pulled it free. The blade emerged from the earth with a flash of white light, shaking off the soil. The nightmare released its grip, letting the blade drop to the ground. Qin Han swiftly moved forward, picking up the blade, which shimmered like moonlight. The system displayed, Blade of Moonshadow, Dark Gold Grade, not unlocked, Treasure Attack 100, All Resistance Reduction 100, Full Armor Penetration 10. Puzzled, Qin Han examined the lackluster attributes. This blade was entirely different from the fiery blade he remembered, which could engulf an area in infernal flames. Moonshadow's attributes seemed unremarkable, with an attack value similar to ordinary dark gold equipment. The full armor penetration 10 was decent, but fell far short of the Godslayer bow's armor-neglecting power. The all-resistance reduction of 100, while comprehensive, would likely be of limited use in the later stages. Despite this, Qin Han decided not to dwell on it. Since it was a treasure, it must have unique qualities that would become apparent once unlocked. At that moment, the nightmare approached with a look of pride, nuzzling affectionately against Qin Han. It seemed to say, "Look at how amazing I am, picking the best one in a single try." Qin Han chuckled with a mix of amusement and exasperation at the sight. He reached out to gently stroke Nightmare's mane, while fishing a carrot out of his backpack. Eagerly, Nightmare grabbed the carrot and chewed it slowly, a look of satisfaction gleaming in its eyes. Qin Han shook his head helplessly, thinking that perhaps in Nightmare's eyes, Moon Shadow was indeed stronger than the other mounts. At that moment, the world chat box flashed again, and an announcement popped up. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring a unique treasure, rewarded with 1 point of heavenly Dao value. Outside the Blade Pavilion, the disciples watching from the mirror witnessed the entire event. Upon seeing the world announcement, their legs gave out, and they collapsed to the ground. Someone murmured, "Qin Han, a treasure. It must be him. It must be him who got the treasure. And the previous 3 treasure recipients are probably him too." Even though they were just NPCs in the game, they understood what it meant to continuously acquire treasures. One disciple sighed quietly, "If this person doesn't meet an untimely end, he is destined to soar to great heights." Such an extraordinary individual, appearing in what is almost the weakest civilization of the heavens, the 688 Novice Village. It's simply unbelievable. In the Novice Village rankings, the smaller the number, the weaker the power. Compared to a treasure, even a top-tier profession token was insignificant. One disciple began to ponder, if we could befriend him, maybe after the game ends and we return to our home world, we might gain his assistance. Another disciple hesitated, saying, "I might have offended him earlier with my attitude. Should I apologize later? No, I can't. Apologizing would lower my status, and he'd look down on me. I need to think of another way." Inside the Blade Pavilion, Qin Han crushed the token, and with a flash of light, he was teleported back to his original location. As he stepped out of the portal, the same Blade Pavilion disciple who had greeted him earlier approached, still as arrogant as before. The disciple spoke, "Not bad, being able to pass 36 levels in a row. You're quite a skilled player. You're qualified to be my friend." Qin Han was taken aback by the remark, secretly amused. He knew the origins of these low-level NPCs like the back of his hand, aware that the achievements of a top-tier profession far surpassed this Blade Pavilion disciple. He couldn't help but wonder what made the other say such an audacious thing. Shaking his head slightly, Qin Han replied indifferently, "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." "What?" The disciple was shocked, clearly not expecting such a response from Qin Han. Just as he was at a loss, another disciple, equally haughty, approached from within the Blade Pavilion. The new disciple glanced at Qin Han, speaking condescendingly, "The fact that you've passed 36 levels has reached our pavilion master. He is interested in you. Come with me. Prepare to meet the pavilion master." "Meet me?" Qin Han was momentarily stunned, then recalled something. Acquiring a top-tier Blade Master token granted an audience with the pavilion master, who would give a mission to undergo a trial at the Sword Pavilion. The mission was simple. Infiltrate the nearby Sword Pavilion without changing professions and obtain a top-tier Sword Master token. Upon completion, the Pavilion Master would award a set of dark gold equipment. The Sword Master trial also consisted of 36 levels, with guardians wielding blades, making it as difficult as the blade trial. However, there were no shortcuts in the Sword Master trial, and Qin Han hadn't reviewed any guides. He thought to himself, "It's not worth the risk for an extra profession token." After considering this, Qin Han replied, "No need, I have other matters to attend to." The new Blade Pavilion disciple was taken aback, then sneered, "You dare refuse our Pavilion Master's audience? I assure you, you'll face a lot of trouble." "Trouble?" Qin Han chuckled dismissively. "If your Pavilion Master wants to cause me trouble, let him come. I'll be waiting." With that, he strode confidently out of the Blade Pavilion, not bothering to engage with these self-important individuals. As Qin Han stepped out of the Blade Hall, a notification popped up. "You have refused to meet with the Blade Hall Master. Your reputation with the Blade Hall has dropped to hostile." Qin Han touched his nose with resignation and chuckled softly. The Blade Hall Master was indeed quite petty. He recalled how, in his previous life, after obtaining the top-tier Blade Master profession token, he had completed a task for the Sword Hall. Due to his limited strength at the time, he failed at the 3rd level of the sword trial. As soon as the task failed, the Blade Hall Master's opinion of him dropped to disdain. Now, it had plummeted directly to hostility. Qin Han thought to himself that since he already had the profession token and the ultimate treasure, there was nothing left to gain from the Blade Hall. Hostility it was, then. He wouldn't be dealing with him in the future anyway. With this nonchalant attitude, he mounted his nightmare steed and set off back to the novice village, feeling at ease. On the way, a world announcement suddenly appeared. Congratulations to player Jiang Ningxue for being the first to transition to a saint-level profession, earning 1 point of heavenly Dao value. Following that, another announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Jiang Ningxue for obtaining a unique treasure, earning 1 point of heavenly Dao value. Meanwhile, at the job change altar in Novice Village, Y120131, a woman in white held a snow-white longbow. She was Jiang Ningxue, surrounded by the golden aura of a saint-level profession, with a slight smile on her stunning face. She hadn't expected that 2 profession tokens would allow her to transition to a saint-level profession, nor did she anticipate being the first to do so and obtaining a treasure. Jiang Ningxue examined the treasure and the saint-level profession's attributes, shock evident on her face. The Snow God Bow, a growth-type treasure from the infinite snowy domain, was a super divine item. It boasted 100 attack points, with an additional 100 points of freezing damage over 10 seconds, a 100 freeze chance on nunlight monsters, and could weaken ice elements by 50. Even more astonishing was its chain shot feature, allowing the nimble bowstring to release up to 12 ice arrows in one shot. And these attributes were just the beginning, with more to be unlocked as it leveled up. Archer Saint. This saint-level profession was unique across the realms, with 10-fold growth potential. Its passive skill, Archer Saint Aura, increased bow and arrow series damage, speed, fire rate, sharpness, and defense by 100. Jiang Ningxue couldn't help but wonder how terrifying her strength would be if the treasure reached its full potential. The potential of the Archer Saint profession was unimaginable, with a 10-fold growth rate, increasing constitution by 100 points with each level gained. She speculated that saint-level professions were likely among the most crucial elements in the game, and anyone who attained such a role would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Inevitably, Qin Han's name surfaced in her mind. Could he also transition to a saint-level profession? With his strength, it seemed possible. At that moment, in Novice Village 688, Qin Han sat on his horse, glancing at the world announcement with a slight smile. So it was her. It seemed that aside from himself being a wild card, the game's trajectory hadn't changed much. Qin Han mused that Jiang Ningxue was the saintess of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, the Xia dynasty, a force at the pinnacle of the universe. Such a powerhouse was meant to be in the final battleground. But in his past life, he had heard some inside information. The divine throne of the Supreme Divine Kingdom was passed down through generations, and during the transition, the successor had to strip away divine power to receive new energy. This process created a brief period of powerlessness, akin to being mortal. Jiang Ningxue was deemed a novice during the Empress's coronation ceremony's vacuum period and was transported here. Despite this, given Jiang Ningxue's status, even without divine power, her physical strength alone could make her stand out among novices. The most ordinary players from the Supreme Divine Kingdom had 4,000 to 5,000 in constitution, while someone like Jiang Ningxue should start with around 8,000, making her a standout in any novice village. Moreover, the Supreme Divine Kingdom was known for its strict laws, and if Jiang Ningxue entered any novice village under their jurisdiction, her subordinates would undoubtedly find ways to enhance her strength. It was no surprise she obtained a saint-level profession token. Qin Han couldn't help but recall his previous life. Though they had never met, he had thoroughly studied the Godslayer Bao strategy post that Jiang Ningxue published. In a way, he had taken her opportunity. But for someone from such a powerful background, missing out on a bit of fortune was inconsequential. The treasure she held now was likely the Snow God Bow. If it reached its full potential, it could plunge entire realms into extreme cold, a formidable power indeed. As the moon quietly rose, casting a silvery glow, Qin Han arrived at the novice village altar. The place was deserted, and even the village chief responsible for job changes was nowhere to be seen. The surroundings were silent, with only the sound of unknown insects chirping in the night. Qin Han stepped into the center of the altar. This time, his goal wasn't to change his profession but to perform a synthesis. He carefully took out 2 top-tier profession tokens from his pocket and placed them on the stone table in the center. Instantly, the altar seemed to come alive, and a virtual prompt sounded. 2 top-tier profession tokens detected. Would you like to synthesize them into a saint-level Blade Saint token? Without hesitation, Qin Han chose yes. Immediately, the 2 tokens began to rise slowly, hovering about 3 feet above the ground. They started to spin and intertwine, resembling 2 vortices entwined in midair. This process lasted for about 10 seconds, and suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed, illuminating the entire altar. As the light faded, a brand new token hovered there, with the words Blade Saint gleaming in golden characters. Seeing the successful synthesis, Qin Han let out a long breath of relief. He knew well that while there were billions of top-tier profession tokens across the multiverse, the combinations that could synthesize a saint-level profession token were limited. There were only 36 saint-level profession slots available in the entire multiverse, and once claimed, the latecomers could only look on in envy. Even though he hadn't officially changed his profession yet, Qin Han was already well-versed in the attributes of the Blade Saint profession. Blade Saint, a saint-level profession, unique in the multiverse. Growth value increases tenfold. Blade weapon attack power increases by 100. Attack speed increases by 100. Movement speed increases by 100. Blade weapon sharpness increases by 100. Defense increases by 100. With just the tenfold growth value alone, Qin Han could achieve an astonishing 2,000 points of constitution during the novice phase, and when his level reached 100, he could possess 10,000 points of constitution. This meant that even if he stopped striving from this moment on and simply engaged in routine monster hunting and leveling up, he would still secure a place for himself in the multiverse and easily reach the final battleground. However, Qin Han was not content with this. He knew that there were 35 other saint-level profession holders in the multiverse. Talents like Jiang Ningxue, who, with just their innate bloodline advantages, could have an initial constitution of 8,000 points, and with the boost of a saint-level profession, their future potential was limitless. If Qin Han settled for the status quo, he would at best be on par with Jiang Ningxue, let alone compete against those super-ancient monsters that had survived for billions of years in the final battleground. Fortunately, the saint-level profession wasn't the end. Beyond the saint level, there existed the legendary god-level professions. In the previous life, god-level professions were nothing more than a mythical concept until the game system released relevant information on the Multiverse Forum. The method to obtain a god-level profession seemed simple. Just combine a saint-level profession token with a hidden profession token. In the game, besides the publicly available profession tokens, there are also 100 special hidden profession tokens. These hidden tokens are extremely tricky to obtain, and each one is unique across all worlds. They boast a growth multiplier of up to 7 times, making them stronger than top-tier tokens but weaker than sacred-level tokens. In the previous life, most players stumbled upon hidden tokens by sheer luck. Some were caught while fishing, others dropped unexpectedly during monster hunts, and some were acquired when players accidentally completed tasks while lost in dungeons or wilderness. At least 90 of these acquisition methods were impossible to replicate, relying entirely on chance. Qin Han recalled that there was a hidden profession token concealed in a secret location on the Wild Ox Plains. In the previous life, this token was discovered by a lucky player a week after the game began. Now, with the game having started less than a day ago, Qin Han was confident he could obtain it first. He decided to secure this hidden token to lay a foundation for advancing to a god-level profession in the future. At the altar, Qin Han stored the Sword Saint profession token in his backpack and turned to leave. However, upon exiting the altar, he was surprised to find the village chief had not appeared. This unusual situation made Qin Han suspicious, realizing there might be an important hidden quest. With questions lingering, Qin Han left the altar. Shortly after he departed, the gray-haired village chief and the sword dojo master emerged from the shadows. The village chief sighed. "I intended to pique the boy's interest and have him return to the dojo for your task. I never expected someone in this weakest novice village to obtain a sacred-level profession token. No wonder he disregarded the task you arranged. But without his help, what will happen to my poor granddaughter? Should we give him a teleportation order? There might still be a glimmer of hope." The sword dojo master, abandoning his usual arrogance, agreed. "It seems we have no other choice." Before leaving the village, Qin Han purchased essentials like kerosene and torches at the general store and stocked up on food at other shops. By this time, most villagers were either searching for job change locations or resting back in the village. The road leading south to the plains was almost deserted. No longer hiding, Qin Han summoned his nightmare and sped towards the Wild Ox Plains. Before long, he reached the moonlit plains. A gentle breeze brought a slight chill, and as far as the eye could see, almost all the wild oxen had been hunted down, with only a few players still searching for remaining prey. Riding the nightmare, Qin Han used the moonlight as his guide and quickly reached the center of the plains. It appeared unremarkable but was, in fact, the site of a mysterious underground tomb buried 5 meters below. According to the strategy shared by that lucky player, there was a method to unlock this hidden site. In this location, if you kill more than 10 players, a magic circle will be activated, opening a passageway to the underground. Qin Han looked coldly at the grass beneath his feet, contemplating how to break the spell. For him, slaughter was nothing out of the ordinary. In his previous life, his hands were already stained with the blood of countless players, and if collected, it might be enough to turn the mighty Yangtze River crimson. However, Qin Han was not in a hurry to act. As a veteran player, he had plenty of ways to dismantle the magic circle. He took a bottle of fire oil from his backpack, intending to set the grass ablaze to reveal the pattern of the circle. With a few adjustments, he could easily break this secret within an hour. Just as Qin Han, mounted on his nightmare steed, took a few steps back to throw the fire oil, he heard a sudden urgent shout from behind. "Brother, run! Someone's after us!" Turning around, Qin Han saw three disheveled figures desperately running towards him. Thanks to his ancient armor's night vision, he clearly recognized two of them as the brothers he had encountered at the start of the game, the ones knocked over by a wild ox. It seemed the village's free healing point for beginners had proven useful. Not far behind them, a group of 10 or so armed players were in hot pursuit. This late-night chase seemed puzzled Qin Han slightly, but he had no intention of getting involved. He put away the fire oil and steered his nightmare to the side, waiting silently for both groups to pass by. After all, the hidden location was his primary concern, not their squabbles. As the three reached Qin Han, they still found time to warn him, "Run. Don't just stand there. Those guys are out for blood. If you don't move, it'll be too late." Qin Han remained expressionless, sitting steadily on his nightmare, as if detached from the situation. Seeing no response from Qin Han, the trio continued their frantic escape. At that moment, 5 or 6 arrows suddenly whistled through the air from behind, one striking a player in the knee. With a thud, the player fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing their companion wounded, the remaining two initially considered fleeing. However, upon witnessing their friend's pitiful state on the ground, a surge of determination welled up within them. They exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and drew their long knives, standing defiantly in front of their injured ally. At that moment, a group of a dozen players, clearly trained for such encounters, quickly surrounded them, cutting off all escape routes. Qin Han, who was initially retreating on his nightmare mount, noticed that the group seemed unwilling to let him go either. 5 players subtly began to close in on him. With a calm, expressionless face, Qin Han said, "I couldn't care less about your grievances. Go settle it elsewhere. Don't bother me." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears as they continued to advance. Without hesitation, Qin Han summoned his Godslayer bow and swiftly shot 2 arrows, piercing the thighs of 2 players with precision. His voice carried an icy warning. "One more step forward and you die." The pursuers, noticing Qin Han's calm demeanor and impressive gear, were hesitant to act rashly. At this point, a girl with a ponytail emerged from their ranks, her innocent smile seemingly genuine. "Hey there, don't misunderstand us," she said sweetly. "Those 3 players stole our equipment. This has nothing to do with you, and we won't trouble you." The 3 surrounded players immediately retorted, "Nonsense. You tricked 5 of us in the village into leaving to hunt monsters together. Once outside, you planned to kill us for our gear. If we hadn't reacted quickly, we'd have ended up like the others you killed." Feigning innocence, the girl continued, "Come on, you be the judge. They're making us sound like we're evil villains. I couldn't even harm a chicken before joining this game, let alone kill people." Initially indifferent to their squabbles, Qin Han's expression turned cold upon hearing about killing for gear. In his previous life, a group of despicable players had emerged in the game. They disguised themselves as ordinary players, preying on solitary players in remote areas. They lured others into teams under the guise of dungeon runs, only to kill and rob them in secluded spots. The game had no surveillance or crime penalties, and these scoundrels acted discreetly and decisively, striking when least expected. Operating anonymously, even cries for help in the chat were futile. They thrived on this sinister activity, amassing wealth and becoming the best-equipped group without any professionals involved. Their numbers swelled to hundreds, and it took a coalition of professionals to finally bring them down. Qin Han had been on a mission during that event, unable to participate, but he could not tolerate such acts against humanity. Turning to the 3 being chased, Qin Han asked sternly, "Did you say they killed 2 players? Are the bodies still there?" "Yes, yes," the trio eagerly replied, sensing hope in Qin Han's skills. "They should be at the edge of the Wild Bull Plains. They were in such a hurry to chase us, they probably didn't have time to deal with the bodies." Hearing this, the pursuers' faces paled, and several seemed ready to act. Yet, the ponytailed girl maintained her smile, pretending sincerity. "Come on, don't listen to their nonsense. We didn't do anything. If you want to investigate, we'll go with you. With you as a witness, we can prove our innocence." Her words, seemingly honest, were a classic manipulation tactic. She had already fooled several players today with this trick, hoping Qin Han would lower his guard and fall into their trap. Unfortunately for them, they were dealing with Qin Han. Such a clumsy deception could never fool him. That very suggestion confirmed their true nature to him. Without hesitation, Qin Han raised his bow and took decisive action. Arrows flew like a torrential storm towards the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 1,000 points of yellow critical damage flashed under the moonlight. Before they could react, 5 or 6 had already fallen. The remaining pursuers, facing this relentless onslaught, fell like wheat, leaving the survivors visibly shaken. "This guy's not falling for it," someone exclaimed. "Damn. He's even more ruthless than us. What a powerful attack, such precise arrows. We're in over our heads here, we can't win. Run for it." A voice filled with terror echoed through the night. Qin Han's gaze was as sharp as ice, his hands never faltering with the god-slaying bow. Arrows sliced through the air, piercing the throats of one pursuer after another with deadly accuracy. The girl who once pretended to be an angelic figure lay on the ground, her mask completely shattered. She pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything if you spare me." Yet, the only answer she received was a merciless arrow, piercing her throat. With disbelief on her face, she slipped into eternal darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In mere seconds, all the pursuers lay lifeless on the ground. The three players who had been hunted stood in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Those who had seemed invincible were now nothing more than cold corpses. "Thank you for saving us," one of them shakily spoke up. "I'm Li Ran, and this is my brother Li Hao. The one with an arrow in his knee is Lu Kuang." The night and the passage of time had clearly blurred the memories of the Li brothers. They didn't recognize Qin Han. However, Lu Kuang on the ground seemed to recall something, a hint of shame on his face. He mumbled a thank you, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Qin Han silently put away the god-slaying bow, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. But soon, his attention was drawn to a strange phenomenon on the ground. The blood of the fallen players began to emit an eerie dark red glow. A mysterious magic circle was quietly activated, catalyzed by the blood. As the magic array activated, the ground began to shake violently with a thunderous roar. The three people in the central area struggled to keep their balance, staggering and swaying. Li Ran and Li Hao quickly supported the injured Lu Kuang, laboriously moving towards a safer spot. Just as they left their original position, a massive stone structure erupted from the ground, pushing aside the surrounding corpses. Before long, a gigantic door, resembling a tomb entrance, stood before them, with a dark staircase extending downward into the unknown. Qin Han, riding his nightmare steed, charged directly down without a word. Left behind, Lu Kuang and the others exchanged bewildered glances. "How strange! A secret location just appeared out of nowhere," Lu Kuang muttered to himself. Li Ran speculated, "This big shot showing up here at this late hour must have been waiting for this secret location to open. We three are just fortunate enough to have piggybacked on his luck and saved our skins." Li Hao eagerly asked, "Bro, do you think there might be some great benefits down there? Should we go take a look?" Li Ran shook his head. This place was discovered by that big shot. He must have something important to do down there, so we better not disturb him. Besides, brother Lu Kuang is injured and needs to get back to the village for treatment. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang felt a sudden wave of emotion. "Earlier, I thought you two were going to leave me behind, but you stayed." Li Ran explained, "We're brothers in adversity. Leaving you behind would weigh on our conscience. To be honest, I didn't think much in the heat of the moment. Looking back, it was pretty scary. Without that big shot, we could have died here tonight." Lu Kuang nodded. "Indeed, that big shot saved our lives. If we ever get the chance, we must repay him." Li Ran calmly analyzed, "Judging by his displayed power, he's someone extraordinary. With our current capabilities, not holding him back is the best we can do." Li Hao suddenly remembered something. "Hey bro, doesn't this big shot look familiar? Haven't we seen him somewhere before?" Li Ran froze, his mind racing, and then it hit him. This morning, at the edge of the grassland. This revelation triggered Li Hao's memory as well. "Yes, that's it. We met someone who looked like him back then. I think his name was Qin something." The three of them shuddered, involuntarily blurting out the name simultaneously. Qin Han. As they uttered the name, they felt a chill run down their spines, their hands trembling. Li Hao stammered. Could he really be the one from the world announcement? Lu Kuang analyzed. That big shot killed over a dozen players in seconds. Such a display of power is beyond what ordinary professionals can do. So, I suspect he's definitely the one from the announcement. Li Hao's teeth chattered with fear. Who would have thought 688 had such a hidden powerhouse? It's unbelievable. What should we do now? Li Ran regained his composure. Since the big shot concealed his identity, he obviously doesn't want anyone to know his name. We should pretend we know nothing and avoid discussing him in public. Let's head back to the village. Before leaving, Lu Kuang looked at the equipment left by the fallen players and asked, "What about those people? And all this gear?" Li Ran decisively said, "Gather it up. Leaving it here would just benefit passing players. Since the big shot killed these people, the gear is technically his. Even if he doesn't want it, we should take it, sell it back at the village, and find a way to return the money to him. Of course, if there's suitable gear, we can equip ourselves, which will help us level up faster and be more useful when it's time to repay him." Following Li Ran's lead, the three quickly collected all the equipment and returned to the village with Lu Kuang for treatment and to sell the items. Meanwhile, after Qin Han sped into the tomb, the space opened up before him. The area was lined with massive supporting pillars, all constructed from sandy-colored stone. Each pillar held an eternal flame, illuminating the space. Black sheep wandered aimlessly within this space. Qin Han raised his bow, casually shooting one of the black sheep. A critical hit of 1,000 damage floated up, followed by the damage from the voodoo pearl. The monster's name appeared. Tomb Sheep, level 2 monster, 2,000 health points. These sheep roam the tombs and will attack any unfamiliar entities. The attacked tomb sheep turned its head and charged at Qin Han. However, after just a few steps, the poison damage from the voodoo pearl depleted its health bar. With a faint bah, an experience orb drifted into Qin Han's body. With enough experience to level up, Qin Han chose to hold off for now. He was surprised to find that these tomb sheep had an unexpectedly high health pool, 5 times that of ordinary level 2 monsters. However, this high health brought a generous experience reward, 3 times more than that of regular level 2 creatures. What was even more delightful was how clueless and easy to defeat these tomb sheep were. Compared to high-level monsters with similar health, they were much quicker to take down, making this an ideal training ground for new players. Qin Han mused that this mysterious graveyard was so remote that few could access it in the novice village of Wanjie, which explained the abundant rewards. If it weren't for the information on the Wanjie forum, he wouldn't have known about this hidden area on the Buffalo Plains. Scanning his surroundings, Qin Han spurred his horse onward. This lair was vast, and even with his nightmare steed, it took over 10 minutes to circle it. At the walls of this level, he found 5 descending passages. According to the guide, this mysterious graveyard had 19 levels, each with 5 passages leading downward. One had to choose the correct passage consecutively to reach the bottom. Otherwise, one might get lost in the maze-like passages, unable to reach the end. Qin Han strained to recall the route described in the guide. Left, left, right, right, left, left, right. Fortunately, he remembered it clearly. Otherwise, descending smoothly would have been a daunting task. As he delved deeper, Qin Han noticed that the monsters in this graveyard were quite unusual. With each layer down, the monster level increased by 1. And they were all sheep types: wolf sheep, lake sheep, beach sheep, yellow sheep, in great variety. Fortunately, these sheep weren't fast, and their numbers weren't overwhelming, allowing him to avoid combat and reach the entrance to the 18th level smoothly. Standing at the entrance to the 18th level, Qin Han took a deep breath. The 19th level was the boss room of the entire hidden graveyard. The wild creatures on the 18th level were already at level 19, leading him to speculate that the monsters in the boss room might exceed the level 20 threshold. After a brief rest, Qin Han mounted his nightmare steed and leapt down, charging toward the final challenge. As Qin Han stepped into the boss room, he almost thought he had entered the wrong place. Unlike the crumbling stone appearance of the 18th floor above, this room resembled a luxurious palace. A grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, which was adorned with intricate and exquisite frescoes. Every stone pillar was carved with lifelike reliefs, and a vibrant red carpet stretched across the floor. The most astonishing sight was 1,000 strong, long-haired white sheep, neatly arranged to form a massive living carpet, bowing reverently forward. At the room's end, before a semicircular golden bookshelf, sat a jaw-dropping creaturia monster with the head of a sheep and the body of a human, wearing a golden crown, proudly seated on a throne made from a metal chariot. Even more surprising was that the chariot was pulled by 4 large white oxen with golden horns. This absurd scene left Qin Han momentarily incredulous. A half-human, half-sheep creature having oxen pull a chariot? It was unheard of. Sensing Qin Han's presence, the half-sheep being on the chariot throne became instantly animated. It sprang to its feet, pointing its scepter at Qin Han, and let out 2 loud bleats. Suddenly, the entire room erupted like a disturbed beehive. Nearly 1,000 long-haired sheep rose from the floor in unison and turned to face Qin Han. They bleated wildly and charged collectively. Faced with this sudden assault, Qin Han quickly reacted, drawing his bow to shoot an arrow. A system notification popped up. White Sheep Guardian, level 20 monster. Health, 30,000. The White Sheep Guardians are fiercely loyal, dedicating their lives to their king. Any enemy daring to challenge the king's authority will be crushed under their horns. Staring at the daunting 30,000 health points, Qin Han was momentarily stunned. This sheep monster's health far exceeded that of a typical level 20 monster. With his current attack power, he could kill a few, but without any area effect skills, shooting down 1,000 sheep one by one would take him until the next morning. As the sheep herd drew closer, Qin Han had a sudden idea. He quickly pulled out the fire oil he had intended to use to burn the grasslands and threw it wildly onto the ground in front of him. The oil spread across a large area. Just as the sheep were about to reach him, he lit a torch and hurled it into the oil. In an instant, flames roared to life. The long-haired sheep seemed oblivious to the danger, rushing headlong into the fire. Their wool, highly flammable, ignited immediately. In no time, the terrifying blaze, fueled by the sheep's wool, rapidly consumed the entire flock. Qin Han watched as countless health bars plummeted visibly. Unfortunately, Just as these health bars dropped to two-thirds, they abruptly stopped. The reason was simple. The fire source was exhausted. The fire oil had burned out, leaving the long-haired sheep as crispy roasted lambs, emitting a savory aroma. To make matters worse, the half-human, half-sheep creature on the chariot raised its scepter and cast a group healing spell. A white light enveloped the sheep herd, and healing symbols of 50 began appearing above their heads. Visibly, their injuries began to heal, and new wool started to grow. Qin Han realized this was bad news. The monster could heal, but he also understood that even without healing, with his limited supply of fire oil, he couldn't completely kill these high-health long-haired sheep. Thinking quickly, Qin Han mounted his nightmare, creating distance while looking for an opportunity. He aimed and shot an arrow at the creature on the throne. The Godslayer bow ignored defenses, and the energy arrow flew with incredible speed. With a thud, it pierced the creature's eye, and a 1010 critical damage number floated into the air. Simultaneously, the monster's information was revealed. Sheep Tribe Guardian, level 20, boss level monster. Health, 20 million. The staggering health made Qin Han's eyelid twitch. Even more despairingly, after being injured, the half-sheep creature's head began to glow green, with 200 healing numbers continuously appearing, quickly restoring its lost health. How am I supposed to fight this? With my damage, it's like giving this guy a tickle. Qin Han thought helplessly. Fortunately, obtaining the hidden class token didn't require defeating this monster. Otherwise, just wearing it down would be exhausting. Qin Han recalled a strategy he had read. Behind the throne on the 19th floor bookshelf, there was a passage leading to a mysterious place. It was said that if you could reach the world beyond, find a fenced yard, you could easily obtain the token without needing to fight further. At this moment, the guardian of the sheep tribe, seated on the throne, was infuriated by Qin Han's attack, bleeding loudly as it stood up. However, its rage seemed insufficient to leave its post, resulting in nothing but impotent fury on the throne. Observing this, Qin Han decided to intensify his assault. If you won't come to me, then I'll just keep firing more arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Qin Han, mounted on his nightmare steed, rapidly drew his bow and unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows at the half-human, half-sheep creature. Damage numbers continuously appeared, and although the creature's recovery rate was impressive, it couldn't withstand the sustained assault. Its health bar began to slowly deplete. Finally, the guardian of the sheep tribe could bear it no longer. It yanked the reins fiercely, prompting the 4 white bulls in front to charge forward recklessly. The massive throne chariot finally moved away from the bookshelf. Seeing this, Qin Han waited for the chariot to draw near before urging his nightmare to maximum speed. With a skillful turn, he arrived beside the bookshelf and quickly began searching through it. His fingers flew over the spines of the books, seeking the crucial one. Suddenly, as he pulled out a particular book, the entire bookshelf began to rotate with a rumble. A sinister passageway gradually appeared before him. The guardian of the sheep tribe saw this and frantically whipped the white bulls, trying to intercept Qin Han before he could enter the passage. Unfortunately, it was too late. By the time it reached the bookshelf, Qin Han had already put away his nightmare and slipped into the passage. Inside the passage, it was eerily quiet and empty. Occasionally, the sound of water droplets echoed, adding to the ominous atmosphere. To be cautious, Qin Han summoned his nightmare again, and together, they carefully explored the way forward. It was unclear how much time had passed before a faint light appeared ahead. Qin Han felt a surge of excitement, knowing he was close to his destination. The place mentioned in the strategy guide should be just up ahead. A few minutes later, the light grew brighter. When Qin Han finally emerged from the tunnel, the sight before him was breathtaking. A dreamlike world unfolded before his eyes. Flowers bloomed in abundance, trees provided ample shade, a small river flowed gently, and rabbits frolicked joyfully on the grass. Vivid birds occasionally darted across the sky, which was a pure, brilliant blue, almost surreal. The colors of this world were so vibrant, it resembled a meticulously painted masterpiece, dazzling in its beauty. The system prompt chimed in timely. Hidden location discovered. Peach Blossom Paradise. Experience 100. Experience sufficient. Would you like to level up? Time quietly slipped away, and under the cover of night 2 hours later, Li Ran, Lu Kuang, and Li Hao found themselves once more at the entrance of the mysterious cave. Cautiously, they followed Qin Han's footsteps into this unknown world. If the boss has already gone in to do his thing, he should be about done, Li Ran whispered. Let's go down and have a look, and while we're at it, we can return the money from the sale to him. Maybe we'll even find some leftovers the boss didn't want. As the trio ventured deeper into the cave, they were astonished by what they saw. What appeared to be an unremarkable entrance actually led to a vast underground space that far exceeded their expectations. This place is huge, Li Hao exclaimed, glancing around. But it seems like the monsters haven't been touched. I guess the boss didn't kill any here. Despite their thorough search, they couldn't find any trace of Qin Han. Suddenly, Lu Kuang pointed to a passage leading downwards. Look, the boss might have gone deeper. Seeing that the first layer of monsters seemed untouched, the three decided to clear it out first. Faced with this unfamiliar map and creatures they had never encountered before, they were eager to level up. They quietly approached a lone black sheep, surrounding it with perfect coordination. As the sheep was caught off guard, three weapons struck simultaneously, with red damage numbers floating up continuously. However, compared to the monster's 2,000 health points, their attacks seemed trivial. Oh wow, Li Hao remarked in surprise. These are just level 2 monsters, but their health is so high. My attacks are like tickling this sheep grandpa. He turned to Lu Kuang, brother Lu Kuang. How is your damage so high? Dodging the black sheep's attacks with agility, Lu Kuang explained. Hitting the weak spots gives you 10 times the damage. These sheep don't seem too bright. Aside from their absurdly high health, they're actually easier to deal with than wild wolves. The two immediately adjusted their strategy, targeting the sheep's neck and abdomen. As expected, the damage numbers soared. Before long, under their fierce assault, the black sheep fell. Seeing the experience points they gained, the three were stunned. Li Hao exclaimed excitedly, a wild ox outside only gives 10 experience points, but this black sheep gives each of us over 30. That's amazing. Lu Kuang was pleased as well, but he pondered a deeper question. He looked at the other two and mused, the boss who saved us, with damage that high, leveling up should be easy for him. But why am I still at the top of the leaderboard? And he's still level 0? Li Ran cautioned, the boss must have his own understanding of the game. We shouldn't speculate. Today's events have shown us that this world is far more brutal than we imagined. Danger doesn't just come from outside. It can come from those around us too. If we want to survive, we need to be careful with our words and actions. Li Ran's words left Lu Kuang and Li Hao deep in thought. Recalling how close they came to losing their lives today, they silently picked up their weapons and went off to hunt monsters and level up. Meanwhile, Qin Han was riding a nightmare through the forest at high speed. The surrounding scenery was breathtaking, with a faint sweet fragrance in the air. Following the stream upwards, he soon spotted a fenced yard with a small stone house within. This is it, Qin Han thought, recalling the details from the guide. He walked straight into the unoccupied house and found a jade green token on the table, the token for the hidden class of apothecary. Although he hadn't yet changed classes and couldn't see the specific attributes, Qin Han was well aware of the token's powerful effects. 7 times growth rate, 90 boost to healing and health, 1 health recovery per second, 90 increase in poison damage, and the ability to penalize enemy healing by 50. Qin Han couldn't help but marvel that if an ordinary person switched to the apothecary class, whether focusing on poison or healing, or even both, their power in the late game would reach unimaginable levels. Having someone like this as an ally is like having a mobile healing fountain at your side. They can suppress the enemy's recovery and significantly boost damage output. It's practically perfect. Qin Han was secretly thrilled at the thought, but he also felt a twinge of regret. He knew that once he synthesized the divine level token, the alchemist token would disappear. However, given the allure of a divine level profession, this seemed like a small price to pay. It's time to head to the altar for synthesis, Qin Han murmured to himself, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. Finally, it's my turn to change professions. I'm eager to see just how powerful the divine level profession really is. He carefully tucked the alchemist token into his backpack and walked out with a spring in his step. However, just as he stepped through the main hall's door, a sinister figure appeared in his view. It was a person dressed in black leather, with hair that was a striking blend of yellow and red, cascading to their shoulders. They wore a grotesque mask, and most notably, a mysterious-looking medicine pouch hung from their shoulder. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the stranger erupted in rage, their voice filled with anger and disbelief. Who are you? How did you come to my peach blossom realm? My alchemist token's aura has vanished. It must be you who stole my token. Before Qin Han could respond, he saw the stranger's face beneath the mask twitch violently with fury. The stranger swiftly pulled a vial from the medicine pouch and tossed it between them. Instantly, a thick cloud of poisonous gas spread rapidly through the courtyard. The system immediately issued a glaring red alert. You are under attack by the malicious Dr. Hua Ke. Just when Qin Han thought he was doomed, his prized voodoo pearl suddenly sprang into action. It whirred like a miniature black hole, absorbing all the poison in the courtyard in an instant. To Qin Han's astonishment, he remained completely unharmed. Even more surprising, the voodoo pearl's attributes changed after absorbing the poison. Voodoo pearl, a unique treasure. Consumes voodoo, the bane of all voodoo in the world. Attack inflicts 200 poison damage per second for 10 seconds. Skills: soul accumulation, witchcraft, absorbs the resentment of slain souls, can be unleashed during attacks. Skill: deadly venom, Group damage reduces enemy health by 500 per second, with a 35 healing suppression effect, lasting 10 seconds. Qin Han's heart raced with gratitude for possessing such a top-tier treasure. He knew that without the voodoo pearl, he would have perished in less than 3 seconds. Moreover, the skill's healing suppression effect was nothing short of a divine ability. However, Qin Han's shock was nothing compared to the malicious Dr. Huakei's. The stranger's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Impossible! How can a mere level 0 human, the weakest of them all, possess a top-tier treasure like the voodoo pearl? In the courtyard, Qin Han swiftly mounted his nightmare steed the moment the sinister Dr. Huakei spoke. Gripping the reins tightly, he urged his mount forward as if chased by demons. After galloping a dozen meters, Qin Han abruptly pulled the reins, turned, and notched an arrow on his bow. With a sharp whoosh, the energy arrow shot through the air, striking Huakei squarely in the chest. However, the expected damage did not occur. The poison from the voodoo pearl seemed to have vanished without a trace. At the same time, a health bar suddenly appeared above Huakei's head. Qin Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he read it. Evil Dr. Huakei, level 20 special monster, with a glaring orange skull icon next to the name. Qin Han felt a jolt of shock. He had heard that a silver skull represented an elite monster, a gold skull marked a boss monster, but an orange skull, that signified a legendary Emperor-level monster. In the entire Eternal Life game, Emperor-level monsters were as rare as phoenix feathers, each possessing earth-shattering power. This is nowhere near a safe haven. Qin Han cursed inwardly. If not for the protection of the priceless voodoo pearl, he feared he would have been obliterated in an instant. He quickly calculated. With the game's dynamic amplification of monster strength, Huakei's damage of 688 could deal 500 points in a second. In higher-level novice villages, this number might soar to 5,000 or even 50,000. Even more shocking was Huakei's health, which reached a staggering 70 million. As Qin Han reeled in surprise, a green aura suddenly appeared beneath Huakei's feet. Immediately, a massive green number flashed above Huakei's head, 1010. Unconvinced, Qin Han fired a rapid succession of arrows, depleting over 10,000 of Huakei's health. Yet, another exaggerated green number popped up, 12,000. This terrifying regeneration rate nearly drove Qin Han to despair. The health he painstakingly reduced was restored in the blink of an eye. Under Qin Han's relentless arrow storm, Huakei's fury reached its peak. Kid, don't think that just because you have the voodoo pearl you can do as you please. Before I studied medicine, I was quite skilled with a blade. As he spoke, the medicine pouch on Huakei's body vanished, replaced by a crimson-hued scimitar. With the blade in hand, Huakei's demeanor transformed, turning into a fierce warrior. He wielded the sword like the wind, charging towards Qin Han. Nightmare, run! Qin Han shouted, and the majestic steed galloped away instantly. Despite the nightmare's incredible speed, Huakei nearly caught up. In a critical moment, Qin Han aimed and shot multiple arrows at Huakei's legs. This tactic worked, slightly slowing Huakei down. However, within seconds, his terrifying recovery ability restored him to full speed. Thus began a heart-pounding chase in what seemed like a peaceful paradise. From the dark of night until dawn, the nightmare maintained its speed, while Huakei's relentless pursuit intensified, bolstered by his extraordinary recovery. Yet, Qin Han, riding the nightmare, was reaching his limits. Exhausted and dehydrated, his physical state deteriorated rapidly, causing his aim to falter frequently. Several times, Qin Han narrowly avoided being caught by Huakei and silently cursed his fate. The number of arrows he fired that night would put Zhuge Liang's legendary borrowing of arrows to shame. Yet, under the pressure of level disparity and super recovery, Huakei hadn't lost a single drop of blood. Walao Gu, Qin Han panted. You see, this horse of mine is a super divine steed from another dimension. It could run for 1,000,000,000 years without tiring. You can't catch me anyway, so why don't we take a break? Surprisingly, Huakei stopped. He planted his sword in the ground and sat cross-legged. Qin Han cautiously rode the nightmare 10 meters away and halted, watching Huakei intently. Seeing no further movement, he quickly retrieved a piece of beef from his bag and devoured it ravenously. Once his strength returned slightly, Qin Han tentatively asked, Walao Gu, what would it take for you to let me go? Huakei replied coldly with his eyes closed. Return what you took, and I can pretend you were never here. Qin Han found himself in a dilemma. I'm afraid that's not possible, he said, troubled. That token is very important to me. Without it, I might never find another like it. How about this? We make a trade. You let me keep the token, and in return, when I grow stronger, I'll help you with something, or I can find you a rare medical treasure. Huakei cast a disdainful glance at Qin Han. With your weak race, even if I gave you the apothecary's order, your ultimate growth might not surpass mine. Your collection of treasures, while impressive, is still far from sufficient to aid me in my endeavors. Hand them over, Hua Ke said coldly, his eyes glinting with greed. Qin Han, hearing this, felt a flicker of hope. The word suggested there might still be a chance. Keeping his composure, he discreetly pulled out a saint-level profession token from his pocket and subtly waved it in front of Hua Ke. Hua Ke's reaction was unexpected. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, and his voice changed pitch. A saint-level profession token. If you had this, why didn't you show it sooner? I've been waiting for someone with a saint-level token to come to me. Qin Han was taken aback, momentarily unsure of how to respond. As a veteran player, his mind raced, quickly piecing together the entire situation. The game designers would never place an unbeatable NPC in the newbie village. There must be two ways to obtain this hidden profession token. 1. Slip away with it while Hua Ke is absent. 2. Visit with a saint-level profession token, prompting Hua Ke to willingly offer the apothecary token. Those who wrote guides probably weren't the first to enter this place, but were the luckiest ones who never encountered Hua Ke. Realizing this, Qin Han felt a chill run down his spine. Without the voodoo pearl and the nightmare steed, he might have met his end here. And without the saint-level profession token, obtaining this hidden token would have been impossible. At that moment, Qin Han resolved to amass treasures even more fervently. With enough resources, even the most perilous places would be no more than a walk in the park for him. Steadying himself, Qin Han asked in a friendly tone, "Old brother Hua, you mentioned waiting for someone with a saint-level profession token. What's that all about?" Hua Ke's demeanor changed instantly, his coldness vanished. He suddenly removed his mask, revealing a face horribly disfigured by burns. Qin Han gasped, shocked by the grotesque visage before him. "Back then, I was pushed into the pool of 10,000 poisons by a fellow disciple. Although I narrowly escaped with my life, my body was left in a terrible state. The only thing that can heal the damage caused by the poisonous liquid is the sap of the Tree of Life. However, the location of the Tree of Life is far beyond my current abilities." As Hua Ke recounted his story, a hint of surprise flickered in Qin Han's eyes. Hua Ke continued, "That's why I've been searching for someone with limitless potential to make a deal with. Once they grow strong enough, they can help me obtain the sap to heal my wounds." Qin Han nodded thoughtfully, and Hua Ke explained further, "With the holy profession token and the hidden profession token, you can complete the transition at the altar and instantly become one of the most powerful individuals in existence. Only then will you have the capability to fulfill my wish." Hope glimmered in Wak's eyes. "If you can find a drop of the Tree of Life sap for me, I'll not only let you take the apothecary token but also give you 3 of my life-bound potion bottles. Each bottle grants you half of my abilities for a day." His voice turned low and resolute. "Furthermore, if you help me kill the fellow disciple who wronged me, I will swear eternal loyalty to you, even if hell descends upon us." Qin Han felt a wave of joy. In the game, finding someone skilled in healing and poisons isn't hard, but most are mediocre. In the later stages, healing often requires tens of thousands of health points, which ordinary healers can't manage. Having a master like Hua Ke would be like carrying a portable fountain, making it nearly impossible to die. More importantly, NPCs are different from players. Even the most trusted players might betray you at crucial moments. But NPCs with full loyalty are truly willing to die for their masters. Without hesitation, Qin Han agreed. "I promise to help you achieve your wish once I am strong enough." To show his sincerity, he patted the flank of his nightmare mount, causing it to stomp its hooves in irritation. A gentleman's promise is as unyielding as a nightmare's pursuit. "When I, Qin Han, give my word, I mean it." Seeing the hope in Wak's eyes, he took out 3 fist-sized, purple glowing bottles from his pouch. "Come here. These are my life-bound potion bottles, and now they belong to you." Qin Han smiled but didn't immediately step forward. Maintaining his distance from Hua Ke, he cheerfully said, "Brother Hua, I'm a bit tired. Let's chat a bit more." Even now, he remained highly vigilant. Wak's gaze turned cold, and the air seemed to chill, as if the temperature around them was dropping. "You don't trust me?" Qin Han quickly explained. "Not at all. I'm just cramping up from exhaustion. Let's take it slow." In truth, he was waiting for the system's task prompt. With special NPCs like Hua Ke, their conversation was likely part of a mission, but the system prompt had yet to appear, indicating Hua Ke hadn't fully trusted him yet. After waiting a moment and still seeing no system prompt, Qin Han said, "Brother Hua, maybe I should leave the bottles for now and come back later. I've been up all night and need some rest." He feigned turning his horse to leave. Just then, the system notification finally sounded. Epic quest. Save the evil doctor. Help Hua Ke, the evil doctor, find a drop of the Tree of Life's sap. Side quest. Help Hua Ke kill his fellow disciple. Wak's tone softened. "Not bad. You have some awareness. The world is dangerous. Without a sense of self-preservation, no matter how much potential you have, you won't achieve much. I was once considered a genius in medicine, But because I trusted my fellow disciple, I ended up like this. Don't follow in my footsteps. Qin Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. The system prompt confirmed that the mission was now set in stone. Dismounting from his nightmare, he confidently approached Huake and pocketed the 3 life-bound potions. These were valuable items that, if used wisely, could be as good as 3 extra lives early on. He offered Huake a large piece of cooked beef. Brother, try this. It's delicious. Huake took the beef, his expression slightly dazed, as if it had been a long time since someone interacted with him this way. He ate slowly, while Qin Han sat on the ground, munching on his own piece. As they ate, Qin Han asked, Brother, where can I find you after completing the mission? Will it still be here? Huake nodded after swallowing a bite. Once the apothecary token is taken, I will be free. After you leave, this world will be sealed, and no one else can enter. But once you complete the mission, I'll find you. Qin Han nodded in understanding and asked, By the way, do you know about the 19-layer tomb outside? There's a big creature at the bottom, probably blocking the exit. How do I get out? He recalled trying to escape through the passage earlier, but feared the half-goat creature was blocking the way. Huake nodded slightly. I built that tomb myself. The creature you're referring to should be the goat guardian, which I also created. The apothecary token carries my aura, so as long as you have it, it won't trouble you. Go on, I won't see you off. The road ahead is long. Take care. After finishing his beef, Huake put on his mask again, clapped his hands, and stood up, heading towards the house. After a few steps, Huake's voice came again. By the way, thanks for the beef. It was quite good. Qin Han stood up, smiling. If you liked it, I'll bring you more next time. Huake shook his head slightly, saying nothing. He had made it clear that once Qin Han left, only he could enter this place again in the vast universe, and this young man would not be able to return. He considered it a jest. Bidding farewell to Huake, Qin Han retraced his steps through the dim passageway. In the game Eternal Life, most locations lack shortcuts for leaving, forcing players to return the way they came. This often made late-game exploration incredibly time-consuming, with some maps taking months or even years of in-game time to navigate. Although there are artifacts that allow teleportation between locations, they are not only scarce but also exorbitantly expensive, making most players reluctant to use them. Fortunately, the current map wasn't complicated. Soon, Qin Han found himself back at the entrance to the bookshelves on the 19th level of the ancient tomb. To his surprise, the half-human, half-goat boss was still at the entrance, staring intently down the passageway with its goat eyes. As soon as Qin Han appeared, it waved its staff and let out a series of frantic bleats. The aggro hasn't reset? Qin Han thought in surprise. He tentatively took out the healer's token, which the goat guardian sniffed curiously before its face filled with terror, and it quickly disappeared without a trace. Is it really that effective? Qin Han pondered. Seems like Huake gave this creature quite a hard time. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the poor sheep left with a psychological scar. Striding boldly into the hall, Qin Han discovered that the goat guardian had abandoned its throne and was cowering in the farthest corner, clutching its staff and trembling. Upon seeing Qin Han, it buried its head between its knees, as if trying to hide its fear. Initially planning to loot the place, particularly interested in the staff, Qin Han's resolve wavered upon seeing the pitiful state of the guardian. Forget it, better head back and change my class, he thought. The allure of a god-level class outweighs any potential treasures here. Mounting his nightmare steed, Qin Han swiftly galloped upwards along the path he had come. He knew that in this life, many things had changed, and if someone beat him to acquiring a god-level class, all his efforts would be in vain. As Qin Han hurried along, a notification popped up in the village chat area. Congratulations to Lu Kuang for being the first player in the village to reach level 4, earning a 1 bonus to Constitution. This announcement shocked the players who were preparing to head out for leveling that morning. Some wondered if Lu Kuang had also changed to a professional class, but it was quickly clarified that Lu Kuang's name wasn't on the village's list of professionals. The discussion soon turned to criticism of Lu Kuang. Some accused him of being selfish, not understanding the importance of allowing a professional to gain the leveling rewards. Others pointed out that as professionals grew stronger, ordinary players like Lu Kuang would inevitably fall behind. However, Lu defended Lu Kuang, saying, "Don't say that. He reached level 4 through his own hard work." She also revealed that she had stayed up all night fighting monsters and had only just reached level 3, noting that the experience required to go from level 3 to 4 was significant, making it impossible to reach level 4 even with another 24 hours of grinding. This sparked more questions. How did Lu Kuang level up so quickly? Eventually, a player revealed the answer. They had discovered a hidden location in the center of the Wild Ox Plains, filled with black sheep, each granting 100 experience points. Lu Kuang had been leveling up there. Wow, you just dropped this bombshell now, bro? An exclamation erupted in the chat room, sparking a flurry of excitement. The truth is out. Lu Kuang has found the ultimate leveling spot. The news spread like wildfire, and players were buzzing with excitement. Guys, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's all head over there now. We could all level up today. Even the usually composed Lulu couldn't hold back and chimed in the chat. Count me in. Someone immediately started flattering. Lulu, you should go first. With your skills as the first to change professions, you'll definitely reach level 5 first. Exactly. Another player agreed. The bonus attribute points for being the first to level up should definitely go to a pro like Lulu. When Lulu becomes the top level in the village, they'll surely be able to protect us in the future, someone speculated. One player, caught up in the moment, started listing historical figures. Back in the day, Liu Bang, a hooligan from Peixian, became an emperor. Then Liu Xiu, a farmer from Nanyang, restored the dynasty, and Liu Bei, once a mat seller, claimed a third of the realm. Now Lulu, the first to change professions, is destined for greatness. Hey, I remember you using that line before, someone pointed out. Ah, that was a miscalculation on my part, the person admitted sheepishly, then quickly changed the topic. It's surprising how Lu Kuang fell short. Both share the same last name, yet there's such a big gap. It seems fate favors Lu over Kuang. While everyone was caught up in the discussion, Qin Han made his way back from the 19th floor to the first. Upon reaching the first floor, he was stunned by the sight. The place was packed with people, easily over 1,000. A classic case of too many players, too few monsters. Riding his nightmare steed, Qin Han emerged slowly from the passage. His striking appearance and ancient armor immediately drew everyone's attention. Many swarmed around him, bombarding him with questions. Hey man, what's it like down there? Are there any benefits? Did you get that warhorse down there? Feeling overwhelmed by the crowd, Qin Han was silently frustrated. Had he known there would be so many people, he would have put away his nightmare steed earlier. Now, in front of thousands of players, riding this magnificent mount, he became the center of attention. Countless eyes were fixed on him, making the spotlight averse Qin Han quite uncomfortable. He had no choice but to keep his head down, focusing inwardly, as he squeezed through the crowd to reach the grasslands. Meanwhile, more players continued to pour in from the newbie village, all heading for the ancient tomb. The scene was as lively as a bustling market back in Qin Han's hometown. Outside the ancient tomb, more and more players were gathering. But besides Qin Han, there were 3 others quietly making their way back. These 3 were Lu Kuang, Li Hao, and Li Ran. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Kuang once again hid his name. Like Qin Han, they had been fighting monsters all night and were utterly exhausted, eager to return to the village for some rest. The black sheep on the first level of the tomb were nearly depleted, and with so many players flooding in, there simply weren't enough to go around. The monsters on the second level had incredibly high health, and even working together, it took the 3 of them a long time to defeat just one. For now, they had no desire to delve deeper. From a distance, they watched as Qin Han galloped away on his fine steed, knowing they couldn't catch up. Li Hao sighed. We spent the whole night battling monsters and never saw any sign of the big shot. We thought he had left long ago, but here he is again this morning. It's a shame we can't catch up. He's on a different level, even his horseback riding is so graceful. Lu Kuang frowned. There's something strange about this tomb. We tried exploring at midnight, but the passages kept leading us in circles. If we weren't careful, we'd end up back on the first level. After half an hour of trying, the best we could do was reach the 3rd level, and we couldn't go any further. I guess the big shot went down to explore the map below, but I can't figure out how he got there. Li Ran advised. The world of the big shots is beyond our understanding. Let's just focus on ourselves. We should hurry back, and if we see him, we can return the money we made last night. The 3 nodded and headed back to the village together. Watching the diverse array of players along the way, Li Ran suddenly mused. This game is just starting, and the future is uncertain. I don't even know how long we'll survive. Lu Kuang, we've been through a lot together. Why don't we team up and look out for each other from now on? Lu Kuang readily agreed. Sure. After all we've been through, I trust you too. From now on, I'll have your backs. Meanwhile, Qin Han rode swiftly until he reached the village and slowed down. Seeing that there were few players and the altar was empty, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He found a secluded corner to put away his nightmare and quickly headed to the altar. To avoid any delays, Qin Han immediately took out the sacred token and the hidden class apothecary token, placing them on the altar. Like the last synthesis, the 2 tokens intertwined and merged into one. This newly synthesized token was like white jade, emanating a subtle purple aura. Holding the token, Qin Han felt a cool sensation spread through his body, instantly dispelling his fatigue from the sleepless night. Now, he only had to wait for the village chief to arrive to change his class. He was thrilled at the prospect. The only divine-level class in the world, never obtained by anyone before. What kind of power would it bring? At the altar, Qin Han waited patiently. Even though the village chief was taking his time, he wasn't worried. With the token in hand, no one in the universe could compete with him. He pondered the village chief's purpose in keeping him waiting and any hidden tasks he might have. After all, the chief had stood him up once. Surely, he'd show up this time? Sure enough, an elderly man with a stooped posture and white hair appeared, slowly making his way towards the altar with the help of a cane. His pace was slower than an old lady crossing the street. Qin Han glanced at him and then ignored him, letting the old man approach at his own pace. Qin Han chuckled inwardly. In his previous life, he had dealt with this village chief before and knew the old man was surprisingly fit, walking briskly unlike the frail appearance he now portrayed. He remembered the chief had a thing for the female clerk at the village clothing store, and players often saw him loitering outside her door at night. In short, in Qin Han's eyes, the village chief was a miserly old man with a penchant for money and women. Now, with the chief putting on this act, it was clear he was testing Qin Han's patience. Since the chief wasn't in a hurry, Qin Han wasn't either. Time ticked by, and about 5 minutes later, the village chief finally shuffled up to the altar. He was hunched over, leaning heavily on his cane, wheezing like a bellows. Oh dear, I'm getting old, can't walk like I used to. Even these few steps are too much, the village chief huffed and puffed. The village chief put on a show for a while, then feigned surprise as he widened his eyes, as if just noticing Qin Han. His face was plastered with a smile, and his voice carried a false warmth. Ah, another young one here for a career change. That's wonderful. Come, let me see what level token you've got. Hearing this, Qin Han suppressed his excitement and pulled out the divine level token, emitting a mystical purple aura from his pocket. When the village chief took the token, his wrinkled hands visibly trembled. Even though he had already heard about Qin Han obtaining the divine level token, seeing it in person left him struggling to maintain his composure. The unparalleled career token of the heavens, the village chief thought to himself, trying to calm his racing heart. He knew that the young man before him would achieve far more than the phrase limitless potential could convey. Once he grew, there would be few across the heavens who could rival him. In the past, the village chief would have enthusiastically assisted such a promising talent immediately. However, due to some unspeakable reasons, he had to follow a previously devised plan this time. Forcing himself to suppress his inner shock, the village chief managed a kindly smile and said, "A divine level career token, indeed. Who would have thought that someone as outstanding as you would appear in our village 688? He paused, a troubled expression crossing his face. But sometimes, having such a high-level token can be a bit of a hassle. Child, if you want to change careers, you'll need to give me 100 gold coins to gather enough materials for the transition. Otherwise, it might be difficult for you to proceed." As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief felt a cold sweat soaking his back. Never had he imagined he would be extorting someone destined to stand at the pinnacle of the heavens. Qin Han frowned immediately upon hearing this. Recalling the village chief's reputation from his previous life, he couldn't help but suspect that the old man was taking advantage of the situation to extort him. Was there really no task? And was he just trying to make a fortune off Qin Han's abilities during the career change? Damn it, asking for 100 gold coins right off the bat is daylight robbery. Qin Han cursed inwardly. The game had only started on the second day, and having a few silver coins was already considered wealthy for ordinary players. 100 gold coins? That was pushing someone to the brink. Even if he had the money, he would never give it. Qin Han said coldly, "Sorry, if you're not going to help me change careers, then I'm leaving." With that, he snatched the token back, stuffed it into his pocket, and made as if to leave. Seeing the displeasure on Qin Han's face, the village chief instead put on a kind smile and said in a gentle tone, "Child, don't be in such a hurry. As the village chief, I too hope that outstanding young people like you can change jobs early. However, the fee for changing jobs is not something a mere village chief like me can decide." The village chief sighed and continued to persuade. "Besides, changing jobs early is all benefit and no harm for you. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss this opportunity?" The implication was clear. Where else could Qin Han go for a job change besides here? An ordinary person might have pleaded and played on emotions in such a situation, allowing the village chief to easily guide them into helping with his issue. However, Qin Han's next words left the village chief completely stunned. Qin Han said coldly, "Changing jobs is such a trivial matter. If you don't want to do it, I'll just go to another village." Hearing this, the village chief's expression changed, and he hurriedly explained, "Child, this is the eternal world. Changing villages is not something to be taken lightly. It's not as simple as just deciding to leave." Qin Han raised an eyebrow and countered, "Really? I heard that defeating the bandit leader at Fallen Cloud Peak earns you a village transfer token. I don't know if it's true, but I can give it a try. Since your job change fee is so high, I might as well leave." The village chief's face turned pale as if struck by lightning. Although he didn't fully understand Qin Han's strength, he could guess a bit. Fallen Cloud Peak was a level 20 area, and even ordinary bandits there were beyond the current player's ability to handle. But for Qin Han, it might not be that difficult. If Qin Han really left, not only would the task be left unfinished, but losing such a promising talent could also jeopardize the village chief's position. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the village chief quickly tried to make amends. "Oh dear, I didn't expect you to be so invested in the job change. I'm truly touched. How about this? I'll pay for it out of my own pocket and help you change your job." The village chief thought these words would make Qin Han reconsider, but Qin Han remained firm. "No need, I don't want to owe you any favors. Let's part ways here. I'm sure the chiefs of other villages will welcome me." The village chief was left speechless. He finally understood that someone capable of obtaining a divine level token, even if still weak, was not someone a mere village chief could easily manipulate. His expression changed several times before he finally sighed and confessed, "Well, since it's come to this, I can't hide it from you any longer. In truth, changing jobs doesn't require money. I only did this because of a personal issue." He smiled wryly and added, "To be honest, the master of the Blade Pavilion is my son." Qin Han frowned upon hearing this, wondering if the village chief was seeking revenge for his son. He hadn't expected the root of the matter to lie in a task from the Blade Pavilion, nor that the pavilion master was the village chief's son. Seeing Qin Han's reaction, the village chief hurriedly waved his hand and explained with a dejected look, "Child, you've misunderstood. Let me explain. It all started with my little granddaughter." The village chief began to tell the story. His granddaughter was mischievous from a young age, often causing trouble. With the protection of him and his son, things had always been peaceful. Until one day last month, the little girl played a prank on a traveler drinking at the village tavern. In anger, the traveler kidnapped the girl, leaving a note saying that to rescue her, they had to find him in the Black Stone Domain. Qin Han's brows furrowed at the mention of the Black Stone Domain. In his past life, he had never heard of such a place. However, the game world was vast, with countless unknown areas, and it was impossible to know everything, even after reaching the final battleground. He asked, "If the person said to go to the Black Stone Domain, couldn't you and the Blade Pavilion, with your strength, just go and rescue her?" The village chief shook his head and sighed. "You don't understand. The space-time barrier at the entrance to the Black Stone Domain is extremely thick, and ordinary methods can't break through. To break the barrier, you need a divine artifact. Coincidentally, that artifact is in the hands of the Sword Pavilion Master, Jianqi. Unfortunately, Jianqi is as stubborn as a mule. Despite our repeated pleas, he refused to help. In the end, he gave us an almost impossible task." Qin Han seemed to understand. "Don't tell me that task is for someone from the Blade Pavilion to pass through the Sword Pavilion's 36 trials?" The village chief nodded with a bitter smile. "Exactly. You're the only one in our village who has passed the Blade Pavilion trials, so my son and I both believed you might be able to pass the Sword Pavilion trials too. Unfortunately, you refused. Last night, I wanted to hold you back, hoping you'd obediently return to take on the task. But seeing you had already synthesized a saint-level token, I had to abandon that idea." Qin Han nodded, aware of this. Once a saint-level profession token was synthesized, all ordinary trial venues would refuse assessment, making it impossible for the village chief to seek his help. The village chief continued, "However, once you change to a saint-level profession, your strength will greatly increase, and you might be able to help me rescue my granddaughter in another way. Moreover, since you've now synthesized a divine-level profession token, I believe this method will surely succeed." Qin Han was intrigued. "Tell me, what's the plan?" The village chief stroked his beard and slowly explained. "A year ago, Jianqi's wife was captured by the high priest on Thunder Poison Island. At the time, he declared that whoever rescued his wife would be granted any request. Unfortunately, Thunder Poison Island is a death trap, with lightning and poisonous mists covering the island. Apart from the island's natives, no one can survive there. To enter and rescue Jianqi's wife is nearly impossible. Moreover, only players like you can enter that place. People like us aren't even eligible." Qin Han was shocked to hear this. He had heard of Thunder Poison Island, one of the beginner's hell-level dungeons. The entry conditions were extremely stringent, requiring a Thunder Poison Island transfer token. This token was incredibly rare, obtained by completing a unique special task related to Thunder Poison Island or by sheer luck during late beginner game events. Throughout the beginner phase, fewer than 10,000 people across the multiverse could enter the island. Furthermore, a transfer token could only be used once. Once back, returning to the island was nearly impossible. Moreover, the island was filled with poisonous mists and lightning, and without gear with sufficient resistance to poison and lightning, entering would be a death sentence. However, the more challenging the place, the greater the rewards. Risk and reward often go hand in hand, and Thunder Poison Island is just such a tempting place. This island is rich in gold, and even a casual stroll can easily yield thousands of gold coins. With a bit more effort, earning 100,000 or even more coins is not out of the question. This alone is enough to drive players wild. The island also boasts other coveted treasures, and there are even rumors of a supreme treasure. For Qin Han, what might be a perilous place for others could be a land of fortune for him. The voodoo pearl he possesses makes him immune to all poisons, and his ancient armor set provides a 300-point resistance to lightning. If he gathers more lightning-resistant gear, the threat of thunder will be minimized. With these two major issues resolved, Qin Han feels confident enough to venture to Thunder Poison Island. He steadies himself and confirms with the village chief. So, you want me to go to Thunder Poison Island, find Jianqi's wife, and then have him use that artifact to break the time-space barrier of the Black Stone domain for you? The village chief nods in agreement. Exactly. I happen to have a teleportation token for Thunder Poison Island. If you're willing to help, this token is yours. Hearing this, Qin Han is secretly delighted. Thunder Poison Island holds immense significance for him, as he urgently needs a large sum of money for something. But since it's a task from the notoriously stingy village chief, he decides to clarify things first. I'm willing to take on this task, Qin Han says, and the village chief's face lights up with joy. But then Qin Han adds, I'll help you, but what will you give me in return? The village chief is taken aback and stammers. The reward is definitely generous. There is one. It's just that, well, Qin Han suddenly realizes and incredulously asks, you weren't planning to hold my class advancement hostage for 100 gold coins. Wait for me to give in, and then offset the task reward with those 100 coins, were you? The village chief's face turns red, and he nods heavily. Qin Han is stunned, gaining a deeper understanding of the chief's stinginess. The chief explains, child, to save my granddaughter, I've exhausted my savings and sought information everywhere. I'm penniless now. Please forgive this act. Qin Han is speechless. If Thunder Poison Island weren't such a treasure trove, he would have considered abandoning the task altogether. The chief, still thick-skinned, asks, so, will you help with this, child? Qin Han sighs and reluctantly agrees, all right, I'll take on the task. Let's consider it a good deed to save your granddaughter. The village chief beams with joy and hands Qin Han a sandalwood token, advising, child, although this matter is urgent, Thunder Poison Island is extremely dangerous. Make sure you're well prepared before you go. Qin Han accepts the token and nods slightly. It's the first sensible thing the chief has said today. At that moment, a system prompt appears. Epic quest, rescue Jianqi's wife. Please proceed to the high priest on Thunder Poison Island, rescue Jianqi's wife, and bring her back safely. Qin Han is astonished by the prompt. An epic quest? Typically, epic quests are unique and offer exceedingly generous rewards. Previous quests like the Archer Mentor task and the Evil Dr. Hua Kei's task had base rewards nearly equivalent to supreme treasures. But this quest seems like a simple rescue, and even the stingy village chief doesn't plan to offer a reward. How could it be an epic quest? Puzzled, Qin Han asks the village chief again. Chief, are you hiding something from me? The village chief looks bewildered. Child, no, I've told you everything. You just need to go to the island and bring the person back. Qin Han shakes his head. No, it can't be that simple. Let me think. He carefully recalls every detail the chief mentioned earlier and suddenly has an epiphany, asking, you said earlier that Jianqi loves his wife dearly, and if someone could save her, he would grant them a request? Any request? The chief confirms with a nod. Yes, that's right. Jianqi is a man of his word, despite being quite rigid. Qin Han's eyes lit up with understanding upon hearing the words. He looked at the village chief and tentatively suggested, Village chief, if I truly complete my mission and make the sword maniac my retainer, then command him to help you as the master, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? The village chief immediately shook his head, rejecting the idea. That won't work. The sword maniac has never bowed to anyone. If you force him to be your retainer, it might backfire. Qin Han nodded slightly, realizing his idea was too naive. He thought to himself that everyone has their limits, and some things are hard to compromise on, even in the face of death. Forcing someone in this way is akin to driving them to despair. Thinking further, Qin Han asked, if I can't recruit the sword maniac, what's the point of this mission? Without a great reward, how could it be worthy of an epic-level task? As thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Han suddenly hit upon a crucial question. What exactly is the artifact that the sword maniac possesses? If I ask him for it, would he give it to me? Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression became solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, to be honest, there are some things I wouldn't mention to just anyone. But since you're in a divine profession, you're entitled to know. The artifact the sword maniac holds is called the Heaven-Breaking Stone. It's indestructible and is said to break through any space-time barrier. It's incredibly precious, and given the sword maniac's character, he might hand it over if you insist. Heaven-Breaking Stone. Qin Han's eyes widened, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. He was so excited he could barely stand, his voice shaking as he asked, Are you talking about the stone that can shatter all space-time barriers, the indestructible heaven-breaking stone? The village chief looked surprised once again. You've heard of it too? Qin Han's mind was in turmoil, filled with excitement. He hadn't just heard of it, it was legendary. In his past life, he had often heard tales of a supreme treasure that could transcend the boundaries of space-time and travel across worlds, the heaven-breaking shuttle. Owning the heaven-breaking shuttle would allow one to traverse freely in the game world, and even return to the real world. More astonishingly, it was said to break through the limits of the universe and venture into other universes. The heaven-breaking shuttle was composed of three parts: the core, the shuttle body, and the heaven-breaking stone. Unfortunately, until the final battlefield of his past life, only the core and the shuttle body had ever appeared, while the crucial heaven-breaking stone remained elusive. He never imagined that the clue to the heaven-breaking stone was hidden within the Thunder Poison Island mission. Qin Han was secretly delighted, confident in his knowledge of how to acquire the core and shuttle body. If he could obtain the heaven-breaking stone, he could assemble the ultimate treasure, the heaven-breaking shuttle. Then, traversing realms and realizing many of his power-boosting ideas would become possible. A fervent thought surged in Qin Han's mind. I must obtain it. At the novice altar, Qin Han found it hard to calm his excitement. Who would have thought that such a top-tier treasure could be hidden in a newbie village? His eyes sparkled with disbelief as he tightly gripped the heaven-splitting stone, feeling the immense power contained within. Qin Han's mind raced as he finally understood why no one in his previous life had obtained the heaven-splitting stone. The task was intricately linked. Only by acquiring the highest level token from the Blade Pavilion could one accept the Blade Pavilion Master's quest. Only by refusing that quest and crafting a holy level token could one take on the Thunder Poison Island quest. And only with a god-level profession token could one learn about the heaven-splitting stone from the village chief. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking that if he hadn't been reborn and asked that crucial question at the right moment, the heaven-splitting stone might have remained hidden forever. Seeing Qin Han lost in thought, the village chief cleared his throat and urged, "Child, now that everything is clear, why don't you proceed with your job change? I have many other matters to attend to in the village." Qin Han snapped back to reality and quickly handed over the god-level profession token. The village chief took the token and pointed to the complex array in the center of the altar, saying, "Child, stand in the middle and don't move." Following the instructions, Qin Han stood in the center of the array. The village chief placed the token on the stone table, pressed several spots around the altar, and began chanting what seemed to be an ancient incantation. About a minute later, the token on the stone table suddenly shattered, turning into a cloud of purple energy that dispersed into the array. Instantly, the array erupted with a brilliant purple light, enveloping Qin Han completely. This light persisted for a full 5 minutes before gradually fading away. When the light finally subsided, Qin Han's appearance seemed subtly altered. Beneath him, a purple aura of his new profession swirled continuously, enveloping him in a mysterious and powerful glow. At that moment, a world announcement was made. Congratulations to player Qin Han for transitioning to the unique god-level profession, Martial God, earning a creation token and 10 points of heavenly value. As the only player to achieve a god-level profession, Qin Han receives an additional 10 points of heavenly value. This announcement sent shockwaves through the realms. Although previous announcements about Qin Han had surprised many, the concept of a supreme treasure was still vague to most. However, professions were a concept every player was familiar with, and they understood the formidable nature of a professional player. Suddenly, all the newbie villages were abuzz with chatter. "It's that Qin Han again." Just when we thought he'd finally settled down, he pulls out this major surprise. A god-level profession. Just the name alone is intimidating. I thought reaching a high-level profession was the pinnacle of my life, but compared to him, I'm just a small fry. I finally obtained a holy level profession, thinking I could outshine him, but now he's got a god-level profession. This gap feels insurmountable. Did Qin Han save the universe in his past life or something? Why does he get all the benefits while I struggle to even get a basic profession? In Novice Village Y120131, Zhang Ningxue, who was busy battling monsters, was astonished by the announcement. She thought to herself, a god-level profession, and the only one of its kind. He truly hasn't disappointed me, far exceeding my expectations. My holy level profession only earned me 1 point of heavenly value, but this god-level profession brings 10. Its power must be beyond imagination. It's a pity the announcement didn't include the attributes. I'd love to see them. Her gaze deepened. I look forward to the day I can meet this Qin Han. If I can recruit him as an ally, Dxia's influence across the realms will be unbreakable. Meanwhile, in Novice Village ZZ549527 on the Huangshe grassland, a peculiar man with white hair and black eyes, clad in golden armor, was leveling up. He wielded a dark golden greatsword, surrounded by a group of humanoid monsters cautiously guarding him, as if tending to an infant. Upon hearing the announcement, the man, named Feng Qianjue, flew into a rage and slammed his greatsword to the ground. He glared at the monsters around him, a wave of resentment surging within him. You useless creatures, raising you is worse than raising a dog. I reached level 5 before you told me about profession tokens. Just as I switched to a top-level profession, I found out there's a holy level 1. Now, there's a god-level profession too. Feng Qianjue gritted his teeth. As the youngest son of the demon emperor, with the most noble blood flowing in my veins, how can there be so many stronger than me? Jiang Ningxue is understandable, having become the empress of Xia, her status above mine. But who is this Qin Han? Among the 6 pinnacle forces of the realms, none bear the surname Qin, nor do any first-rate forces. He's a nobody. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Yet from the start, he's been acquiring supreme treasures, with announcements everywhere about him, and now a unique god-level profession. Meanwhile, I've played the game this long without even a single announcement, without reaping any benefits. If word got out, how would I, the demon emperor's son, save face? He glared at his demon subordinates and commanded, I don't care how you do it, but within 3 days, I want at least a lead on some supreme treasure. Otherwise, there's no point in you living. The demons trembled and knelt, knowing that if this prince decided to kill them, they could only accept their fate without resistance. At that moment, a fox-like figure rushed over, reporting, Mighty Prince Feng Qianjue, your servant Zhu Xing greets you. Feng Qianjue frowned impatiently. Speak quickly. Zhu Xing hurriedly replied, your servants have discovered a secret location in the forest not far from here, a labyrinth. It's extremely difficult to navigate, but we have skilled servants attempting to crack it. I believe it won't be long before good news arrives. If you are the first to reach the depths of the labyrinth, you'll surely encounter great fortune. A labyrinth? Fortune? Feng Qianjue's interest was piqued. Grabbing his greatsword, he urged, let's go. Show me the way. In the 688 novice village, an unusual calm prevailed. The emergence of a god-level profession had indeed stunned everyone, yet for most ordinary players, such an unattainable achievement seemed far beyond their reach. The villagers were largely engrossed in their routine of exploring ancient tombs and hunting monsters, paying little attention to this astonishing event. However, beneath this calm surface, 3 individuals stood out: Lu Kuang, Li Hao, and Li Ran. They anxiously searched the village for any sign of Qin Han, but to no avail. Just as they were about to give up, fate led them to the altar. The trio watched in awe as Qin Han completed his profession change ceremony, and the world announcement struck them like lightning, leaving them trembling. Lu Kuang stammered, so that's it. The mystery of this big shot staying at level 0 is finally revealed was aiming for a god-level profession. Li Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to this big shot, the so-called professionals in our village are nothing but a joke. Li Ran's gaze suddenly became resolute as he asked meaningfully, do you know what this means for us? Lu Kuang looked puzzled. No idea. It's just that he's strong. What does that have to do with us small fry? Li Hao chimed in. Exactly. All we can do is envy him. Li Ran shook his head and explained seriously, you're wrong. The eternal life game is bound to become more dangerous. If we can steadfastly follow this big shot, not only will we gain more security, but our future paths will also be broader. Lu Kuang, though agreeing with Li Ran's perspective, still had doubts. That's true, but with just us 3 non-professionals, someone of his caliber probably wouldn't even look at us nobodies. Li Ran shook his head again, eyes gleaming with wisdom. Think about it. In the whole village, we're likely the only ones who know this big shot's secret. That's our advantage. Even an emperor needs soldiers to command. If we perform well, we might become valuable aids to him. Under his protection, we could go much further. Lu Kuang remained skeptical. With our strength? I'm currently the highest level, but I'll eventually be surpassed by those professionals. Frankly, we can't even command respect in the 688 novice village, so how could we assist the big shot? What help could we possibly offer? Hearing this, the light in Li Ran's eyes dimmed slightly but quickly reignited with hope. How will we know unless we try? Since we owe him, we might as well give it a shot when the time comes. Meanwhile, at the altar, Qin Han looked at the world announcement, feeling a surge of joy. This profession change not only granted him 10 points of heavenly Dao value, but he also received an additional 10 points as a bonus, totaling 20 points. At this rate, he might become the player with the most heavenly Dao value in the entire game. Thinking about how, once the importance of heavenly Dao value is revealed later in the game, everyone across the multiverse would be insanely envious, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. However, the item called the creation order puzzled him. Even in his past life, he had never heard of such a thing. Stranger still, this seemingly extraordinary item had no attribute description except for its name, leaving him clueless about how to use it. Nonetheless, since it was a reward for the only god-level profession change in the multiverse, its value might surpass even that of the greatest treasures. Qin Han had a hunch that the creation order would play a significant role in the future. Steadying himself, Qin Han turned his attention to his profession attributes. Martial God, God-level profession, unique in the multiverse. Growth value 30 times. Passive skill, Martial God aura, God-level aura. Physical damage increase 100. Physical sharpness increase 100. Physical attack speed increase 100. All resistance attributes increase 100. Defense increase 100. Movement speed increase 100. Tenacity resistance 100. Attack lifesteal 50. Passive skill, Martial God protection. Upon receiving fatal damage, triggers absolute defense for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 month. Seeing these astounding attributes, even Qin Han, who had lived through 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but tremble. This was a true God-level profession. Each passive was incredibly powerful, with universal enhancements far exceeding those saint-level professions that could only boost specific categories. Most striking was the 50 attack lifesteal. In the Eternal Life game, any equipment with lifesteal attributes was extremely valuable. Even the best lifesteal equipment he had seen in his previous life only offered up to 25. This 50 attack lifesteal was akin to having a permanent, infinite healing super item. Unless he faced an opponent capable of a one-hit kill, possessing this attribute practically made him invincible. Qin Han gazed at the skill panel in front of him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His attention was drawn to another passive skill, absolute tenacity resistance. The power of this skill was astonishing. As the game progressed, various control tactics became increasingly common. Mind control, slowing, freezing, quagmires, tides, poisons, hypnosis, illusions, taunts. Even the most cautious players found it hard to escape these. Yet this absolute tenacity resistance was the perfect counter to all these control methods. Though the voodoo orb could fend off poisons and curses, it inevitably had its limitations. However, with absolute tenacity resistance, Qin Han could almost declare himself immune to all control tactics. He calculated in his mind. Tenacity resistance, combined with 50% lifesteal and the God-slaying bow's defense-ignoring capability, together they made him practically invincible, like an indestructible cockroach. Qin Han's gaze shifted to the last passive skill, War God's protection. This skill could only be triggered once a month, but when activated, it granted 10 seconds of absolute invincibility. For the average player, 10 seconds might not seem significant, but for a seasoned veteran like Qin Han, even a moment could turn the tide of battle. Of course, Qin Han understood that against truly formidable opponents, even 10 minutes of invincibility might not suffice. However, if he could acquire the Skybreaker shuttle, those 10 seconds would be enough for him to make a swift escape, leaving even the most powerful beings in the universe helpless against him. Finally, Qin Han turned his attention to growth values. The growth value of a divine-level class was an astounding 30 times, equivalent to the enhancement of 3 saint-level classes. This meant he gained 300 points of constitution with each level, reaching 3,000 points at level 10, and an impressive 6,000 points by level 20. However, the game had set level caps for each phase. The limit for the novice phase was level 20, beyond which no amount of monster killing could break through. Even at level 20 with a divine-level class and 6,000 points of constitution, it was still inferior to the initial state of peak players. For ordinary players, reaching this point would be a significant achievement. But Qin Han was different. As someone reborn, he knew many secrets within the Eternal Life game. In the later stages of the game, the Multiverse Forum revealed a shocking secret. Game stats had limits, and the maximum constitution during the novice phase was 100,000 points. Having obtained this unique, divine-level class, which was unattainable in his previous life, Qin Han finally had the chance to reach the limit of constitution. He resolved to achieve the 100,000 constitution goal right in the novice village. If successful, he would embark on an unprecedented path to greatness, creating his own legendary tale. Upon realizing the astonishing secret of reaching the limit, Qin Han's eyes suddenly turned sharp. His heart raced with excitement as he couldn't wait to start planning everything related to this limit. Village chief, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Qin Han said, already turning to head down from the altar. His steps were hurried, and his eyes glistened with urgency. Watching Qin Han's retreating figure, the village chief felt a sudden wave of unease. The young man's attitude seemed dismissive, as if he were merely brushing him off. Reflecting on how he had previously taken advantage without offering anything in return, the village chief couldn't help but feel regretful. Although the task had been successfully handed over, if Qin Han didn't put his heart into it and the mission failed, his hope of rescuing his beloved granddaughter would be utterly dashed. Qin, wait a moment, the village chief called out, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. Qin Han, who had reached the bottom of the altar, merely glanced back without fully turning around. His tone was noticeably impatient. Is there something else? The village chief quickly caught the impatience on Qin Han's face. This perfunctory attitude made his heart sink, like a stone falling into a deep abyss. He sighed inwardly, fearing that this young man hadn't taken the task seriously at all. However, the situation was not in his favor, and he had been in the wrong initially. The village chief had no choice but to speak patiently. "Ah, I almost forgot. After your class change, I, as the village chief, received quite a few rewards from the game. Among them are 5 high-grade constitution enhancement tokens. See if they're of any use to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Han immediately accepted the tokens, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He knew that the stronger the novice player, the more favor the village chief would receive from the game, but he hadn't expected the village chief to acquire such valuable enhancement tokens. You know, these things are only useful for players, and for someone like me, the village chief, it doesn't matter who I give them to. The village chief continued. I certainly don't know as much about players as you do, so take them. They might help. I really don't have much else to offer, just hoping that this small gesture will make you more attentive to rescuing my granddaughter. With your strength, it should be a piece of cake. Qin Han chuckled inwardly. An epic-level quest came with components like Heaven's Path Value and Heaven-Breaking Stone. Such priceless treasures, how could he possibly miss out? But this old fox of a village chief probably had no idea how crucial the Heaven-Breaking Stone was to him. Otherwise, this stingy man wouldn't have offered anything more. Rest assured, village chief, I stand by my word. I'll help you with that matter as soon as possible, Qin Han assured, leaving the village chief with a firm look before happily departing with the 5 newly acquired enhancement tokens. Upon exiting the altar, Qin Han immediately concealed the divine aura. It was too conspicuous, and he didn't want to be gawked at like a deity descending to earth. Fortunately, even in hidden mode, the aura's effects remained intact. Qin Han headed straight for the commercial street, the heart of the entire village. Besides a few players trading or completing tasks, the street was mostly populated by NPCs. His attention was quickly drawn to a golden screen in a corner, where a bald merchant stood, smiling at the passing players. Come and have a look. Dark gold equipment giveaway. 1 gold coin for a chance. 1 gold coin to fulfill your dream of becoming a master. The merchant's voice rang out, though the high price deterred most players. Just as Qin Han was about to approach, he heard a trembling voice behind him. Master, could we have a moment of your time? Turning around, he saw Li Hao, Lu Kuang, and Li Ran looking at him expectantly. Their legs trembled slightly, clearly filled with trepidation. Qin Han was puzzled. What did these 3 want? Were they here to thank him for last night's incident? But such trivial matters didn't concern him. You have 1 minute. Tell me what this is about, Qin Han said calmly, his gaze sweeping over their faces. The 3 of them were at a loss for words, their prepared speech suddenly evaporating as they stood there, time slipping away. Li Ran stepped forward quickly, his voice slightly anxious. Thank you for saving our lives last night. This is the money we got from selling the equipment we took from those players. We kept a few pieces for ourselves, but we included their value in the total. As he spoke, he handed over 32 shiny silver coins. Qin Han glanced at the money in his hand and nodded to himself. 32 silver coins were quite a fortune in the novice village, and if used wisely, they could create a significant advantage over other players. The fact that these 3 didn't pocket any of it, and instead offered it all to him was intriguing. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the money, since they offered it willingly, he accepted it. All right, I've taken the money. You can go now, Qin Han said, turning to leave. The trio panicked at his words. Li Ran took a deep breath and mustered the courage to shout, and, we want to follow you. The air seemed to freeze at those words. The 3 of them looked at Qin Han anxiously, barely daring to breathe. Qin Han was a bit surprised. In his previous life, he had always worked alone and never had subordinates. But this life was different. To stand at the pinnacle of all worlds, he would need to consider every aspect of the game, including the development of forces and handling of mundane tasks, which required capable assistance. Qin Han weighed his options. These 3 had resisted temptation and handed over the money from the equipment sale, clearly wanting to pledge their loyalty. Their mindset and respectful attitude were commendable from a recruitment standpoint. More importantly, the village chief had given him 5 enhancement tokens, which he didn't need himself, as their value diminished over time. Using them early to cultivate 5 reliable subordinates seemed like a good strategy. Following me isn't going to be easy, Qin Han said, his tone softening slightly. Li Ran immediately asked, what conditions do we need to meet? Qin Han nodded and pulled out 5 gleaming gold coins, handing them to Li Ran. Use these 5 gold coins to collect 1,000 pairs of wild bull horns within 2 hours. Do that and we'll talk. Li Ran's face lit up with joy. A test meant there was hope, and completing this task would likely earn them a place by Qin Han's side. Don't worry, boss. We'll get it done right away, he said, dragging the other 2 with him as they sprinted off. Watching them disappear into the distance, Qin Han allowed a slight smile to form. This task wasn't set randomly. During the novice phase, there was a collection quest where the first person to submit would receive a substantial reward in physique points. To achieve the goal of reaching the 10th ascend point physique limit, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Delegating this tedious, time-consuming collection work to subordinates would save him a lot of trouble. Qin Han turned and headed towards the golden screen. There weren't many players around at the moment, but the bald-headed shopkeeper immediately spotted him. At first glance, Qin Han's equipment seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it was extraordinary, with mysterious patterns on his leather armor that faintly pulsed with energy. This gear was at least of dark gold grade, and it looked like a set, making him a prime customer. "Hey there, want to try your luck at the card draw game?" The bald-headed man greeted him with a beaming smile. Qin Han smiled faintly, sure. This bald-headed man was named Tainyo, the most famous card draw merchant in his previous life. Here, players could use gold coins to try their luck, with a wide variety of prizes available, from miscellaneous items to equipment and elixirs. At the moment, the golden screen displayed 10 dark gold grade pieces of equipment and treasures. Players could spend 1 gold coin for a chance to draw one of these, but the odds of winning were a mystery. In the past, someone had calculated that to draw all 10 dark gold treasures from the screen, it would take a staggering 10,000 gold coins. What did this number mean? In the late novice phase, a dark gold grade weapon typically sold for about 500 gold coins, with armor being slightly cheaper at around 300 gold coins. A complete set of 7-piece dark gold armor would cost about 2,300 gold coins. In other words, with 10,000 gold coins, one could easily purchase 3 to 4 complete dark gold sets elsewhere. A regular player wearing a full set of dark gold gear could easily stand toe-to-toe with a similarly equipped novice professional without falling behind. Having 30 or 40 sets of equipment is nearly equivalent to enhancing the combat power of several dozen novice players. No sensible player would squander their precious gold coins on such an unprofitable venture as card drawing. Yet, there are always some affluent individuals who act impulsively. In a previous life, when the game reached its mid-phase, there was a powerful intermediate region among the myriad worlds. Players there pooled all their hard-earned gold coins into the guild's treasury. The treasury was managed by a noble who was both a heavy drinker and a compulsive gambler. Once, in a drunken stupor, this manager inexplicably withdrew all the guild's savings and spent them on card draws. 100,000 gold coins vanished like water, and the items on the screen were cleared out. Although 10 dark gold treasures were indeed obtained, such reckless squandering of the guild's savings could not escape severe punishment, even for someone of noble status. However, at that very moment, a super event occurred that would shake all the worlds. After the dark gold equipment was all drawn, the system began listing new treasures. Among these newly available items was a supreme treasure, one that could easily rank in the top 3, if not the very top, among all treasures in the myriad worlds. This was an item so powerful that even a supreme god would tremble before it. A truly top-tier, unique treasure, the gift of heaven, a 10-fold enhancement card. This card could be used 10 times a day, boosting attack power 10-fold, increasing drop rates 10-fold, and even raising luck 10-fold. But most crucially, it could enhance the attribute bonus gained from leveling up by 10-fold. What does this mean? Take Qin Han, a god-level professional, for instance. Normally, he would gain 300 constitution points per level, but with the 10-fold enhancement card, this figure would soar to an astounding 3,000 points. By level 20, the constitution bonus could reach a staggering 60,000 points. If Qin Han could obtain this treasure, he would indisputably become the god of this world. No one could challenge his position. Only by acquiring this treasure could he attempt the ultimate challenge for beginners to reach 100,000 constitution points, an achievement deemed impossible in both past and present. Qin Han's heart raced. He knew that even if he exchanged all his current treasures, it would be worth it. However, reality was harsh. Did not have 100,000 gold coins at the moment. But, by spending just 100 gold coins at the card merchant, he could acquire a portable card drawing machine. With this machine, he could draw cards anytime, anywhere, with prizes delivered instantly. More importantly, having an independent drawing machine meant his prize rotation was separate, ensuring no one could snatch away his treasures. This was the true purpose of Qin Han's journey. Standing in front of the lottery screen, Qin Han took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, "Boss, let's start with a draw for 100 gold coins." The shopkeeper, Iron Bull, was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. 100 gold coins, he repeated in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. In this novice village, 100 gold coins were unheard of, and even 10 were a rarity. Even in the top-tier novice villages, someone casually spending 10 gold coins was as rare as a phoenix. "Young man, you're not joking with old Nyo, are you?" Iron Bull asked cautiously. Without a word, Qin Han pulled out 100 gleaming gold coins from his pocket, letting them clatter onto the counter. The sound was music to Iron Bull's ears. Excitedly, he gathered the coins, secretly delighted. As the transaction completed, The system automatically displayed the name Qin Han. Iron Bull knew immediately that only someone as prominent as Qin Han, frequently mentioned in world announcements, could afford to spend 100 gold coins so casually. Come on, young man, let's get to the draw. Iron Bull encouraged enthusiastically. Our odds are quite high. You definitely won't regret it. He swiftly navigated the screen, pointing to the draw button. Would you like to press it yourself, or shall I do it for you? I'll do it. Qin Han stepped forward and gently pressed the button. The large screen began to spin rapidly, accompanied by a jingling sound. Soon, a shiny object appeared on the screen, a fragment of a dark gold knight sword. Wow, your luck is incredible. Iron Bull praised. You got a dark gold item on your first try. A few more times, and you'll have a complete dark gold weapon. Looks like I might be losing money today. Qin Han ignored Iron Bull's chatter, calculating silently. He knew the probability of drawing these fragments decreased with each attempt. The first piece had a 50 chance, but it became progressively harder, with the last piece almost impossible to get without thousands of tries. If it weren't necessary to obtain a treasure, he wouldn't be in this place. Patiently, Qin Han continued pressing the button. Prizes kept coming. A broom, iron basin, shovel, basic iron sword, basic bow, basic long knife. It wasn't until the 7th try that a blue bow appeared, and on the 10th, another dark gold sword fragment. The rest were junk items. After 100 draws, Qin Han ended up with 5 blue items and 3 dark gold sword fragments. The rest were basic or worthless. The odds were so poor even a dog would shake its head. Seeing the 100 gold coins spent, Iron Bull feigned regret. Oh dear, just 7 more fragments to complete the dark gold sword. Why not try a few more times, young man? You might get it. Qin Han shrugged, acting as if he was leaving. Nah, I'm done. I've got other matters to attend to. The shrewd Iron Bull panicked and quickly tried to persuade him to stay. Don't go, young man, play a bit longer? He thought to himself. He couldn't let such a big spender leave so easily. Qin Han remained unmoved. I'd love to, but I'm really busy right now. Maybe next time. Iron Bull gritted his teeth and reluctantly offered. How about this? Since you seem busy, I'll give you a little gadget so you can draw whenever you have free time. A moment later, in a corner of the novice village's commercial street, Qin Han looked at the card drawing machine he had just acquired and smiled. This device allowed him to draw cards anytime, anywhere, saving him the trouble of traveling back and forth. The machine resembled a tablet from the real world, with the same functions and treasures as the large screen. The only difference was the addition of a progress bar. Every player had a personal progress bar that filled up the more gold coins they spent. Even players with the worst luck could eventually get all the gear once the bar was full. More importantly, even if Qin Han emptied the screen and refreshed the treasures, it wouldn't affect others. Others had to spend 10,000 gold coins to refresh their screen. Qin Han casually drew a few more times, but only got more junk, not even a fragment of the dark gold sword. He sighed, put the card drawing machine into Nightmare's saddlebag, and headed into the novice village's accessory shop. He was on a quest for lightning resistance gear, having planned to head to Thunder Poison Island once he was well prepared. The island was filled with gold, a perfect place to earn money. With enough funds, he could draw for 10-fold amplification cards and then upgrade. Inside the accessory shop, the nearly 200 square meter space was divided into 3 sections: the regular area, the mid-range area, and the high-end area. Each section had a sales assistant ready to assist customers. The counters in the regular section were bustling with activity, as the reasonably priced, no attribute, or low attribute white accessories were highly favored. Sales assistants were busy, but maintained their cheerful demeanor. In contrast, the midder section was relatively quiet, with blue accessories priced between 1 silver coin and 1 gold coin, attracting only a few idle players who stopped to browse. As for the high-end section, it displayed luxurious accessories priced over 1 gold coin, their steep prices deterring most onlookers. Qin Han headed straight for the high-end section, and the aloof sales assistant didn't even glance up, certain that no one could afford the items there and not wanting to waste her breath. Qin Han was unfazed, intently examining the treasures in the display. A ring emitting a faint green glow first caught his eye. Poison ring, gold tier equipment. Adds 29 poison damage per second to attacks, lasting 10 seconds. Constitution 5, stamina recovery 1. Price, 51 gold coins. Qin Han chuckled. As a veteran player, he knew the mechanics of equipment inside out. The poison damage on this ring was only moderate, and the 51 gold coin price was noticeably high. By the late novice stage, it would be worth at most 30 gold coins. He continued to look further, and a ring with a gentle glow drew his attention. Ring of Healing Space, gold tier equipment. Space 66, restores 2 life points per second. Price, 66 gold coins. Qin Han's eyes lit up. This was a rare gem. Space equipment was highly valued in the game by both novices and veterans alike. It significantly boosted efficiency and could be sold for a profit later. Hello, I'll take this ring. Qin Han decisively made the purchase, skillfully counting out 66 gold coins. The sales assistant was momentarily surprised, but quickly switched to a professional smile, diligently retrieving the ring. Qin Han took the ring and, without hesitation, put it on his left hand. His gaze continued to wander over the counter, soon fixing on a ring with a sharp gleam. Sharp healing ring, gold tier equipment. Attack 39, life 50. Restores 2 life points per second. Price, 55 gold coins. Qin Han nodded. This one isn't bad. Boosts attack. I'll take it. As he was about to finish his shopping, a ring with a purple shimmer caught his eye. Thunder ring, gold tier equipment. Adds 36 lightning damage to attacks. Lightning resistance 38, 2 chance to paralyze opponents for 1 second. Ineffective against elite monsters. Price, 61 gold coins. Qin Han's eyes sparkled, and he immediately paid for it, swapping out the sharp healing ring. He silently calculated. With the Thunder Ring's 38 lightning resistance, added to the ancient leather armor's 300 resistance, plus the passive boost from the War God's aura, his lightning resistance soared to 676 points. Although it was still 24 points short of the 700 needed for the Thunder Poison Island dungeon, it was already quite impressive. Qin Han had a plan in mind. The Space Ring's 2 life points per second recovery, plus another piece of equipment with 22 lightning resistance, and I'll be perfectly ready for Thunder Poison Island. Filled with anticipation, Qin Han continued to scan the remaining items, searching for the final piece that could complete his lightning resistance setup. In the accessory shop, Qin Han's eyes scanned the myriad of items, yet he couldn't find a single accessory that boosted lightning resistance. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, a senior sales assistant suddenly revealed a pigeon-egg-sized orb shimmering with rainbow colors. Qin Han's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved closer to examine it. Friendly Detection Orb, a unique item in all realms. It can detect the friendliness of all creatures within 10 meters towards you, ineffective on players. It activates simply by being in your inventory. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Qin Han read the item's description silently, feeling a surge of joy. Although the price would deter most players, for Qin Han, it was just a drop in the bucket. Without hesitation, he made the purchase, already contemplating the potential value of this treasure. In the vast realms, the ability to discern others' true intentions was undoubtedly invaluable, capable of avoiding many potential risks. Qin Han had a hunch that as the game progressed, the value of this item would skyrocket to the point where even 1 billion gold coins couldn't buy it. Anticipating its utility, Qin Han glanced at the senior sales assistant across from him, who was smiling warmly, and quietly activated the friendly detection orb. Detection. Jewelry shop senior sales assistant, Chu Lan. Friendliness level. Hostile. Qin Han's heart sank, but he maintained a polite smile. He silently exited the accessory shop, with the assistant's sweet farewell ringing in his ears. Take care, sir, and we look forward to your next visit. The insincerity of the farewell added to Qin Han's frustration. Shaking his head, Qin Han decided not to dwell on a shop assistant's attitude. He realized that knowing others' true thoughts wasn't always beneficial, and it would be wise to use this treasure cautiously. Leaving the accessory shop, Qin Han headed straight into the neighboring clothing store, which spanned about 500 square meters. The store was well organized, offering everything from everyday clothing to various quality gear. He went directly to the golden equipment section, opting not to search himself, but to ask a store assistant instead. Do you have any hats that increase lightning resistance? The store assistant in the golden equipment section was a friendly young woman, her smile far more genuine than the one at the accessory shop. She skillfully introduced the items. Yes, we have 2 hats that boost lightning resistance. One is a leather cap, adding 15 points to lightning resistance. The other is a cloth hood, adding 37 points. Qin Han's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked to see the hood. The young woman quickly brought over a jet black hood, handing it to Qin Han. The hood's material was similar to cotton, soft and breathable, with a design that covered the nose. Shadow hood, golden equipment. Lightning resistance 37 points, stealth 1, night vision 1. Qin Han read the attributes silently, feeling pleased. He tried on the hood and instantly felt transformed into a mysterious assassin walking through the shadows, his aura turning a few degrees cooler. This hood is practically tailor-made for me, Qin Han thought with admiration. Though it doesn't compare to the ancient set, it perfectly substitutes for the ancient hood until I obtain it. Plus, it conceals my face, making it easier to move around the village. The young woman timely complimented. This hood matches your outfit perfectly, sir. How much is it? Qin Han asked directly. A fair price. This shadow hood is 56 gold coins. The young woman replied with a smile, clearly recognizing Qin Han's wealth. Qin Han paid promptly, leaving the clothing store wearing his new hood. He silently calculated his lightning resistance. 300 points from the ancient set, 38 points from the lightning ring, 37 points from the shadow hood. And with the passive skill of the martial god, his actual lightning resistance reached 750 points, exceeding the Thunder Poison Island requirement by a full 50 points. With this equipment, I'm fully prepared, Qin Han thought with delight, then embarked on a new round of extensive shopping. The journey ahead is vast and long. Who knows when I'll return? Qin Han pondered. I need to sort out food, clothing, shelter, and other necessities. With this in mind, he immediately headed to various shops in the beginner's village, commencing a comprehensive gathering of supplies. Bring me 10 of those 20-liter glass water jugs, Qin Han exclaimed with enthusiasm. It was as if he had transformed into a diligent hamster, frantically stockpiling supplies in the store. He piled up essentials like firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and seasonings into a small mountain. He cleared out all the prime cuts of wild wolf, ox, rabbit, and chicken, along with purchasing multiple sets of pots, pans, tents, blankets, torches, and other necessities. Not even fresh wild fruits and vegetables were spared, filling several baskets. 2 hours flew by, and the clock silently pointed to 11. Qin Han found himself at the south gate, where several stalls had sprung up at the village entrance. The most eye-catching was a grilled beef stall, its mouth-watering aroma causing passing players to stop in their tracks. The stall owner was busy turning a haunch of wild ox over the bonfire, calling out, freshly grilled beef, crispy on the outside, tender inside, with a unique secret recipe. Delicious and aromatic, just 2 copper coins a pound. Nearby, a pot of white, rich beef soup simmered, its fragrance wafting through the air. Beside the grilled meat stall, the fruit stall and miscellaneous goods stands were equally bustling. Qin Han smiled slightly, thinking how humans, no matter where they are, always manage to quickly adapt their surroundings to feel familiar. It had only been a day, and people were already doing business. The presence of these stalls made him feel momentarily as if he were back in the real world. The enticing aroma made Qin Han, tired and hungry, crave food instantly. He approached the stall and told the owner, I'll take 2 pounds of beef here and another 10 pounds to go. He then sat on a makeshift stool, waiting for his meal. Coming right up. The stall owner beamed at the sizable order, swiftly slicing 2 pounds of beef and serving it. A full 2 pounds, not a bit less. Enjoy, my friend. Qin Han didn't hold back, grabbing a large piece of the crispy, tender beef and stuffing it into his mouth. With a gentle bite, the juices exploded in his mouth, the rich flavor making him nod repeatedly. Delicious. He quickly devoured the plate of beef and ordered a bowl of beef soup. While waiting for the soup, he noticed 3 people running towards him, sweat dripping from their brows. Leading them was Li Ran, his face flushed, breathlessly shouting, Boss, boss. Qin Han looked at them in confusion. What's up with you 3? Why are you so exhausted? Li Ran approached him, took a deep breath, and glanced subtly at the nearby stall owner, as if checking if it was okay to speak openly. Qin Han nodded slightly, signaling it was fine. Li Ran then explained, after you gave us 5 gold coins, I immediately went to the gear shop and bought 3 4-slot backpacks. We split up to buy ox horns. We finally managed to buy 1,000 pairs within 2 hours, but these things are so heavy. We ran as fast as we could, and we're still a bit late. Qin Han smiled. That's not your fault. I didn't specify a meeting place, so it's understandable you took some time to find me. Just put the things down. The 3 quickly unloaded the ox horns from their backpacks, forming a small mountain in front of the stall. With a wave of his hand, Qin Han stored all the horns into his nightmare backpack, occupying a total of 11 slots with 1,053 pairs, 53 more than required. The 3 were amazed at how Qin Han could easily store so many horns without showing any sign of strain. They thought to themselves, he must still be at level 1, right? How can he carry so much without effort? The grilled meat stall owner couldn't help but ask, Hey, buddy, what level are you? How can you carry so many horns without getting tired? Qin Han instinctively replied, Space items don't have weight. You could put a whole mountain in there, and it wouldn't make a difference. Realizing something, he chuckled. I almost forgot. In the Eternal Life game, space equipment is tiered. He briefly explained the attributes of space equipment. A white space backpack can stack 99 pairs of ox horns in 1 slot, but only reduces the weight by 90%. Each of the 3 carried over 300 pairs of horns, equivalent to more than 600 pounds. No wonder they were exhausted. Higher tier space equipment can reduce more weight, with gold tier and above even achieving 0 gravity. Qin Han added, 0 gravity space equipment will definitely become more valuable as time goes on. If you guys get some money, consider stockpiling them. You could easily sell them for 10 times the price. Hearing this, Li Ran and his companions nodded, committing the information to memory. The stall owner, however, grumbled, a gold coin per slot? With my beef sales and monster hunting, I can barely earn a silver coin a day. A gold coin is 100 silver coins. At that moment, Qin Han's beef soup arrived. He invited the 3, have a seat. This meal's on me. Then he called out to the owner, another 6 pounds of grilled beef and 3 bowls of beef soup, please. During the meal, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Qin Han remained silent, while the other three, like frightened quails, kept their heads down over their plates, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until the meal concluded that Qin Han led the three towards the residential area. The village had designated rest areas for players, categorized into 3 levels. The most basic was a small wooden hut, costing 10 copper coins a day, though simple and cramped. 1 hour of rest here equated to 2 hours of sleep outdoors. The middle tier was a small courtyard, priced at 100 copper coins a day, offering private facilities and better rest effects. The highest tier was a standalone villa, with only 3 available in the entire village, costing 10 silver coins per day, providing recovery 10 times that of the outside world. On the way, Li Ran took out 3 gold coins and some scattered silver and copper coins, along with a few space backpacks, and presented them. These were the surplus from their expedition, with the horns excluded due to their low value. Qin Han did not accept them. Instead, he looked directly at the 3, his tone icy as he said, "You've passed my test, and I can take you in. But there are 2 things you must adhere to: loyalty and effort. Betrayers will be killed. Slackers will be killed. Think it over." The 3 were visibly shaken by his words. Only then did they realize that following a powerful figure in this deadly, immortal game was not as casual as in real life. Once they pledged allegiance, it was like being branded with an indelible mark. The trio exchanged glances, hesitating. Finally, Li Ran gritted his teeth and spoke first. "I'm willing to follow you, and I will never betray." Seeing this, Lu Kuang and Li Hao also made up their minds, declaring in unison, "We are willing too, never to betray." Qin Han's expression softened slightly. He took out 300 gold coins and 3 tokens, handing them to Li Ran. "Each of you take a token. Break it to use. Distribute the money among yourselves. Purchase more zero-gravity space equipment to facilitate future operations. They'll provide you with a list of items to collect, such as wolf fangs, eagle feathers, and snake skins. I've added you as friends, so you can contact me via private message. Remember, do not disclose my name to anyone." With that, Qin Han turned and headed towards the villa area, leaving the 3 of them staring at each other, unsure of what to do next. Trembling, Li Ran distributed the items, then followed the instructions to break the token. As the white light flashed, he was astonished to find that this advanced enhancement token could triple their physical growth, far exceeding the 1.5 times of beginner-level professional players. The other 2 quickly used their tokens as well, each stunned by this unexpected boon. Excited, the trio discussed this sudden opportunity, realizing they might now be among the strongest players in the village. Li Hao suggested they rest immediately to boost their subsequent leveling efficiency. Lu Kuang was eager to start leveling right away, but Li Ran pointed out they should follow Qin Han's example and rest for an hour to restore their energy, thereby improving efficiency. "Lu Kuang, let's sleep for an hour." Qin Han took a step forward, and soon a high-end villa area resembling a garden came into view. This was the most luxurious residential area in the novice village, surrounded by lush trees and blooming flowers, creating a stunning landscape. The area offered high privacy, and more importantly, the residences here not only restored energy but also healed vitality and physical injuries. While the village had free treatment facilities, they were limited in number and the treatment was time-consuming. As more players got injured, even getting in line became a luxury. As a result, many players opted to recuperate in the residential area. Specifically, for physical recovery, a low-end wooden cabin could take a month to heal severe injuries like a broken arm. A mid-range cabin required 2 weeks, while a high-end villa could heal critically injured individuals in just a day. For someone like Qin Han, who often danced on the edge of danger, having the right to reside in a high-end villa was a necessity. There were only 3 high-end villas in the entire novice village, one of which was not available for rent, meaning only 2 villas were open for players to lease. Qin Han approached one of the villas and a prompt appeared. "Would you like to rent the novice villa? The daily rent is 10 silver coins." Without hesitation, he responded, "Rent for 100 days. The system confirmed the rental agreement, wishing him a pleasant stay. Instantly, 10 gold coins vanished from his inventory. Qin Han smiled slightly and entered. Once rented, no one else could enter, and no key was needed for access. The villa was a 3-story building made entirely of bluestone, with an interior that leaned towards a modern Chinese style, exuding simplicity and sophistication. The magical lights turned on at will, and the open kitchen was equipped with modern facilities like a faucet, reminiscent of modern society. However, the most important feature of the villa was the bed in the master bedroom. In this luxurious bedroom, magic ensured a constant temperature throughout the seasons. On the large, soft bed, a faint glow seemed to emanate. Approaching the bed, Qin Han immediately felt refreshed. Without bothering to wash up, he removed his gear and plunged into the soft goose-down duvet. Soon, Qin Han drifted into a deep sleep. An hour later, Qin Han awoke in the lounge, feeling rejuvenated like a phoenix rising from the ashes. His mind was clear, and his physical state had reached an unprecedented peak. He swiftly took a shower, donned fresh undergarments, and equipped the ancient armor set, finally pulling on the mysterious black hood. Instantly, he resembled an assassin from a bygone era, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Fully prepared, Qin Han stood in the opulent living room, clutching the teleportation token for the Thunder Poison Island dungeon. With a sudden crack, the token shattered in his hand. In an instant, a portal glowing with a purplish-red light gradually unfolded before him. Without hesitation, Qin Han stepped through. First, there was darkness, then a burst of light. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing on an expansive grassland. Cows and sheep grazed leisurely around him. In the upper left corner of his vision, a teleportation icon appeared, indicating that this was a one-time use token that would return him to his starting point once used. Finally here, Qin Han thought to himself, I hope Thunder Poison Island lives up to my expectations. Whether I can amass enough funds depends on this place. He surveyed the surroundings, aware that there was still a long journey ahead to the actual Thunder Poison Island. Hopefully, I can reach the island's edge before nightfall. With that, Qin Han called out, and his nightmare steed appeared out of thin air. He mounted the horse and sped into the depths of the endless grassland like an arrow released from a bow. The Thunder Poison Island dungeon was, in fact, a small world of its own. It featured mountains, rivers, lakes, grasslands, and deserts, with monsters ranging from weak to strong, all clearly categorized. The true Thunder Poison Island lay hidden deep within this vast expanse. Riding his nightmare steed, Qin Han galloped on. From grasslands to deserts, through forests and upstream along rivers, the wild creatures he encountered grew increasingly powerful. Despite the nightmare's incredible speed, it took from morning until sunset to finally reach the edge of a gorge. This gorge was bottomless, about a kilometer wide, stretching endlessly in both directions, as if dividing the world in half. The wind howled through it like a roaring demon, the terrifying wind tunnels visible to the naked eye. Finally, at the Canyon of Courage, Qin Han murmured to himself, once I cross this, Thunder Poison Island won't be far. As the name suggests, only those with immense courage could traverse this chasm to claim the treasures hidden beyond. Qin Han picked up a head-sized rock and tossed it into the gorge. The heavy stone floated like a feather in the wind, disappearing instantly. What a terrifying wind, Qin Han thought. Even flying creatures would struggle to cross. Yet, Qin Han remained calm. He ran along the gorge's edge, carefully observing the wind. At last, he found an unusual wind pattern, a constant upward draft in a protruding platform. This is it. Qin Han took a deep breath and urged his steed to leap. Instantly, he lost control of his body. A powerful updraft carried him and his horse to 1,000 meters in the air. Then, they began to descend slowly. With a thud, they landed on an invisible path in midair. Looking down at the abyss, Qin Han felt a genetic sense of helplessness coursing through him. But the high resilience of his warrior profession quickly dispelled the negative effect, allowing him to regain control. Nightmare. Head straight across the gorge, Qin Han instructed cautiously, no swaying side to side. The nightmare, its red eyes gleaming with excitement, trod the path as if it were solid ground. Soon, they reached the other side. It was as if they had traversed time and space. The scenery changed dramatically. Before them lay a 100-foot square platform covered in snow. Surrounding them were sheer cliffs, also blanketed in white. In one corner of the platform, a narrow path wound down the mountain, where snow monsters resembling snowmen rolled around in boredom. These snow creatures were formidable, all level 20 dungeon monsters. Weighing his options, Qin Han decided to rest here for the night and continue exploring at dawn. He quickly cleared a space and set up a tent. As night fell, the canyon's demonic howls echoed around him. Qin Han huddled in his tent, a pot of fragrant beef stew simmering over the campfire outside. Qin Han ate heartily, a contented smile on his face. It's been a while since I've enjoyed the ruggedness of outdoor living. I miss it. Nearby, the nightmare munched on a carrot, its red eyes fixed intently on the stew, drooling. Occasionally, it let out disgruntled snorts, as if complaining about its owner's favoritism. Qin Han chuckled, you greedy horse. Most horses are herbivores, yet you crave meat. Here, have some. He tossed a large piece of cooked beef over. The nightmare caught it in one bite, chewing contentedly. Seeing it enjoy the meal, Qin Han quickly picked up his chopsticks to eat more himself. Snow began to fall atop the peak, the sparse flakes dancing in the dim firelight. Man and horse shared their meal, thoroughly enjoying the feast. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Congratulations to player Li Fei from Newbie Village, 110755 for reaching level 5 first. Reward, 1 Constitution Point. Diplomatic chat channel unlocked. Level leaderboard merged. Captain Quest initiated. For the Captain Quest, the first player to reach level 10 between Newbie Village, 110755 and Newbie Village 688 will receive a Captain's Token. For specific rewards, consult your village chief. Surprised by the announcement, Qin Han atop the snowy peak thought to himself, darn, I almost forgot about that. The sudden announcement stirred up the entire 688 beginners village. Players paused their activities and gathered in the village center, buzzing with conversation. What is this 110755 beginners village all about? A tall, skinny player asked, scratching his head. Why is their broadcast reaching our village? A round-faced girl said in confusion. Standing amidst the crowd, Lulu spoke with a serious expression. This likely signals something important. The premise of the Eternal Life game was clear from the start. A battle among all races and fights against mythical beasts. This means that we're here not just to level up by defeating monsters, but also to face unknown enemies from across the multiverse. And this 110755 beginners village might just be the first enemy we have to deal with. Enemies? A bespectacled young man exclaimed. Are we supposed to fight them like in ancient wars? Lulu nodded. That's probably the case. The young man's face turned pale. That's terrifying. Before entering this game, I hadn't even killed a chicken, and now, just 2 days in, we're expected to face unknown enemies. When the time comes, can we really win? Lulu sighed. I don't know. The gap between levels 4 and 5 is significant. If they've already reached level 5, they're naturally much stronger than us. At this moment, a player holding a tablet chimed in. Lulu is right. I just checked the leaderboard. Besides that guy namely Faye at the top, they occupy 7 out of the top 10 spots. Their levels are clearly a notch above ours. A wave of pessimism spread among the players of 688. A small-framed boy timidly asked, what happens if we lose? Will they kill us? If war is inevitable and we lose, it's unlikely any of us will survive, a middle-aged man said gravely. Even if we do, life will be tough. Just imagine the life of prisoners. Meanwhile, in the third level of the ancient tomb, Li Ran and his 2 companions were focused on battling monsters. The area had few players, and although the monsters were tougher, the experience points were higher. The 3 worked well together, continuing to level up steadily. They glanced at the chat window, indifferent to the villagers' pessimism. With the strength of their leader and their own 3-fold power boost, their strength would only grow. By the time the real battle began, the 3 of them would be more than ready to turn the tables. Just then, the diplomatic chat channel was activated, and a flood of provocative red text appeared. Your levels are way lower. It seems your skills aren't impressive either. Seeing your village number, 688, I was initially worried. But looking at the leaderboard, haha, you're just a bunch of losers. Does a smaller village number mean weaker strength? Is your village made up of non-martial commoners? Look, there's even a player with level 0 in your village. That's unbelievable. Even a weakling could leech to level 1. Can't wait to meet you guys. Will I be able to take you all down by myself? The players of 688 initially tried to endure the insults, but when the other side began to insult Qin Han, Li Ran and his companions couldn't hold back any longer. Fueled by anger, they responded fiercely in the diplomatic chat. Watch your mouth, you uncivilized fool. Exactly, such disgraceful behavior. If I were your mother, I'd have drowned you in a pot to spare the shame. Just 1 level ahead, that's nothing. With this tiny advantage, you're so excited. Mark my words, I'll surpass you soon enough. Just wait and see. These words enraged the other side. A player named Lindong jumped in. Very well, you dare insult me publicly. Have the guts to name yourself, and when we meet, I'll show you what I'm made of. Let me tell you, I am Lindong, the young master of the Lin family from Xiang Mansion. I'm second on the leaderboard. If you don't dare name yourself when we clash, I'll wipe your village clean. This chilling threat spread through 688 beginners village, causing many players to shiver. This self-proclaimed young master and second on the leaderboard sounded formidable. If he dared speak such words, he probably could back them up. Li Ran and his companions didn't hesitate to respond in the diplomatic chat. Remember this, I'm Chao Man, watch your wives. Remember this, I'm Lu Fengxian, watch your fathers. Remember this, I'm Yuan Bin Chu, my sword is ever sharp. They avoided using their real names, wary that revealing them might bring unwanted trouble. If their leader found out, they would be in trouble. Seeing the trio's response, the players of 688 Beginners Village couldn't help but smile. The tense atmosphere lightened significantly. On the other side, someone was incessantly scanning the leaderboard, his eyes darting back and forth, yet he couldn't find those 3 familiar names. Lindong's face grew darker and darker until he finally couldn't hold back his anger. Damn it! He shouted in exasperation. Are you lying to me? How can such big names be missing? You need to get your eyes checked. Lindong muttered to himself, wondering about the other person's age, as they seemed to be experiencing presbyopia so early. At the mountaintop, Qin Han watched coldly as the group pointed fingers at each other. He glanced briefly at the chat area and then decisively closed it. In his previous life, leveraging the advantage of a top-tier class, he had rushed to grind mobs after his job change, becoming the first player to reach level 5, continuing his rapid progress thereafter. However, this time around, he missed 2 golden days to lay a solid foundation, almost neglecting the captain's tasks. As an experienced veteran, Qin Han understood the significance of the captain's role, even if it wasn't clear to others. Becoming the village captain not only granted the right to live in a village villa, but also provided a 10% bonus to monster killing experience. More importantly, the captain could collaborate with the village chief to establish player rules, and even had the authority to expel rule breakers. The power and benefits were substantial. Moreover, the captains of 2 villages could control the fortress gate at the junction in the late newbie phase, allowing them to influence the battlefield's dynamics. Of course, these aspects weren't Qin Han's main attraction. Whether defending or attacking, ordinary players didn't concern him. The captain's token held an even more enticing advantage. Only those with the captain's title were eligible to compete for a game nobility title. In the game Eternal Life, nobility was one of the most coveted achievements, sometimes even more so than rare treasures. Even the lowest rank, a baron, not only received a stipend but also enjoyed immunity across all celestial realms. This meant that all NPC factions within the game had to respect and protect the baron, and even certain crimes committed by the baron could be pardoned. More crucially, once a noble title reached a certain level, one could travel freely across all territories in the game without any restrictions. The most critical point is that even the lowest rank of nobility would be granted a fief. This fief was an independent space, inaccessible to outsiders without permission. Owning an independent fief meant having a permanent home in the game. Only with a fief could one establish a base and develop their own power. And the opportunity to earn a noble title came only once. Qin Han was determined to seize it at all costs. As the game progresses, leveling up becomes increasingly slow. Qin Han recalled that in his previous life, a player named Li Fei only reached level 10 7 days after the game started. By his calculations, there were still 5 days left, but with his presence in this life, things might be different. To not plan for the long term is to plan for failure, Qin Han mused. I can't afford to leave only 3 days at most. I must earn enough gold within this time to unlock the enhancement card. He turned his gaze towards the dark world below the mountain, a glint of determination in his eyes. Then he retreated into his tent, falling asleep to the crackling sound of the campfire. The next day, at the break of dawn, the snow had stopped, leaving the air even more biting cold. Qin Han quickly packed his gear, washed his face with snow water, ate a red serpent fruit, and mounted his nightmare, leaping down the rugged path. He focused intently as he leaped along the cliff face, carefully navigating through the snow monster's encirclement. Suddenly, a fist-sized snowball slammed into his back with such force that it nearly knocked him to the ground. Damn snow monsters! Qin Han gritted his teeth against the biting cold, thankful that the red serpent fruit had boosted his health. His high resilience prevented him from freezing, but the relentless barrage of snowballs was still a painful ordeal. 10 minutes later, Qin Han finally descended the peak, facing an endless expanse of ice. Nightmare, accelerate, he shouted, spurring his mount forward like an arrow towards Thunder Poison Island. Just an hour later, Qin Han arrived at a vast, misty lake. The water was clear, but upon closer inspection, faint purple arcs of electricity could be seen coursing through it. Thunder Lake. Qin Han's heart tightened. The barrier surrounding Thunder Poison Island. He knew the lake not only contained the power of thunder, but was also teeming with lurking lightning monsters. Rumor had it that a terrifying dragon lay dormant at the lake's bottom. In the distance, he could faintly see a massive island that was Thunder Poison Island. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han rode his nightmare onto the lake's surface. The horse's hooves touched the water, immediately extending white energy beneath them, allowing it to tread as if on solid ground. However, as soon as they entered the water, the faint purple arcs formed a field that enveloped both rider and mount. Fortunately, the nightmare was immune to all damage, and Qin Han's 750 points of lightning resistance provided absolute defense. The electric currents raged, yet they couldn't harm him in the slightest. Good. Excellent. Qin Han thought with satisfaction, urging his steed towards the distant island. Along the way, colorful lightning monsters, each about 9 feet long and crackling with electricity, emerged from the lake, trying to devour them with gaping jaws. But the nightmare was too swift. The lightning monsters couldn't catch them and ended up shattering their own teeth. As he sped forward, Qin Han used his Godslayer bow to shoot energy arrows, accurately striking the monster's eyes. The damage from the lightning ring was ineffective against these behemoths, but with the Godslayer bow's defense-ignoring attribute, the monster's defenses were rendered useless. With the added venom from the Voodoo Pearl, Qin Han's arrows rained down on the thunder monster. Each hit caused its health to plummet rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the giant creature was left with only a sliver of health. The thunder monster let out a pained whimper and suddenly turned, diving towards the depths of the lake. Qin Han reacted swiftly, shooting 2 more arrows, But the creature's descent was astonishingly fast, and it vanished into the deep water in an instant. What a pity. I almost had it. Qin Han sighed, shaking his head. Just as he was about to move on, a game notification popped up. You have slain the Thunder Monster. Experience 2000. You have enough experience to level up. Would you like to upgrade? Not upgrading. Qin Han declined without hesitation. His thoughts lingered on the Thunder Monster as he speculated. The Voodoo Pearl's poison must have been the finishing blow. Frowning in thought, Qin Han mused, the Thunder Monster's body is incredibly dense. Once it dies, it sinks to the lake bottom. Even if my looting range is extensive, there's nothing I can do if I can't see the creature's corpse. What a shame. He reminisced about the value of the Thunder Monster. These creatures grow in Thunder Lake, their bodies filled with lightning resistance. Armor made from their hide boasts incredible resistance without needing enchantments. In extreme stormy locations, wearing Thunder Monster hide armor provides significant safety. Qin Han continued to analyze. Not many people can reach the Leidu Island dungeon, so later on, the price for Thunder Monster hide skyrockets. These creatures are tricky, with thick skin and cunning minds. When severely injured, they dive to the lake bottom, making it difficult to retrieve their bodies. He concluded, to easily get a Thunder Monster's body, you have to deliver a fatal blow before it escapes. My attack power isn't enough yet. I should make some money first, then come back when I'm stronger. As Qin Han pondered, the water around him suddenly churned, and countless thunder beasts charged from all directions, like a stampede. Qin Han smirked and quickly mounted his nightmare. With its incredible speed, he easily escaped before the beasts could encircle him, racing swiftly towards the island interior. As the saying goes, the mountains appear closer than they really are. Leidu Island seemed near, yet the journey was long. Even Nightmare, the majestic steed, galloped for a full half-hour before finally reaching the island's edge. Gazing at the island from afar, towering ancient trees stood tall, exuding a primal and wild aura. Qin Han was about to look for a suitable landing spot when suddenly, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the sky. Looking up, he saw a massive creature with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters skimming over the water, casting a colossal shadow. It was a giant golden eagle, its cold eyes fixated on Qin Han, as if already seeing him as prey. Qin Han felt a surge of excitement and thought to himself, a golden eagle. Quite the luck. He quickly recalled information about this level 20 elite monster. Nearly 500,000 health points, solitary and proud by nature. Legend had it that its nest was hidden on a cliff, filled with gold and jewels. More importantly, its drop rate for coins far exceeded that of ordinary elite monsters, even making the god of wealth pale in comparison. With this in mind, Qin Han immediately drew his Godslayer bow, ready for battle. At the same time, the golden eagle in the sky began its dive, viewing the level 0 human as a delicious dinner. Seeing his audacity to raise a bow against it, a hint of cruelty flashed in the eagle's eyes. Such an insignificant being, unaware of his own limits. Qin Han focused, aiming at the golden eagle. Whoosh! An energy arrow shot through the air, striking the joint of the golden eagle's right wing. However, such damage was insignificant to the massive creature, not even matching its seconds-long self-healing ability. The golden eagle's eyes gleamed with arrogance. Having roosted on Leidu Island for long, it had accumulated significant resistance to poison and lightning, rendering these elemental attacks ineffective. A mere 220 points of physical damage was but a drop in the ocean compared to its vast health pool. Unfazed, Qin Han continued to aim at the same spot and shoot. The golden eagle flew closer, its enormous silhouette gradually blocking out the sun. At 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, until the distance shrank to 20 meters, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. The golden eagle's right wing dipped, its flight becoming unstable. Alarm bells rang in the golden eagle's mind. This cunning human had set a trap. With its wing bone damaged, continuing the dive could result in a plunge into the lake. Given its massive size, it would certainly sink, and the deeper the water, the stronger the lightning power, which it couldn't withstand. Reluctantly, the golden eagle had to adjust its dive angle, struggling to ascend. This sudden change caused the golden eagle's flight path to deviate from its intended course, and as it passed by Qin Han, it inadvertently exposed its vulnerable abdomen to the Godslayer bow's range. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Han unleashed a barrage of arrows at the golden eagle's vital points. Damage numbers over 2,000 appeared in rapid succession. Qin Han decisively employed the deadly venom skill he had learned from the evil physician Hua Quebec. A green light flashed, enveloping the once golden eagle in a sickly hue. The poison damage of 50 points per second continuously accumulated, even hindering its formidable healing ability. By the time the golden eagle managed to ascend to the sky, it had already lost tens of thousands of health points. Feeling its body weaken, the golden eagle's eyes burned with fury. It circled above Qin Han, its gaze growing colder, vowing to find an opportunity to tear this detestable human apart. On the water, Qin Han wore a satisfied smile. Although characters in the game wouldn't die from excessive blood loss, a broken leg would mean losing mobility and being at the mercy of others. Similarly, the golden eagle relied on its wings to fly, and the injury to its right wing inevitably affected its maneuverability. As expected, the golden eagle's flight height and speed had noticeably decreased, bringing it well within the Godslayer bow's effective range. Qin Han drew his bow like a full moon, raining energy arrows down on the golden eagle. Damage numbers continuously popped up, and the interspersed poison arrows effectively slowed the eagle's healing. Gradually, the golden eagle sensed the looming threat of death, even entertaining a terrifying thought. This seemingly weak human might actually have the power to kill it. As the golden eagle hesitated over whether to flee, an energy arrow shot with precision into its right eye. The intense pain fueled the golden eagle's rage, leaving nothing but hatred in its mind. It swooped down with its wings spread wide, its sharp talons poised to tear the human before it to shreds. Yet, Qin Han stood his ground, calm and unshaken, thinking to himself, impulsiveness is the devil. With its wing bones and eyes injured, the golden eagle's speed was significantly reduced. Each dive became slow and clumsy, no match for Qin Han. On the contrary, the reduced distance made Qin Han's attacks more precise. In midair, blinding yellow damage numbers flashed repeatedly, like fireworks bursting in the sky. Despite enduring severe damage, the golden eagle relentlessly charged forward. As the distance between them closed to less than 10 meters, Qin Han gently tugged on the reins, and the nightmare horse beneath him swiftly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the lethal strike. The massive body of the golden eagle nearly plunged into the thunder lake below, as it struggled to regain its posture in midair and launched another assault on Qin Han. However, against the agile nightmare horse, the golden eagle's attacks were futile. Qin Han only needed to make slight adjustments to evade them with ease. Meanwhile, his shooting never ceased. In just 2 charges, the golden eagle's health had already dropped below half. Driven to madness, the golden eagle launched a series of desperate, suicidal attacks. Each time, it missed its mark. In this back-and-forth battle, the golden eagle's health rapidly dwindled, soon reaching a critical low. The severe injury status above its head not only prevented it from healing, but also continuously drained its remaining life. With a resounding crash, the last vestiges of its survival instinct sparked a sliver of rationality in the golden eagle. It ceased its assault on Qin Han and, dragging its battered body, wobbled back toward the island. There lay its nest, where it could heal, its final hope. Golden blood dripped from the sky, leaving a trail of glistening drops on the ground. Qin Han stowed away his god-slaying bow, refraining from further action. He rode the nightmare horse at a leisurely pace, following the golden eagle as though awaiting the moment of final judgment. Thud! The nightmare leaped onto the island's soil. The dense jungle-covered island was shrouded in a light mist, with a faint, elusive fragrance lingering in the air. Qin Han had only taken a few steps before his head began to spin, and his steps grew unsteady. Just then, the voodoo pearl emitted a halo, enveloping him completely. A prompt sounded in his mind. Toxin detected, automatic absorption in progress. A few seconds later, the attributes of the voodoo pearl changed once more. Voodoo pearl unique treasure. Feeds on voodoo, nemesis of all voodoo in the world. Inflicts 200 poison damage per second for 10 seconds. Skill: soul-gathering sorcery, absorbs grievances from slain creatures, can be actively released during attacks. Skill: deadly malice, causes group damage reducing enemy life by 500 points per second, with a 35 life recovery suppression, lasting 10 seconds. Passive skill: toxin aura, when activated, enemies within a 100-meter diameter suffer continuous poison damage, 100 points per second, and a 50 reduction in movement speed. Seeing this, Qin Han smiled with satisfaction, thinking that it truly was a treasure, always reliable, hassle-free, and powerful. The newly emerged toxin aura, though its poison damage was somewhat low, had a 50 slowing effect that was simply divine. In future battles within a 100-meter range, he would have a significant advantage. Snapping back to reality, Qin Han noticed the golden eagle had already flown over several small groves, heading towards the distant mountains. He immediately quickened his pace to follow. Time passed, and the golden eagle finally arrived at the cliff of a steep precipice. It cautiously scanned the surroundings and, confirming no enemies were pursuing, retreated into its nest, lying down wearily. Feeling the mysterious power within the nest healing its wounds, the golden eagle relaxed its guard slightly. Damn human, it roared in its heart, once I recover, I will come back with a vengeance. Even if I have to search the ends of the earth, I will tear you to pieces and eat you bit by bit. Imagining the scene of future revenge, the golden eagle's body trembled with excitement, accelerating the healing of its wounds. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the nest. A man and a horse leapt in, nearly falling off the cliff. Standing at the entrance, Qin Han muttered to himself, "This cave angle is really tricky. Sigh, getting back up will be tough." He turned to survey the interior of the cave, where everything was dazzlingly golden, making it hard to keep his eyes open. Gold cups, gold spoons, gold pots, gold bowls, everything in sight was made of gold. Qin Han marveled silently, "Wow, the legends weren't wrong after all. Looks like I'm going to make a fortune this time." Just then, a piercing eagle screech echoed through the cave. The golden eagle, having spotted the intruder, turned its eyes blood red. Although the cave was spacious, it was cramped for its massive body, leaving no room to maneuver. The only way out was the entrance. Seeing Qin Han raise his longbow again, the golden eagle used its last ounce of strength to charge forward. Now, escaping was its only chance of survival. Qin Han focused intently, his fingers flying as he shot arrows one after another at the golden eagle's vital spots. Eyes, throat. The golden eagle, already low on health, collapsed before it could reach the entrance. Clink. The sound of coins spilling echoed in Qin Han's ears. A system prompt appeared. "You have slain the elite monster golden eagle, gaining 19,562 experience points. Your experience is sufficient. Would you like to level up?" Meanwhile, in the chat channels of Newbie Zone 688 and Newbie Village 110755, an announcement popped up. "Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to slay the elite monster golden eagle. Constitution 1 awarded. As the first player to kill an elite monster, an additional Constitution 1 is granted." Upon hearing the announcement, the chat zones of both villages erupted with excitement. Players in Newbie Village 688 buzzed with discussion. "No way, an elite monster, and our village's Qin Han killed it? That's unbelievable. I remember a player who loves adventure went deep into the wild yesterday and discovered a high-level monster, a gray eagle. He estimated it to be at least level 11 or higher. Golden eagle, just by the name. It sounds formidable, and it's an elite monster. To make it to a village-wide announcement, it must be powerful. At this point, being able to kill such a formidable elite monster, could it be that our village's Qin Han is the same one from the world announcement? Impossible. The Qin Han from the world announcement already switched to a divine class and probably leveled up a lot. I checked the rankings, and our village's Qin Han is still level 0. My guess is that our village's Qin Han hasn't leveled up because he seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at the perfect place and spent a few days grinding down a high-level elite monster. That explains why he hasn't shown up among players since the game started, and why he's still level 0. The experience required to level up from 0 to 1 isn't much. Even the slowest person can level up with a little effort. Elite monsters definitely give a lot of experience, probably enough to level up several times. But look, the announcement has been out for a while, and he's still at level 0. People started discussing this among themselves. Someone furrowed their brow and pondered, could it be that he's deliberately keeping his level low? Refusing to level up would reset his experience points to 0, which is completely pointless. Another person shook their head, looking puzzled. This is really baffling. Suddenly, an excited voice exclaimed, "Haha, I figured it out. This person probably hasn't changed their class yet, so they're intentionally suppressing their level." He continued to analyze. "I bet this person still hopes to change classes and believes not leveling up is the way to do it. At this point, though, all the class tokens are likely gone. In the end, it'll be a futile effort." Someone couldn't help but mock. This person is the complete opposite of Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang leveled up like crazy, while Qin Han is stuck at level 0, dreaming impossible dreams. Finally, one person concluded, "No need to watch anymore, guys. This person is definitely a lost cause." The scene shifts to the 3rd level of the ancient tomb. Taking advantage of a moment when no other players were around, Li Hao focused on killing monsters. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Kuang had stopped what he was doing. "Kuang, they're talking about you again." Li Hao pointed to the distant discussion. "But they're calling the boss the opposite of you." Lu Kuang, no longer the somewhat lost big guy from when he first entered the game, appeared much more composed now. He put down his weapon and said meaningfully, "Both reckless bravery and cautious prudence can lead to success, but those who hesitate and waver will only drift along. I might have been an outcast in the game initially, but following the boss, my future development will surely surpass theirs." Li Hao nodded in agreement. "You're right. We'll definitely be stronger than them." Just then, Li Rant's disgruntled voice came from the side. "You two idiots, can you consider my feelings while you're chatting? Damn it, I'm the one tanking and fighting the mobs here." Lu Kuang scratched his head awkwardly and apologized. "Sorry, it's a habit. I never do anything while I'm talking." On the other side, the novice village 110755 was buzzing with excitement due to Qin Han's announcement. The villagers were abuzz with discussions. Some felt the name sounded familiar, recalling its frequent appearances in global announcements. However, some Sharpied players pointed out that this time it was a village-wide announcement, and they had seen this name when the rankings for 2 villages were opened. Lindong, with his keen memory, confirmed, "I've noticed this Qin Han before. He's a player from Novice Village 688 and is still at level 0. The villagers continued to speculate, with some guessing this might be the same person from the global announcements. Lindong, however, disagreed. It's unlikely. The name Qin Han isn't uncommon. Just in our Ziyang prefecture, I've heard of 3 people named Qin Han, and they might have been assigned to other villages." Li Fei joined the discussion, sharing what he'd learned about the eternal life game from the natives. "The universe is boundless, and the races are endless, far beyond our imagination. Our world in Ziyang prefecture is as insignificant as a grain of sand in the infinite universe. If someone like me can reach level 5 in a short time, the levels of true masters must be unimaginably high, far beyond a mere level 0 player from a neighboring village." Lin Dong turned to the strongest player, the 4 princes, to ask about elite monsters. Li Fei replied, "I haven't seen any yet. However, I can hunt in level 11 or 12 wild areas now, and have encountered some gray eagles. They aren't particularly strong, and I can kill them easily. Even if an elite gray eagle appeared, I should be able to take it down." Suddenly, Lin Dong had an epiphany and proposed a theory. What if they gathered the whole village's strength to kill a golden eagle, and let this Qin Han deliver the final blow? Naturally, the announcement would bear Qin Han's name. Could their village be trying to use this Qin Han to bluff and intimidate us? This suggestion sparked another round of heated discussion among the villagers, with many agreeing with Lin Dong's analysis, believing the other village was using a ruse to compensate for their lack of strength. Li Fei stepped forward to calm the situation. "Everyone, the heavens are infinite, and we don't know how far we can go. But for now, regardless of what tricks the other side uses, we must ignore them, focus on leveling up, and enhance our strength to ensure we can go further." The villagers all agreed in unison, vowing to follow the advice of the 4 princes. Meanwhile, in the Golden Eagle's nest, Qin Han was busy storing the Golden Eagle's corpse in his saddleback. His gaze was drawn to the pile of gold scattered around, his eyes widening in amazement. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 10,000 gold coins here, comparable to the amount dropped by the ancient Witch Queen. Qin Han mused to himself that the ancient Witch Queen was such a formidable entity that the Golden Eagle would hardly be considered a trifle to her in her prime. Even a weakened ancient Witch Queen was far beyond the likes of a mere Golden Eagle. The fact that such a small creature could drop rewards on par with the ancient Witch Queen was a testament to the richness of the reward. He quickly gathered the coins, the delightful sound of them entering his account ringing like music to his ears. Seeing the 10,000 gold coins added to his account brought an undeniable smile to Qin Han's face. Coming back to his senses, his attention was caught by other treasures in the nest. Golden artifacts were scattered all around, their luster indicating they were made of high-quality pure gold. Judging by their shapes, they were human-made, likely stolen by the Golden Eagle from the island's residents. Qin Han picked up a golden goblet and stored it in his space ring, checking its attributes. Golden goblet, a utensil from a wealthy household, of considerable value. Can be decomposed into gold coins. Weight, 200. He chuckled, knowing that a standard gold coin weighs 10, meaning this goblet could be directly decomposed into 20 gold coins. Looking at the nest full of golden items, he excitedly imagined how many gold coins he could exchange them for. With growing excitement, Qin Han began swiftly collecting items from the nest. As time passed, he finally cleared and decomposed everything. The final tally showed that all the items decomposed into a total of 13,906 gold coins. With the additional coins in his backpack, Qin Han now possessed over 32,000 gold coins. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he thought about how Thunder Island lived up to its reputation. Just setting foot on this land had brought him such a substantial reward, filling him with anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Han prepared to leave the nest that had been thoroughly ransacked. The once glittering cave was now empty, with only a few scattered, dilapidated items left behind, some bones, tattered cloth, and bits of rotten wood. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a flash of red caught his eye. It was a wooden plaque, intricately carved with the totem of the Yunlei beast, looking quite extraordinary. Qin Han realized, somewhat regretfully, that in his eagerness to collect gold, he had overlooked such a treasure. Eagerly picking up the plaque, he examined it closely and was overjoyed. It was a special rune plaque called Ancestor's Blessing. Not only did it increase his health by 1,000 points, but it also provided a healing effect of 10 points per second and 1,000 points of poison resistance. Most importantly, it activated simply by being in his backpack. For Qin Han, this rune plaque was a godsend. Although his voodoo pearl made poison resistance less critical, the 1,000-point health boost was exactly what he needed. As a level 0 novice, even with the recent addition of 2 constitution points, His actual health was only 36 points. With the added 1,000 health points, his survival ability would be significantly enhanced. Red snake fruit could also increase health, but its effect was temporary, and he had very few left in his backpack. In contrast, the permanent health boost from the rune plaque was far more valuable. Not to mention the 10 points of healing per second, combined with his space ring's 2 points of regeneration, meant he could recover 12 health points per second. Unless faced with a large-scale battle, he would hardly need to rely on potions. Excitedly, Qin Han placed the rune plaque in his backpack, instantly feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him. This unprecedented sense of security boosted his confidence in facing upcoming challenges. After thoroughly searching the nest one last time to ensure no treasures were left behind, Qin Han began to make his way out. He grabbed a thick vine and started climbing towards the cliff's top. 10 minutes later, just as he was about to safely reach the summit, a sudden crisis shattered the calm. A sharp whooshing sound pierced the air, and a poison dart shot towards him with blinding speed. Qin Han instinctively rolled forward, but the dart still grazed his back. Fortunately, his ancient armor offered excellent protection, and the damage from the dart was minimal. With his newly acquired 1,000 plus health points and 12 points per second regeneration, this damage was negligible. At that moment, the voodoo pearl automatically activated, beginning to absorb the neurotoxin invading his body. Qin Han silently thanked his luck for possessing such a treasure. The voodoo pearl was not only the nemesis of all voodoo, but also inflicted 200 points of poison damage per second for 10 seconds during attacks. It boasted powerful skills like soul accumulation, deadly poison, and paralysis toxin, along with a toxic aura covering a 100-meter radius. Realizing that his opponent used a precious neurotoxin, Qin Han immediately became alert. This toxin was not only difficult to extract but also a one-time use item, making it a rare and potent poison in the game, capable of paralyzing its target with great force. The fact that his adversary deployed such a valuable toxin right away clearly indicated an intention to kill him. Qin Han quickly strategized, pretending to collapse from the poison and lay motionless on the ground. However, he kept his eyes slightly open, watching closely in the direction of the attack. Moments later, a man with braided hair and reddish skin appeared in his line of sight. Dressed in rough hemp clothing and holding a sharp dagger, he walked slowly towards Qin Han. Seeing Qin Han lying still, the man grinned with satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Huh, after all these years, my poison dart finally comes in handy. Kid, it's just your bad luck. Time to meet your end." On the edge of a cliff, a man with red skin and clad in linen stood, his face radiating an undisguised sense of satisfaction. He had just witnessed someone follow a wounded golden eagle into its nest and return unscathed. This could only mean one thing: the treasure of the golden eagle had fallen into this person's hands. With this realization, the man's heart raced, and a flame of greed burned fiercely within his chest. He slowly approached Qin Han, who lay motionless on the ground, and looked down at the young man with a cold smile. "Kid, you're just unlucky to have blocked my path to fortune. Prepare to die," the man muttered under his breath, swiftly drawing a dagger and crouching down, the sharp blade aimed directly at Qin Han's throat. At this critical moment, Qin Han suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleaming sword named Moonshadow appeared in his hand as if by magic. This precious weapon emerged from its treasure space in an instant, swift as lightning and elusive as a deer in flight. In the blink of an eye, Qin Han had already struck several blows. Caught off guard, the man in linen was instantly covered in wounds, with several deep cuts exposing bone. At the same time, a piece of information appeared before Qin Han, resident of Thunder Venom Island, level 20. Though the man in linen was tough-skinned, the sudden attack left him terrified, and he quickly retreated a few steps, staring at Qin Han in horror. "You're fine? How are you fine after being poisoned by the king cobra?" Qin Han coldly replied. "What you should be worried about now is your own well-being." Just as the man in linen was about to speak, his body suddenly stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He seemed to realize something, his face turning deathly pale. "King Cobra's venom? You have it too?" The man in linen was deeply shocked. The venom of the king cobra was incredibly rare and precious, and he had only obtained a single drop by chance. If he hadn't believed that the person before him had acquired the golden eagle's treasure, he wouldn't have used it. Qin Han said nothing more and swung Moonshadow again towards his opponent. In the game, the neurotoxin could paralyze enemies, but its effect was time-limited. Once the time was up, the enemy could potentially counterattack. Therefore, Qin Han chose to continue the assault to prolong the toxin's effect. The sword flashed, and with a series of swift strikes, the man in linen's health quickly dropped to a critical level, leaving him on the brink of death. "Spare me! Spare me! Please, have mercy!" In the face of death, the man in linen finally showed his cowardly side, begging for his life incessantly. Qin Han said coldly, "Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. You wanted to kill me just now? and you didn't give me a chance. So you must die." With that, he raised Moonshadow, seemingly ready to deliver a fatal blow. In a moment of desperation, the man in linen quickly shouted, "Wait, listen to me. You seem to be an outsider. Thunder Venom Island is full of dangers, and without a local guide, you might not survive. I am willing to atone for my sins by helping you achieve whatever you desire." Qin Han hesitated for a moment. It was his first time on Thunder Venom Island, and although he had done some research, he was still unfamiliar with many places. Wandering aimlessly could waste a lot of time. Having a guide might make things much easier. Besides, this man's strength posed no threat to him, even at full strength, let alone now when he was gravely injured. After a brief pause, Qin Han asked, "I want to acquire gold, as much as possible. Do you have a way?" The man in linen was overjoyed. Having a demand meant there was a chance to survive, and he quickly replied, "Yes, yes. There's a gold mine about 10 miles from here. It's the richest gold mine on Thunder Venom Island, producing an incredible amount of gold every year. If you go there, you'll definitely find a great deal." Qin Han nodded slightly. Thunder Venom Island was abundant in gold, and the mines were naturally plentiful. Since the man claimed it was the richest mine on the island, the haul was bound to be substantial. "Tell me the location." The man in linen's eyes flickered, and he said, "The place is well hidden. Even if I tell you, it might be hard for you to find it. Why not let me take you there personally? It would save you a lot of trouble." Qin Han looked at him deeply, pondering, and then said, "All right, lead the way." By this time, the effects of the neurotoxin had worn off. The man in linen staggered to his feet and pointed down the mountain. "Let's go." Thus, the two of them slowly made their way towards the mine. Due to the man's severe injuries, the 10-kilometer journey took 2 hours. Although the pace was slow, Qin Han wasn't without gains. Along the way, he opened several wild treasure chests and jars, acquiring nearly 3,000 gold coins. The wealth of Thunder Venom Island continued to astonish him. Finally, the gold mine appeared before them. It was an entrance at the foot of a mountain, wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side. The entrance extended deep into the mountain, its end unknown. Outside the entrance, 30 guards dressed in rattan armor and armed with swords and longbows were strategically positioned. Qin Han and the man in linen observed from a nearby thicket. The man in linen whispered, "This is the gold mine. Those men outside are the high priest guards, responsible for the mine's security. There used to be only 10 guards, but recently the high priest is planning a wedding and wants to build a golden house for his future wife, so the demand for gold has increased significantly. With more miners, the number of guards has also increased." Qin Han squinted his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. The high priest? Isn't he the one who took the sword maniac's wife? And now he's getting married, possibly planning to keep her hidden away. But who could his new wife be? If it's the sword maniac's wife, that would be interesting. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Han calmly asked, "What should we do now? They have quite a few people, and acting rashly could trigger a chain reaction. The more enemies gather, the more passive we become." The man in the plain robe confidently replied, "Don't worry, we don't need to confront them directly. My father is a foreman in the mine. I can get a worker's permit from him. Then you can walk in as a miner and do whatever you need." Qin Han said nothing, his calm gaze fixed on the man in the plain robe. Seeing this, the man quickly explained, "What, you don't trust me? Since you agreed to let me go, I've let go of my grudge. Now, I only feel gratitude toward you, no hatred at all." As they traveled, the man in the plain robe had regained much of his color, his face looking much healthier, and his expression seemed entirely sincere. Qin Han secretly used the friendly probe orb. The result was shocking. Ma Xing's friendliness level was extremely hostile. He harbored deep hatred toward Qin Han and would tear him to pieces given the chance. Qin Han remained unfazed, having anticipated this. He was here only for the gold and had never believed Ma Xing's lies. Now that they'd reached their destination, Ma Xing had outlived his usefulness. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Qin Han feigned nonchalance and said, "All right, you go ahead. I'll wait here for you." Ma Xing was overjoyed, thinking how easily he'd fooled Qin Han with just a few words. As soon as he reached the high priest's guards, he'd be safe. With his father's position, he could send guards to settle the score. Excited by the thought, he couldn't help but smile. Before leaving, he feigned concern and reminded Qin Han, "Brother, be careful not to get spotted by the guards. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Secretly, he thought, "I'll have you killed soon enough." Qin Han's expression remained calm as he replied, "All right, you be careful too." "All right, I'm off then," Ma Xing said with a smile, turning back multiple times as he moved forward. As he neared the high priest's guards, he trembled with excitement. "I'm safe. I'm finally safe." The feeling of escaping death is incredible. But just as he couldn't resist one last glance back, what he saw made his heart stop in terror. In the dense forest outside the gold mine, Ma Xing turned just in time to see an arrow flying towards him. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The arrow loomed large in his eyes, and with a dull thud, the world went silent. Ma Xing's body fell heavily onto the thick grass, quickly disappearing into the bushes without alerting the guards in front of the mine. A system notification rang in Qin Han's ear. You have killed a level 20 resident of Thunder Poison Island, gaining 1900 experience points. Qin Han, expressionless, put away his bow. These natives, though they provided experience, were essentially real people. They lacked the various functions of players and couldn't level up by defeating monsters. They weren't even NPCs and were unaware of the game's existence. On Thunder Poison Island, perhaps only a few, like the High Priest, knew about the game. To Ma Xing, Qin Han might have seemed like a foreigner who had wandered into the area. Despite having just killed someone, such occurrences were commonplace in the world of the Eternal Game. Qin Han's attention was already focused on the 30 or so guards outside the cave, contemplating a strategy for infiltration. These guards, around level 20, were clad in armor and wielded bows, clearly more formidable than Ma Xing. They were organized and tactical. A direct confrontation would be troublesome and might attract reinforcements from the entire island. A prolonged battle would consume too much time, jeopardizing the chance to complete the captain's order. Qin Han quickly devised a plan. He summoned his nightmare mount and whispered a few words into its ear. The intelligent creature immediately understood, turning and galloping away. Half an hour later, the ground began to tremble, and the roars of countless monsters echoed. A giant pangolin, 3 stories tall, charged at the guard's position, followed closely by several crocodiles nearly 10 meters long. In an instant, the area outside the mine was swarming with monsters, throwing the guards into chaos. Damn it! The monsters are rioting, one guard shouted. Stop them! Don't let them into the mine. The High Priest will have our heads if anything happens. All the guards rushed into battle. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Han silently slipped into the mine. The nightmare stealthily returned to his side, nuzzling his shoulder as if seeking praise. Qin Han gently patted its head, giving it an approving look before dismissing it. Inside the gold mine, the path was winding and pitch black. Qin Han's ancient leather armor provided a concealment effect, making him blend seamlessly with the darkness. He continued deeper into the mine, soon arriving at a fork in the path. As he hesitated over which tunnel to take, footsteps approached from one direction, accompanied by a faint light. He quickly hid behind a minecart, leaving only his eyes exposed to observe. 2 guards carrying torches came into view. I think I heard something outside. Should we check it out? One guard asked. Forget it. We're only responsible for guarding the inside of the mine. What's happening outside isn't our concern, the other replied. But since there's trouble outside, someone might try to sneak in. This batch of gold hasn't been delivered yet, and if anything goes wrong, we won't be able to escape blame. Our top priority is to ensure the gold's safety. You're right. Let's check the gold vault. I have a bad feeling, the other agreed. The 2 guards concurred and headed down the leftmost tunnel, with Qin Han silently trailing them. Following them closely, they soon reached a room with a large iron door. One of the guards pulled out a key and unlocked the door. Instantly, heaps of gold bars gleamed under the torchlight. The gold's fine. We were just being paranoid. Let's go, one guard said after inspecting the room. At that moment, Qin Han, lurking outside, struck decisively. He drew his Godslayer bow and swiftly took aim. 2 arrows flew through the air, striking the throats of both the guard and the sentinel, causing them to collapse instantly without a sound. Qin Han quickly followed up with several more shots, leaving them no chance to retaliate before they perished. A system notification chimed in. You have killed the gold mine guard, gaining 2,100 experience points. You have killed the gold mine sentinel, gaining 2,100 experience points. Relieved, Qin Han exhaled deeply. The mine was deep and unpredictable, with an unknown number of guards inside. If the noise of the fight had been too loud, it might have attracted others, which would have been troublesome. Fortunately, the native inhabitants generally had low health, and with the god-slaying bow's defense-ignoring ability and the neurotoxin from the voodoo orb, he could silently and swiftly eliminate his foes. He quickly dragged the 2 bodies aside, closed the door, and turned to face the mountain of gold ingots before him. The gleaming gold filled his eyes with delight. A system message appeared. Collecting, gold ingot raw material, weight 600, can be converted into gold coins. Although these ingots were only partially refined from raw gold or not very pure, their quantity was astonishing. Qin Han estimated that they could yield at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly collected the ingots and began to break them down in bulk. As time passed, the room's golden hoard was completely cleared, all converted into coins. His total number of gold coins surged to 73,000, adding to his previous 33,000, bringing his total to around 106,000. Wow, just stepping onto Thunder Poison Island and I've already hit such a jackpot. It's unbelievable. Qin Han marveled to himself. There probably isn't a place with more gold than this during the entire beginner phase. It seems there's hope to draw the tenfold amplification card within 3 days. With over 100,000 gold coins now, it was time to clear this first screen. In the empty storeroom, Qin Han hid in a secluded corner, took out his lottery card, took a deep breath, and began a series of maximum 10 draws. Batch drawing in progress. Please be patient. The system prompt flashed repeatedly. As time went on, various prizes emerged. An iron broom, a tint, a blue longsword, a whiteboard bow, and more. Most were miscellaneous items and whiteboard gear, with occasional blue and gold items. Each coin equaled 1 item, and despite some duplicates, the sheer number of draws made it worthwhile. Qin Han's inventory, with around 3,000 slots, quickly filled with all sorts of equipment, items, and even food. While ample for an average player, it was insufficient for him now. He had to discard most of the miscellaneous items and whiteboard gear, yet space remained scarce. At this point, the drawing reached its peak. In another round of draws, a series of chimes sounded, and the remaining dark gold items on the screen appeared all at once: a golden heavy armor set, dark gold level with 7 pieces. Helmet, armor, greaves, boots, gloves, longsword, and cloak. This set was entirely golden, even the cloak stitched with gold threads, making it exceptionally eye-catching. The set's total attributes were 1200 defense, 1200 health increase, 150 attack, 500 ice resistance, 500 poison resistance, and 50 health regeneration per second. It required 300 constitution points to equip. This was a classic heavy armor set with impressive attributes. As a set drawn with 100,000 gold coins, it was superior to typical dark gold sets, essentially a top-tier dark gold set. Its high defense made it nearly impervious to physical attacks from ordinary players. On a crowded battlefield, this armor could serve as the frontline tank, difficult for most beginner and intermediate players to overcome. However, the set also had its limitations. The 300 constitution requirement was akin to a level 20 beginner player's total constitution. Moreover, the heavy armor's bulkiness would reduce speed, making it hard to chase fleeing enemies unless in a fight to the death. This gear was clearly designed for tank-like professions. Despite its excellent attributes and impressive appearance, it wasn't particularly useful for Qin Han. His gaze shifted away from the golden heavy armor set and back to the lottery card. At this moment, the lottery card screen was a swirl of chaos, the interface constantly shifting. It seemed as if something extraordinary was about to reveal itself. In the dimly lit storage room of the gold mine, Qin Han clenched his fists, his breath caught in his throat. His gaze was sharp and focused like a hawk's, fixed intently on the lottery card screen, his heart racing. Although his reborn journey had unfolded as planned over the past few days, the unpredictable nature of life still loomed large. Only by obtaining this ultimate treasure could he find peace of mind. This artifact was crucial to reaching the peak of his physical potential, and missing out on it was unthinkable. The screen's images shifted constantly until suddenly, the chaotic interface cleared, like clouds parting to reveal the moon. The display transformed, adorned with auspicious clouds and accented with dark hues. The prize list refreshed, still featuring a set of dark gold equipment as the base, along with several dark gold accessories. Qin Han's eyes scanned the screen like a radar until his pupils contracted sharply. In one corner of the screen, a modest, unassuming dark card appeared. It blended seamlessly with the screen's primary colors, easy to overlook at first glance. The card bore the inscription, "Gift of the Heavenly Tao, Tenfold Amplification Artifact." The description revealed that this treasure was formed from a strand of supreme law, possessing unfathomable powers. It granted the bearer the protection of the Heavenly Tao, usable wherever its influence reached. Upon reading these words, Qin Han's heart nearly leapt from his chest. "It's really here," he shouted internally. Draw, use all my coins." Despite having only 6,000 coins left, the card's placement suggested the odds weren't particularly high. Maybe, just maybe, 6,000 coins could seize that slim chance? Gritting his teeth, Qin Han stared unblinkingly at the lottery screen. "Drawing, please be patient. Drawing, please be patient." Ding, ding, ding. A series of notification sounds rang out. "Congratulations, you've obtained a piece of dark gold armor. You've acquired a blue sword, a white robe, a pair of blue boots." Prizes were drawn continuously, with this batch slightly better than the initial screen, but not by much. White and blue equipment appeared in droves, forcing Qin Han to repeatedly clear his inventory of useless items. Time slipped by, and his coins dwindled. The final chance to draw approached, and Qin Han fervently prayed in his heart. This time, for sure. Please. But the system's cold voice shattered his hopes. "Sorry, your balance is insufficient for another draw. Please acquire more coins and try again." Bang! Qin Han slammed his fist into a nearby pile of junk, his knuckles whitening from the force. This cursed probability. It never fails to disappoint. The most excruciating thing in the world is having a priceless treasure within reach but being unable to grasp it. Qin Han took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Fine, no matter how tough it gets, gathering another 10,000 coins should secure it. This is a gold mine after all. There's plenty more gold to find. Suppressing his excitement, he silently left the storage room, heading deeper into the mine. Before leaving, he stripped the guards of their clothing for future use. Although these native inhabitants weren't part of the NPC roster and didn't drop equipment, their clothes and possessions were loot and provided experience, making them more valuable than ordinary monsters. After exiting the storage room, Qin Han chose a random tunnel to proceed. The mine's passageways twisted and turned, and the deeper he went, the more guards he encountered. But thanks to his ancient set of equipment and the concealing effect of his black hood, he moved like a phantom in the night. The mine's dim lighting often allowed him to pass guards unnoticed. As he ventured further, the mine grew increasingly noisy. The clanging of mining tools, sobbing, and haughty scolding echoed throughout. A few more steps, and the scene opened up to a brightly lit cavern. A massive chamber lay before him, filled with people. Guards wielding swords stood alertly at various points. Ragged, disheveled miners mechanically repeated their labor. Overseers in white clothing patrolled with whips, occasionally striking an unfortunate soul to assert their authority. In the center, surrounded by guards, a cart brimmed with gleaming gold. Qin Han nodded to himself. Where there's activity, there's likely treasure. This must be the deposit site. He roughly estimated the gold in the cart. If broken down, it should yield about 10,000 coins. But with the odds of the lottery, even 10,000 might not be enough. Now's not the time to act. I need to find more gold. His eyes drifted to the back of the crowd, where the mine continued to wind and extend, suggesting a large space beyond. Perhaps there's even more gold further in. Qin Han thought. The best strategy is to blend in and assess the remaining gold in the mine. However, he quickly realized the urgency of time. I need to hurry. I've cleared out the storage room. If anyone checks, it could be trouble. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed the brightly lit path ahead, making stealth impossible. With a quick shift in thought, Qin Han swiftly retreated to a secluded corner. He deftly changed into a guard's uniform and, to make it convincing, applied some red paint to his face. Once disguised, he confidently strolled towards the mining area. Just a few steps in, the sudden clanging sounds from the direction of the mine startled Qin Han. His heart skipped a beat, fearing that someone had discovered the theft of the gold storage and raised an alarm. As he pondered this, a guard carrying a torch walked by. The guard greeted Qin Han warmly. Hey there, heading to dinner? I heard the last batch of gold will be ready tonight, and we'll be heading back. The overseer's giving us a special meal. Qin Han replied softly. Well, that's good news for us. Relieved, he realized the noise was likely the dinner signal. The storage room was on the other side, so an alarm was unlikely to be heard in the mining area. Feeling more at ease, Qin Han walked alongside the guard, leisurely heading towards the mines. After a few steps, the guard glanced at Qin Han and asked, You look unfamiliar, are you new? Qin Han calmly replied, I'm a close friend of Ma Xing. Upon hearing this, the guard's face immediately turned obsequious. Ma Xing is the overseer's son, so you must be well connected with the overseer. I'm Li Yang, a guard temporarily reassigned from Hai's Hai. What's your name? Qin Han squinted slightly and answered, I'm Ma Chao. Li Yang was instantly excited. So you're a Ma too? You must be related to the overseer. I'll be counting on you in the future. Of course, Qin Han said, deliberately slowing his pace, continuously probing for information. Li Yang was quite forthcoming, and Qin Han quickly gathered a lot of intel. The high priest planned to hold a grand wedding ceremony in 2 days at the main camp in Hai's Hai. The bride, reportedly a charming woman the high priest met during his travels, had a peculiar love for gold. She demanded that her future home be made entirely of gold, even the toilet. The high priest seemed infatuated and agreed to her demands. As a result, all the gold mines on the island were working overtime, and the high priest had brought in a large number of guards from Hai's Hai to oversee the gold transport. These mines operated on a refined one-batch, transport one-batch strategy. This meant that, apart from the storage room and a few gold ores in the minecarts, there was no other gold in the mine. On the entire island, the only place with a significant amount of gold was with the high priest. Upon learning this, Qin Han lost interest in further exploration and was about to find an excuse to slip away when he realized they had reached the mining area. It was bustling with people, and 2 long tables laden with sumptuous dishes stood in the center. A burly middle-aged man in white silk clothes, holding a whip, was arrogantly listening to an elderly man in gray reporting beside him. Overseer, the folks in the 9th mine are causing trouble again, the elder said quietly. They claim there's a monster's roar coming from deep in the mines and insist we send guards to investigate. The overseer dismissively tapped his whip. It's all mines down there. Where would a monster's roar come from? I think these people have been cooped up too long, the elder cautiously replied. They've mentioned it several times now. There seems to be something unusual. The overseer shook his head. These people are a hassle. If it weren't for the high priest's mercy, refusing to kill, I'd have dealt with them long ago. As he spoke, his gaze swept around and landed on Qin Han and Liang. He immediately ordered, "You two, go with Manager Lu to the ninth mine. If there's really a monster sound, report back. If not, give each of those guys 10 lashes to teach them a lesson." Liang promptly pounded his chest in loyalty. "Rest assured, Overseer, I will not fail you and will complete the task you've given." The Overseer nodded. "Then it's up to you." Qin Han had intended to slip away but was intrigued by the mention of monster sounds in the mines. He pondered, could it be that thing inside? If it is, this might turn into a big deal. Deep within the mining area, an elderly man dressed in gray led Qin Han and Liang further into the depths. As they passed one mining site after another, Qin Han was taken aback by the scale of the gold mine, which surpassed his expectations. Everywhere he looked, thousands of workers were bustling about, with nearly 200 guards patrolling the area. However, as Liang had mentioned, the existing gold within the mines was surprisingly scarce. Besides the overseer's deposit, valued at over 10,000 gold coins, the remaining deposits amounted to only around 9,000 gold coins. As they ventured deeper, the temperature inside the cave rose by several degrees. Finally, the trio arrived at their destination, mine number 9. This section, located at the deepest part of the gold mine, had a formidable iron door at the entrance, resembling a prison cell. Though Qin Han was curious about the identity of those confined inside, he remained composed. Liang, however, couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Manager Lu, why is this place sealed with an iron door? Are you afraid that the people inside will escape?" The gray-clad elder's expression was inscrutable as he replied meaningfully, "Mine number 9 holds serious offenders who should have been executed, but the high priest showed mercy and gave them a chance to live. Remember, whatever you see or hear here must remain confidential." Both Qin Han and Liang nodded in agreement. The elder, satisfied, took out a key and unlocked the iron door. As the door creaked open, those inside halted their work, and countless eyes filled with anger, fear, resentment, and oppression turned towards them. Among the crowd, a robust old man with white hair and beard cautiously stepped forward. Upon seeing the gray-clad elder and Qin Han, he forced a smile and said, "Manager Lu, you're here?" The gray-clad elder nodded coldly and gestured towards Qin Han and Liang, saying, "Go on in. I'll wait outside." With that, he locked them inside the mining area and stepped aside. As the iron door locked behind them, the miners swarmed towards Qin Han and Liang, their angry gazes fixed on them as if they held a deep grudge. Liang, frightened, retreated repeatedly, threatening, "What do you want? Are you trying to rebel? I'm a guard of the high priest, and if you dare to act recklessly, you're doomed." Qin Han, however, remained unfazed. Although the crowd was large, they all appeared emaciated, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. He looked directly at the white-haired elder and got straight to the point. "We've been sent to deal with the beast's cries. Take us to see it." Upon hearing this, the elder scolded the crowd to disperse. Although they backed away, they still clutched their tools, watching Qin Han and Liang with hostility. Liang, breaking into a cold sweat, whispered to Qin Han, "Brother Ma, these convicts don't seem friendly. It could be dangerous to follow them. Maybe we should leave." Qin Han patted Liang's shoulder, reassuring him, "The overseer gave us this task, and leaving now would surely get us into trouble. Why don't you stand guard at the entrance? If anything happens to me, inform Manager Lu. Don't worry, once the task is done, you'll share in the credit. I won't tell anyone otherwise." Moved, Liang said, "Brother Ma, you're truly kind." Qin Han, hearing this, gave a subtle, enigmatic smile, then followed the white-haired elder deeper into the mining area. In the ninth mine district, Qin Han managed to break free from Liang's constraints and eagerly approached the elderly man with white hair. He couldn't wait to ask, "Old man, that beast you mentioned, how exactly does it sound? Is it more of a howl or a growl?" The old man frowned, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Neither. I remember it sounded more like a mood." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's eyes lit up with intense joy. He was secretly delighted, feeling 80% sure that the creature deep within the mine was indeed what he suspected, and it was likely in its complete form. This time, he was sure to make a huge profit. The old man continued to explain, "Every time this creature makes a sound, the walls of the ninth mine district experience a slight tremor, and sometimes even small collapses occur. For the safety of the children, I had no choice but to ask you to investigate." "Children?" Qin Han raised an eyebrow, his attention piqued by the mention of this word. "Are there children in the mine?" As if to confirm the old man's words, as they ventured deeper into the mine, Qin Han witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. In addition to frail young men, there were many elderly, women, and children. The older ones seemed to be in their 70s or 80s, while the youngest were still in swaddling clothes. These people all appeared malnourished. Despite it being mealtime, their hands were empty. A small child was even licking a smooth stone, as if it could somehow fill his stomach. Qin Han thought to himself, these people don't look like prisoners, they seem more like a family. Being locked up here by the high priest, they must harbor many secrets. If I can uncover them, it might be useful against the high priest. But right now, the most urgent thing is to find the beast. The rest can wait until I return. Suppressing his thoughts, Qin Han followed the old man further into the mine. Suddenly, a panicked young girl ran towards them from deeper within, and upon seeing the old man, she anxiously said, "Grandpa Lei, the creature is making noise again." Upon seeing the girl, Lei's expression turned tense. He glanced cautiously at Qin Han, and seeing no unusual reaction, he sighed in relief. He then gave the girl a stern look and whispered, "I know, this is not your concern. Go on now." As they continued forward, a faint mooing sound echoed from deep within the mine. The sound was low and rumbling, accompanied by a slight tremor of the surrounding mine walls. Though familiar, the distance made it indistinct. Hearing this, Qin Han quickened his pace. 5 minutes later, they stopped in front of a mine wall. The white-haired elder touched the rock face at the end of the mine and explained, "A month ago, when we dug to this point, we heard the strange noises. I felt it was unsafe, so I stopped the mining in this direction. However, even without further digging, the noise has been getting closer over time. You heard it just now. It won't be long before the creature breaks through." The old man's face was filled with deep concern. Qin Han did not respond but instead pressed his ear against the mine wall, listening intently. Suddenly, a clear moo sounded. Qin Han was overjoyed. It's it. It's really it. The amethyst beast. The legendary creature. He excitedly explained. This beast feeds on gold mines, preferring to burrow into veins of gold and consume them gradually. After devouring a vein, it moves on to the next. Over time, as it feeds on gold, the amethyst beast's back develops purple crystals. These amethysts are recognized by the game's heavenly path, and a single one can be exchanged for 100,000 gold coins. However, the true value of amethysts far exceeds this amount. In the later stages of the previous era, a single amethyst could fetch nearly 500,000 gold coins throughout the heavens. This speaks to its rarity. Qin Han recalled his disbelief when he first learned of the amethyst beast's existence. At that time, I even thought I had misheard. You see, the amethyst beast is incredibly picky about its diet. Ordinary gold mines don't appeal to it. Take this gold mine here. For instance, though it's rich, it pales in comparison to the truly massive gold mines in the heavens. The fact that such a gold mine could attract an amethyst beast is simply astonishing. In the golden mine, Qin Han smiled slightly, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, among all the worlds, I might be the first to arrive at the Thunder Poison Island dungeon. No wonder I've encountered such an opportunity. In the distance, a deep roar echoed, sounding like an old ox. Qin Han's eyes lit up. That must be the cry of the amethyst beast. Judging by the sound, it should be a fully matured one, with at least 3 amethysts on it. If I can obtain them, I can secure the tenfold card. Without hesitation, Qin Han sprang into action. Under the astonished gaze of the white-haired elder, he swiftly donned the ancient armor and summoned the god-slaying bow. Stepping back 5 paces, he drew the bowstring, aiming at the rock wall before him. The white-haired elder exclaimed in shock, "Guardian, what are you planning to do? Are you trying to break through the rock wall to find that creature? This wall is made of refined stone. Even a dozen strong men would take a day or two to break through. Using a bow and arrow seems futile, doesn't it?" Before the elder could finish, an arrow shot out like a streak of light. The wall, hard as refined iron, was pierced as though it were made of tofu. The elder stood dumbfounded, trembling all over. How? How is this possible? How can such a sharp bow and arrow exist in this world? In an instant, he began to doubt Qin Han's true identity. Qin Han, however, paid no heed, focusing intently as he shot arrow after arrow at the wall. The god-slaying bow's ability to ignore defenses filled him with confidence. He intended to use this power to carve through the wall. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Gradually, holes began to appear in the wall. Meanwhile, under the scorching sun on the wild ox plains of Novice Village 688, the wild oxen had been hunted to extinction after 2 or 3 days of slaughter. Many low-level players found themselves in the awkward position of having no creatures to farm and began to complain. Does this game not respawn monsters after they're killed? Who knows? There's no guide for this game. We have to figure everything out ourselves. I was planning to level up to 3 by killing oxen, and now I can't even find one. As the players grumbled, a sudden change occurred. Red halos began to emerge across the wild ox plains, precisely where the oxen had been slain. These red lights seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, converging towards the central area of the plains. What's going on? Is there some treasure appearing? Whatever it is, let's hurry and check it out. Excitedly, the players chased after the red lights, racing towards the central area. As time passed, at the center of the wild ox plains, near the ancient tomb, the gathered red lights coalesced into a massive red energy cluster. As more red light joined, the outline of a wild ox became increasingly distinct, growing larger and more imposing. Suddenly, the energy cluster exploded, revealing a wild ox as tall as a two-story building. It was entirely red, its hide glowing with an eerie light, and its black eyes glinted with a cruel gleam. The red ox surveyed the surrounding players and let out a thunderous bellow. Moo! The deep bellow reverberated across the plains, its sound waves reaching the nearby wild zones. Players turned towards the sound, eager to discover its source. What happened? Oh my god, that sound is deafening. At that moment, a system message popped up in the chat of Novice Area 688. In the center of the wild ox plains, an elite monster, the barbarian ox leader, has spawned. Defeating the barbarian ox leader grants a large amount of experience and a high chance of obtaining a golden set. Players are encouraged to participate in the battle. Once defeated, the wild ox plains will respawn monsters. Oh my god, finally an elite monster has appeared. Look at the system message. Not only is there a lot of experience, but you can also get a golden set. That's amazing. I remember since the start, apart from the blue gear from village quests, it's rare to get equipment in the wild. And now there's a golden set available? Unbelievable. The rewards are generous, so the difficulty must be high, right? Don't worry, my friend. Wasn't there a player named Qin Han who defeated a golden eagle at level 0? This elite monster might not be that tough. Exactly, it's just an elite wild ox. It can't be that strong. We have the numbers. We can overwhelm it. Let's go, everyone. First come, first served. In an instant, countless players surged towards the wild ox plains. At this moment, nearly 100 players had gathered at the center of the plains, surrounding the barbarian ox leader, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. Faced with this colossal creature, someone muttered, "It's so tall, like an ancient beast. Can we really defeat it?" Someone nearby hesitantly replied, "Maybe. We can. How about giving it a try? This bull looks big, but it might just be bluffing." The players exchanged glances, hesitant and unsure. Someone bravely suggested, "Makes sense. Why don't you go first?" Another quickly shook their head. "No, no way. How about we go together?" Just as the players were hesitating, the bull commander suddenly flew into a rage. Its eyes locked onto the densest group of players, and with a powerful push of its sturdy hooves, its massive body shot forward like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud crash, several players who didn't react in time were sent flying over 10 meters away. Thud, thud, thud. Players fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Most of them were only level 1 or 2 beginners, with low health, and this hit wiped out their health bars completely. "They're dead. They're dead." One sharp-eyed player shouted in horror, disbelief filling their voice. Panic spread through the crowd like a tidal wave. "Run, run. This bull is too strong. We can't beat it. Scatter." Faced with the threat to their lives, the players scattered like birds. The bull commander watched the fleeing players with a hint of confusion in its eyes, then locked onto a solitary player and charged at an astonishing speed. Just as the bull commander was about to hit the player, someone suddenly dashed in from afar, shoving the targeted player aside. The brave player fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding a direct hit from the bull commander. Unable to stop in time, the bull leapt over this person. Now's the chance. The player seized the fleeting opportunity, gritting his teeth, and slashed at the bull commander's belly with his knife. The fluid motion of the maneuver left the newly arrived players in awe. "It's Lulu. I've seen him before. That move was like something out of a movie. Impressive." However, just as the blade was about to touch the bull's belly, there was a sharp ding sound. The knife was deflected by the bull's skin, hard as steel, leaving only a shallow scratch. At the same time, information about the bull commander appeared before everyone. Bull commander, level 5 elite monster. Health, 55,000. The defense is too thick. Even attacking the weak point in the belly doesn't work. Lulu's heart sank. Elite monsters are 100 times more terrifying than I imagined. Realizing this bull was beyond his ability to handle, Lulu quickly scrambled to his feet, picked up his knife, and decisively fled to safety. Meanwhile, in Newbie Village 110755, another bull commander had spawned. Since the overall strength of this village was greater than that of Newbie Village 688, the bull commander here was even more formidable. In just one encounter, over a dozen players lost their lives. This terrifying creature quickly became the nightmare of the newbie village. In the novice village 110755, a piece of bad news swept through like a chilling wind. Upon hearing it, Lin Dong, the young master of the Lin family, quickly assembled 200 elite players and personally led them to the location of the wild bull leader. With confidence etched on his face, he thought to himself, it's ridiculous that such a minor elite monster could cause so much trouble for those scattered players. They're nothing but a rabble. As he made his way, Lin Dong boasted in the global chat, our village has spawned an elite monster, so yours probably has too, right? But let me be the one to claim the first kill on this elite. In Xiang Mansion, we are united and well organized. This time, I'll show you country bumpkins from the neighboring village how easily I can take down an elite monster. Hearing this, players in the 688 novice village were thrown into a panic. The chat was abuzz with discussion. Our village's wild bull leader is roaming the plains, attacking any player it encounters. It's either death or serious injury. This thing is insanely strong, like the bull demon king reborn. We can't beat it. Didn't someone named Qin Han from our village defeat an elite monster before? Maybe we should ask him for advice? Forget it, I just messaged him privately, but he has blocked messages from strangers. We can't reach him. So what do we do now? If they get the first kill, we'll never live it down. Plus, the first kill reward, the golden set, won't be ours either. What else can we do? Just let it be. As time ticked by, more bad news came from the novice village 110755. Lin Dong's team of 200 faced the wild bull leader Hedon and suffered heavy casualties in just a brief encounter. Lin Dong himself had broken both arms and 3 ribs, leaving him unconscious and needing to be rushed back to the village for treatment. Before losing consciousness, he weakly instructed, don't let the others know. It's humiliating. Following this, the village's strongest player, Li Fei, personally headed to the wild bull plains to battle the wild bull leader. Despite having a slight advantage in agility, he found himself unable to inflict any significant damage due to the leader's tough hide and ability to self-heal. With no other choice, Li Fei retreated and warned everyone. Until we find a way to defeat it, avoid the area at all costs. Despair spread throughout the novice village 110755. The young master Lin Dong, with just a beginner's profession, had nearly lost his life, and even the top-tier player Li Fei, with an intermediate profession, couldn't handle the wild bull leader. Players lamented the elite monster's overwhelming strength and couldn't help but recall that Qin Han from the neighboring village had previously taken down an elite monster, even as a level 0 player. Upon waking from his treatment, Lin Dong overheard the discussions and immediately scolded. Stop boosting others' morale and diminishing our own. That Qin Han must have had a stroke of luck to kill an elite monster. If he were truly capable, why hasn't he killed the wild bull leader? It's been so long, and I haven't seen any announcement about them defeating it. This proves Qin Han isn't capable. Just wait and see. The first kill of the wild bull leader will definitely come from our village. Meanwhile, deep in the 9th mining area of the Golden Mine, Qin Han was intently focused on the mine wall. Glancing at the chat, he showed a hint of embarrassment. He thought to himself, the wild bull leader didn't exist in the past life. Monster spawns were normal. A level 5 elite monster is beyond what players can handle at this stage. On the wild bull plains, players have no chance. Even with top-tier professions and strong equipment, dealing with an elite of the same level is tough, let alone for players below that level. Unless there's a super weapon specifically designed to counter the wild bull leader, it's impossible. Qin Han speculated that the appearance of the wild bull leader might be linked to his discovery of a hidden location, the ancient tomb. As for the enemy village's wild bull leader, it was likely due to village 688's influence. In the spirit of fair competition, if 688 spawned an elite monster, the opposing side would as well. Considering the enemy village's strength, with their strongest player only at an intermediate level, they stood no chance against the wild bull leader. Qin Han thought, I'll deal with that wild bull when I get back. Rubbing his nose, Qin Han refocused on the mine wall. After a series of shots, the wall was riddled with holes, resembling a sieve. With another arrow, a loud boom resonated as the wall collapsed, revealing a deep cavern. Qin Han surveyed the area, noting that the cavern resembled a real-world lava cave, with pathways branching in all directions. The monsters were nowhere to be seen, having disappeared to some unknown location. Summoning his nightmare, Qin Han gently patted its neck, encouraging, Nightmare, my good friend, find out where that amethyst beast went. The nightmare's eyes glowed red as it scanned the surroundings, quickly locking onto a path. Good job. Let's go, Qin Han said. The cave was spacious enough to allow both man and horse to ride comfortably. Qin Han immediately mounted his nightmare and swiftly gave chase, disappearing into the depths of the cave, leaving behind a group of bewildered onlookers. The white-haired elder, Uncle Lei, exchanged puzzled glances with the others who had arrived. A middle-aged man couldn't help but ask, Uncle Lei, Do you really think this person is just a guard? Uncle Lei slowly shook his head, his brow furrowed. This person's origins are a mystery, and there are too many unbelievable things about him. That bow and arrow piercing through stone like paper, I've never heard of such a thing in my life. And that horse, summoned out of thin air, is even more astonishing. Such an existence likely has a status far beyond that of a mere mine guard. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, and he lowered his voice. Uncle Lei, do you think he has anything to do with the information that suddenly appeared in our minds a few days ago? Uncle Lei's eyes brightened, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Xiaohu, are you suggesting he is a descender? Xiaohu nodded solemnly. Almost certainly. Otherwise, the mysterious things about him can't be explained. But descenders can be good or bad, and no one knows what he'll do once he learns our identities. Uncle Lei's expression turned grave as he quietly recounted their predicament. Our leader was killed by the high priest, and our entire family is imprisoned here. If it weren't for the high priest wanting to extract our secrets, we would have been killed long ago. But in our current state, with tribes people dying of hunger and exhaustion every day, even if the high priest doesn't kill us outright, we can't hold on much longer. His voice grew firm. We've reached a point where things can't get any worse. Befriend him. Help him. Whether he's good or bad, our survival hinges entirely on him. Turning to Xiaohu, he decisively commanded, Xiaohu, take 50 children and our secretly forged weapons, and go assist him. Yes. Xiaohu obeyed and quickly led the group into the depths of the cave. Meanwhile, Qin Han had been pursuing for about 10 minutes when the nightmare suddenly came to a halt. Ahead lay a space about the size of 3 basketball courts, with a creature in the center radiating a purple glow. It resembled a gigantic pangolin, its scales glimmering with an eerie purple light, and 5 crystal-like formations grew on its back. Qin Han felt a thrill of excitement, thinking to himself, this is a real windfall. The purple crystals on the creature exceeded his expectations. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly summoned the Godslayer bow and equipped the attack-boosting ring he had bought from the accessory shop. The sharp healing ring, a golden item. Attack 39, health 50, regenerates 2 health points per second. Qin Han calculated his attack power. Godslayer bow has 100 damage, the ring adds 39, plus 1 from constitution. That's 140 attack. With the martial god aura doubling physical damage, it's 280 attack. He nodded slightly and drew the bow to its full extent, activating his skill, Paralytic Toxin. With a brilliant shot, the arrow pierced the creature's head. A health bar appeared above the creature, accompanied by a silver skull, marking it as an elite monster. But Qin Han knew that such legendary creatures couldn't be judged by their labels alone. The creature, having consumed gold ore for years, had evolved into a nearly indestructible form with terrifying defense. And with its body almost energy-based, typical elemental or toxin damage rarely affected it significantly. Qin Han thought to himself, to be blunt, this purple crystal beast could probably withstand an assault from 5,000 level 20 advanced players without being easily defeated. Without the Godslayer bow, I'd be running away as fast as possible, never daring to approach it. Moo! Moo! The awakened purple crystal beast roared in anger. Who dares disturb my rest? Such audacity! It tried to lift its head to locate the source of the attack, but found its movements unusually slow, taking several times longer than usual. From a distance, Qin Han smiled slightly. The neurotoxin seems to be working. The venom of the king snake is indeed potent. While the paralyzing toxin can't cause substantial harm to the purple crystal beast, it does affect its neural responses, slowing it down a bit. Now's my chance. Qin Han wasted no time, quickly drawing and releasing arrows at the purple crystal beast. The high damage caused its thick health bar to visibly deplete. Inside the cave, the wounded purple crystal beast's scales bristled, and it pushed off the ground with its massive body like a runaway truck, charging at Qin Han. Qin Han swiftly maneuvered the nightmare to dodge, narrowly avoiding a collision. He thought in alarm, wow, this beast may be large, but it's not slow at all. And this is with the effects of my neurotoxin slowing it down. Without the nightmare, I couldn't have dodged it. He then activated the voodoo orb's newly acquired passive skill, Toxic Barrier. With the skill activated, an invisible toxic barrier enveloped the area within 100 meters. Qin Han silently recited the skill's effects. While active, enemies within a 100-meter diameter suffer continuous poison damage, 100 points per second, and their movement speed is reduced by 50%. Hopefully, this will further slow down the purple crystal beast, or else eventually catch up to me. Within the cave, as the toxic mist spread, a faint pink haze enveloped a radius of 100 meters in an instant. The amethyst beast sniffed the air but seemed unaffected. Its massive form charged towards Qin Han like an out-of-control truck. Qin Han, riding his nightmare, deftly dodged left and right. Although the amethyst beast's movements were slightly slower than before, it still exuded an inescapable pressure. Qin Han was secretly pleased. Even the slight slowing effect of the toxic mist was enough to reduce his chances of being hit. As he maneuvered the nightmare in evasive patterns, he fired precise shots with his Godslayer bow. Arrows whizzed through the air, and numbers indicating reduced health points consistently appeared above the amethyst beast's head. Over time, its health gradually dropped to half. Suddenly, the colossal form of the amethyst beast collapsed to the ground. A suffocating, oppressive aura filled the air as its body began to emit an eerie purple glow. Qin Han realized that this legendary creature was about to enter its second phase. He quickly distanced himself on the nightmare and swiftly consumed a red serpent fruit. With his health boosted to 2,000, Qin Han felt slightly more at ease. However, the sight before him made his heart race. The amethyst beast's body was undergoing a violent transformation. Its form elongated, its claws grew sharper, antlers sprouted from its head, and its eyes turned a fiery red. In its transformed state, the amethyst beast swung its massive tail, searching for Qin Han. Upon spotting him, its eyes flashed with red anger, then turned purple. Two laser-like purple beams shot from its eyes directly toward Qin Han. Wherever the beams went, the solid cavern walls were pierced, leaving two bottomless, dark holes. Qin Han had already dodged by the time the creature cast its spell, continuously firing arrows with his Godslayer bow, slicing through the air like meteors. Frustrated by its missed attack, the amethyst beast grew even more furious. It leaped into the air and crashed down heavily, sending an invisible shockwave in all directions. Qin Han and the nightmare were pushed back 5 meters, but fortunately, the nightmare remained steadfast, and Qin Han's high resilience prevented him from being stunned. Realizing the amethyst beast had such a powerful move, Qin Han quickly consumed another red serpent fruit to restore his health. He dared not relax for a moment, continuing to draw his bow and whittle down the beast's health. The amethyst beast went completely berserk, charging at Qin Han with red eyes. As it neared, it suddenly swung its sharp tail. The nightmare reacted swiftly, leaping up to avoid the deadly strike. The wall behind them wasn't so lucky, as the dragon tail swipe left a deep gash. With his heart pounding, Qin Han quickly moved to the other side of the cave to continue his kiting strategy. As time ticked by, with the speed boost from the nightmare, Qin Han narrowly evaded one attack after another, finally reducing the amethyst beast's health to its last sliver. At that moment, Lei Lao arrived with a group of people. Armed with crude swords and knives, they fixed their gaze on the massive creature before them. Seeing Qin Han battling the amethyst beast, Lei Lao immediately commanded, "Kids, it's our turn." The group charged at the amethyst beast with their weapons. Lei Lao shouted, "Young hero, we're here to help you." Obstructed by the beast's massive body, Qin Han moved forward a few steps to see what was happening and urgently cried out, "Get back! You must retreat, don't try to help." But it was too late. Several young men had already reached the amethyst beast, swinging their swords with all their might. The clanging sounds were incessant, yet their makeshift weapons were no match for the beast's tough hide. "Damn it! This monster's body is so hard. We can't even scratch it," one young man exclaimed, his face filled with despair. "Lei Lao, what should we do? Should we keep fighting?" someone anxiously asked. At that moment, the massive head of the amethyst beast slowly turned towards them, its crimson eyes locking onto the unwelcome visitors. Its gaze was filled with rage, as if questioning how these insignificant humans dared to provoke it. Suddenly, the amethyst beast's tail swept across like a lightning bolt. With a deafening crash, a dozen young men were sent flying, their bodies slamming against the wall like kites with broken strings, then crashing heavily to the ground. They lay there, their chests barely rising and falling, pupils dilating as life quickly ebbed away. "Howsy, lazy!" Lei Lao cried out in agony, his eyes filled with despair as he shouted the names. Qin Han, mounted on his nightmare, continuously fired arrows from his bow, the projectiles raining down like a storm. While attacking, he shouted, "Get out of here! You're no match for it. If you don't want to die, get far away." Despite his words, Qin Han's attack speed reached its peak, his bow pulling so fast it seemed to blur, as sharp arrows relentlessly targeted the amethyst beast's weak points. Finally, with a final, desperate wail, the amethyst beast collapsed to the ground. A ball of white light emerged from its body and directly entered Qin Han. A system notification sounded. "You have slain the elite monster amethyst beast, gaining 25,923 experience points. You have enough experience to level up. Would you like to upgrade?" "No." Qin Han decisively declined. Simultaneously, a message appeared in the chat channels of both Newbie Village 688 and Newbie Village 110755. "Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to slay the elite monster amethyst beast, rewarding 1 constitution, Players in both villages were instantly thrown into shock and confusion. They had just witnessed the terrifying power of an elite monster, a creature that not even the entire village could defeat. Who was this Qin Han? He had slain a golden eagle in the morning, and now the amethyst beast in the afternoon. These monsters sounded even more formidable than the bull leader. The chat in Newbie Village 688 exploded. Are you kidding me? A level 0 player taking down 2 elite monsters? I refuse to believe anyone in 688 is that powerful. Is there a bug in the game? Or did the frequencies get mixed up? Exactly. We've never even seen the golden eagle or amethyst beast. Do these things really exist? And did you notice? Despite killing such powerful monsters, he still hasn't leveled up. That's just crazy. The chat in Newbie Village 110755 was equally lively. Lin Dong lay in bed, bandages wrapped around his chest. Seeing the announcement, he was so excited he nearly jumped out of bed. Another elite monster? Who on earth is this Qin Han? His psychic quickly reassured him. Don't worry, young Master Lin. He might just know a special method to kill elite monsters. Plus, I suspect his ability to kill them might come at the cost of not leveling up. Otherwise, how do you explain why he hasn't leveled up yet? As our levels increase, the gap between us will widen, and he won't pose any threat. Lin Dong listened, wanting to argue but ultimately staying silent. He seemed unwilling to admit that someone in the neighboring village could be stronger, so he accepted his sidekick's explanation. Inside the cave, the amethyst beast collapsed with a thud, and the amethyst crystals on its body instantly fell off. Qin Han, quick on his feet, swiftly gathered the scattered crystals one by one and stored the massive beast's carcass into his spatial ring. At that moment, he noticed a lifelike statue of an amethyst beast standing quietly beside the corpse, resembling a perfect replica of the real creature. The statue emitted a strong purple glow, casting a mysterious hue throughout the cave. Without lingering, Qin Han dashed forward and swiftly stored the statue into his spatial ring as well. Then, he took out an amethyst crystal and skillfully activated the disassemble option. A system prompt sounded. Do you want to disassemble the amethyst? Disassembling will yield 100,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, Qin Han chose yes. In an instant, a pleasant jingling sound filled the air. When Qin Han opened his inventory, he found 100,000 gold coins neatly stacked inside. Such a vast fortune made even Qin Han, with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, feel his heart race. In the later stages of the game, few players could boast of such wealth. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Han immediately took out a card drawing machine and opted for the maximum 10 card draw at once. Amidst the series of ding 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 sounds, various pieces of equipment and items emerged like mushrooms after the rain. Congratulations, you have obtained a blue longsword. You have received a white longsword, a set of white armor, a blue bow, a dozen healing salves, a dozen stamina potions. The draw continued, with system notifications popping up one after another. Congratulations, you have obtained a tint. Congratulations, you have acquired a fragment of a dark gold staff. Congratulations, you have received a bottle of poison. Congratulations, you have obtained a bottle of spring water. Congratulations, you have received a piece of nut bread. His backpack quickly filled up with various equipment and miscellaneous items, and its capacity of just over 3,000 points was soon overwhelmed. Qin Han had to continue drawing while discarding unwanted items onto the nearby empty ground. Watching in awe, Lei Lao and his companions were astounded by the miraculous objects in the hands of this newcomer. With just a few taps, treasures appeared endlessly. What baffled them more was Qin Han's apparent pickiness, as he discarded items that were precious in their eyes. In no time, the ground was piled high with food, drinks, clothing, weapons, armor, bows, and more. Lei Lao, eyeing the valuable equipment, cautiously asked, "Young hero, if you don't need these items, may this old man take care of them?" Focused on his draws, Qin Han replied without looking up, "Sure, take them." Lei Lao was overjoyed and immediately called his men to start gathering the equipment. To Qin Han, these ordinary clothes, cooked meats, or basic gear were insignificant. But to Lei Lao and his people, they were treasures. Some young men couldn't wait to grab the cooked meat and devour it while busily collecting the gear. Originally a team of over 50, they had lost more than a dozen members. Faced with such a vast amount of supplies, the remaining people soon found themselves unable to carry more. Without storage equipment, they could only watch as the pile of treasures on the ground grew. In desperation, Lei Lao quietly summoned Huzi, instructing him to quickly bring everyone over, as there was enough here to equip the entire 9th mining district. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted at the overseer's office in the mining district. A guard rushed in to report, "Master Overseer, something terrible has happened. All the gold from our storage room is missing, replaced by a warehouse full of miscellaneous items. Worse still, we found the bodies of 2 guards beside the items. The overseer's face darkened with rage, and he angrily whipped the dining table, splitting it in two. His eyes were bloodshot as he stormed towards the storage room, seething with anger. Soon, the entire mining district was filled with the piercing sound of alarm whistles. The overseer's furious roar seemed to shake the district. Search thoroughly. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, find the thief who stole our goods. If I catch the villain, I'll skin him alive. At the entrance of the 9th mining district, Liang heard the news and broke out in a cold sweat. The alarm whistle signaled a major incident. According to the rules, no matter what you were doing, you had to drop everything and assemble immediately. As he hesitated about whether to inform Ma Chao, the iron gate was suddenly opened by the gray-clad steward. The steward, with a stern expression, asked sharply, "Where's the other person?" "The overseer has ordered an assembly, and there's no time to waste. Everyone must go immediately," Liang stammered. "He's still inside taking care of things." The steward frowned, realizing that searching the large 9th mining district for someone could take significant time. He decisively pulled Liang out, locked the door with a click, and said coldly, "Forget about him. Let's go to the assembly." Inside the mine, Qin Han's eyes were fixated on the prize machine. He was intensely focused on drawing rewards, casually tossing aside any items he wasn't interested in. Surprisingly, Lei Lao was right beside him, catching each discarded item midair with a sycophantic smile. Their actions were seamlessly synchronized, like a silent assembly line. Qin Han drew the prize, tossed it, and Lei Lao caught it, over and over again. Suddenly, a voice broke their rhythm. "Congratulations, you've received the card Heaven's Gift, a 10-fold amplification treasure card." Out of habit, Qin Han instinctively prepared to toss the newly acquired card aside. His hand was halfway up, while Lei Lao stood ready with a servile grin, hands outstretched to catch. In that critical moment, Qin Han snapped back to his senses. A cold sweat drenched his back. He silently thanked his luck. Phew, that was close. If that old man had taken it and used it, who would I complain to? After all this effort, losing this card would be devastating. After calming his racing heart, Qin Han carefully examined the 10-fold amplification card in his hand. The dark card appeared quite ordinary, without any detectable energy waves. Yet, it was indeed one of the most supreme treasures across the heavens. With it, surpassing the physical limits of a novice zone was now possible. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Han stared at the card and silently commanded, "Use." The system prompt immediately followed, "Card in use." Once Heaven's Gift, the 10-fold amplification treasure card is used, it cannot be unbound. If the host dies, the card will vanish. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Qin Han nodded firmly. Proceed. Ding. Card successfully used. In the next instant, a fleeting dark aura shimmered over Qin Han, so subtle that it was almost imperceptible. But when he closed his eyes, he could vividly sense a dark card swirling in his mind, seemingly containing an immense, boundless power. At that moment, Qin Han's entire body trembled with excitement. To have come this far in his second life possessing a divine-level profession, several supreme treasures, and now this 10-fold amplification card was beyond his wildest dreams. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, "Finally, I can start leveling up." Just then, a worldwide announcement echoed across all realms. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring the unique top-tier treasure, earning 10 points of heavenly Dao value. This announcement once again sent shockwaves through all the players in the Eternal Life game. Since the game started a few days ago, many players had made it to the world announcements, but most had only earned a single point of heavenly Dao value. Aside from Qin Han, the highest anyone had achieved was 2 points. Qin Han, after acquiring a unique God-level profession 2 days ago and earning 20 points, had now gained an additional 10 points from a treasure, enough to shake the heavens. In the Y120131 beginner village, Zhang Ningxue was rapidly slaying monsters with her treasured bow. Hearing the announcement, she halted in shock. She recalled that when she acquired a treasure, she only received 1 point of heavenly Dao value, but Qin Han's latest treasure was worth 10 points. Zhang Ningxue realized that this gap was not merely a numerical difference but a world apart. She thought to herself, "This person keeps obtaining treasures, and his rise is unstoppable." The Eternal Life game sweeping through the heavens is an unprecedented event in eons. Qin Han is riding the wave, and it won't be long before he reshapes the entire cosmos. Meanwhile, outside the Enigma Forest in the ZZ549-527 beginner village, Feng Qianjue, clad in tattered clothes, stormed out with a hood in hand, cursing, "You bunch of useless fools. It took you forever to break a formation, and killing that old witch only yielded a measly dark gold item. And yet Qin Han has now obtained a treasure. Look at this junk I have here. I refuse to accept this." Behind Feng Qianjue followed over 100 ragged demons, including Chu Xing. They had initially entered as a 1,000-strong group, but only a tenth remained after battling the ancient witch. Chu Xing, trembling with fear of the prince's wrath, quickly said, "Your Highness, I recall that on the first day of the game, the world announcement showed Qin Han was the first to kill the ancient witch and also mentioned a treasure. I believe the unique treasures in the game belong to whoever kills the ancient witch first." Who could have imagined that on the very first day, Qin Han would navigate the complex Enigma Forest and defeat such a formidable foe? Feng Qianjue's anger subsided slightly, but his shock grew. We were 1,000 strong, including a master like myself, and lost 9/10 to kill the ancient witch. Yet Qin Han did it on the first day of the game, even before changing professions. Are we, with all our numbers, not even a match for him? The son of the demon emperor, defeated by an unknown upstart. Seeing this, Chu Xing quickly added, "Your Highness, rest assured. I remember that before Qin Han killed the ancient witch, there were announcements of 2 treasures. This means he already had treasures when facing her. His victory must have relied on their power." Feng Qianjue felt a bit comforted but quickly grew dissatisfied again. Treasures are so powerful, and as the demon emperor's son, how can I not have one? Go, find me a treasure. I want to see its trace within a day, or there's no need for you fools to live. Chu Xing's face turned ashen. He thought, finding a treasure in a day is as likely as hanging myself at home. Meanwhile, in the 9th mining area, Qin Han's gaze fell on the statue in his backpack. This special runic item, named Amethyst Golem, offered a passive effect of 1,000 resistance to all elemental attacks and had a vigilance aura to reveal all hidden units within 100 meters. Its most astonishing feature was its gold-seeking ability, emitting guidance when gold objects were nearby, with stronger indications for larger amounts. This unusual runic statue exuded an extraordinary power, effective just by being in his backpack. Seeing the statue's attributes, Qin Han's face lit up with a joyful smile. Another rune item. This treasure works just by being in the backpack, without taking up any equipment slots. Its attribute of adding 1,000 to all elemental resistances is comparable to a whole set of dark gold equipment. With it, boosting resistance in special areas will be much easier in the future. Qin Han felt secretly delighted, as the most powerful feature of this statue was the alert aura. In the game, there are numerous units that can become invisible, and without detection methods, it's easy to fall victim to an ambush. With this aura, his defenses gained an additional layer of protection. His gaze continued to scan the other attributes of the statue. Although the gold-seeking ability wasn't the most impressive, it was certainly useful. After all, in the later stages of the game, there are countless expenses, and no one ever complains about having too much money. Qin Han let out a small sigh of relief. To have such a gain just upon entering Thunder Poison Island far exceeded his expectations. Next, as long as he could rescue the Sword Dojo Master's wife, this trip would be considered a success. He took out the lottery machine and threw it to the ground without hesitation, crushing it underfoot. Even though he was just 20,000 gold coins short of clearing the screen and acquiring a new set of dark gold armor, he felt no regret. He would never touch this thing again. Lei Lao looked at the crushed lottery machine on the ground with regret and said, "Young hero, why did you smash such a good treasure? If you didn't need it, you could have given it to me." He had seen with his own eyes that all these treasures came from the lottery machine. Qin Han glanced at Lei Lao but offered no explanation. The lottery machine could only be used by invited players of the Eternal Life game, and natives like Lei Lao weren't eligible. However, not being eligible might not be a bad thing. Apart from the suspected supreme existence that placed the tenfold amplification card inside, the lottery machine was a complete scam. Qin Han recalled the events of the previous life. Mid-game, when news of the tenfold amplification card was released, it sparked a frenzied lottery craze across the heavens. Anyone with a bit of power wanted to try their luck and hoped to draw a treasure comparable to the tenfold amplification card. The craze even involved many heavenly big shots, including one who later became a supreme deity. This supreme deity exhausted his wealth, borrowed from friends, and invested endless resources, yet never managed to draw a single treasure. Even by the time Qin Han was reborn, that supreme deity was still obsessively seeking funds to continue the lottery. It showed how deceitful the lottery machine was. Qin Han snapped back to the present and turned to Lei Lao, asking, "Did your high priest capture a woman from outside a year ago? Do you know about this?" Lei Lao's expression froze for a moment before he answered after some thought, Yes, that did happen." Inside the cave, old Lei slowly recounted what he knew, his voice echoing off the damp walls. Qin Han listened intently, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Old Lei began to tell the story of the 9th mining district. These people were once the relatives of the former island master of Thunder Island. 2 years ago, the former island master brought in a powerful sorcerer from the outside world, who was not only made a high priest but was also given command over all the island's defenses. Initially, the high priest seemed to be well behaved. However, a turning point occurred during a trip he took a year ago. He returned with a mysterious woman, and soon after, the island was thrown into chaos. The high priest first undertook massive construction projects to build a luxurious mansion for the woman. Shortly thereafter, he staged a coup, killed the former island master, and imprisoned his family in the remote 9th mining district. Old Lei's voice carried a plea. Young hero, the high priest has trapped us in this dark place, halved our food supplies, and increased our mining tasks. Children are starving to death every day. Please have mercy and save us. Qin Han, hearing this, looked sharply at Old Lei. He said in a deep voice, mining is hard labor. You could easily use young and strong men. Why use the elderly, women, and children? Keeping you alive is a risk. He paused, his piercing gaze fixed on Old Lei. If it were me, I would eliminate all of the former island master's kin without hesitation. He looked coldly at Old Lei. You haven't told me the truth. Old Lei, flustered, stammered in defense. Too have my own difficulties. But I can't tell you now. Qin Han cut him off mercilessly. Don't play games with me. If you don't speak, I won't help you. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want my help, show some sincerity. Old Lei hesitated, but thinking of his tormented kin in the 9th mining district, he gritted his teeth and decided. The high priest imprisoned us to force out the location of a precious treasure. He looked intently at Qin Han. But, young hero, I hope you won't kill us once you learn about the treasure. Qin Han scoffed. It's just a treasure. I'm not going to kill a bunch of old and weak people over it. Relieved, Old Lei began to explain. This treasure has been passed down through my family for generations. It's said to summon thunder and destroy worlds. My ancestors used it to conquer lands and establish the foundation of the Lei clan. It's a staff with a purple wooden carving at the bottom and a purple gem at the top. To prevent theft, my ancestors separated the gem from the staff. Centuries ago, a white four-legged serpent infiltrated our lands, intending to steal the gem. During the struggle, the gem fell into a lake. In that instant, the ordinary lake turned into a thunderous one. Qin Han was moved by this. A single gem capable of transforming a lake into a thunderous one was close to being a supreme treasure. He asked, is the gem still at the bottom of the lake? Old Lei shook his head, no. The serpent followed the gem into the water. The lake became a raging storm, and we dared not enter. So, the matter was left unresolved. He continued, we thought it was over, but 10 years later, the lake erupted with storms, and the serpent reappeared as a giant beast. It spoke to our ancestors, giving a location where we could retrieve the treasure, then vanished into the clouds. When the high priest took over Thunder Island, he also seized our family's staff. He imprisoned us to learn the gem's exact location. Old Lei finished speaking and awaited Qin Han's response. Qin Han understood that to learn this secret, he would need to free them from their plight. However, he intended to confront the high priest anyway, so rescuing them was a convenient task. One more condition, Qin Han said, if I save you, besides the secret, I might also take the staff. Old Lei seemed to have expected this and nodded in agreement. Just as Qin Han was about to inquire further about the island, he heard hurried footsteps outside the passageway. A group of people rushed in, led by the young girl he had met earlier. She looked terrified and breathlessly said, Grandpa Lei, the overseer is coming with all the guards. They've already killed a dozen of our people. Old Lei's face turned pale as he urgently asked Qin Han, young hero, what should we do now? Qin Han felt a sense of urgency. It seemed the storeroom incident had been discovered, and his identity might be exposed. The situation was tense, and they needed to make a quick decision. These people arrived just in time. Qin Han was secretly pleased. The experience points of the amethyst beast had just been reset, and it hadn't leveled up yet. The first experience points for leveling up in this life would be from the overseer and his men. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he strode out with steady steps and an imposing presence. Someone lead the way for me, Qin Han calmly ordered. The rest of you, continue with your duties. Upon hearing this, Old Lei's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stepped forward. Young hero, I'll accompany you. Meanwhile, in the 9th mining district, Li Yang followed the overseer timidly, explaining in a low voice. That person is called Ma Chao, and claims to know young Master Ma Xing, so I didn't dare to investigate his identity further. The overseer frowned, his expression shifting unpredictably. He calculated in his mind. To steal the entire storeroom's worth of gold single-handedly was impossible. Unless, the person was a descender. As one of the high priest's trusted aides, the overseer knew a bit about descenders. These mysterious individuals had abilities far beyond normal comprehension. If it came to a confrontation, the outcome would be uncertain. However, the gold was demanded by the high priest himself. Failing to recover it would surely mean death at the high priest's hands. On second thought, the overseer felt slightly relieved. This person had hidden his identity to infiltrate, suggesting his strength might not be unbeatable. If he were truly invincible, Why bother hiding? He would simply unleash a massacre. To prevent any surprises, the overseer discreetly moved closer to the guards, letting others take the lead. Suddenly, a whistling sound echoed through the corridor ahead. The overseer barely had time to react before he saw an arrow strike the neck of a guard in front, emitting an eerie green glow as the guard dropped lifelessly. Immediately, several more sharp arrows whizzed by, hitting the fallen guard's vital points with precision. Simultaneously, in the darkness, a familiar prompt appeared before Qin Han. You have killed a gold mine guard, gaining 2,100 experience points. Experience is now sufficient. Upgrade? Qin Han couldn't hide his excitement and made his choice without hesitation. Use the tenfold amplification card, upgrade. In the dark corner of the mine, a sudden white light emerged from beneath Qin Han's feet, triggering a remarkable transformation within him. As the sole possessor of a god-level class, his physical enhancements soared to an astounding 30 times the norm. While an average player would gain just 10 points in constitution per level, Qin Han's god-level class and the tenfold enhancement card enabled him to gain an incredible 3,000 points in one level. After leveling up 3 times, Qin Han's constitution skyrocketed to a formidable 9,000 points. His senses sharpened immensely, allowing him to see clearly even in the dim cave, with every detail vividly apparent. He felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through his body, as if he could easily shatter the mine walls before him. The sensation of regaining his strength filled Qin Han with joy. Reflecting on the cautious start he had to make, even with rare treasures in his possession, he had to tread carefully. But now, he was a different person. He eagerly checked his status panel. Player: Qin Han. Level: 3. Class: Martial God. Constitution: 9,013. Health: 28,089. Attack: 2080. Defense: 2,402. Resilience: 100. Lifesteal: 50. Health regen: 14 H-sec. Poison resistance: maximum. Curse resistance: maximum. Lightning resistance: 2676. Other elemental resistances: 2,000. Qin Han also possessed treasures like the Voodoo Pearl, God's Lair Bow, Tenfold Enhancement Card, and the legendary sword Moon Shadow, along with the Nightmare Mount, Ancestors Protection Rune, Amethyst Golem, and a 3-piece Ancient set. Reaching 9,000 Constitution at just level 3, Qin Han surpassed Zhang Ningxue, becoming the undisputed leader in Constitution among all in the Celestial Novice Village. With nearly 30,000 health points and over 2,000 defense, he felt a profound sense of security. Even if faced with an Amethyst Beast again, he could probably handle it with ease. However, Qin Han knew this was only the beginning. His goal was to reach 100,000 Constitution during the Novice Village phase to prepare for the ancient monsters that had existed for billions of years. Although he gained 3,000 Constitution points per level, there was still a gap to his target. Yet, the hardest part was over, and future Celestial level events would offer more opportunities to earn Constitution points. As Qin Han was contemplating his future plans, Lei Lao cautiously spoke up. Young hero, what's happening to you? To Lei Lao, Qin Han seemed to have transformed into a different person, exuding an aura of majesty and elegance. Lei Lao quickly warned, the Overseer's men are approaching. What should we do now? As soon as he spoke, 5 guards with vine shields cautiously approached. Without hesitation, Qin Han raised the Godslayer bow, moving with lightning speed. Before Lei Lao could react, 5 sharp energy arrows pierced through the shields, striking the guards' throats with precision. With the appearance of 5 massive yellow critical damage numbers reaching 20,000, the guards collapsed with disbelief etched on their faces. The system notification promptly sounded. You have slain a golden mine guard, gaining 2,100 experience points. You have slain a golden mine guard, gaining 2,100 experience points. Experience is sufficient. Would you like to level up? Level up? Qin Han chose to level up without hesitation. The battle was a one-sided massacre. With swift movements, Qin Han surged forward, soon spotting the Overseer and Li Yang surrounded by guards. Although the Overseer hadn't witnessed the guards' demise, seeing Qin Han approach alone, he realized those guards likely met a grim fate. The Overseer glanced around, realizing he had the upper hand in numbers, and his demeanor grew increasingly assertive. He sneered, fixing his gaze on Qin Han. It's you. Don't think shedding your guard's uniform will help you slip by unnoticed. Hand over the gold, and I might grant you a quick death. Qin Han wasted no words. In an instant, he drew his god-slaying bow to full tension. 3 sharp arrows whistled through the air like a rapid-fire volley, piercing straight through the Overseer's heart. The terrifying damage numbers appeared, and within just 3 seconds, the Overseer collapsed lifelessly. A system notification popped up. You have slain the gold mine Overseer, gaining 3,000 experience points. Qin Han frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He had expected the Overseer to be a more formidable opponent, but he was dispatched with just 3 arrows, yielding only a meager amount of experience points. It seemed the Overseer was nothing more than an overrated minor character. The Overseer's sudden fall threw his guards into disarray. The Overseer's dead. We can't beat him. Retreat, they shouted, scattering in panic. Qin Han smirked coldly, raising his god-slaying bow once more. He couldn't afford to let any of them escape to report back, which could jeopardize his future missions. Arrows rained down relentlessly, each one claiming the life of a guard. If it weren't for the narrow, winding mine shafts obstructing his view, Qin Han would have wiped them out entirely by now. Some of the guards, seeing the dire situation, quickly fled deeper into the mine. Qin Han, relying on his extraordinary speed, pursued them relentlessly, continuing his hunt. As the number of his kills increased, Qin Han's ranking on the level 688 leaderboard climbed steadily. This spectacle was noticed by players from 2 nearby villages, causing an uproar in their respective chat areas. Something big is happening. Check out the leaderboard, someone exclaimed. The chat rooms of the 2 villages were instantly abuzz. Players were left in shock as they watched Qin Han's level ranking rocket upwards. Just moments ago, he was at level 0. In the blink of an eye, he had reached level 3 and then quickly leaped to level 4. In this short span, he had surpassed 90% of the players in terms of level. Look at this, someone exclaimed. The experience gap from level 4 to 5 is huge, yet Qin Han's ranking keeps climbing. Indeed, at that moment, the top players were all stuck at level 4, but Qin Han's rank continued to rise, soon reaching the top of the level 4 leaderboard. Next up were the handful of level 5 players, the highest in both villages. If he really reaches the top in such a short time, won't all our efforts these past few days be a joke? Someone worriedly remarked. Yeah, another player agreed. Didn't Lin Gongzi say Qin Han would stay at level 0, unable to level up? And now, look at him go. It's true. Anyone who can kill an elite monster is not to be underestimated. Lin Dong, hearing these discussions, felt his face burn as if he'd been pummeled by a dozen strongmen. Gritting his teeth, he stubbornly declared, "Humph, impossible." The experience required to go from level 5 to 6 increases exponentially. Even Li Gongzi, grinding tirelessly in high-level areas, hasn't reached 6 yet. No matter how formidable Qin Han is, reaching level 6 in a short time is out of the question. I doubt he can even make it to level 5. Just as he finished speaking, someone in the chat shouted, "Look, Qin Han's already at level 5. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong trembled violently, almost tearing the bandages on his body. His reputation felt utterly ruined, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in forever. At that moment, a notification popped up. Congratulations to player Li Fei from 110755 Starter Village for reaching level 6 first, earning a 1 constitution point. Lin Dong immediately seized this lifeline, lavishly praising in the chat. Fourth Gongzi truly is the top player in our starter village. Crossing the massive gap from level 5 to 6 with such ease is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, deep in the wilds, Li Fei, who was hunting forest pythons, saw himself leading the level rankings and finally felt relieved. In the past 2 days, several players had reached level 5, keeping pace with him. Although he knew the experience gap between them was significant, they appeared to be at the same level on the leaderboard, which made him somewhat anxious. Qin Han's rapid leveling only heightened his sense of urgency. The experience gap from level 5 to 6 is something I know well, Li Fei mused. Even with relentless grinding against high-level monsters day and night, I only just reached this level. No matter how skilled Qin Han is, catching up quickly shouldn't be that easy, right? He frowned and thought, I just don't understand how Qin Han stayed at level 0 for so long, and then suddenly leveled up so easily. And how did he manage to kill an elite monster? Shaking his head, he refocused on his task. Either way, I have to work even harder now. Just 1 level between us, and any slack could let him catch up. The forest pythons aren't yielding enough experience. It's time to explore deeper into the wilds. He quickly gathered the python's remains, and was about to head further into the wilds when the chat room exploded once more. Look, Qin Han has leveled up again. He's now level 6. He's still leveling up, and he's surpassed Li Gongzi. No. He's already at level 7. Shortly after, a notification appeared in both Starter Village chat rooms. Congratulations to player Qin Han from 688 Starter Village for reaching level 7 first, earning a 1 constitution point. Standing midway, Li Fei saw the notification and was instantly struck with disbelief. Trembling, he murmured incredulously, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this happen in such a short time? Not even 15 minutes. He's managed to cross the massive gap from level 5 to 7? The jump from 5 to 6 is already incredibly tough, and from 6 to 7, the experience needed multiplies. How on earth is this possible?" With a thud, Li Fei collapsed against a tree, nearly breaking down. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, lying in bed, quickly shut off the chat room and buried himself under the covers, shaking all over. In his straightforward view of the world, strength and level were closely linked. The stronger you were, the tougher the monsters you could defeat, and naturally, the faster you would level up. He could barely rationalize Qin Han killing an elite monster as taking a shortcut. But now that Qin Han's level far surpassed theirs, Lin Dong found himself with no excuses left to justify his own position. No doubt, Qin Han must have found a great spot to farm experience. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he calculated in his mind. Qin Han had cleverly defeated 2 elite monsters, and his gear must be top-notch, explaining his performance. However, I am a novice practitioner, and the 4th young master is even an intermediate practitioner, a rarity indeed. He comforted himself, thinking that the opponent surely wouldn't achieve an intermediate level. His powerful gear was only temporary. Once the levels increase, that gear will become obsolete, and by then, the 4th young master will definitely surpass him again. As he was pondering this, Qin Han had already swiftly dealt with all the guards with his formidable strength. Amidst the clash of blades, the guards fell one after another, and Qin Han's level effortlessly reached 5. He turned to Lei Lao and ordered, "Have the clan members collect the guards' weapons and seal off the gold mine. Do not let a single miner escape." Feeling the thrill of victory, Qin Han immediately mounted his nightmare steed and headed towards Yunlei Lake nearby. He had been longing for the corpses of those thunder beasts. Even though he hadn't been away from Yunlei Lake for long, his strength had greatly improved. With his newfound power, Qin Han launched a one-sided massacre by the lake. Under his terrifying attacks, the thunder beasts had no chance to evade. Each shot took one down. In no time, his backpack was filled with the corpses of thunder beasts occupying 3 spaces, and his level had already reached 7, even progressing further. Just as Qin Han was about to continue hunting thunder beasts, an unexpected change occurred on the lake surface. The once densely packed thunder beasts suddenly began diving underwater for some unknown reason. In a short while, the entire lake surface became calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Qin Han frowned, pondering to himself, "This is strange." The lake was teeming with thunder beasts, surely numbering in the tens of millions if not more, and after just a few kills, they all fled? Am I too powerful, or is there some unknown disturbance beneath the lake? His gaze fixed on the lake water, which shimmered with deep thunderous energy. The deeper it went, the more intense the concentration of thunder elements became. Qin Han knew that despite his decent thunder resistance, diving to the lake's bottom would likely leave him severely injured before reaching halfway. Never mind, priorities first. Qin Han shook his head, deciding to leave this mystery for another time, and turned away from Yunlei Lake. At the entrance to the gold mine, Lei Lao's clansmen donned the armor of guards and the discarded basic gear from Qin Han, significantly boosting their strength. They swiftly took control of the entire mine, securing it firmly. When Qin Han returned, he saw Lei Lao leading a few clansmen guarding the mine's entrance. Kneeling before them was a surprising figure Li Yang. Once an overseer's assistant, he was now in tattered clothes, with his hands tightly bound by thick ropes and a gray cloth stuffed in his mouth, looking utterly disheveled. A flash of surprise crossed Qin Han's eyes. "You're still alive?" He recalled shooting an arrow at Li Yang beside the overseer, thinking he'd gone down. Yet, despite his ragged state, Li Yang seemed quite all right. Lei Lao explained, "I interrogated him. When things went south, he played dead and later disguised himself to blend in with the miners. If it weren't for the miners reporting him, he might have escaped." Qin Han was secretly amazed. To come up with such an escape plan in a critical moment, Li Yang indeed had some skills. Lei Lao continued, "But once captured, he started pleading, saying he was willing to defect and turn against the high priest." Qin Han was dismissive. "What good is a mere guard? The high priest is in the Black Village. We can go there directly." Lei Lao quickly explained, "Young hero, you might not understand the situation on Leidu Island. This place is far from the Black Village, with toxic barriers and dense forests along the way. There's only one path to the Black Village, but it's heavily guarded and populated. Any misstep could alert the high priest. The Black Village would then descend into chaos, affecting the staff and the woman you're seeking. This man is from the Black Village. If he leads us, we can arrive smoothly and act with full knowledge, ensuring nothing goes wrong." Qin Han nodded slightly, agreeing with Lei Lao's suggestion. Half an hour later, Qin Han, Lei Lao, Hu Zi, and Li Yang all changed into guard uniforms. According to Lei Lao, besides the standard attire, most guards carry their own weapons. To avoid revealing his identity, Qin Han took out his renowned sword, Moon Shadow, and hung it at his waist. They prepared 2 ox carts filled with gold ore and set off toward the Black Village. After traveling 5 miles, they encountered the first checkpoint. As Lei Lao mentioned, the checkpoint was heavily guarded, with numerous small villages visible in the distance and a constant stream of people on the road. Fortunately, with Li Yang leading the way, he fabricated a story about the gold mine's furnace being damaged and needing to take ore to the Black Village for smelting. The guards were not suspicious, allowing them to pass smoothly. As night fell, A full moon hung high like a massive white jade plate, casting silvery moonlight. Under this moonlit glow, Qin Han's sword, Moon Shadow, underwent a mysterious transformation. The moonlight seemed alive, swirling around the blade, enveloping it in a layer of dim yellow light. Focusing on the road, Qin Han suddenly felt a vibration at his waist. Looking down, he was surprised to see a system notification. Renowned Sword Moon Shadow, Dark Gold Level Treasure, Attack 100, All Resistance Reduction 100, Armor Penetration 10, Unlocking in Progress, 1 complete. He glanced up at the full moon, pondering. Moon Shadow, could it be that the sword's true power lies in absorbing moonlight? Had he been stifling its potential by keeping it in the treasure space? He wondered what power it might possess once fully unlocked. Qin Han was filled with anticipation. As time passed, the moon gradually sank westward. By dawn, Moon Shadow's unlocking progress had reached 49. Though the progress halted without moonlight, reaching nearly half in one night was impressive. Another full moon night should see it fully unlocked, and this speed was quite remarkable. Around 9 in the morning, with the sun shining brightly, they finally arrived at the Black Village. Situated on the slightly flat mountainside at the northernmost end of the island, the village offered a clear view of a vast sandy beach below, leading to the expansive Thunder Lake. The village was sizable, with countless hexagonal wooden houses arranged neatly, housing a population of up to 10,000. Upon entering the village, the most striking feature was a golden circular building at the highest point. Under the sunlight, the house gleamed, resembling a celestial palace. Following Qin Han's gaze, Liang explained, "Sir, that golden house is the residence the high priest built for his future wife, known to everyone as the Golden House." Qin Han frowned and asked, "Is this entire house made of gold?" Liang shook his head and explained, "No. Although Leidu Island has a significant amount of gold reserves, building a house entirely out of pure gold is impossible. The main structure of the house is still made of stone and wood, with gold plates on the exterior to give the appearance of being solid gold. However, it's said that most of the items and fixtures inside are made of gold." Qin Han pondered and said, "So, that woman lives in this golden house?" "Yes," Liang affirmed. Qin Han asked again, "What about the high priest? Where does he live?" Liang explained, "The high priest usually resides in the former island master's residence, which is near the golden house. However, his whereabouts are unpredictable, and he often disappears for days. No one knows where he goes." Qin Han quickly made a decision. "I'll go check out the golden house. You investigate the whereabouts of the high priest. Inform me immediately if you find anything." Liang respectfully replied, "Rest assured, sir, I will complete the task." The two of them reached a secluded area, where Qin Han took the opportunity to stash the gold from the cart. Later, they arrived at Li Yang's residence in the Black Village. The area was densely wooded with few neighbors, making it an ideal temporary base, as Li Yang usually lived there alone. After finalizing their plan, Qin Han and Li Yang went their separate ways. Qin Han wasn't worried about Li Yang acting alone, as he had used the friendly detection orb to check Li Yang's attitude, which was one of fear. As long as Li Yang was sensible, he wouldn't betray him. Meanwhile, Lei Lao and his companions stayed behind in the house, ready for action. Qin Han changed into a guard's uniform, allowing him to move freely around the village. No one questioned his identity, and he easily made his way to the Golden House. It was a 5-story circular building with stone walls surrounding it and over 20 guards on duty. The courtyard was sparsely populated, allowing Qin Han to easily scale the wall. To him, the 5-story building seemed like level ground, and with a light leap, he reached the top floor. He decided to start his search from the 5th floor and work his way down. As Qin Han silently slipped through a window, the sight before him made him pause. The opulent room housed a woman in a white dress, sitting at a gold vanity. Her skin was fair, her neck long, and her features striking as she admired her reflection in the mirror. Qin Han discreetly took out the friendly detection orb to investigate, revealing Lost Sword Dojo Master's wife, Lan Xian. Friendliness. Indifferent. She seemed unaware of Qin Han's presence, paying no attention to his entry. As expected, it was her. Qin Han recognized his target at a glance and unhesitatingly stood up to approach her. He thought to himself that this remote and barren bandit hideout couldn't offer a comfortable life, no matter how much gold one had. Although Liang had mentioned that this woman had threatened the high priest for a golden house before agreeing to marry, Qin Han speculated that it might just be a temporary tactic. After all, the Sword Dojo held a far more prestigious position in the heavens than this so-called high priest. Anyone with a clear mind would not willingly become a bandit's wife. Qin Han quietly approached Lan Xian from behind, about to speak, when he saw her catch his reflection in the mirror. Lan Xian sprang up, instinctively retreating towards the door, and harshly reprimanded, "How dare you, as a guard, intrude into my room? If the high priest finds out, he'll have your head." "Don't misunderstand," Qin Han hurriedly explained. I'm here to rescue you and take you back to the sword dojo. Lan Xian paused upon hearing this, her expression shifting unpredictably. Did he send you? She scoffed. Tell him I've long grown tired of those impoverished days. From now on, I live for myself. Qin Han was taken aback by her response and couldn't help but counter. Is the sword dojo really that poor? Imph. Lan Xian sneered. He's just a sword fanatic, completely clueless about making money. With him, I lived on simple meals and basic lodgings, with nothing but chores to occupy me. I won't go back to that life. Here, I'm second only to the chief, living in luxury, with everything handed to me. Go back and tell him our marriage is over. Qin Han found it hard to believe she would stay for such trivial temptations and probed. If you're being coerced, just blink. I can take on everyone on this island combined and ensure your safe escape. A mocking smile appeared on Lan Xian's face. You think I'm joking? Go back. My affairs are none of your concern. Push me again, and I'll die right here, leaving you to take my corpse to that sword fanatic. As she spoke, she grabbed a sharp hairpin and pressed it to her neck, her expression resolute. Calm down. I'm leaving. Qin Han reluctantly backed off. But please, don't mention our meeting today to anyone. Lan Xian coldly retorted. If I told anyone you came, it would only upset the high priest. I'm not that foolish. Qin Han nodded, turned, and swiftly left through the window, disappearing without a trace. On his way back to Liang's place, Qin Han was filled with confusion. The mission indicated that the sword fanatic valued his wife greatly. With his abilities, if she truly wanted a life of luxury, he could easily provide it. Why would she subject herself to a chieftain in a desolate place for wealth? Something felt off. When he returned, Liang brought troubling news. The high priest hadn't returned since leaving yesterday. Qin Han's suspicions deepened. With the wedding imminent, why would the high priest be absent, not attending to wedding preparations? Recalling the sword fanatic's wife's determined refusal and the lost person mentioned by the friendly detection orb, Qin Han felt there was more to the story. Lei Lao, Qin Han asked, does your village have any spells or items that can cause someone to lose themselves? Lei Lao's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Huzi, cautiously replying, young hero, I mentioned before about the staff that can summon lightning. Although the gem was lost, reducing its power, the wood of the staff is said to control minds. Holding the staff can subtly influence those around it. Over time, it ensures loyalty. This is a top secret of our tribe, and I know this because of my elder status. To break the influence, simply kill the staff's owner, and its power will fade. Qin Han suddenly understood why the sword fanatic's wife was acting so strangely. It was due to manipulation. Alright, in that case, we'll wait for the high priest to return. I will personally end him. Time quietly passed, and by nightfall, the full moon hung high. Qin Han placed his famed sword, Moon Shadow, on the rooftop to absorb the moonlight. By morning, the unlocking progress had reached 97%, just a sliver away from being fully unlocked. The next day, the high priest didn't return during the day, but news came that the wedding would proceed that night, with the high priest arriving as planned. Upon hearing this, the entire bandit hideout, whether willing or not, decorated their doorways with lanterns and streamers. The altar in the hideout was already laid with a red carpet and offerings. As night fell, the moon shone brightly. Nearly everyone in the hideout gathered in the square before the altar, a sea of people. Qin Han discarded his disguise, donned an ancient attire, blending into the shadows. Beside him, Liang and the others remained in their guard costumes. Remember, Qin Han instructed, when I make my move, stay by Lan Xian's side. If she tries to harm herself, don't hesitate to restrain her immediately. Understood. Go. Don't worry about me. Qin Han concealed himself atop a hidden tree branch, taking out Moon Shadow to continue absorbing the moonlight. Soon, the progress reached 98%. At that moment, the crowd parted, and the sword fanatic's wife, dressed in red, with a long gown trailing the ground, slowly approached the altar, accompanied by a large entourage of guards and maids. However, even after she ascended the altar and waited for a long time, the high priest still hadn't appeared. Time slipped by, and the progress on Moon Shadow reached 99%, just one step away from being completely unlocked. As night fell and the hour grew late, the murmurs among the townsfolk in the square grew louder, with many beginning to doubt if the high priest would return. Just then, the northern sky over Yunlei Lake erupted with a storm of lightning and thunder, illuminating the night as if it were day. From the heart of the storm emerged a figure, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes with a purple staff tucked at his waist. He walked on air, each step landing on the bolts of lightning, slowly making his way toward the altar. As he approached, someone in the crowd recognized him. It's the high priest. The high priest has returned. The shout spread quickly, and the entire square fell to their knees. Lan Xian, standing on the altar, looked eagerly toward him, a shy smile playing on her lips. From his perch in the treetops, Qin Han observed the scene unfold, feeling a strange sensation stir within him. He recalled the unusual thunder beast he encountered at Yunlei Lake 2 days prior and couldn't help but wonder if it was connected to this man. As the high priest drew nearer, the lightning around him gradually faded. By the time he stepped onto the altar, his aura had vanished, making him appear no different from an ordinary person. Lan Xian, delighted, approached him, playfully chiding, "I thought you weren't going to make it back." The high priest smiled warmly. "How could I miss this? It's my wedding day. I've kept you waiting long enough. Let's begin." With a wave of his hand, the elder officiant standing by stepped forward. Facing the crowd below the altar, the elder proclaimed loudly, "On this joyous night, we celebrate both the high priest's wedding and his ascension as the island's ruler. To mark this occasion, the high priest decrees that every household shall receive a tael of gold and 10 pounds of fine meat. May our people stand united with the new island master and bring glory to Thunder Poison Island." The announcement was met with cheers and shouts of, "The high priest is benevolent." The high priest smiled, clearly savoring the moment. Seizing the opportunity, the officiant declared, "Let the wedding ceremony commence. Now, let the couple offer their prayers to the heavens." Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "I object to this union." Though not loud, it was clear to all present. Many shrank back, whispering, "Who is this brave soul interrupting the high priest's wedding? Is he mad?" On the altar, Lan Xian's face turned pale at the familiar voice. She never imagined that person, who had been quiet for 2 days, would dare show up now. She was so close to becoming the island master's wife. The high priest also looked displeased. His grand entrance had been meant to deter troublemakers, yet someone dared to challenge him. The officiant scanned the area, demanding, "Who dares? Show yourself." In the treetops, a figure with a long sword rose, bathed in moonlight, exuding an aura of mystery. Qin Han ignored everything around him, focusing intently on the high priest as he spoke coldly, "Tonight is the night you die." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Godslayer bow was in his hands. Drawing the bowstring, he launched a fierce attack with such speed that the high priest had no time to evade. Arrows of energy shot forth, piercing through the high priest's chest, each inflicting over 4,000 points of damage. In the next moment, the high priest's true identity was revealed. A shape-shifting demon of level 30, marked with a golden skull. His health was a staggering 90 million. Even Qin Han was taken aback by the revelation. The high priest was a shape-shifting monster, likely a level 30 boss-tier creature. Such a powerful being had few weaknesses, and without a fatal hit, even if he stood still, it would take over 20,000 arrows to bring him down. On the altar, the high priest's expression turned icy as he faced Qin Han's assault. "An intruder? Your arrows are so powerful that even my defenses can't withstand them. Could it be a legendary artifact?" His eyes gleamed. "Although I may not obtain the artifact, slaying a possessor of such a treasure would be an achievement in itself." As the high priest soared into the air, he charged swiftly toward Qin Han. Bathed in moonlight, Qin Han lightly tapped his toes on the ground, propelling himself towards the nearby beach. The high priest was noticeably faster. Just as Qin Han's toes touched the sand, his pursuer had closed to within 10 meters. The high priest raised his hand, unleashing a thunderous strike with a palm imbued with lightning. In that critical moment, a horse seemingly born from the realm of darkness, a nightmare, materialized out of thin air. The thunderous strike landed heavily on the horse's hindquarters, echoing with a resounding boom. The high priest scoffed, "A mere mortal steed. How can it withstand my blow?" Yet before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the nightmare emerge unscathed. The magnificent creature stamped its hoof, displeased, before galloping towards Qin Han. "Could this be another treasure-level steed?" the high priest exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Han swiftly leaped onto the horse's back, offering no verbal reply, but instead responding with a barrage of arrows slicing through the air. Each arrow was infused with the myriad skills of a poison orb: lethal venom, health drain, neurotoxin, paralysis, toxic aura, slowing effects. Yet, the high priest's resistance was formidable, and these toxic skills could only diminish his power by 10% at most. Instead, the vivid toxins that coated him only fueled his fury. His attack frequency increased sharply, but by then the nightmare's speed had surpassed its previous limits. As the world's most proud mythical steed, the nightmare bonded with only one master in its lifetime, and its base speed increased with its masters, achieving an astounding 100 speed boost. Mounted on the nightmare, Qin Han's speed surged, leaving the high priest far behind. The expansive beach provided ample room for maneuvering. No longer worried about being caught, Qin Han launched a fierce counterattack, releasing a torrent of arrows like raindrops. In this high-speed chase, the high priest's health began to dwindle slowly. The nightmare galloped through the waves, Arrows whistled through the air, and under the moonlight, an exhilarating life-and-death battle unfolded. On the shores of Yunlei Lake, the high priest was struck by several arrows, seething with anger. He shouted fiercely, "Do you think that shooting from a distance leaves me powerless? Today, you'll witness the might of thunder." No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his hand abruptly. Under the moonlight, a dark cloud formed out of thin air, lightning flickering within it, accompanied by thunderous roars. In an instant, a lightning bolt as thick as a young tree struck where Qin Han stood. The blinding purple light enveloped Qin Han's figure, leaving a large crater in its wake. On the altar, countless spectators held their breath. Someone exclaimed, "The high priest is truly formidable, summoning lightning like a deity." Indeed, that challenger was overconfident. With this strike, he'll likely be reduced to ashes. Lei Lao and Huzi looked on with concern, not expecting the high priest to be so powerful. Li Yang's eyes glimmered, as if calculating something. Suddenly, someone shouted, "He's not dead. He's unharmed." On the beach, about a dozen meters away from the strike, Qin Han sat calmly on his nightmare steed. The high priest was incredulous. "You managed to evade my thunderous wrath? How can a mortal be faster than lightning? Not even a supreme treasure could do that." Qin Han offered no explanation and continued shooting. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "This is just an intermediate lightning spell. As a veteran player, if I couldn't dodge this, I might as well headbutt a wall." The high priest, infuriated, declared, "Since you dodged my thunderous wrath, let's see if you can escape this next move. Prepare to die." With both hands raised, the sky was once again shrouded in dark clouds, completely obscuring the moonlight. The clouds expanded to cover a 1,000-meter radius, with tiny sparks of electricity dancing within. Shortly after, countless finger-sized bolts of lightning rained down like a curtain. You may evade a single strike, but can you withstand endless lightning? Die! The high priest laughed maniacally. The dense lightning blocked Qin Han's escape, with several small bolts striking his body. However, Qin Han didn't even bother to use a potion, replenishing his health instantly with his natural regeneration of 14 points per second. His 2676 lightning resistance made these small bolts feel like mere tickles. Glancing at the damage numbers, Qin Han continued to shoot calmly. Arrow after arrow hit the high priest, whose health steadily declined. Sustaining such a large-scale spell left the high priest pale and visibly struggling. Seeing Qin Han unscathed, his anger boiled over. Suddenly, he turned and ran towards Yunlei Lake. With quick reflexes, Qin Han released several arrows. One struck the high priest at the base of his skull, causing a staggering yellow damage number of 40,000 to float up. The high priest's body momentarily froze. Qin Han was instantly thrilled. He had finally discovered the high priest's weak spot, the back of his head. With his attack power amplified tenfold, Qin Han decided to go all out. He swiftly retrieved a rare Hua Kei's life potion and gulped it down in one go. In an instant, an eerie green light emanated from his body, as an unprecedented surge of energy coursed through him. At that moment, he felt invincible, as if he had become the source of all evil. Without hesitation, Qin Han drew his bow and unleashed a barrage of deadly skills: Fatal Venom, Neurotoxin, and Toxic Barrier. In a flash, a massive toxic barrier, spanning a kilometer, radiated from him, with toxic fumes billowing ominously. The high priest, engulfed within, found his speed halved. The next second, Qin Han released an arrow imbued with immense power, striking the high priest's occipital bone with pinpoint accuracy. A massive yellow damage number of -40,000 floated up as the paralyzing toxin took effect. The high priest's body instantly stiffened, beginning to topple to the ground. Simultaneously, 3 horrific toxin damage numbers, each reducing tens of thousands per second, appeared continuously. Even Qin Han was taken aback by the sheer power. Is this Hua Kei's true strength? Back in Taoyuan, Hua Kei's abilities were dynamically weakened, making her seem less formidable. Yet now, using only 50% of her life potion's potency, he was witnessing such astonishing power. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Han charged forward, relentlessly firing at the high priest's head. Every few seconds, he would apply another layer of toxic skills, shooting multiple arrows per second, each one lethal. Coupled with the effects of his toxic skills, his overall damage exceeded 300,000 per second. In just over 2 minutes, the high priest's health had already dropped to half. Suddenly, the sky and earth around the high priest began to change color. Countless bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, converging on the high priest from the Thunder Lake. On the ground, the high priest's body began to swell rapidly, and his skin turned as rough as crocodile hide. With a thunderous roar, his original form shattered like paper, revealing a creature identical to the thunder beast from the lake. As soon as this creature touched the lightning, it began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive 10-meter-tall humanoid beast with a head resembling a thunder monster. Its information updated: Thunder Beast King, level 30 beast, leader class. It had 90 million health points, currently at half health. Despite this shocking transformation, Qin Han remained calm, having encountered numerous beasts in the past. However, on the altar, the dense crowd of civilians was terrified. Panic-stricken cries erupted. The high priest is a monster. He's actually a monster. He looks just like the thunder beast from the lake. Have we been ruled by a monster for the past 2 years? Lan Xine muttered in disbelief, impossible, this can't be true. Even if he is, I will still stand by him. Her nearby guards, hearing this, couldn't help but remark, the high priest's wife sure has peculiar tastes. Lei Lao and his group seemed to have anticipated this, standing vigilantly by the side, closely monitoring the unfolding events. The towering beast stood proudly on the beach by the Yunlei Lake, its true form exposed and unable to face the crowd's gaze. A hint of fear flickered in the high priest's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by boundless rage. Looking down upon the ant-like Qin Han, it spoke with a human voice. You have driven me to this point, and I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Qin Han replied calmly, big words require strength to back them up. As for beasts, it's not like I haven't slain them before. Even as he spoke, he had already raised his bow and shot an arrow. However, the high priest, now in its true form, seemed more resilient. The poison damage that had previously been inflicting hundreds of thousands per second had now reduced to around 20,000. Worse yet, the high priest was facing him, making it difficult to target the occipital position. It even began to develop immunity to the paralysis toxin, and despite multiple buffs, it could still manage to move. Qin Han realized the gravity of the situation. If the creature managed to escape into the water, it would be impossible to kill it today. He even considered using a 10-fold amplification card, which could only be used 10 times a day, to enhance the paralysis toxin's damage. Just then, the high priest's eyes emitted a strong purple light. The light formed a complex magic circle in front of it. Suddenly, the entire Yunlei Lake began to tremble as if countless things were about to erupt from the earth. The high priest continued, had I met you 2 days ago, I would have fled as far as possible. But now, meeting me is your mistake. Since you have discovered my true form, you are doomed. Everyone on this island who has seen my true form must die. As the high priest finished speaking, the sound of splashing water erupted from Yunlei Lake. Qin Han looked closely and felt a chill down his spine. Endless thunder beasts emerged from the lake. They crawled along the shore, densely occupying the area for miles. The ones at the back even climbed onto their companions, forming a living mountain of thunder beasts. Qin Han thought to himself, has it summoned all the thunder beasts from Yunlei Lake? But he quickly realized something was amiss. Although he continued shooting arrows, the high priest's health didn't decrease after the magic circle appeared. Moreover, these thunder beasts had empty eyes glowing with purple light, and their bodies seemed somewhat ethereal. Qin Han suddenly understood. These are puppet blood spirits. You've refined all the thunder beasts in Yunlei Lake? No wonder a level 20 map has a level 30 boss beast. You're sacrificing your entire clan to fulfill your ambition. The high priest's eyes flashed with a strange light upon hearing this. Impressive insight. You actually know about puppet blood spirits, it admitted. Indeed, with your appearance, we monsters are destined to become your nourishment. To be honest, I was merely a level 20 elite monster before. Without this refining ability, how could I possess such power now? The high priest continued, your growth speed is astonishing. In just a few days, even I am forced into this situation. Had we met 2 days ago, I might not have lasted long against you, but you can only go so far. Since you know about puppet blood spirits, you should understand that these thunder beasts are now lifeless puppets. They are my nourishment. Unless you can kill all these millions of thunder beasts, you can't harm me at all. And you should know that puppet blood spirits are naturally immune to poison. Your poison barrier is impressive, but it's countered by the puppet blood spirits. So, what can you do now? Qin Han felt a headache coming on. The method of creating puppet blood spirits was extremely sinister, involving refining the essence, energy, and spirit of those with a bloodline connection to the caster. The remaining lifeless shells become poison-immune puppets. Even worse, the health of these puppet blood spirits is linked to the caster, and with millions of thunder beasts, their health likely exceeds billions. His only area attack, the poison barrier, was countered, and relying solely on archery wouldn't even scratch it. Qin Han regretted not finding another area attack method before coming here. Who could have expected such a terrifying boss beast on Thunder Poison Island? Even if he could foresee the future, he would need a strategy guide to know what to do. In the previous life, it seemed the High Priest never clashed with players on Thunder Poison Island. What should he do now? The High Priest smiled smugly. It seems you are out of options. Now it's my turn to attack. It raised its claw high and swung it towards Qin Han and the civilians behind him, Children, kill. Leave no one alive on Thunder Poison Island. With the High Priest's command, the densely packed thunder beasts on the coast began to advance. The terrifying sight made the civilians on the altar tremble with fear. Qin Han panicked. He could escape and even forcibly take his wife, the sword maniac, with him, but leaving now would mean losing the treasured staff. Just as the puppet blood spirits were closing in, the legendary sword weighing on his back began to vibrate. At the same time, the moonlight pierced through the clouds and poured into Yueying. Qin Han quickly took out the legendary sword, and upon seeing it, he was stunned. The attributes of the legendary sword Yueying were displayed. Complete treasure attack, immeasurable armor penetration, immeasurable attack range, supreme skill of one realm, moonlight slash. Under the moonlight, all are ants. Wherever the mind reaches, nothing remains uncut. Seeing the terrifying attributes, Qin Han's body trembled, and his hands shook. In both his past and present lives, it was his first time witnessing a complete treasure with such formidable attributes. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the handle of the legendary sword Yueying with all his might. The moonlight from above continued to shower down, enveloping him in endless moonlight. Suddenly, his eyes turned towards the moon. At the altar, the people who had initially planned to flee turned their gaze towards Qin Han. Even the High Priestess showed a flicker of fear of the unknown in her eyes. This newcomer had demonstrated a bewildering array of skills, leaving everyone wondering what other tricks he might have up his sleeve. On the moonlit beach, Qin Han's body slowly ascended into the air. He flew faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to stand upon the moon itself. Everyone could clearly see a silhouette, holding a long blade, standing against the backdrop of the celestial white disk in the sky. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to emanate from the heavens resonated all around. Moonlight slash. As soon as the words were spoken, a dazzling blade of light descended from the sky. This strike seemed capable of splitting the very fabric of space, dividing the world before them in two. Even a deity standing in its path would likely not escape its lethal outcome. At the altar, Lan Xian sensed that her beloved was about to face a life-or-death crisis, and an endless sorrow appeared on her face. She muttered to herself, "Wherever you go, I'll be with you." With that, she pulled out her hairpin once more and aimed it at her neck with determination. The scene unfolded too suddenly. Although Lei Lao and Hu Zi were right beside Lan Xian, their attention was entirely captivated by Qin Han's blade light, leaving them no time to notice her actions. By the time they realized, it was too late to stop her. In the nick of time, a large hand grasped Lan Xian's wrist, snatching away the deadly hairpin. "Liang, what are you standing there for? Tie her up quickly. If she manages to kill herself, we won't be able to explain it." Startled awake by these words, Lei Lao quickly retrieved a rope he had prepared in advance and began to tie Lan Xian up securely. The other guards hesitated to step forward, as with the High Priestess turned into a monster who could focus on familial matters. Once Lan Xian was securely bound, Lei Lao sighed in relief and turned to Liang, praising him. "You did well, kid. I'll put in a good word for you with the young hero." Liang also breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Just doing my duty." In truth, when the High Priestess seemed to have the upper hand, he had considered switching sides, but seeing Qin Han regain the advantage, he decided to heed Qin Han's instructions diligently. On the beach, the High Priestess watched the blade of light descend, and a sense of unprecedented despair surged within her. She knew she couldn't possibly withstand this attack, yet she refused to believe such a powerful weapon existed in the world. "Impossible. I have millions of blood spirits. No one can kill me, absolutely no one," she raged internally. Suddenly, the blade of light in the sky transformed mid-flight. The light split into countless beams, sweeping across the land like moonlight, passing over the High Priestess and the countless thunder beasts on the beach. Immediately, a mark resembling a full moon appeared above the heads of the High Priestess and all the thunder beasts. Seeing this, the High Priestess felt a renewed sense of despair. An unprecedented sense of impending death made her restless. She gritted her teeth and dashed towards Yunlei Lake, seemingly believing that reaching the lake bed would allow her to escape death. However, as soon as she took a step, countless terrifying blades of light appeared in the sky, as if emerging from the void. The blades sliced silently through the High Priestess's massive form and the bodies of all the thunder beasts. In the next instant, the High Priestess's colossal 10-meter-tall body split neatly in half and crashed to the ground. The surrounding millions of thunder beasts met the same fate, and the beach was instantly littered with scattered corpses. In the sky, Qin Han descended slowly, riding the power of moonlight, appearing like a celestial being, too awe-inspiring to look at directly. A system notification chimed in Qin Han's ear. "You have slain the leader-level monster Thunder Beast King, gaining 503,026 experience points. Experience is sufficient. Would you like to level up?" Use the tenfold amplification card to level up. On the beach, Qin Han's body glowed with a continuous white light, surging from level 7 to 8, 9, and finally reaching level 10. Although he felt a twinge of regret that the puppet blood spirit's experience could only be counted as one with the controller, otherwise, he would have easily reached level 20. However, for him, leveling up was merely a bonus, something that could happen anytime. The real victory lay in the spoils, which were the key to future success. At this moment, players from both villages received constant notifications. Congratulations to player Qin Han for defeating the leader-level monster Thunder Beast King, earning 10 constitution points. As Qin Han is the first player in the village to defeat a leader monster, an additional 10 constitution points are rewarded. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to reach level 10. Receiving the captain's token, in the novice village, deep in the wilderness, Li Fei was fiercely battling a level 15 monster, relying on his skills that far surpassed those of ordinary players. His figure darted through the dense forest, and the weapon in his hand gleamed with a cold light. After days of intense combat and countless close calls, Li Fei's experience points steadily increased, and his skills became more refined. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through the level 7 threshold, an unexpected system announcement struck him like a cold blast. An elite-level monster was about to appear. Li Fei's face turned pale, and his weapon trembled involuntarily. He pondered to himself, if elite monsters are already so challenging, how terrifying must a boss-level monster be? Reflecting on having reached level 10 and even earning the position of team leader, Li Fei's previously proud achievements suddenly seemed insignificant. His thoughts drifted to a possibility he once deemed impossible: the shocking name on the world announcement. Could it really be Qin Han from their village? This realization hit him like a sledgehammer, shattering the arrogance he had always held. He had once considered himself the top player in the two novice villages, filled with disdain for everyone else. Yet now, he finally understood that compared to Qin Han, he was nothing more than a buffoon, a foolish clown. Facing such a formidable opponent, Li Fei recalled their frequent jabs at each other in the diplomatic chat group and felt a wave of fear. Wasn't this inviting disaster? The game of the heavens had connected the two villages, and even the slowest among them would realize a confrontation was inevitable. However, before the real battle even began, Li Fei's heart was already gripped by fear. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the chat area was entirely different. Lindong continued to boast arrogantly, expressing his views without restraint. The game system might have glitched. Maybe it was something done by the Qin Han from another village that got misattributed to ours. Don't worry, there's nothing to be concerned about. Aside from this Qin Han, our overall strength completely overwhelms the other side. The advantage is ours. However, in the chat area of 688 Novice Village, the shock brought by Qin Han was not new. From initial disbelief to subsequent doubt, now the villagers' attitudes had returned to the starting point, but this time their tones seemed more resolute. Someone proposed a bold hypothesis. What if our Qin Han is actually the one mentioned in the world announcement? So what? If he's strong, what does it have to do with us? Someone responded dismissively. Another voice, filled with excitement, chimed in, are you kidding? This game is about competing across worlds, and eventually, we're going to have to fight races from the heavens. Before, I thought we'd be wiped out before we could even defeat the neighboring village. But now, with such a strong player in our village and as our leader, how far do you think we can go? This comment stirred a commotion in the chat area, as the villagers began to realize that with a powerhouse like Qin Han in their midst, their future might be brighter than they had ever imagined. On the beach, Qin Han quickly approached the high priest's massive corpse and with a wave of his hand, stored it away. This level 30 leader class monster was highly valuable and might prove useful in the future. After securing the body, his eyes were drawn to a pile of gleaming gold coins, totaling 10,000. Among the coins lay two items emitting purple and red glows. Qin Han first picked up the purple staff and examined it closely. This was a partially completed treasure known as the Purple Soul Thunder Staff, with impressive attributes. 1,000 to lightning damage, skills including Thunderbolt and Rainstorm, and a passive skill called Mind Resonance, which enhances interpersonal interactions. Qin Han was secretly delighted, realizing that finding the other component would unleash the staff's full power. Next, he turned his attention to the armor radiating a red glow. The Red Dragon Demon armor was a piece of epic equipment, dark red in color, with two sharp spikes rising from the shoulders and a fierce dragon head carved on the chest plate. The armor was covered in intricate runes, with purple currents faintly visible flowing across it. Its attributes were equally enticing: 2,300 lightning resistance, an increase of 5,000 in health, and a regeneration rate of 10,000 health per second. It also had a passive skill named Thunderpool and an active skill called Thunder Domain. Recalling his past experiences, Qin Han understood the rarity of epic equipment. He quickly collected the coins and gear, then came up with an idea. He took a sturdy rope from his backpack tying one end to the red dragon demon armor and the other to his mount, Nightmare's leg. Nightmare, Qin Han said to his steed, I have a task for you. Take this armor for a walk around Thunder Lake, and let it absorb as much thunder power as possible. Qin Han calculated that this was a bountiful gain, not only acquiring valuable equipment but also preparing for future battles. He knew that as time went on, there would be more monsters with immunity to various attacks, and having extra strategies at hand would be essential. This haul undoubtedly opened up more possibilities for his journey ahead. Upon hearing this, Nightmare's red eyes glowed with intense dissatisfaction. It snorted loudly through its nose, as if complaining, a noble steed from beyond the realms, being used for such mundane tasks, how degrading. Seeing this, Qin Han quickly tried to appease it, saying, great job. I'll treat you to some braised beef later. It's delicious, you'll definitely love it. Before he could finish, Nightmare suddenly bolted off, as if afraid Qin Han would change his mind. Qin Han paused, touched his nose, and chuckled awkwardly. Then he composed himself, put on a stern expression, and turned towards the altar. At the altar, the commoners became anxious as they saw Qin Han approaching. After all, he was powerful enough to defeat the high priest, and they were hardly a match for him. Many of them turned, ready to flee back home. At that moment, Elder Lei removed his helmet, wiped off his disguise, and stood on higher ground to shout, Villagers, I am Lei Outyen, an elder of our clan. Many of you have seen me before. I have long known that the high priest was a beast intent on destroying our Leidu island. So, I invited young hero Qin to help us. Now that the high priest is gone, our island can finally have peace. Shouldn't we welcome our hero, young hero Qin? Standing nearby, Li Yang immediately raised his fist high and led the chant, Long live young hero Qin. Long live young hero Qin. The commoners, as if enchanted, joined in the chant, Long live young hero Qin. As Qin Han walked into the crowd, he was a bit at a loss seeing the enthusiastic scene. Not one for the limelight, he braced himself and stepped forward. With a raised hand, the crowd fell silent. Noticing Li Yang's fist still in the air, Qin Han said helplessly, You always manage to come up with new antics for me. Li Yang, thinking Qin Han was praising him, felt pleased and wondered if he should come up with more ways to please Master Qin in the future. Qin Han glanced around at everyone and said calmly, Lei Elder and Lan Exine stay. The rest of you can leave. Nowadays, Qin Han's words carry more weight with the people of Thunder Poison Island than an imperial decree. In a matter of moments, the crowd around the altar dispersed, leaving only the wife of the sword dojo master and old Lei. Lan Exine, now freed from her restraints, was overwhelmed with shame at the absurdity of recent events. Hesitantly, she asked, Young Master Qin, can I avoid going back? After what I've done, how can I face my husband? Qin Han reassured her, You were under mental control and not acting of your own will. Your husband will understand. Besides, the high priest is dead, and you're isolated here. The golden house will be vacated, and the old servants are gone. Do you want to hunt in the mountains, or marry a crude hunter? Lan Exine turned pale as dreadful images filled her mind. She whispered, All right, I'll go back with you. Qin Han nodded. Spend the night at the golden house, and I'll come for you when we leave tomorrow. After Lan Exine left, Qin Han addressed old Lei, It's over. With the high priest dead, his power will inevitably crumble. I'll back you tonight, and no one will dare to challenge you. It's only a matter of time before you control Thunder Poison Island. Now, can you tell me the whereabouts of the pearl? Old Lei bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Qin, for saving my family. I will never forget your kindness. He then revealed, years ago, a white four-legged snake visited my ancestor, saying that to retrieve the pearl, we must go to the fallen god Abyss in the realm of Thunder Origin. If our clan brings the Thunder Staff, it will appear. The realm of Thunder Origin? Fallen god Abyss? Qin Han's eyes narrowed. The realm of Thunder Origin is a place where countless world-ending thunder seeds converge, known as a perilous dragon's lair. The fallen god Abyss is even more treacherous, imprisoning numerous ancient demons. Even in the late stages of the game, few players dare to venture there. Qin Han thought to himself, With my current strength, I can barely withstand the weakest thunder. Even with full thunder resistance equipment, entering without the heaven-breaking shuttle is impossible. I'll need to wait until I have it, then everything will be easier. Old Lei cautiously asked, Young Master Qin, is this place difficult for you as well? Qin Han snapped back to reality, waving his hand dismissively, It's nothing. You've given me the information, so we're even. Go about your business. With that, he turned and headed towards the golden house. As night fell, Qin Han sat on the rooftop, allowing the famed moon shadow blade to continue absorbing the moon's power. He lamented to himself, The moon shadow, though powerful, seals itself after use and requires recharging. If it could be used indefinitely, I could dominate the world with this single move. Suddenly, Qin Han recalled, The Moon God Palace map in the later stages apparently has moon essence. I wonder if using it to nurture moon shadow could speed up the unlocking process. As the night deepened, Qin Han fell asleep. Dew dampened his clothes as dawn broke. In the distance, a rooster stood proudly on the eaves, crowing sharply. On Thunder Lake, a spirited horse tirelessly pulled a rope. Suddenly, there was movement underwater, and the horse's red eyes gleamed as it swiftly turned towards the Black Fort. Qin Han had a nightmare in which he was crushed by a mountain, struggling to breathe. He fought desperately but to no avail. The suffocating sensation was unbearable. He awoke with a start to find a heavy suit of armor pressing down on him, with Nightmare staring at him curiously with its red eyes. Anyone else might have been scared to death, but Qin Han's strong mental fortitude allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Damn, this is the rooftop. How did you get up here? Is the armor fully charged? He glanced at the red dragon demon armor, satisfied to see its Thunder Pool passive at 100, and put it away. He then summoned Nightmare and Moonshadow back. With the mission complete, it was time to wrap up his visit to Thunder Poison Island and meet the Sword Dojo Master. He headed back inside, finding Lan Xian ready with her belongings, waiting. Are we leaving? Qin Han glanced at the bundle behind her, noticing the purple crystal golem indicator glowing brightly, suggesting it was filled with gold items. It seemed that even with the High Priest gone, certain desires, once kindled, were hard to extinguish. The return to the Sword Dojo might bring changes. Wait a bit longer. I want to see Old Lei before we leave. Lan Xian nodded gently, sitting back at the dressing table, her eyes reluctantly lingering on the gold ornaments. Just as Qin Han was about to head downstairs, Old Lei appeared with delight. Young Master Qin, I'm glad you're still here. I was worried you might leave without a word. There are some things I, on behalf of the entire Thunder Poison Island, wish to give you. Qin Han was a bit surprised. What are these? Are they important? Old Lei smiled warmly, you'll see. Leading the way downstairs, Lan Xian followed with her bundle. When they reached the first-floor hall, Qin Han was stunned by the sight. The room was filled with large chests, all open, revealing stacks of refined gold bricks. Old Lei explained, these gold and silver items are abundant on the island and serve no purpose for us. In the spirit of maximizing their use, please take them. Lan Xian stood in front of a room full of gold bricks, her eyes gleaming with undisguised envy. She couldn't help but think of the little things she had secretly taken before, and now, seeing this pile of gold that had been given without a word, her emotions were a complex mix. Qin Han, oblivious to Lan Xian's expression, was fixated on the gleaming bricks. In the game, gold was a hard currency with wide-ranging uses. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and collected all the gold. His backpack instantly gained 1,000,000 gold coins, the sound of the numbers ticking up echoing in his ears. Old Lei watched as Qin Han accepted the gold, a smile spreading across his wrinkled face like a blooming chrysanthemum. He was secretly delighted. Having such a powerful figure as Qin Han accept the gold was akin to forming a good relationship with Lei Du Island. If trouble arose in the future, perhaps Qin Han would be lenient because of this gift. With someone like him lending a hand, even the biggest problems could be easily resolved. All right, it's time to go. Take care, Qin Han said, putting away the gold with a gentle wave. He had lingered at Lei Du Island long enough, and there were more important matters awaiting him back at the novice village. Old Lei quickly responded, Young Master Qin, I wish you great success and smooth sailing in the days ahead. Qin Han nodded, replying, You're getting on in years, take care of yourself. Maybe we'll meet again. With that, he took out a teleportation talisman and crushed it. Instantly, a familiar purple portal materialized before him. Let's go back, Qin Han said to Lan Xian. Lan Xian nodded and stepped into the portal. Qin Han followed closely. Just as he was stepping through, he heard Old Lei's urgent voice. But before you leave, can you tell me what to do with Li Yang? Without your word, I dare not touch him. Without turning back, Qin Han left a single sentence as he passed through the portal. Don't kill, don't use. Old Lei stared at the disappearing portal, murmuring Qin Han's words repeatedly. He nodded as if suddenly understanding the deeper meaning. Li Yang, who had been leading and gathering information, was atoning for his sins by saving others in critical times. However, he was cunning and unpredictable. Using him could lead to backlash. Not using him was the best choice. Giving him a big house to live as a wealthy man isn't too bad. Old Lei finally decided. Back at the villa in the novice village, Qin Han wasted no time, immediately riding his nightmare steed with Lan Xian towards the Sword Dojo. The place, which was usually bustling with players, was now eerily quiet. Two sword-wielding disciples stood idly at the entrance, occasionally yawning. Suddenly, the sound of hooves approached, startling the sleepy disciples. They instantly recognized the rider, exclaiming, Madam, it's Madam. One rushed forward to greet them, while the other quickly went inside to report. As Qin Han and Lan Xian dismounted, and approached the entrance, they were met by a group of Sword Dojo disciples. The leading disciple held a tray with two treasures: a gem emitting a seven-colored glow, shaped like a drill, and a simple token engraved with the words Sword Lodge. The disciple approached Qin Han respectfully, saying, "Sir Qin, our master has been informed of your request. The master left for a journey 3 days ago, leaving us here to wait for you. The master said if you returned with madam, we should give you the heaven-breaking stone. Now, it's here for you to take." Hearing this, Qin Han gently picked up the heaven-breaking stone from the tray. The weight in his hand made him pause for a moment. He had anticipated that acquiring the heaven-breaking stone would be fraught with challenges, even preparing for a fierce debate. Yet it had come to him so easily. A system prompt appeared: heaven-breaking stone, a fragment of a supreme treasure. Made from seven-colored stone, it renders all spatial barriers meaningless. Legend has it that a great master used this as a base to craft a super treasure capable of traversing endless space. If other components are found, its former glory might be restored. Qin Han's heart pounded with excitement. A treasure that no one had obtained in his previous life was now in his possession. With it, the dream of building a true heaven-breaker shuttle was within reach. The disciple, seeing Qin Han accept the heaven-breaking stone, continued, "Sir, our master also mentioned that if you're interested, you can take the other token. You can visit the Sword Lodge in the future, where a great opportunity awaits you." A great opportunity? Sword Lodge? Qin Han was taken aback. The Sword Lodge was a scene accessible after the novice phase, and in his previous life, it had never featured any NPCs, leading players to believe it was just an ordinary location. But now, it seemed this token could transform the seemingly mundane Sword Lodge into something extraordinary. The disciple's emphasis on great piqued Qin Han's curiosity, hinting at a significant advantage awaiting him. With this in mind, Qin Han didn't hesitate to take the token, feeling as though he was grasping a substantial opportunity for the future. Nearby, the disciple noticed Qin Han accepting the two treasures and nodded at him, saying, "Sir, we won't disturb you any further." With that, he led the group, escorting Lan Xian back inside, their footsteps gradually fading away. In no time, the area outside was deserted, leaving Qin Han standing there alone. Qin Han touched his nose, pondering to himself. The people from this Sword Dao Pavilion have quite an odd way of doing things. They come and go in such haste, yet their attitude is strangely respectful, which is rather baffling. Just then, a global notification suddenly appeared, its flashing light catching Qin Han's attention. The content of the notification made his eyes light up. Congratulations to player Qin Han for completing an epic quest, earning 1 point of heavenly Dao value. As the first player to complete an epic quest, he receives an additional 1 point of heavenly Dao value. Qin Han glanced at the notification, nodded slightly, and felt a surge of joy. Besides the heavenly Dao value, he unexpectedly gained 2 additional points, which was a pleasant surprise. He couldn't help but think that players who could complete an epic quest during the novice phase were exceedingly rare. Considering the strength of the High Priest alone, without a legendary weapon like the Moon Shadow Blade or other powerful treasures, there would be no chance of victory. Even if other players were lucky enough to receive an epic quest, they likely wouldn't have the strength to complete it. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Han mounted his nightmare steed and sped towards the village chief's house. However, as he reached the northern part of the village, he saw the village chief already waiting in the distance with a cane. Upon seeing Qin Han, the village chief immediately put on what he assumed was a kindly smile and asked, "Child, have you completed the task this time?" Qin Han chuckled inwardly, thinking, isn't this a rhetorical question? If the village chief didn't know the outcome, why would he specifically come to the north of the village to wait for him? It's worth noting that, aside from the days of job changes, not even a dog comes here now. Holding back his amusement, Qin Han replied, "Yes, it's done. I've got the sky-breaking stone. When are we heading to the Blackstone domain? I can break open the temporal barrier for you, so you can rescue your granddaughter. But it would be best to hurry. I can only spare you 2 hours at most, any longer and I can't afford the time." Upon hearing this, the village chief's face immediately showed a troubled expression, and he hesitated, saying, Well, to be honest, child, the trip to the Blackstone domain might have to be postponed." Qin Han was taken aback and asked, puzzled, "You're not saving your granddaughter?" The village chief sighed and explained, It's unavoidable. The experts we previously sought help from are now tied up with important matters, leaving us short-handed. We can't be certain of success if we go now." Before the village chief could finish, a task window suddenly popped up in front of Qin Han, interrupting their conversation. The epic quest, Chapter of Destiny, has returned once more, but Qin Han remains indifferent to the request to enter the Black Stone domain to rescue the village chief's granddaughter. He thought to himself, another epic quest? Do these quests not cost anything? I thought they were supposed to be rare. Despite facing an epic quest, Qin Han has no intention of accepting it. He has already reached level 10 and successfully obtained the captain's badge, allowing him to compete for a title. After spending a few days on Thunder Poison Island, he calculated that the title competition task should begin at noon today, based on his previous life's timeline. This is the second major event after his career change, and being the first in the universe not only earns a high-level title, but also rewards 10,000 physique points. For Qin Han, this task is a crucial part of his meticulously planned strategy. Not even an epic quest, nor a precious treasure, could tempt him to agree. Seeing that Qin Han had no intention of accepting the quest, the village chief anxiously asked, "Isn't your son the head of the sword school? Isn't he quite powerful? Why seek outside help? Can't he defeat a mere traveler?" Qin Han remained unmoved, and the village chief had no choice but to confess, "To be honest, the traveler isn't that strong, but his master is a formidable presence. My son and the sword school members alone are no match for them." Qin Han shrugged and responded indifferently, "If your son can't handle it, there's nothing I can do. Good luck." Seeing Qin Han's attitude, the village chief gritted his teeth and suggested, "How about this, young man? Could you be kind enough to help? This time, I can gather 100 gold coins for you. Is that okay?" Qin Han's perception of the village chief's stinginess was once again refreshed. He compared it to a previous epic quest where the head of the sword path offered not only a super treasure component, but also a significant opportunity. Meanwhile, the village chief seemed to want him to take the bait without even finishing his sentence, likely ending up giving nothing at all. This person seemed to forget past lessons for minor benefits. Qin Han straightforwardly declined, "I'm really busy. To be honest, from now on, I probably won't have time, and I'll only get busier. I really can't help you. Besides, if your son can't beat him, I, a mere novice, probably can't either. You should find someone better suited." The village chief became anxious and quickly explained, "You're a god-level professional. Besides you, no one else can do it. Don't worry about being busy. This matter can wait. You can rescue her when you have time." Qin Han was suspicious and wondered if the person to be rescued was truly the village chief's granddaughter. Saving someone is urgent, yet this could be delayed? Sensing Qin Han's skepticism, the village chief clarified, "To be honest, I sent people to inquire and found out that someone saw my granddaughter in the demon god sanctuary in the Blackstone domain. She should be safe for now." Upon hearing this, Qin Han pondered, "Demon god sanctuary? Another obscure term. I don't recall seeing any guides for this in my previous life, but the name suggests it might be a high-level area. Maybe I could find something valuable there." Since the village chief mentioned there's no rush, Qin Han considered accepting the task to try it out, and maybe visit when he had spare time. However, the chief's stinginess made him uncomfortable. Despite the temptation, he decided to resist and decline the quest. The village chief's face turned into a bitter expression when Qin Han refused, but then he seemed pleased, remembering the 100 gold coins he saved. Yet, thinking of his precious granddaughter, his expression returned to one of distress. Watching the village chief's indecisive demeanor, Qin Han felt a bit uneasy, thinking, "This old man is quite peculiar." Ultimately, the village chief seemed to realize that his granddaughter was more valuable than material possessions. With a deep breath, he made a difficult decision, as if cutting a piece of his own flesh. He reluctantly said, "Young man, how about this? I'll give you 1,000 gold coins and a piece of dark gold equipment. That's all I can offer. I have nothing more. Please take pity on an old man and help me. Will you?" Despite the village chief's painful display, Qin Han remained uninterested. He thought, "That's it? The tiles on Thunder Poison Island are worth more than this. This amount isn't even worth a dog's attention." However, if the village chief could offer something like the high-level enhancement order from last time, he might reluctantly agree. But seeing the chief struggle to offer 1,000 gold coins and a piece of dark gold equipment, he doubted anything better could be squeezed out today. Since the village chief had previously taken advantage of him, Qin Han decided to turn the tables and see what he could extract from the old man this time. Qin Han touched his nose and said, "Village chief, maybe you should reconsider. Here's the thing. I'm pressed for time. Why don't you give me the captain's benefits? I have other matters to attend to later." Hearing this, the village chief seemed to have an idea, thinking he might use the captain's benefits to leverage Qin Han. But Qin Han gave him no chance, directly stating, "If you don't want to give it, that's fine. I won't force you." The captain's badge had already been awarded to him by the game. The captain's position wasn't much smaller than the village chief's, and the chief had no authority over him. The so-called benefits were nothing more than the use of a villa, monthly salary, and other trivial matters. These things, whether he had them or not, didn't concern him. As long as he had the captain's badge, he could compete for a title, and the rest were minor details. Qin Han mounted his horse, and the village chief quickly realized he couldn't be stingy at this point. He hurriedly shouted, "Young man, I'll give you the captain's benefits right away, and there's room for negotiation regarding the task reward. Please come back." But this time, Qin Han left decisively, ignoring the village chief. With Nightmare's swift pace, he quickly disappeared from the chief's sight. Left behind was the village chief, who was on the verge of tears. He stomped his feet and slapped his hands, regretting, "Oh, what have I done? Why did I let my stinginess act up again? For the sake of my granddaughter, I can't be stingy anymore. I need to think carefully about what reward to offer. Alas, my hard-earned savings are going to dwindle again." Meanwhile, Qin Han rode Nightmare, speeding south of the village. His destination was a place called Qingyan Peak in the Level 10 wilderness area, coincidentally located a short distance past the Archer's assessment point. On the way, as he passed through the Wild Bull Prairie, Qin Han noticed the prairie was eerily quiet, with not a single player in sight. Suddenly, he remembered something and opened a private message to reach out to Li Ran. "Where are you three?" At that moment, in the Sheep Tribe cemetery, upon seeing the message, Li Ran was nearly moved to tears. He replied excitedly, "Boss, you've finally spoken. If you have time, could you come and save us?" On the prairie, Qin Han finished reading Li Ran's complaints and couldn't help but laugh. Ever since the Wild Bull leader had appeared, it had occupied the entrance to the sheep tomb. A large number of players were trapped inside, and leaving Mint facing attacks. After a few unlucky players died, the rest were too scared to leave and were stuck inside, living a miserable existence. They drank sheep's blood when thirsty and ate raw meat when hungry, leading a life even cavemen would pity. Li Ran continued, "Boss, Lulu had it worse. He was nearly killed by the Wild Bull leader, but luckily Lu Kuang and I saved him in time. However, his injuries were so severe that his bones healed incorrectly, and he might never fully recover." Qin Han quickly replied, "All right, got it. I'll be there in about 5 minutes. Get ready to come out. I have some instructions for you." Li Ran was overjoyed. "Wow, boss, you're really coming? We're saved." Qin Han closed the private message and sped forward on his nightmare steed. With his increased speed, the vast prairie seemed insignificant. In no time, he approached the central area, where he could see a massive wild bull, as large as a house, dominating the open land. The Wild Bull leader spotted Qin Han and murderous intent flashed in its eyes. It thought, "These two-legged creatures never learn. After killing so many, they still dare to come and die. I'll have him for lunch today." With a rumbling that shook the ground, the Wild Bull leader charged at Qin Han, clearly intending to crush him. Based on past experience, it expected to see Qin Han flee for his life. However, to its surprise, Qin Han didn't run. Instead, he raised his longbow and aimed from afar. The Wild Bull leader felt disdain, knowing those arrows couldn't pierce its hide. But in the next moment, Qin Han's bow conjured an energy arrow. The arrow whistled through the air, and before the Wild Bull leader could react, it pierced through its left eye. A staggering damage number of 60,000 appeared, and the Wild Bull leader's health bar instantly emptied. With a thunderous crash, its massive body fell to the ground. The system notification chimed in, "You have slain the Wild Bull leader, gaining 7,861 experience points." Simultaneously, a message appeared in the chat area of 2 villages. "Congratulations to player Qin Han for slaying the Wild Bull leader. Awarded 1 constitution point." The news sent shockwaves through neighboring village 110755, leaving them in despair. Before, they could dismiss Qin Han's feats as tricks, but the Wild Bull leader was a different story. It had terrorized the prairie, and no one in the village could defeat it. Now, reality hit them hard. A terrifying thought spread through village 110755. Qin Han could kill the Wild Bull leader, while they couldn't even challenge it. Did this mean he could single-handedly destroy their village? This idea cast a deathly silence over their chat area, enveloping everyone in unprecedented fear. In stark contrast, Village 688 erupted in celebration. Players excitedly discussed. The Wild Bull leader was taken down by Qin Han. Finally, the scourge is gone. Now, we low-level players can safely hunt and level up on the Wild Bull Prairie. By the way, did anyone witness this historic moment? There were so many players trapped in the sheep tomb. They must have had the best view of Qin Han's heroic feat. However, the players in the sheep tomb awkwardly replied, "That's awkward. We just missed it." Others couldn't help but complain, "Seriously, you guys are useless. You missed such an important moment." Wait, wait, wait. A hurried shout shattered the serenity of the sheep tomb. Since the announcement was just triggered, does that mean Qin Han is currently on the prairie, maybe even near the sheep tomb? This revelation was like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the passion of all the players. The sheep tomb erupted with excitement as players scrambled to rush outside. The news of the barbarian bull leader's death not only signaled a safe return to the village, but also offered a chance to witness the legendary Qin Han. This dual allure was irresistible to them. In no time, the entrance of the sheep tomb was crowded with players pouring out, leaving only Lulu, who was still severely injured, behind on the first level. He reached out in despair, muttering to himself, "Why won't anyone come to save me?" Meanwhile, Qin Han was already outside, gathering the spoils of battle. He swiftly collected the barbarian bull leader's corpse and the items it dropped, then rode his nightmare a short distance away, hiding in a patch of tall grass. Soon, 3 scruffy, unshaven men appeared before Qin Han. Upon seeing the dashing Qin Han, their faces lit up with excitement. Li Ran was the first to speak. It's been a few days, and boss, your presence is more impressive than ever. I'm truly happy for you. Li Hao chimed in. I remember it was just a few minutes since we left, and yet you managed to take down the troublesome barbarian bull leader in such a short time. Your skills are truly extraordinary. Lu Kuang, wanting to join in the flattery but at a loss for words, simply blurted out, Hello, boss. Qin Han stood up and gave the 3 a calm glance. No need for flattery. Now that the sheep tomb crisis is over, you need to focus on leveling up. Also, remember to keep collecting the items I've asked for. Besides the previous tasks, there's an important mission you must complete within a month. I'll send the list to Li Ran. This mission is crucial. Make sure to get it done. The 3 straightened up immediately and promised in unison. Don't worry, boss, we'll get it done. Qin Han nodded. Good. I'll be waiting for your good news. Also, take these items. Remember, with these, you must surpass everyone in the neighboring village in terms of level. With that, Qin Han waved his hand, and a pile of colorful gear appeared on the ground. The 3 men stared in astonishment, their eyes gleaming with greed. Boss, are all these for us? Scattered on the ground were various pieces of equipment, with the lowest being of blue quality, and even a few golden accessories. Most astonishingly, there was a pile of 500 gold coins next to a complete set of golden gear. Li Ran couldn't help but check the attributes of the set closely. Mighty Bull set gold. Helmet, armor, knee guards, boots, weapon 5-piece set. Attack 50, defense 300, health 500. Health regen 10 per second, movement speed 10, attack speed 20. Constitution requirement, 50. This equipment might not be much to Qin Han, but for players at this stage, it's practically divine. Keep in mind, ordinary players need 10 points of constitution to gain just 1 point of attack power, and a level 5 player's attack power is a mere 5 points. Whiteboard weapons usually have less than 10 attack points, blue equipment under 20, and gold equipment around 50. Some unlucky players might even get gold equipment with less than 30 attack points. This Mighty Bull set almost reaches the limit of level 5 gold equipment. Given the harsh drop rates in the game Eternal Life, it's a top-tier item among ordinary players, even as the newbie phase ends. Qin Han looked at the equipment on the ground, calculating in his mind. With more good stuff piling up, his storage slots were running out. Keeping these items was pointless as they'd eventually be discarded, so it was better to let his subordinates use them to boost their strength and complete missions more efficiently. Keep the money for gathering materials, and pick the equipment you need, Qin Han said. Once you have these, make sure to do your tasks diligently. With that, he summoned his nightmare steed, mounted it, and galloped towards the depths of the wilds. Watching Qin Han disappear into the distance, Li Ran sighed. The boss is always busy. It seems like he always has something going on whenever we see him. Of course, Lu Kuang chimed in. How else could he be so strong? The boss's affairs aren't for us to speculate about. Li Hao looked at the equipment on the ground and asked, so how do we divide these? There's only 1 set of golden gear. Who gets to use it? How about drawing lots? Lu Kuang suggested. Whoever draws the right one gets to use it. That sounds good. Li Hao laughed. I've always had good luck with these things. Lu Kuang was confident. Heh, my Lu family's been blessed with good fortune for hundreds of years. Our ancestors will surely watch over me. Li Ran shrugged. Doesn't matter to me. We 3 level up together, so the experience is almost evenly shared. Whoever wears the gear just tanks at the front. Lu Kuang thought for a moment and proposed. I think we should take turns using it. That way, we all get to experience being the tank. Brother Lu is right. Li Hao agreed. Meanwhile, Qin Han, riding on horseback, suddenly remembered he still had 2 advanced enhancement tokens. He had planned to recruit 2 new subordinates when he had time, but had been so busy lately that he forgot. Oh well, I'll leave it to fate, Qin Han thought. These enhancement tokens will still be useful even in the mid to late stages. Having 3 subordinates for now is sufficient. Qin Han rode his nightmare through the wilderness, passing through several wild zones. In level 2, 3, 4, and even 5 zones, he saw players grinding monsters. Although each kill was challenging, and there was always the risk of injury or death, these people continued to fight tenaciously. This scene reminded Qin Han of his newbie days in his previous life. The adaptability of humans is truly amazing. In modern society, many people never did any hard labor, and some never even killed a chicken, yet here they were, battling fierce beasts. As he moved forward, the monsters grew stronger, and the player's presence gradually thinned out. Eventually, Qin Han reached the mid-mountain area where he had taken the entrance exam for the game. The archery training ground was still there, but the archery instructor was nowhere to be seen, leaving the area desolate and lifeless. Once the newbie assessment is complete, the instructor is free. He must have moved to a higher level map by now, Qin Han mused, continuing on his way. After a few more steps, he noticed some words carved on a nearby boulder. Never forget the promise. We'll meet again someday, muffled gourd. A smile curled at Qin Han's lips. Looks like the instructor knew I'd come. Don't worry, the tasks Qin Han, take on, I never abandon. Someday, I'll reunite you two for sure. After all, you're destined to be my future subordinates. Riding his nightmare towards the welcoming pine. The day was clear and the mountains stretched endlessly. The peak where he had taken the archery exam was modest compared to the towering mountain ahead, which stood proudly among the range, distinct and extraordinary. That's the place. The location for the title contest. Qin Han thought to himself. The title contest typically occurs when a player becomes a captain, at which point the village chief provides the captain's benefits and hints at the title contest location. However, Qin Han, having been reborn, didn't need the village chief's guidance. This place gathers all the elite village leaders who have reached level 10 across the heavens, each being one in a million. Qin Han recalled that in his previous life, his ranking was only around 90 million when he entered this place. In this life, however, his eyes were firmly set on the number 1 spot. The nobility system in the game of eternal life is divided into 7 ranks: Emperor, King, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. This time, the competition for titles opens up 3 levels: Earl, Viscount, and Baron. There is only 1 position for Earl, reserved for the first place, 10 positions for Viscounts, awarded from 2nd to 11th place, and 50 positions for Barons, given according to ranking. A total of 61 rare titles, highlighting their significance. The saying, Village Baron, Town Viscount, City Earl, not only hints at the differences in power but also reflects territorial distinctions. Even the lowest-ranking Baron can obtain a territory in a high-dimensional space that is absolutely safe. This territory is incredibly secure, to the point where even the highest deities cannot intrude. Although a Baron's territory is only the size of an ordinary village, its value is immense, and it cannot be exchanged for even the most treasured possessions. In terms of power, even the lowest-ranking Baron can wield significant influence in the game units of the heavens. Village chiefs, who are small figures, are as insignificant as ants in front of a Baron. The status of Viscounts and Earls is incomparably higher. Advancing in rank is like ascending to the heavens in one step, not only enlarging the territory but also dramatically increasing power and various privileges. More critically, obtaining a title means being officially recognized by the game and gaining independence. For example, even if all blue star players were wiped out and all bases, including Village 688, were destroyed, those with titles would not suffer any collateral penalties. This effectively separates the title holders as an independent force. Despite this, Qin Han knows well that following the majority of players' progress in the game can yield more benefits. Even if he gains a title, he won't easily use his independence. Finally, Qin Han took one last look at the distant Qingyun Peak, put away his nightmare, and leaped down the mountain without hesitation. His eyes shone with determination, as if he could already see the path to first place. The towering peak of Qingyun loomed high, piercing the sky. Qin Han stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing up at the seemingly insurmountable summit, his eyes tracing the winding spiral path that snaked upwards. Every few steps along the path, a minotaur wielding a spiked club stood guard. Though only about 10 centimeters taller than the average person, their muscular build exuded an imposing presence. These minotaurs were level 10 monsters, known for their high health and thick defenses. Qin Han recalled his experiences from his previous life and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Back then, he naively thought that fighting his way up the path would be beneficial. From dawn till dusk, he fought tirelessly, only just managing to reach the peak. Although he gained significant experience points and leveled up by 1.5 levels, the mindless slaughter nearly drove him to depression. In this life, Qin Han decided to adopt a smarter approach. He took a deep breath, then leaped into the air like a cannonball. With a kick midair, he propelled himself further, swiftly reaching halfway up the mountain. The air turned cold as a thin mist began to form around him. Looking back, the ground seemed insignificant. Continuing his ascent, Qin Han finally arrived at the circular platform atop the peak. The platform spanned 100 meters in diameter, with no railings around the edges. At the center stood a nearly 3-meter minotaur, clad in silver armor and sporting 2 large braids. A thick iron chain extended from the center of the platform, securing it. The minotaur, gripping a stone axe, curiously eyed Qin Han. Finally, someone has come. I've been stuck up here for ages. Come on, let's fight. Either I kill you, or you kill me. With that, it charged forward. Qin Han knew this creature was incredibly fast, relying solely on the chain for protection, with no intention of stopping. If it hit him, he would surely plummet from the sky, and even with his current health, the fall would be fatal, possibly triggering a passive skill. In a split second, Qin Han sidestepped the charge. The Minotaur grinned. Heh, you dodged quickly, but can you keep dodging forever? Qin Han chuckled internally. This Minotaur was the certification monster for the title contest, and defeating it was necessary to enter the assessment. Though only a level 10 elite monster, the unprotected platform made it extremely dangerous. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly here, narrowly escaping death several times before finally winning. However, things were different now. Qin Han's gaze fell on the iron chain as he playfully asked, "What if I cut your chain?" The Minotaur scoffed, "Heh, it's made of millennium black iron. Your flimsy weapons can't even scratch it." With that, it charged again. Qin Han smirked, drawing his bow. The god-slaying bow's defense-ignoring trait shone through. With a ding, the so-called millennium black iron snapped. The charging Minotaur glanced back, terrified, and skidded to a halt at the platform's edge in a comical pose, trembling in fear. Qin Han approached, teasing, "Not fighting anymore? Where's that bravado from before? Get up, I heard your kind are fearless warriors." What happened? Paralyzed with fear? Should I push you off? The Minotaur frantically waved its hands. "No, no, I was wrong. Please don't push me." It muttered while inching towards the platform's center. "Wait till I'm safe, then I'll deal with you." Seeing this, Qin Han fired 2 arrows, hitting the Minotaur squarely in the back. The devastating damage left it barely clinging to life. With the added poison from the voodoo pearl, 2 arrows could have finished it off. Facing the dual threat of heights and death, the Minotaur surrendered completely. "I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I give up. I'll give you what you want." Qin Han's eyes turned cold. "Killing you would give me the same." The Minotaur trembled. "No, no, I can offer you other benefits. Please don't kill me." Qin Han replied calmly, "That depends on your sincerity." The Minotaur hurriedly searched itself, eventually producing a token and a pitch-black pearl. Take them, take them." Qin Han examined the items. The token was a teleportation talisman, allowing direct access to the title contest instance. The black pearl was a water-repelling pearl, a special item enabling the bearer to traverse 3,000 water domains effortlessly. Satisfied, Qin Han nodded. He knew the Minotaur's importance in the title contest. Killing it would only yield the teleportation talisman, but severing the chain, scaring it, and forcing it to surrender would also earn the water-repelling pearl. This pearl was crucial in the assessment, granting a significant advantage. Noticing Qin Han hadn't left after taking the items, the Minotaur anxiously asked, "I've given you the items. Why aren't you leaving? Are you going to go back on your word?" Qin Han glanced at it, then crushed the token. A bronze door appeared out of thin air, and he stepped through without hesitation. Though the Minotaur was a quest monster, Qin Han had already obtained what he wanted. Killing it would only provide some experience, offering little benefit. More importantly, this Minotaur was a key NPC of the Beast Tribe in a mid-to-late game map. Sparing it today would unlock a hidden map in future encounters, filled with valuable treasures. It said the water-repelling pearl originally came from that hidden map. Stepping through the portal, Qin Han found himself in a familiar passageway. This corridor, stretching 200 meters wide and 5 kilometers long, was scattered with various monsters. About 1,000 creatures, including minotaurs, goat-head beasts, centaurs, and kobolds, roamed the passage, each wielding a variety of weapons, poised for battle. Suddenly, a small screen appeared in the upper right corner of Qin Han's vision, indicating that the title competition had been underway for 15 minutes. The screen flashed a mission prompt: defeat monsters, acquire treasures, and pass the trials to earn points. The event lasts 10 days, and the higher your final ranking, the greater your chance of earning a title. The screen then switched to display a leaderboard. Qin Han quickly scanned the list, memories from his previous life flooding his mind. As long as he ranked within the top 61, he would receive a title reward. At the top of the leaderboard was Qian Shaoxi, with 900 points. Qin Han knew this name all too well, the prodigy of one of the 6 pinnacle forces of the universe, possessing a natural sword physique and a saint-level profession, wielding a divine sword. In the ultimate battlefield of his previous life, this individual had outshone all others to become the supreme deity. Following closely were Jiang Ningxue with 899 points and Selena with 898 points, hailing from a top-tier magical family, rumored to be the reincarnation of the god of magic due to her innate high magical affinity. Qin Han continued to peruse the list, noting that most of the top players were either saint-level professionals or holders of hidden professions, much like in his past life. However, when he reached the 30th position, an unexpected name caught his attention: Feng Qianjue. Strange, he didn't even make the list last time. Qin Han mused, recalling that the only notable thing about this name was his father, the Demon Emperor, who later became the supreme deity. The legendary battle between the Demon Emperor and the ancient Witch Queen was earth-shattering, sparked by rumors that Feng Qianjue was allegedly killed by the ancient witch queen in the novice village. Qin Han realized, I see. It must be because I killed the ancient witch queen in this life, preventing her from growing stronger, allowing Feng Qianjue to escape by a fluke. So, I'm his savior? Maybe I should charge a rescue fee if we ever meet. Continuing to browse the leaderboard, Qin Han found himself ranked beyond 10 billion with 0 points. Time was of the essence, and any delay would only push him further down the ranks. With a call, his nightmare steed appeared. Qin Han mounted his ride and charged towards the horde of monsters like an arrow released from a bow. Wherever he went, monsters fell, unable to withstand the power of his arrows. The title assessment comprised 9 stages, each a different map. They were currently in the first stage, populated by ordinary monsters, each worth 1 point. Theoretically, clearing this map could net 1,000 points. It was the simplest stage, and nearly everyone could achieve a perfect score as long as they weren't visually impaired. With the speed of his nightmare and his rapid firing, Qin Han mowed down the monsters like harvesting wheat. Although the monsters here rarely dropped equipment aside from a few special items, the experience points were abundant. Coupled with the experience from defeating the wild bull leader earlier, Qin Han reached level 11 halfway through. The slaughter continued, and Qin Han's ranking soared rapidly, from 10 billionth to 1 billionth, to 10 millionth, to 1 millionth. By the time he reached the end of the stage, he had climbed into the top 10,000, his score fixed at 1,000. Like him, everyone in the top 10,000 had a score of 1,000. This was a notable feature of the title points system, where ties were broken by who reached the score first. In the final rankings of his past life, many people had nearly identical scores. Ahead was the gateway to the second stage. After confirming his score was a perfect 1,000, Qin Han, without hesitation, urged his nightmare into the second stage. Before him lay an endless desert, where a stone monster appeared as a pile of rubble on the ground. Qin Han raised his bow and loosed an arrow, a red damage number of about 6,700 flashing above it. The scattered stones began to coalesce, slowly forming a stone monster as tall as a 5-story building, its entire body a dull gray. Its flattened head bore 2 tiny eyes that fixed on Qin Han. Boom! The stone monster raised its massive arms like giant hammers and slammed them down towards Qin Han. He maneuvered his horse in evasive arcs while firing his bow, the damage numbers of over 6,700 continuously appearing. The Stone Crystal Leader, a level 11 elite monster, had a health pool of 3.6 million. Qin Han squinted his eyes, ready for a new round of challenges. Most elite monsters have a health pool of just over 100,000, but this dungeon creature was unusual. Thanks to Qin Han's god-level class passive abilities, the monster's power dynamically increased by about 30 times. The Stone Crystal Monster, a unique being immune to poison damage and significantly resistant to regular physical attacks, stood menacingly before Qin Han. Fortunately, Qin Han wielded the god-slaying bow, which ignored defenses, making the battle winnable. He keenly identified the Stone Crystal Leader's sole weakness, the core at its back. Only a precise strike there could inflict lethal damage. Qin Han sprang into action, moving swiftly and circling the massive stone crystal monster. The creature was sluggish, and by the time Qin Han maneuvered to its rear, it had barely turned halfway. On its back, a circular crystal emitting a ghostly blue light was conspicuously visible. The moment had arrived. Qin Han raised his hand, the bowstring vibrated, and arrows rained down. His arm blurred as he fired a dozen arrows, each striking the crystal with pinpoint accuracy. With each arrow's impact, the monster's health plummeted. In agony, the stone crystal monster attempted to retaliate, but against Qin Han's nightmare-like speed, it was powerless. The god-slaying bow, with its defense-ignoring ability, combined with Qin Han's incredible speed and formidable attack power, formed a perfect lethal combination. In less than a minute, a piercing wail echoed around as the massive creature's body collapsed with a crash. All that remained were 1,000 gold coins and a core emitting a ghostly blue glow. The system notification immediately chimed. You have slain the level 11 elite monster Stone Crystal Leader, gaining 18,623 experience points and 1,000 points. This generous experience reward was nearly equivalent to that of a level 20 Golden Eagle. Coupled with the first stage's rewards, Qin Han leveled up once more. The system prompted. Experience is sufficient. Would you like to level up? Use the tenfold amplification card to level up. Meanwhile, Qin Han's ranking on the leaderboard soared, placing him directly at the top. The leaderboard displayed. Qin Han, 2,000 points. Below him, no one else had more than 1,000 points. At this moment, Qin Han's name shone brightly once again in the eyes of the universe's various elite forces. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to reach level 11, earning a 1 constitution point. Shortly after, another announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to defeat the elite monster Stone Crystal Commander, earning a 1 constitution point. Before anyone could react, a third announcement followed swiftly. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to reach level 12, earning another one constitution point. This succession of announcements caused a stir in the chat zones of both villages. Players from Village 688 were particularly invigorated, as Qin Han's achievement set a remarkable example for them, raising their spirits unknowingly. Even though none of them had actually seen Qin Han in person, his status in the hearts of the players from Village 688 kept rising. Meanwhile, a small incident quietly unfolded. Li Ran and his two companions, having received gear from Qin Han, happened to encounter Lu Lu as they passed by the sheep's tomb. They casually brought Lu Lu back to the village, an act that moved Lu Lu to tears, prompting him to promise that once he recovered, he would help them level up. The three just laughed it off, not taking it seriously. With their high-level enhancement orders and the golden set given by their leader, including Lu Lu would likely slow them down. After a brief rest, the trio returned to the wild. Lu Kuang, who had been concealing his name, donned the golden set from Qin Han, drawing attention from passing players with his flashy appearance. Some mistook him for Qin Han and surrounded him asking for autographs. Despite Lu Kuang's repeated explanations, they insisted that only someone like Qin Han could possess such impressive gear. Feeling helpless, Lu Kuang slipped away and, once in a secluded spot, he removed the golden set, vowing never to wear it again. In Newbie Village 110755, the landscape had dramatically changed since Qin Han began leveling up. Qin Han's level had far surpassed that of the former top player, Li Fei. The once arrogant players had fallen from grace, and the village chat zone was no longer as lively as before. However, these players, with their martial arts backgrounds, had their pride. Many began to level up frantically, even camping out in the wild. This resulted in an increasing gap in the level rankings, with only Qin Han, his three followers, and a few professionals pulling ahead. In the noble rank competition instance, countless players stared at the leaderboard, their expressions changing as they saw Qin Han's name. Chun Xiaoxi had already reached the second stage and, after a fierce battle, managed to defeat the Stone Crystal Commander. He felt secretly pleased, confident that with his power and treasured items, he could secure first place in the second stage. He was hopeful about the noble rank competition, having even spent heavily to bribe NPCs for inside information. However, when Chen Xiaoxi glanced at the score leaderboard, he was surprised to see Qin Han had already surged to the top. His surprise quickly turned into determination, as he felt that Qin Han's presence finally brought him real competition, marking his first true showdown with the world's geniuses. Subsequently, other top players also defeated the Stone Crystal Commander. Zhang Ningxue ranked third, followed closely by Selena. Apart from Qin Han's unexpected presence causing their rankings to drop by one, there was little change overall. However, due to the dynamic enhancement of monsters, having a strong constitution was no longer advantageous. Only professional enhancements, equipment boosts, and combat experience mattered. Feng Qianjue, despite entering early and charging through the first stage, suffered greatly against the elite monster Stone Crystal Commander. Even with the best gear from the newbie village, he barely managed to defeat the commander, dropping to over 130 in rank. This left him frustrated, muttering to himself, "Damn it, how embarrassing. With my demon emperor bloodline, if this gets out, my father will kill me. It's all those foolish low-level demons' fault. If they had been more competent, I could have at least secured a saint-level occupation." As the battle progressed, the saint-level professionals at the forefront quickly dispatched the stone crystal monsters, their scores soaring to 2,000. The top-tier players following closely behind also began to show their strength, successfully defeating their opponents after a fierce struggle. However, the situation was less favorable for the high-level players. Although they were exceptional talents in their home worlds, with physical attributes far exceeding the average person, these innate advantages were nullified in this dynamically enhanced dungeon. In the dynamic dungeons of the Eternal Game, novice top-tier players could hold their ground against elite monsters and even take down elite monsters of the same level. In contrast, high-level players had to risk their lives for even a slim chance of defeating an elite monster. As the battle intensified, casualties began to occur among the high-level players. Yet, some managed to unlock their potential in life-or-death situations, barely defeating the Stone Crystal Commanders. Once these players struggled through, the remaining mid-level players faced an even more daunting challenge. For these mid-level players, the Stone Crystal Commander was an insurmountable barrier. In the outside world, they could rely on exceptional talent, high-level equipment, and assistance from others to barely defeat elite monsters. But here, stripped of all their support, they had to face this formidable foe with nothing but their bare hands. This battle couldn't even be called a fight to the death. It was more like a world-class boxing champion against an unarmed first grader. The chances of success were infinitesimal, with perhaps only 1 in a billion managing to pass. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity, 99.9% of mid-level players chose to give up, their scores permanently stuck at 1,000 points. Only a handful, seemingly using up a lifetime of luck, narrowly evaded countless lethal attacks, and finally managed to defeat the Stone Crystal Commander by the slimmest of margins. Yet, even for these fortunate few, their journey had reached its end. Awaiting them in the third stage was an even more terrifying adversary, a boss-level opponent. Once again, a dynamically matched boss-level opponent appeared before Qin Han. On the vast, green plains, a golden centaur ambled leisurely, holding a silver bow and towering over any ordinary person by 2 or 3 times. It seemed harmless enough, yet a subtle fear flickered in Qin Han's eyes. Recalling his experiences from a previous life, Qin Han couldn't help but feel wary. Back then, despite having a top-tier profession, he struggled against this swift, long-range centaur. After a grueling day and night of battle, he barely managed to defeat the creature, sustaining severe injuries and having to withdraw with regret. That battle became one of his most vivid memories, halting his ranking at 90 million. However, the Qin Han of today was a different person. His sharp gaze locked onto the centaur in the distance, and sensing his killing intent, the centaur turned to face him. In a split second, both sides launched their attacks in unison. Arrows crisscrossed the sky as Qin Han opted for a direct confrontation, standing firm and deftly manipulating his bow. After several rounds of high-damage strikes, fear flickered in the centaur's eyes as it began to dodge. Qin Han seized the moment, targeting the creature's vulnerabilities with relentless attacks. The plains were littered with yellow damage numbers as the centaur darted left and right, its health rapidly depleting. When the centaur's health dropped to half, it collapsed, undergoing a transformation. Intense flames erupted from within, scorching the surrounding grasslands. Its body swelled and limbs burst forth, eventually morphing into a 3-headed, 6-armed monster. Each hand wielded a different weapon: a spiked club, a war hammer, a battle knife, a greatsword, a scythe, and a short spear, abandoning its original bow. The transformed centaur, emanating a molten glow, charged at Qin Han. He remained unfazed, thinking, "Foolish creature. Though its defense has increased, becoming melee actually limits its power. With such a bulky form, it can only be kite. In my previous life, had it not been easier to fight in this second form, I might not have won." Qin Han raised his god-slaying bow, aiming at the centaur's thick joints. As the creature closed to within 50 meters, a sharp crack echoed as it lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Han quickly aimed at the centaur's head and unleashed a barrage of shots. Before long, the centaur's health bar was depleted. It let out a final, unwilling scream before collapsing. A system notification popped up. "You have slain the boss-level boss, Great Bow Centaur, gaining 123,396 experience points." Simultaneously, Qin Han's score increased by 1,000, reaching 3,000 points, maintaining his position at the top. The centaur's corpse left behind 10,000 gold coins and a red crystal, similar in shape to the blue crystal he had previously acquired from the stone crystal. Qin Han examined the item's attributes. Fire Spirit Crystal, quest item. Attributes. Legend says this is the key to unlocking an unknown area's gate. Keep it safe, and you might benefit from it. Realizing that he had previously obtained a Water Spirit Crystal, Qin Han pocketed all the spoils and continued forward. After the centaur's demise, a portal appeared ahead. Qin Han stepped through, entering the 4th stage. The temperature plummeted, and a snowy landscape unfolded before him, with snowflakes swirling and the ground covered in snow up to a nightmare's knees. Qin Han thought to himself, "I haven't been here in my previous life, only glimpsed bits from guides. The 4th stage should be the true test of life and death." He recalled the quest for titles, with the dungeon comprising 9 stages. The first 4 were combat stages, filtering out players. The first stage was transitional, the second filtered out players below advanced level, the third filtered out those below top tier, and the fourth would eliminate nearly all advanced players. This stage had 2 boss-level opponents. Even top-tier players who passed the 3rd stage were often exhausted and unable to continue. In his previous life, only a handful of top-tier and some saint-level players made it through, totaling perhaps less than 100. With visibility hindered by the snow, Qin Han noticed a snow-laden pine tree several hundred meters to his left and a mound of snow to his right. He fired an arrow, quickly followed by a pained cry. A massive, ugly clay monster shook off the snow and stood, uttering a bizarre sound. "Heh heh heh. So you're the one who disturbed Grandpa Clay's sleep. It seems you'll have to compensate with your life. Though humans don't taste great, you'll do for a snack. Heh heh." Qin Han glanced at it, then shot another arrow to the right. The pine tree also awakened, revealing crescent-shaped eyes and a half-moon mouth, emitting a piercing voice. "Heh heh heh. So you're the one who disturbed Grandpa Pine's sleep. It seems you'll have to compensate with your life. Though humans don't taste great, you'll do for a snack. Heh heh." Hearing the similarly annoying voices from both sides, Qin Han scratched his ear impatiently and said, "Enough talk. I'm in a hurry. Both of you, come at me together. After some time, Qin Han stood unscathed beside the corpses of two leader-level monsters. His score skyrocketed by 1,000 points, bringing his total to 4,000, firmly securing the top spot on the leaderboard. His level advanced again, reaching 13, far surpassing other players. He sneered to himself, keep trying, killing centaurs is just the beginning. Good luck to you all. Effortlessly, Qin Han collected the two corpses, also acquiring 2 spirit crystals, earth and wood. Now, he possessed 4 spirit crystals: wood, water, fire, and earth. Any player familiar with the 5 elements theory would realize that a metal spirit crystal was missing and might speculate that gathering all 5 could yield unexpected benefits. However, this was precisely the trap carefully designed by the game. The quest for nobility not only tested strength but also required the lord to possess a comprehensive set of qualities: martial prowess, courage, perseverance, luck, compassion, wisdom, and decisiveness. The existence of the 5 elements spirit crystals was a test of the player's decisiveness. The 5th spirit crystal did exist, and obtaining it could unlock a hidden map with priceless rewards. But the chance of acquiring it was exceedingly slim, and once the desire took hold, players might find themselves in an endless search, delaying their score accumulation and even risking their lives. For Qin Han, armed with a strategy guide, these challenges were manageable. He mounted his nightmare steed and moved forward, passing through a portal to reach the 5th level. Before him lay a 10-meter square, gray-yellow platform, surrounded by endless black water. In the far north, an island was faintly visible. Standing on the platform, Qin Han felt as though it was slowly moving towards the island, yet a closer look suggested it was completely stationary. On the southern edge of the platform was a peculiar image: a golden crystal with an arrow pointing into the water, as if urging people to explore below. This level tested patience. If players could endure sitting on the platform for a day and a night, they would safely reach the island and advance to the next level. But if tempted by the golden crystal to jump into the water, a nightmare awaited. The black water was lethally toxic, not even a feather would float. Once submerged, players would face continuous toxic assault and could never surface again. More terrifying, ominous creatures lurked below, ready to strike at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han decisively leaped in the direction indicated by the arrow. His body fell weightlessly, without causing a ripple. The water's toxins began to corrode his body, but the voodoo pearl activated, automatically absorbing the toxins. The voodoo pearl underwent new changes. Voodoo pearl, a unique treasure. Feeds on voodoo, bane of all voodoo in the world. Attacks inflict 200 poison damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Skill: weak water domain, area damage. Pulls enemies within a kilometer into weak water, rendering them defenseless. Elite bosses and above suffer reduced damage, 500 per second, lasting 1 minute. Skill: soul harvest, sorcery. Absorbs the resentment of slain creatures for release during attacks. Skill: deadly venom. Area damage reduces enemies' health by 500 per second, with a 35 life steal counter, lasting 10 seconds. Skill: paralysis toxin. Attacks inflict neurotoxin, paralyzing opponents, dealing 320 damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Passive skill: toxic barrier. When activated, enemies within a 100-meter diameter suffer continuous poison damage, 100 per second, and their movement speed is reduced by 50. Simultaneously, the water-repelling pearl in his backpack activated, creating a spherical barrier around Qin Han, slowing his descent. Visibility in the black water was extremely low, so Qin Han refrained from moving aimlessly, focusing instead on descending. As he went deeper, passing 100 meters, 1,000, 5,000, he finally reached the bottom at approximately 10,000 meters. The seabed was covered with aquatic plants and glowing flora, and the water became much clearer, allowing Qin Han to see about 100 meters around him. Suddenly, a shadow swept by like lightning, instantly appearing before him. It was a monster resembling a mermaid, with a black tail and a pair of black tentacles on its head. After the creature came to a stop, a massive water bubble suddenly appeared around both Qin Han and itself. Strangely, the bubble was filled with air. The creature flashed a mischievous grin and said, "I suppose you're here for the golden spirit crystal, aren't you?" Qin Han remained unfazed and calmly replied, "Yes, do you know where it is?" The creature boasted, "Of course I do. I can show you the way, but you'll have to pay me 100 gold coins." Cautiously, Qin Han asked, "How can I be sure you'll lead me there after I pay you? How about you guide me first, and once we're there, I'll verify it and then pay you?" The creature seemed to ponder this for a moment before nodding. "All right, but you need to show me the 100 gold coins first to prove you can pay." Without hesitation, Qin Han generously pulled out a pouch of coins. The creature's eyes sparkled with excitement as it exclaimed, "Great, you have the money. Hold on to my tail and I'll swim you there." Following the creature's instructions, Qin Han grabbed its tail. Instantly, a powerful current surged around the creature's body, and they were swept away in a rapid drift towards the distance. Half an hour later, they arrived at an underwater house. Through the clear water, they could see the house brightly lit, with a golden crystal ball prominently displayed on the central table. The creature pointed to the house and said, "There it is. Go ahead and take it. But first, give me the 100 gold coins." Qin Han responded cautiously, "No, I'll give it to you after I have it. Who knows if it's real or not?" The creature squinted, seemingly weighing its options, and finally conceded, "You're quite cautious. All right, I'll grant you that. Go ahead." Everything appeared to be going smoothly. Aside from the cost of 100 gold coins, there seemed to be no obstacles. Qin Han feigned indifference and stepped into the room with ease. However, just as his hand was about to touch the golden crystal ball, chaos erupted. The crystal ball suddenly shattered, releasing countless wailing spirits. A fierce wind roared inside the room, and in an instant, all doors and windows slammed shut. Inside, numerous terrifying ghostly faces lunged at Qin Han, as if intent on devouring him completely. Outside, the creature watched the scene unfold, a string of gleaming drool dripping from its mouth as it muttered to itself, "It's been so long since I've tasted human flesh. This time, I'll feast to my heart's content." Inside the house, Qin Han temporarily disabled the protective function of the voodoo pearl and took out the god-slaying bow. He aimed at the wandering ghosts around him and continuously shot arrows. However, even arrows that ignored defenses passed through these spirits without causing any harm. Outside, a monster laughed mockingly. "It's useless. How can physical attacks harm spirits? You're such a fool. Stop wasting your time and surrender. Hand over your life to me." Qin Han remained unfazed. He had only intended to test the current effectiveness of the god-slaying bow on spirits. After all, a fully realized treasure should typically ignore all attributes and annihilate all existence. But from the experiment just now, it was clear that the dark gold-grade god-slaying bow was ineffective against spirits. It seems that specialized tasks require specialized tools, Qin Han murmured to himself, then lifted the restrictions on the voodoo pearl. With a roar, a light shield unfolded in front of Qin Han. All spirits that touched the shield vanished instantly. A system notification sounded. "Spirit damage detected. Automatic absorption in progress. 2 complementary sorcery skills detected. Ready for fusion and upgrade." "Confirm?" "Confirm upgrade," Qin Han responded without hesitation. As the skills fused and upgraded, the attributes of the voodoo pearl transformed once again. It not only became the ultimate treasure but also acquired several powerful skills: weak water domain, soul mastery, deadly curse, paralyzing toxin, and the passive skill poison barrier aura. Each skill possessed formidable destructive and control effects. Outside, seeing the opponent possess a treasure that could counter spirits, the monster stomped its foot in anger. "These are grudging souls I've accumulated over the years, and so many died just like that. I'll make you pay in blood." Despite its bluster, it commanded the remaining souls to flee, fearing annihilation by Qin Han's methods. Qin Han sneered, "Trying to escape now? Too late." Soul mastery. With a thunderous roar, the souls of the bosses Qin Han had defeated over the days emerged: the high priest, the centaur, the tree demon, the clay monster, the barbarian bull leader, and more. These powerful souls, filled with resentment, rushed forward and devoured the opposing spirits in an instant. The high priest's vengeful spirit even targeted the monster directly, clawing its soul out and swallowing it whole. "Wow, this soul mastery is so domineering," Qin Han marveled. After a brief moment of thought, he understood. In his previous life, players who practiced sorcery could store at most 1 boss soul, maybe 2 or 3 if they were skilled. But the voodoo pearl, with its 2 points of heavenly Dao value, could store boss souls almost without limit and automatically absorb them, making it both convenient and efficient. If this continues to develop, it will definitely become a powerful trump card in critical moments. Qin Han nodded in satisfaction and put away the bosses. He glanced at the mermaid monster's corpse on the ground and waited quietly. Before long, a mermaid with a white tail and white tentacles approached from afar. It looked similar to the previous one but had a more kind-hearted appearance, inspiring trust. The white mermaid came to Qin Han and said with concern, "I heard Xiao He lured someone into the house to kill them, so I rushed over. Although I'm late, I'm glad to see you're all right." Seeing Qin Han remain silent, it continued, "You might not believe me, especially after what you've just been through. But please rest assured, I'm a good person. My name is Xiaobai, and we are a race living under the Blackwater, guarding a golden crystal for generations. Xiao He is a traitor who learned sinister magic, lured outsiders, and secretly killed our people. You'll be thanked by my people for killing him." Qin Han seemed persuaded. "I want the golden crystal. Can you give it to me?" Xiaobai replied, "I can't give it to you. The golden crystal is controlled by our elder. To get it, You must pass the elder's test. Then take me there, Qin Han said. All right, our village is just ahead. You're welcome to visit. I can let you taste the delicacies I make, Xiaobai said happily. Sure, let's go, Qin Han agreed. I'll lead the way, Xiaobai said, showing a cheerful and innocent smile, making anyone believe it was a kind mermaid. Following Xiaobai, Qin Han silently used the friendly probe pearl. The system prompt appeared. Void spirit, Xiaobai's friendliness level, extremely covetous. Your body seems to have a magical allure, deeply attracting the other party, who wants to chop your body into mince and make it into a delicious dish. A shiver ran through Qin Han. Although he had read the guides, encountering these void spirits in person still made him feel physically uncomfortable. In his previous life, this place was almost impossible to pass through. Those who accidentally entered either succumbed to the Blackwater's poison or fell into the void spirit's traps. The game officials named this place the Land of Deceit. According to the background lore, this area was originally the territory of the Mermaid clan before being invaded by void spirits, who took over the mermaids' bodies and transformed the waters. Not a word from these void spirits' mouths is true. No matter how kind they appear, they harbor a bloodthirsty desire within. All who enter this place face inevitable doom. Qin Han and Xiaobai stepped into a strange world bathed in blue light. Coral formations flourished, and rare treasures were scattered everywhere. The shell-like houses were stunningly beautiful. As soon as they entered this habitat, many residents emerged from the rows of shell houses. An elderly woman with a kind face approached, carrying a basket of bright red fruits. She said warmly, "Ah, children from the outside world, thank you for defeating Xiaohei for us. Here, try these fresh fruits. They're sweet and delicious." Qin Han waved his hand, declining cautiously. "I'm not thirsty. You worked hard to pick them. You should keep them for yourselves." He thought to himself that nothing here should be trusted, and he mustn't consume anything given by strangers. Nearby, an old man also brought over a freshly prepared dish of fish. "Child, why not try this fish? It's tender and flavorful, a real delicacy. You've done us such a great service. We must repay you somehow." Qin Han politely refused again. "No, thank you. I'm not hungry right now. If you really wish to repay me, please tell me where the golden spirit crystal is." Upon hearing this, the crowd paused, a hint of impatience flickering in their eyes before quickly returning to normal. The old man chuckled and explained, "No rush, the golden spirit crystal is with the great elder. He's out on business and should be back by tomorrow. Why don't you rest at my place in the meantime?" "No, I'll wait here for the great elder," Qin Han said with a slight shake of his head. He found a secluded spot, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Seeing Qin Han's unyielding demeanor, the crowd behind him finally revealed their sinister, twisted expressions. They communicated in a secret language only they could understand. "What do we do now? This person is too cautious. It's all Xiaohei's fault. His trickery was poor, and he had to be the first to act. Now he's dead and has made them wary. He doesn't eat or drink, yet he easily killed Xiaohei. We can't beat him even if we all attack together. His spirit is formidable, but there's a place that can easily kill those spirits." "Are you talking about the Abyss Cavern?" "Exactly. Are you crazy? That's where that wretch is imprisoned. If we take him there and things go wrong, what then? Besides that person, I can't think of anyone else who can deal with him. Plus, the entrance is so sturdy. Even if that wretch can't defeat him, we can lock the door and starve him. But if we do that, we won't get to enjoy his body. Such tender flesh, it's a real waste. Are you still thinking about eating at a time like this? This person is tough. If we can kill him, we should do it quickly. All right, we'll try to lure him for one more day. If he still doesn't take the bait, we'll lead him to the Abyss Cavern." They seemed to reach an agreement and dispersed. As time passed, people continued to bring food to Qin Han, and countless eyes secretly watched him. At night, young women disguised as humans tried to engage Qin Han in conversation, but he ignored them all. The next morning, Qin Han sensed the presence of several people around him. He opened his eyes to see an elderly merman, with the people he had seen the previous day, approaching him. "Child, are you looking for me?" the old man asked. "Yes, I am here for the golden spirit crystal," Qin Han replied straightforwardly. The elder hesitated for a moment and then said, "This item is an heirloom of our tribe, traditionally not shown to outsiders. However, you killed Xiaohei, ridding us of a menace and saving us. Well, since it is of no great use to us here, if you wish to use it, then I shall give it to you." "Thank you, great elder. It's no trouble." The great elder waved his hand, dispersing the crowd, and led Qin Han out of the village, back into the endless waters. This time, they swam for a full hour before reaching the base of an underwater mountain. There, a solid brown metal door stood, looking extremely heavy. It was seamless, sealing whatever lay inside completely. The great elder took out a key and laboriously pushed the door open. A deep cave appeared, its end invisible from the outside. Child, this is the ancestral land of our tribe. The item is inside. Come, I'll take you down, the great elder said. Qin Han replied, that won't be necessary. Why not? The great elder asked, puzzled. Don't you want to go in? Before the elder could finish his sentence, he was met with a blade's flash as swift as lightning. Swoosh! The sharp edge of the famed moon shadow blade, combined with Qin Han's terrifying strength, triggered a decapitation effect instantly. The great elder's head rolled to the ground. But in the next moment, a ferocious transparent spirit emerged from the body. The elder's face was filled with terror as he trembled and asked, who are you really? Have you known our identities all along? Qin Han's voice suddenly turned icy, as cold as frost. You are not worthy to know who I am. All you need to know is that you're going to die. A flicker of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. This moment had been long awaited. Although the strategy mentioned the location of the golden spirit crystal, in this vast underwater world, he couldn't possibly find it on his own without a guide. To reach this place, he had to painstakingly play along with these people. Soul control, Qin Han shouted, and a thunderous boom followed. In an instant, the souls of the high priest, tree spirit, clay golem, centaur, and other bosses appeared, hungrily lunging toward the elder. Ultimately, the high priest, being more skilled, devoured the elder in one swift movement, savoring the delicious soul. Qin Han commanded the spirits, stay here and attack anyone who comes. Guard the entrance. Not even a water bear should get through. However, these bodiless spirits, driven only by instinct, couldn't comprehend human language. Frustrated, Qin Han summoned his nightmare to relay his orders. The nightmare, indeed clever, flashed red in its eyes and nodded its head. It kicked the spirits harshly with its hooves, muttering a string of unintelligible words, as if scolding them. Miraculously, the spirits obeyed, lining up at the cave entrance like loyal sentinels. The nightmare stood proudly at the center of the entrance, awaiting praise. Qin Han retrieved the key from the elder and, before entering the cave, gently stroked the nightmare's head, praising it. I never knew you were such a jack of all trades. Once we're out, I'll get you 10 pounds of beef. No, 20. The nightmare, overjoyed, nuzzled Qin Han's shoulder repeatedly. I'll be back soon. Qin Han patted the nightmare's head once more before turning and heading deeper into the cave. The cave was winding and complex, sometimes descending, sometimes ascending, as Qin Han proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, a faint glimmer appeared ahead. Holding his breath, he quickened his pace. The view opened up to reveal a stone platform with a golden, glowing crystal resting on a golden spirit crystal he had been desperately seeking. This room spans around 500 square meters, with a crystal emitting a soft white glow embedded in the ceiling. Qin Han cautiously stepped into the room, his eyes immediately drawn to the golden spirit crystal on the stone table. The light from the two crystals intertwined in the air, creating a strange ambience. His footsteps startled another person in the room. A blue-haired girl swiftly stood up from the cold floor, clutching a short dagger inlaid with a blue gemstone, and eyed Qin Han warily. As she got a clear view of Qin Han's face, surprise flashed across her features. A human? How could a human appear in a place like this? The girl muttered to herself, then warned, no, you must be one of those evil spirits in disguise. Humph, I won't be tricked by you. You phantoms fear the sun essence above my head the most. If it shines on you, you'll vanish without a trace. If you dare, come in. Despite the threat in her words, Qin Han could hear the unease in her voice. Without a word, he walked into the room, allowing the sun essence's light to shine on him. Seeing Qin Han unharmed, the girl asked in astonishment, you're unharmed? Are you really human? If so, why are you here? Didn't you encounter those phantoms? Qin Han silently used a friendly detection ability and learned that the girl was Dodo, the mermaid princess, feeling quite anxious at the moment. He softened his expression and explained, they tricked me into coming here, probably hoping we'd kill each other so they could benefit in the end. Dodo was still hesitant and whispered, I'm not very powerful. Otherwise, my home wouldn't have been invaded by those phantoms. I can't protect my people. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked in surprise, is your power spirit-based too? The sun essence here specifically restrains spirit entities. If exposed, they'd be burned away to nothing. Qin Han glanced at the sun essence on the ceiling, thinking to himself, this is actually called solar gold essence, a rather rare treasure. Weapons made from it are a bane to spirit life forms. It would be nice to have one. Dodo continued. But, if you knew they were deceiving you, why did you come in? The door to this abyss cave is made from a single piece of millennium black iron. It's not only sturdy but even spirits can't escape. Now that you're in, they've surely locked the door. You, a human, without food or water, will soon starve. Why were you so reckless? Qin Han chuckled lightly and retorted, Do you think I'm that foolish? I came in just to take the golden spirit crystal, not to die here. Golden spirit crystal? Dodo's eyes widened in surprise. You want the golden spirit crystal? Are you a descendant? She explained. The golden spirit crystal suddenly appeared in our territory, along with a message that it should be given to a descendant when they arrive. But soon after its arrival, phantoms appeared in our tribe. They killed our people, disguised themselves as us, and attacked us secretly, leaving us with no means to resist. If I hadn't hidden here with the crystal, I probably wouldn't have survived. I hope the descendant can help us eliminate the phantoms and reclaim our land. Qin Han nodded in agreement but added an extra condition. All right, but besides the golden spirit crystal, I also want the sun essence above your head. Hearing this, Dodo turned pale and quickly said, if you take the sun essence, and the phantoms aren't completely eradicated, they'll surely come after me for revenge. How about I trade you something else? Qin Han paused for a moment and replied, let's see what you have. Dodo hurried to a corner of the room and returned shortly, holding a set of equipment glowing with a blue aura. Qin Han immediately recognized its extraordinary quality. Domain Emperor leather armor, an epic set that's incomplete. Qin Han analyzed silently. It includes 5 components: helmet, leather armor, leggings, boots, and gloves. Defense, 1500, water element resistance, 6000, health increase, 6000, health regeneration, 130 per second. Constitution requirement, 300. Skill, rapid swim, allowing movement underwater at 5 times the player's running speed. Dodo added, unfortunately, the heart protector of this set originally held a water-repelling pearl. If you find one to fit in, its effects should be greatly enhanced. Hearing this, Qin Han's expression turned peculiar. He directly pulled a water-repelling pearl from his pocket and, before Dodo could react, inserted it into the heart protector. With a clicking sound, the entire set of equipment shone brightly, the blue light radiating from it becoming even more vivid. At this moment, the epic set, Domain Sovereign Leather Armor, in Qin Han's hands underwent another astonishing transformation. As blue light flickered, the equipment's attributes emerged prominently. Defense soared to 1800, and underwater it reached 3600. Water element resistance significantly increased. Health points rose by 700, doubling to 15,000 underwater, and health regeneration per second was equally impressive. Moreover, the equipment endowed Qin Han with several powerful underwater abilities. He could move freely and breathe easily in any treacherous waters. His underwater speed increased by 200, and when the rapid swim skill was activated, he could reach speeds 10 times that of running on land. Water element damage was doubled, and his vision expanded to a kilometer. Qin Han gazed at these exhilarating attributes, his face radiating with uncontrollable joy. This set was practically tailor-made for underwater combat. Although it didn't come with any super skills, the passive effects alone were enough to make him a formidable force underwater. He mused to himself that even with his divine-level profession, wearing this epic gear would more than double his underwater combat capability. With a thought, Qin Han eagerly donned the epic set. The flowing armor and blue glow complemented each other, making him appear like a deity walking beneath the waves. Beside him, Duo exclaimed in admiration, I didn't expect you to have a water-repelling pearl too. It seems this gear was destined for you. And wearing this set, you look really good, much better than when my father wore it. She praised him lavishly, perhaps worried that Qin Han might shift his attention to the sun essence. However, she clearly underestimated Qin Han's magnanimity. To Qin Han, although the sun essence was rare, acquiring it wasn't limited to just one method, and it wasn't worth burning bridges over. Besides, with the voodoo pearl in hand, the sun essence was less crucial to him. Let's go, it's getting late, Qin Han said, waving his hand as he turned to leave. After we eliminate the void spirits, I'll be on my way. He thought to himself, having lingered here for a day, if others moved quickly, they should have already passed the 5th stage and advanced to the 6th. As he traversed the deep cavern once more and arrived at the entrance of the abyss cavern, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. What is going on here? Qin Han murmured, his eyes filled with confusion. Outside the abyssal cave, a shocking sight greeted the eye. A heap of mermaid corpses lay strewn about. The spiritual entities led by the high priest circled the bodies, wearing expressions of lingering satisfaction as they licked their lips. Only the bull leader stood aside, his eyes filled with envy and drool trickling down his chin. Duo emerged from the cave, her face full of astonishment. She carefully counted. 1, 2, 3, 97. She frowned. I remember there were 98 members in our tribe. One is missing. Qin Han also looked somewhat surprised. He glanced around and speculated. It seems that just as the Grand Elder and I arrived, these phantoms followed us and were quickly dealt with by the Nightmare and the others. He chuckled. These phantoms may have sinister tricks, but in front of a level 30 leader spirit beast like the High Priest, they're nothing. Qin Han sighed in relief. Well, this saves me the trouble of going back to finish them off. He turned to Duo. I already killed one. If you're sure there were only 98 phantoms, then my job here is done. Duo nodded solemnly. I remember each of my people clearly. I couldn't be wrong. Tears of gratitude shimmered in her eyes. Thank you for helping me reclaim my home. From now on, I will protect this water with my life, ensuring no invaders set foot here again. Saying this, Duo walked over to the body of an elderly mermaid, crouched down silently, and gently cupped the face in her hands, lost in thought, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Seeing this, Qin Han said nothing further. He gathered the spirits and the nightmare, and with a swift leap, shot up like an arrow. Everyone has their own path to follow. Duo would guard her home, while he would continue toward his own goals. In this deep, unfathomable water where not even a feather could float, Qin Han's figure soon broke through the surface, leaping high into the air. Just as he was about to plunge back into the water, a magnificent steed appeared beneath him. He mounted it effortlessly, standing firm on the fearsome waters. Qin Han scanned the surroundings and quickly locked onto the small island's location. Riding the nightmare like the wind, he sped toward his target, and before long, the figure of man and horse vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, a day quietly passed. Some had already reached the island via platform, causing changes in the leaderboard. Chen Xiaoxi reclaimed the top spot with 5,000 points, closely followed by Jiang Ningxue with the same score, while Qin Han was third with 4,000 points. At this moment, Chen Xiaoxi was strolling on the island, disappointment evident in his eyes. When he reached the platform and discovered the water was poisonous and unfloatable, he chose to wait and see. As a top elite of the worlds, just by observing the ranking changes, he could infer the choices of other competitors. During his day of observation on the platform, he noticed that several top-ranked players had vanished from the leaderboard. Clearly, these individuals had taken the risk of diving into the water and met with disaster. Chen Xiaoxi calculated silently. Qin Han's previous pace in the trials was much faster than his, so he should have reached the island long ago. Yet, his score remained unchanged, indicating that Qin Han must have also ventured into the water. Chen Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel that while calm and wisdom are the hallmarks of a strong person, recklessly jumping into unknown dangers could lead to other dire situations, even if one narrowly escapes this time. Originally holding an advantage, now falling out of the top 100 is truly unfortunate. If someone relies solely on luck and gains many benefits, but lacks the virtue to match, even great fortunes are hard to maintain. Luck can run out, but only by assessing the situation can one ensure a stable journey. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Xiaoxi steadied his breath and ventured deeper into the island. The island was dense with forests, with only a winding stone path leading inward. He followed the path and soon arrived at a stone gate. A young man, clad in blue and carrying a long sword, had been waiting for some time, with the character Su embroidered on his attire. As soon as the young man saw Chen Xiaoxi, he approached. Finally, a new recruit for the sect. Please follow me. Chen Xiaoxi's eyes flickered slightly, and he followed the young man to the stone gate. The young man pointed to the deep path beyond the gate and explained, "This path leads to our sect's mountain gate, which is 10 miles from here. If you can reach the gate, the examination will be complete." Chen Xiaoxi pondered. Is this sect entry examination the 6th stage of the challenge? He tentatively asked, "Brother, if I may ask, is there anything I should be aware of next?" The young man hesitated, then feigned difficulty, shaking his head. "I'm afraid it involves sect rules and I really can't say." Sensing the underlying meaning, Chen Xiaoxi took out 10 gold coins from his storage pouch and handed them over. "I'm new here and don't want to break any rules. I'd appreciate any guidance you can offer." The young man quickly pocketed the gold coin and discreetly pulled Chen Xiaoxi aside, whispering in his ear, "This assessment is being overseen by Elder Bai of the sect. He's a fiery character who tolerates no nonsense, but he's genuinely kind-hearted. Once you step through the stone gate, every action of yours will be scrutinized by Elder Bai's far-seeing eyes. Be extra careful." Hearing this, Chen Xiaoxi felt reassured and gave the young man a grateful smile before stepping towards the stone gate. Meanwhile, at the Taishu sect's entrance, 10 miles away, an elderly man with white hair and beard had overheard their conversation clearly. He stomped his foot in anger. "What a conniving opportunist!" he exclaimed. "This world is in ruins because of people like him. Despicable." The old man furiously scribbled a mark in his notebook. Unaware of this, Chen Xiaoxi walked on, pondering the young man's words and contemplating his next move. Suddenly, a heavy rain began to fall, seemingly laced with poison, causing his health to rapidly decline. Terrified, Chen Xiaoxi broke into a run and soon spotted a run-down temple, where he quickly sought refuge. Inside the temple were 5 or 6 people of various ages, all dressed in ragged, beggar-like clothes. They were emaciated, clutching broken bowls, and lying on straw piles with their eyes closed. Upon Chen Xiaoxi's entrance, They swiftly opened their eyes, a glint of understanding passing between them as they extended their bowls in unison, pleading, "Kind sir, have mercy on this old beggar and spare some food." "Yes, kind sir, please have pity on us," the others echoed. Chen Xiaoxi's eyes flickered with thought. Perhaps these beggars were part of the assessment, testing his compassion. He pulled out a pile of fresh fruit from his belongings and dropped them into the beggars' bowls. Feeling it wasn't enough, he also distributed a dozen gold coins among them. At the mountain gate, Elder Bai, observing this through his far-seeing device, fumed with anger again. Such hypocrisy, he muttered to himself. This is all just for show. Doesn't he realize that in this desolate place, no real beggars would come to beg? And giving away so much money, doesn't he understand the concept of wealth should not be flaunted? Even if they were real beggars, giving them so much money would only lead to them fighting amongst themselves once he leaves, resulting in yet another tragedy. Disapproved. While Chen Xiaoxi was battling through the assessment, Qin Han also arrived at the 6th trial island. Congratulations on passing the 5th level. Your score has increased by 1,000. Qin Han glanced at the leaderboard and silently headed quickly towards the island. He pondered to himself that the upcoming assessment was crucial. It not only concerned his rank but also, if he could gain complete recognition from the assessors, there was a chance of encountering a great opportunity that could benefit him for life. With a calm mind, Qin Han continued forward. Before long, he encountered a young man with an experience much like that of Chen Xiaoxi. Finally, a new entrant to the sect. "Please follow me," the young man said warmly, leading Qin Han to a stone door. "Cross this 10-mile path, and you'll reach the mountain gate to complete the assessment." Qin Han politely declined, "Sorry, I'm not here to join the sect but to pass the assessment." Upon hearing this, the young man explained, "You're in the right place. The entrance assessment is the very test you need to pass." "I see. Thank you for letting me know." Qin Han clasped his hands in gratitude and then stepped through the stone door. The young man suddenly called out to him, "Brother, the assessment method is very difficult. Don't you want to know the details in advance?" Qin Han firmly refused. "No, I believe there's justice in this world. No matter how hard the assessment, there must be a chance to pass. Thank you for your kindness, but I shall not be disturbed." The young man, sounding anxious, said, "Are you sure you don't want to know? For just 1 gold coin, I can tell you all the details of the assessment. Opportunities like this don't come twice." Qin Han, with a righteous demeanor, waved his hand to signal his disinterest and strode forward. At the Tai Su sect's gate, an elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, a satisfied smile on his face. "This young man is impressive, noble in character and resolute in will. He's a promising talent. I look forward to his performance." Continuing on his journey, Qin Han was caught in a sudden downpour and took shelter in a dilapidated temple, where he encountered a group of beggars. "Sir, please have mercy on us. We haven't eaten for 3 days, the beggars pleaded. Qin Han glanced at them, took 2 pounds of beef from his space ring, and tossed it into their bowls. He then moved to another corner of the room and sat cross-legged. A few beggars devoured the beef ravenously and, still unsatisfied, continued to ask, "Sir, we're still a bit hungry, could you spare a little more?" "Yes, just a bit more. Since you're a kind person, why not help us all the way?" Qin Han's gaze turned cold. "Greedy fools. Go back and stay put. Don't bother me." With that, his blade, Moon Shadow, was drawn and thrust into the hard ground beside him. He closed his eyes, signaling he was not to be disturbed. The beggars, seeing this, were struck with fear and retreated to a corner, not daring to move. Inside the Tai Su sect, Elder Bai nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with satisfaction. He has compassion but doesn't let it overflow and can deter the beggars when needed. This mindset is truly rare. It seems this young man has a divine profession too. Just this mindset alone is worthy of such an achievement. Excellent. Truly excellent. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoxi had given money and food, and after the beggars were full, they surrounded him with greedy eyes. "Sir, do you have any more money? This little bit isn't enough for us to share." "Yes, sir, you're so wealthy. Why not give us more? We don't have wives yet. Why not help us out so we can marry and live well?" Chen Xiaoxi's eyes turned cold as he weighed his options. If he encountered such people on an ordinary day, he would have dealt with them swiftly. But today, it was an assessment. The young man had said Elder Bai was upright and kind. If he killed them, wouldn't that cause displeasure? But if he didn't? Elder Bai was also known to hate evil. Wouldn't that also lead to dissatisfaction? As he hesitated, the rain stopped. Chen Xiaoxi pushed the beggars aside and fled in a disheveled state. After some time, he encountered a hurried woodsman. The woodsman approached him urgently. "Young man, are you headed towards the Tai Su sect?" "I'm the woodsman responsible for delivering firewood to the sect. My wife is about to give birth, and I need to hurry home. Can you help me deliver this bundle of firewood to the sect gate?" Chen Xiaoxi furrowed his brow, wondering if this was part of the assessment. delivering fire would seem trivial, so he agreed. All right, leave it here, I'll help you. The woodsman placed the firewood down, thanked him profusely, and left. A rusty axe was precariously perched on the firewood. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Xiaoxi picked up the firewood and continued forward. Soon, he arrived at a wooden bridge. As he walked across it, the axe on the firewood slipped and fell into the water. While he was contemplating whether this was part of the assessment, and if he should retrieve the axe, the water below suddenly churned, and a golden dragon, radiating a golden light, emerged from the depths. The dragon stared intently at Qin Xiaoxi with its large eyes, holding a gleaming golden axe in its left hand. It asked, "Young woodcutter, did you drop an axe into the water?" Chun Xiaoxi nodded and replied briefly, "Yes." The dragon shook the golden axe and asked, "Is it this golden axe?" Chun Xiaoxi's gaze was immediately drawn to it, and his heart raced. It was an epic-level axe. He quickly assessed its properties. Although it wasn't as valuable as his own treasured axe, it was still very tempting. If he could obtain it, his power would surely increase. However, he quickly realized this might be a test. The importance of his rank far outweighed this axe. Clenching his teeth, he firmly said, "No." The dragon blinked its large eyes and flipped its right hand to reveal another axe. "Is it this silver axe then?" This axe was slightly inferior, a high-quality dark gold axe. Chun Xiaoxi steadied himself and once again resolutely replied, "No." The dragon continued, "If neither of those, then is your axe this iron axe?" As soon as it finished speaking, the water surface rippled slightly, and an ordinary iron axe emerged from the depths. Seeing this, Chun Xiaoxi nodded and confidently said, "That's the axe I lost." Upon hearing this, the dragon laid all three axes side by side and said, "Young woodcutter, your honesty has moved me. As a reward, I will give you both the golden and silver axes." Chun Xiaoxi's face lit up with excitement. He was secretly pleased that he hadn't been greedy earlier. It was indeed a test of honesty. Had he chosen either the golden or silver axe, he might not have received any. He thought gratefully that giving the young man 10 gold coins was indeed worth it. "Thank you for your generosity." Chun Xiaoxi extended his hands to receive the gifts. However, just as his fingertips touched the golden and silver axes, the river suddenly became turbulent. A golden light enveloped him as the dragon's body expanded dozens of times, opening its massive jaws and lunging toward him. "Greedy woodcutter, you shall pay for your desires." The dragon's thunderous voice boomed. Chun Xiaoxi was instantly petrified, his mind blank. Meanwhile, Elder Bai of the Taishu sect sneered with disdain, his face full of mockery. He coldly commented, "Fool, there's no such thing as getting great rewards just by saying a few honest words. Terrible decision." At this moment, since the rain had stopped outside, Qin Han also encountered the woodcutter and accepted the task. To avoid any accidents, he even wedged the axe firmly into the firewood before continuing on his way. On the same bridge, Qin Han walked cautiously, with his axe securely fastened. Suddenly, an inexplicable force jerked at him, and the axe broke free with a plop, falling into the river. Immediately, a golden dragon emerged from the water, majestically coiling in the air. It looked down at Qin Han and asked in a deep voice, "Young woodcutter, did you drop an axe into the water?" Qin Han replied calmly, looking directly at the dragon, "Yes, it was an iron axe. If you see it, please return it to me." "Thank you." The dragon was taken aback by his response. The golden axe it held suddenly felt like a hot potato, leaving it in a dilemma. Its embarrassment was evident, with its scales turning a slight shade of red. Finally, the dragon, trying to maintain composure, said, "It is well known that dragons have poor eyesight. I can't distinguish colors, nor can I tell the type of axe. Many axes have fallen into the river over the years. Why don't you see if the one in my hand is yours?" Without even glancing at the axe, Qin Han replied casually, "No, that's not it. Try another. Is it this silver? Oh, this axe?" The dragon took out another axe. "No." Qin Han remained unfazed. "Oh, is it this one?" The dragon presented a third axe. "Yes, that's the one. Please give it to me, thank you." Qin Han finally nodded. The dragon squinted its eyes in admiration. "You are truly an honest woodcutter, not lying about the axe when I can't tell the colors. For your rare honesty, I will give you all three axes." Qin Han paused, furrowing his brow. "If you can't tell the difference between the axes, how can you determine if I'm telling the truth or not?" The dragon was at a loss for words, stammering before finally finding an excuse. "Ah, that's because I wanted to test your honesty. I actually knew when your axe fell into the river. The other two are your reward." Qin Han remained firm. "I cannot accept something without earning it. I only want my axe. Give it to me, and I'll be on my way." The dragon couldn't believe its ears. "You really don't want them?" Qin Han's gaze suddenly turned cold, his voice sharp as a blade. "In broad daylight, in the middle of nowhere, a monster suddenly appears to offer you treasures. Would you accept them? You fiend. I can tell you're up to no good. Are you here to deceive travelers? Faced with Qin Han's sudden righteousness, the dragon's bravado crumbled. It shrank back, ready to flee. Running away? Not a chance. Soul command. Qin Han shouted. With a thunderous roar, the high priest and several other spirits appeared out of nowhere, rushing toward the dragon. In no time, the dragon shrank into a golden four-legged snake, no thicker than a thumb, trembling at Qin Han's feet. Beside it lay the three axes neatly arranged. Don't kill me, the little snake pleaded. I'm just here on behalf of my sect to test you. I meant no harm. Qin Han squinted, contemplating. This snake, known as the desire snake, was quite rare across the realms, feeding on desires. It grew stronger when encountering greedy individuals, but weakened in the presence of those who were upright. In essence, it was a unique creature that thrived on the malevolence it encountered. When weak, even an ordinary person could subdue it, but when powerful, it could rival even the strongest beings. Judging by its size, it seemed juvenile. If it matured fully, it could be invaluable in exploiting the weaknesses of powerful opponents at critical moments. However, this snake clearly belonged to the Taisu sect. Considering it now might lower his evaluation. After a moment's thought, Qin Han said indifferently, "All right, you can go back. Take the axes with you." With that, he turned and left without a second glance. Meanwhile, in the Taisu sect, Elder Bai stroked his beard in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Remarkable. Truly eye-opening. A person who embodies caution, decisiveness, insight, and integrity is a rare gem throughout history. Excellent. He must receive the highest evaluation." Elsewhere, Chun Chaoshi was fleeing from a disastrous encounter. He hadn't expected the small dragon to be so troublesome, catching him off guard and gaining the upper hand. He had to feign an opening, getting injured in the process, to make a hasty escape. Fortunately, after a few miles, the dragon didn't pursue further. As he took a healing pill and continued cautiously, he suddenly saw a carriage approaching. As the carriage reached Chun Chaoshi, one of its wheels fell off. A young man dressed in Taisu sect attire stepped down and hurriedly asked, "Are you here for the sect's entrance exam?" Chun Chaoshi eyed him warily before cautiously replying, "Yes." The young disciple beamed. "That's great. Since you've made it here, you're practically a member of our sect. As you can see, the carriage wheel is broken, and it's carrying sect supplies. How about this? I'll go get help, and you watch over it for me, all right?" After a moment's hesitation, Chun Chaoshi nodded, "All right." The young disciple was overjoyed. "You're a good one. Once you're in the sect, I'll look out for you." With that, he hurried away. Chun Chaoshi sat down, feeling uneasy. Could this be another trick? Haven't there been enough incidents on this journey? While lost in thought, cries rang out from the woods. "Is there a Tai Su sect disciple here? I am an inner disciple, attacked by bandits. Please help me. Please help." Soon after, a gruff male voice followed. "Humph, young lady, even if you scream, no one will save you. Surrender quietly." Chun Chaoshi's face was troubled, torn between helping and staying put. If he rescued her, he'd have to leave the goods. If he didn't, what if it was genuine? The cries grew louder, making Chun Chaoshi's scalp tingle. But recalling past traps, he finally clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and thought to himself, "Out of sight, out of mind. Pretend nothing happened." Back at the sect, Elder Bai fumed, ignoring a call for help from a sect disciple to guard a pile of junk, utterly hopeless. Bad review. Meanwhile, Qin Han encountered a similar scene. However, he had Nightmare and the High Priest's spirits stand guard while he quickly headed toward the source of the cries. Upon arrival, he found the desire snake he had just released hanging from a tree branch, playing multiple roles and putting on a show. Help me! Help me! Oh no!" The little snake cried out, only to stop mid-sentence as it spotted Qin Han. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere turned awkward. "Aren't you supposed to be gone?" Qin Han raised an eyebrow. The snake spread its tiny paws helplessly. "Duty calls. Can't be helped. If you hadn't broken my form earlier, I would have sensed you coming and avoided you." After Qin Han returned and subdued the nightmares, the disciple led the group back and quickly repaired the carriage. They then set off for the sect, with Qin Han joining them on the way. Before long, they arrived at the mountain gate. In front of them was a winding stone staircase with roughly 1,000 steps. At this moment, an eye-catching scene unfolded at the gate. A burly elder sat on a sedan chair, struggling to be carried uphill by two servants. The servants were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, one of them stumbled and fell to his knees, nearly tipping over the chair. The burly elder flew into a rage and scolded harshly. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you eat? Can't even muster this much strength? If word gets out, people will think I'm fat. It's embarrassing." After the scolding, the elder's gaze shifted to Qin Han and his group. He arrogantly ordered, You two there. Switch with him and carry me up. Upon hearing this, a disciple whispered a warning to Qin Han. That's the elder in charge of miscellaneous affairs. He has a lot of power, and offending him could have serious consequences. These steps aren't very high. If we put in a bit of effort, we can get through it quickly. The elder impatiently urged. Hurry up, stop dawdling. I need to return to the sect to see the sect master. Faced with this situation, Qin Han ignored the elder's demands and calmly walked toward the stairs. This action infuriated the elder, who shouted angrily, Who is he? What's his name? I'll make him regret ever joining this sect. Qin Han had already climbed a few steps. Hearing the outburst, he turned back with a meaningful smile and said, It's been a while since I killed anyone. Why not start with you? The elder was so frightened by this statement that his fingers trembled, and he stammered, How dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm the elder of miscellaneous affairs, your financial benefactor, understand? Qin Han coldly replied, I don't care who you are. I'm not part of your sect, so it's none of my business. The elder was rendered speechless, managing only to say, Oh, you're not from our sect? Then forget it, I can't deal with you. You may go. Qin Han continued up the mountain. Moments later, the elder suddenly realized, he's not one of our disciples, so why is he allowed up the mountain? Stop him. But it was too late. Qin Han had already reached the platform halfway up the mountain of the Taishu sect. An elderly man with white hair and beard was there to greet him, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. Well done. Not afraid of authority, not intimidated by obstacles. Truly a good child. Now, I declare that you have passed the test. With these words, the score leaderboard updated, and Qin Han's score skyrocketed to 6,000 points, firmly securing his position at the top. Facing the elder's praise, Qin Han calmly responded, I simply did what I felt was right. It's nothing to commend. The elder's eyes gleamed with approval, nodding repeatedly, excellent, unpretentious and calm. Very good. Child, to be honest, I am the Grand Elder of the Taishu sect, here to assess the character of you newcomers. So far, you are the one who has impressed me the most. In other circumstances, I would certainly take you as my last disciple, but today's situation is special, and given your status as a newcomer, I must restrain my impulse. Child, if you're not in a hurry to leave, would you mind chatting with this old man? It's been a long time since I've met a junior who pleases me so. Qin Han nodded slightly. I would be honored to converse with you, elder. The elder, pleased, said, Ah, you resisted a great temptation to stay and chat with an old man like me. I'm very happy. Rest assured, child, talking with me will be worth your time. You newcomers probably don't have a clear understanding of the myriad worlds, but I happen to know quite a bit. Whatever you wish to know, I can satisfy your curiosity. While Qin Han and the elder engaged in deep conversation, Chun Shaoxi also arrived at the foot of the sect's mountain. When faced with the elder's demands, he decisively refused, thereby missing the elder's favor. When he finally met the elder, the latter coldly said, without even a greeting, You've passed. Move along quickly, you're an eyesore. With a wave of his hand, a portal appeared not far ahead. Chen Shaoxi was bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had offended the elder. Throughout his journey, he had tried to follow the advice given by the young man, making what he believed to be the best choices. Yet, when it came to the elder, things turned out completely different, akin to copying answers only to end up last. The next moment, with the leaderboard update, Chan Kaoxi saw his final score, 5,300 points. This score hit him like a heavy blow, making him almost unable to believe his eyes. Chen Shaoxi stood at the exit of the sixth trial, filled with frustration and confusion. He looked back at Elder Bai, wanting to ask where he went wrong and why he only received a mere 300 points. However, before he could speak, Elder Bai sternly rebuked him. You're spoiling the mood. Why are you still here? Do you want me to chase you away? With a heavy heart, Chen Shaoxi reluctantly stepped into the teleportation portal. To his surprise, the scene before him was identical to the sixth trial, same island, same stone path. With curiosity piqued, he cautiously moved forward. Time quietly slipped away as the sun rose and set, and stars wheeled across the sky. On the mountainside, the figures of an old man and a young man remained unmoved, lost in vibrant conversation, oblivious to the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Elder Bai's gaze at Qin Han shifted from initial admiration to amazement. Throughout their day and night conversation, though he did most of the talking, Qin Han's occasional insights consistently impressed him. This young man not only has remarkable character but also exceptional talent, Elder Bai thought to himself. Qin Han also gained much from the exchange. Despite having ventured into the final battlefield in his past life and studied numerous strategies, his knowledge was limited compared to the vast multiverse. Elder Bai's extensive wisdom opened his eyes to the wonders of the unknown world. All right, Xiao Han, Elder Bai said with a light cough, it's about time for your assessment. But before you leave, I have something to give you. He handed over a white jade pendant shaped like the young fish of a Taiji symbol. This young fish is a treasure. When you travel through the cosmos in the future, remember to bring it to the Tai Su sect to find me. There, a great opportunity awaits you. Qin Han gratefully accepted the jade pendant and carefully stowed it away. This was precisely why he had lingered for an extra day. Rest assured, Elder Bai, I will certainly come to find you. Elder Bai smiled warmly. Good child. I trust you. Go on, continue with your assessment. He waved his hand, opening a teleportation portal. Qin Han bowed respectfully to Elder Bai and was about to step into the portal when Elder Bai suddenly seemed a bit reluctant. Oh, and take this axe with you. It's of no use to me, but it might be handy for you now. Qin Han paused briefly, then silently accepted the axe. As he turned to step into the portal again, the elder continued, if you manage to obtain the Een fish from that other old fellow, your future might be beyond even my imagination. However, the trial he has set might not suit you, as your kind nature might not allow you to undertake such tasks. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Qin Han bowed deeply with sincerity to Elder Bai. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I will do my utmost to obtain the Een fish. Elder Bai gazed at the young man, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. With a sigh and a touch of pity in his voice, he said, You foolish child, though you're smart, upright, and resilient, your heart is too kind. Even if you know what must be done, your kind nature makes it difficult to act. He paused, then continued, regardless, you are someone I value. Whatever happens, make sure to find me at the Tai Su sect. As he spoke, Elder Bai pulled out an axe from his robe, the same epic weapon the Desire Serpent had used to deceive Qin Han. He handed the axe to Qin Han. Take this axe. It's quite a treasure for someone like you. Qin Han respectfully accepted the axe. Thank you, Elder, for your gift. Should I leave now? Wait, Elder Bai suddenly interjected, a look of reluctance on his face. After a moment of hesitation, he added, Oh, and take this snake with you. It's cunning and deceitful, but for someone as kind-hearted as you, it might be useful in critical moments. As he spoke, Elder Bai handed over the Desire Serpent along with a pale purple crystal to Qin Han. Crush this control crystal, and you'll gain mastery over the snake. It will be forever loyal to you, and should it betray you, it will be destroyed. The Desire Serpent blinked its large eyes innocently, thinking to itself, just like that, I'm changing masters? I have to follow this person now? Somehow, I doubt he'll be as easy to fool as Elder Bai. Qin Han solemnly accepted the items. Thank you for your generous gifts, Elder. Following the instructions, he crushed the crystal and then bid farewell once more to Elder Bai. This time, he truly left. Elder Bai watched the portal disappear, feeling a sense of loss, such a promising talent. With a flash of white light, Qin Han arrived at the 7th stage. Holding the warm, jade-like young fish in his hand, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 6th and 7th stages of the title contest tested players' adaptability and humanity. The examiners were the supreme elders of two super sects that appeared later in the game Tai Su Palace and Taiyin sect. Ages ago, these sects were one, but diverged due to differing philosophies, taking the supreme relics of their sect with them. The Een fish and the young fish. Legend has it that combining the Een fish and young fish unlocks the mysterious Tian Dao Palace, granting supreme inheritance to whoever enters. To obtain these treasures, players must score perfectly in both the 6th and 7th stages. It sounds straightforward, but is incredibly challenging. The two elders have contrasting personalities, and without a guide, players are bound to make mistakes. Any dissatisfaction from the elders means the perfect score is out of reach. Moreover, there is only one of each treasure, so even with a perfect score, players must wait until all others have completed the trial to see if anyone else has also scored perfectly. During this entire process, one wrong word means never obtaining the Een and young fish in this lifetime. Qin Han had waited a day and a night for the other players to finish their trials. Now that everyone had reached the 7th stage, those at the front should have already moved on to the 8th stage. However, the 8th stage required the last player to enter before it could begin, so there was no rush. Let them wait. Strolling leisurely along the path leading into the island, Qin Han opened the leaderboard. His score prominently displayed 7,000 points, still holding the top position. Even without completing the 7th stage, his score exceeded the 2nd place by 500 points. The extra 1,000 points were the reward for obtaining the young fish. In the title contest, points could be earned in 3 ways: defeating monsters, obtaining treasures, and completing challenges. Treasures referred to significant items like the Een and young fish, and supreme treasures hidden in secret stages. Epic equipment didn't count as treasures and didn't earn points. Speaking of epic equipment, Qin Han quickly examined the newly acquired epic axe. Lucky Gold Axe, epic weapon. Attack power, 2000. Armor penetration, 1500. Alliement weakening, 2000. Critical strike, Double attack power on enemies with less than half health. Constitution requirement. 500. Active skill. Supreme luck. Boosts luck tenfold for 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Qin Han assessed, this axe is impressive. While it lacks overwhelming attack skills, the active tenfold luck boost is incredibly useful. In Eternal Life, the drop rates or certain lottery chances are often 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a billion. Even with a 100-fold luck boost from cards, it's still unlikely. But in smaller scale draws with a few 100 to 1 odds, this skill becomes invaluable. Used wisely, it's a divine skill. As Qin Han pondered, the desire serpent perched on his shoulder suddenly poked its head out, its eyes gleaming. Master, I smell something peculiar ahead. It seems like the scent of desire. Qin Han's gaze subtly shifted as he scanned his surroundings. The stone gate for the 7th trial was right in front of him, yet there was no sign of any disciples standing guard. Suddenly, the desire serpent quietly warned, Master, there's something in the bushes to the left. Focusing intently, Qin Han saw a man and a woman in the bushes, engaged in a clandestine affair. The serpent's eyes gleamed with a golden light, and a vision appeared before Qin Han. A young man in a black robe embroidered with the word "een" entangled with a similarly dressed woman, involved in unspeakable acts. The desire serpent excitedly suggested, Master, the rules of the Taiyin sect strictly forbid disciples from forming romantic relationships or engaging in illicit activities. If discovered, the lightest consequence is expulsion from the sect with their powers stripped, and the worst is complete annihilation. I've recorded the scene. We could blackmail them, perhaps? Upon hearing this, Qin Han was intrigued. He recalled the strategy guide mentioning that Elder Bai of the 6th trial favored those who were kind and upright, while Elder He of the 7th trial preferred the cunning and unscrupulous. This blackmail material was practically a gift and might even be part of the trial itself. With this in mind, Qin Han feigned ignorance and headed straight for the stone gate. Meanwhile, at the 7th trial site midway up the Taiyin sect's mountain, Elder He held a een fish with a troubled expression. He muttered to himself, these newcomers are all useless, either too principled or too foolish. None of them, whether still being tested or already finished, meet my expectations. I hope to find a suitable candidate in this trial, but it seems unlikely now. Elder He continued to mumble, there's only one person left, and the records suggest he has the most potential. But the boy hasn't shown up yet. Either he's overly cautious or just plain stupid. Looks like my treasure will remain unclaimed. As the old man spoke to himself, a vision appeared of a young man in blue armor, handsome and approaching the stone gate. Elder He's eyes lit up. Not bad looking. Reminds me a bit of myself in my younger days. But I wonder about his character. At the stone gate, the young man who had been in the bushes hurriedly approached, adjusting his pants. Qin Han caught a glimpse of the woman's face still partly hidden in the bushes. The young man, with an arrogant demeanor and nose in the air, addressed Qin Han condescendingly, you're here for the trial, right? Walk 10 miles ahead, and you'll reach the mountain gate, which means you've passed. But I'm telling you, this trial is extremely challenging. If you want some insider information, you'd better show some sincerity. Qin Han stood before the stone gate, smiling at the disciple in black. Deep within, the serpent of desire stirred, whispering in his mind, Master, this person is so arrogant. I can hardly hold back. Let me handle him, and he'll lose even his undergarments. However, Qin Han ignored this provocation. He pulled out 100 gleaming gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the disciple, speaking politely, I'm new here. I hope you can guide me, senior brother. The disciple glanced at the coins, his mouth twitching slightly, and replied dismissively, there might be tests along the way. Figure them out yourself. It'll be beneficial for you. Go on. Though the advice was vague, Qin Han wasn't bothered. He then produced a bulging pouch filled with 1,000 gold coins and offered it again, saying, Senior brother, I'm rather slow. Could you share a bit more information? Seeing the amount, the disciple's expression softened, even breaking into a smile. You're quite perceptive. I'll be frank then. The entrance test is overseen by Elder He. He's eccentric and favors cunning methods. The more devious you are, the more pleased he'll be. Remember, once you pass through the gate, you're under observation. It's all up to you. Qin Han nodded lightly, then revealed an even larger bag containing 10,000 gold coins. The disciple's eyes lit up, reaching to take it, but he hesitated, squinting with suspicion. That's a lot of money. What's the catch? Qin Han laughed heartily. You're joking, senior brother. Just a mere 10,000 coins. I'm simply looking to form a good connection and find a reliable ally. With that, he displayed his entire wealth. The disciple gaped in astonishment, the mound of coins making his eyes gleam. He suppressed his urge to seize them. His demeanor suddenly warm. Brother, you're treating me like family. Ask me anything you want to know. Qin Han grinned. Then I'll be bold and ask, what are the rules of our sect? How does Elder Hay conduct himself? Please enlighten me, senior brother. Though cautious, the disciple saw the questions were harmless and relaxed a bit. Of course. Let's take our time. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. 10 miles away, Elder Hay observed everything through a mirror, stroking his beard in thought. This young man is clever, using money to pave his way. Yet he's too naive, unaware of the danger of flaunting wealth. The more he gives, the more he fuels greed. Plus, spending so much for basic information isn't wise. In this treacherous world, he won't last long. Based on this, I'd give him a mere passing grade. After a while, the disciple, full of smiles, continued offering superficial information, occasionally glancing at Qin Han's hands, clearly hoping for more rewards. Qin Han narrowed his eyes. Senior brother, from what I gather, the sect prohibits dual cultivation between disciples, with severe penalties for violators, correct? Without hesitation, the disciple replied, that's right. The head of the sect was once heartbroken and made this rule. No one can breach it. Qin Han nodded. On my way here, I happened to see two people in the bushes engaging in improper conduct. I even documented it. Their clothes looked quite similar to yours, senior brother. The disciple in black froze, his smile vanishing as his gaze turned icy. He stared intently at Qin Han, speaking with a hostile tone. You must be mistaken. I've been here the whole time. Such a thing couldn't have happened. Qin Han, unfazed, glanced at his opponent's expression and subtly shifted towards the stone door. With a calm demeanor and a hint of provocation in his voice, he said, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's having a great memory. I never forget what I've heard or seen. Let me remind you of a rule. No fraternizing within the sect. Minor offenses result in expulsion, while major ones lead to severe punishment. What do you think of my memory, senior brother? The black-clad disciple felt a growing chill in his heart, realizing that Qin Han had been plotting against him from the start. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but was quickly suppressed. Taking a deep breath, he asked in a low voice, what do you want? Qin Han smiled amiably, his tone relaxed. I haven't decided yet. How about you make an offer? The disciple squinted slightly, calculating his escape. He retrieved the money Qin Han had given him from his spatial pouch and handed it back, then rummaged through his own storage bag. Just then, Qin Han casually remarked, your storage bag is nice. I don't have one myself. Why don't you give it to me as well? The disciple clenched his jaw, anger blazing in his eyes. At last, he sighed heavily and reluctantly handed over the storage bag to Qin Han, forcing out the words, since you like it, take it. Qin Han cheerfully accepted the bag, inspecting its contents as he commented, wow, this bag is spacious, about the size of 7 or 8 rooms. It can hold a lot of things. But there aren't many items, just some bottles and jars. I wonder what they're for. He abruptly looked up, his tone turning stern. Do you have anything else? The disciple gritted his teeth. This is all I have. It's everything I own. Leave some room for future encounters. You shouldn't push people too far. Ignoring him, Qin Han pressed on, well, why don't we continue our earlier conversation? I still have plenty of questions for you. The disciple's fists clenched tightly, his expression shifting. Finally, he glanced at the stone door, gritted his teeth, and dashed into the bushes, returning shortly with a jade-like Rui scepter. This is the Yunling Rui, allowing even ordinary people to use magic. It's the most valuable item I have. If you're still not satisfied, go ahead and report me. I have nothing else to give, he said, his voice filled with resignation and anger. Qin Han pocketed the Rui, his gaze probing. Are you sure that's everything? Don't lie to me. At this, the disciple nearly broke down, and even a woman hidden in the bushes couldn't hold back. She emerged, her face flushed with anger, and shouted, there's a limit to everything. Don't push us too far. Meanwhile, a black-robed elder within the sect witnessed the entire scene, his eyes wide with shock and admiration. Is this the same fool who only knew how to throw money around? The elder's eyes gleamed with appreciation. He must have known their secrets from the start, but pretended to be innocent to gather information. Once he had what he needed, he turned on them immediately. Such cunning, like a seasoned, ruthless fox. And his relentless pursuit of advantagites reminiscent of my own ways. Not bad at all. He's a promising talent. At the stone gate, the serpent of desire whispered with a hint of concern in its voice, Master, I sense their emotions are on the brink of collapse. It seems unlikely we'll get any more benefits from them. If we push them to the edge, it might backfire. Perhaps we should let it go? Qin Han pondered for a moment, recalling the storage pouch the man had given him earlier. It contained only some bottles and jars, all marked as quest items. This indicated that obtaining the opponent's storage pouch was part of the test. These items might come in handy later, and achieving this was merely passable. However, the spirit-infused Rui scepter, an epic item he acquired afterward, was likely the limit of what could be obtained at this stage of the trial. Qin Han calculated silently, believing he could achieve a perfect score for this part. Yet, to ensure success, he decided to push further. With an innocent expression and a hint of hesitation in his voice, he said, "I believe in your sincerity, but people's hearts are unpredictable. Who knows if you're hiding something? Besides, after taking advantage of you, you'd surely hold a grudge against me. What if you seek revenge later?" As he spoke, he rested one hand on the pillar of the stone gate, ready to retreat at any moment. The woman, upon hearing this, clenched her teeth in frustration. Finally, she swore an oath. "I, Qiu Yu, swear to the supreme elder of the Taiyin sect that I have no hidden agenda and will not cause you any trouble in the future. If I break this vow, may I be struck down by heavenly lightning." Inside the armor, the small snake squinted and reminded, "Master, this is the highest level of oath for a Taiyin sect disciple. Breaking it would cause inner demons, and they wouldn't survive 3 days. She's likely telling the truth." Qin Han nodded subtly, turning his gaze to the man in black. "And you, senior brother?" Seeing his beloved make such a heavy vow, the man in black's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Trembling with rage, he finally clenched his fists and made the same vow, word by word. After they finished, Qin Han beamed. "All right, we're all fellow sect members. No need to be so formal. I trust you both. You carry on, I'll be on my way." Hearing this, the two nearly collapsed from frustration. Bound by their vows, they dared not act rashly, only able to look at each other in shared misery. The woman, suppressing her anger, gritted her teeth and said, "Go, and I hope you keep this to yourself." Just as Qin Han was about to step through the stone gate, he paused and turned back, smiling broadly. "Of course, if I have one virtue, it's keeping my mouth shut. Besides, this secret of yours is something I'll enjoy for a long time." With that, Qin Han left them with a radiant smile and walked away. Behind him, the woman could no longer hold back and collapsed, sobbing. At the mountain gate, Elder He was ecstatic, a genius. Most would stop once they pushed someone to such a point. But this kid even got them to swear an oath, eliminating future threats. He's a natural-born rascal, rotten to the core. My legacy is secure. The Taiyin sect has a bright future. On the deserted mountain path, the little snake peeked out from the armor, clutching the edge with its tiny claws, eyes wide with innocence. "Master, I feel like all your previous kindness and righteousness were just an act. You seem born to be a villain. But how are you sure they'd swear in the end?" Qin Han, now calm and composed, unlike his earlier self, replied, "Haven't you heard of sunk costs? The more someone invests, the lower their bottom line becomes. They've already paid the price of a storage pouch and an epic item. Making an oath is no big deal." Saying this, he took out the epic item and examined it closely. Staring at the attributes of the spirit-infused Rui scepter, he felt very pleased. Spirit-infused Rui, epic item. Mana, 100,000 points. Mana recovery, 2 per second. Effective immediately when placed in the backpack. Mana is an attribute available only after the beginner stage. Skills like the High Priest's lightning spell require mana. Even the skills on the incomplete treasure staff, the Purple Soul Thunder Staff, require mana. Mana recovery can be troublesome, disappearing quickly. Even someone as powerful as the High Priest couldn't sustain continuous spellcasting. So, despite its simple attributes, in the mid to late game, this item's value might rival 2 epic weapons. Putting away the spirit-infused Rui, Qin Han continued on his journey. Before long, toxic rain began to fall from the sky, and in the distance, he saw a dilapidated temple, almost identical to the one from the previous stage. This time, however, he didn't rush in but chose to hide by the window outside, observing cautiously. Inside the Taoist temple, 6 burly men with swords sat in a circle. One of them, a man with a goatee, squinted his eyes and whispered, "Brothers, not far ahead is the estate of Mr. Wang. It's said that he possesses a treasure that makes the wearer invulnerable to weapons and immune to fire and water. The black market has placed a sky-high bounty on it. Are you interested in pulling off a job?" Upon hearing this, the others' eyes gleamed with excitement, and they growled in unison. "Of course, let's do it." "Great, let's hope we strike it rich this time," the man with the goatee said, raising his fist with a grin. They continued to talk in hushed tones for a while. Once the rain outside had stopped, they picked up their swords and eagerly left the temple. Qin Han quietly followed them, maintaining a safe distance. Before long, they arrived at a mansion with its doors slightly ajar, bearing the inscription Wang Mansion above. The men boldly pushed the doors open and entered without any caution. However, as they stepped into the courtyard, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The large courtyard was lined with 2 rows of long tables, surrounded by a diverse group of about 30 people. Each had a menacing look and various weapons by their sides, clearly not to be trifled with. Mr. Wang sat at a table directly facing the entrance. Seeing the men enter, he showed no surprise and stood up with a smile, saying, "Have you also come for my treasure? Please, take a seat. You'll see it soon enough." The men were stunned. One of the younger ones whispered, "Boss, what do we do now?" The man with the goatee looked serious and whispered back, "There are too many of them. Let's not act rashly. Do as he says for now." Nervously, they took the remaining seats at the tables. Outside, Qin Han watched intently from a tall, dense tree, pondering. This must be the second test set by Elder He. These people all seem to be villains after the treasure, and there will definitely be chaos soon. But Mr. Wang, facing so many people, remains calm and collected, clearly confident. How should I proceed? Elder He must have set up this challenge with a specific purpose in mind. As Qin Han pondered deeply, a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. The indestructible treasure in Wang Yuanwai's possession was likely Elder He's true target. Given Elder He's nature, he would undoubtedly want the candidates to seize it. Am I supposed to just sit back and watch them fight it out, then swoop in to reap the rewards? Qin Han murmured to himself, suddenly recalling the mysterious vials in his storage bag. He quickly opened it and examined the contents closely. Each container had detailed labels, even including instructions for use. Qin Han's eyes swiftly scanned over them. Bone-dissolving powder. Just 3 drops can dissolve both man and object into a pool of blood. Universal poison. Colorless and tasteless, can be mixed into food, causing death half an hour later, beyond the help of any deity. Antidote pill. Can neutralize all poisons, and when taken in advance, prevents poisoning. As he gazed at these deadly poisons, a gleam appeared in Qin Han's eyes. Clearly, Elder He was hinting for him to take the initiative and strike first. All right then, let's give him what he wants. Qin Han muttered under his breath, and then leaped down from the tree. Like a shadow, he silently vaulted over the wall and entered the mansion's courtyard. He skillfully avoided the patrolling guards and soon arrived near the kitchen. The large kitchen doors stood open, with various exquisite dishes already prepared and neatly arranged on the counters and in pots. 5 or 6 chefs stood respectfully to the side, waiting to serve the food. Suddenly, an elderly man, resembling a steward, strode in and sternly ordered all the chefs out of the kitchen, forbidding them to come near. With a creak, the kitchen door closed. Qin Han, quick as lightning, leapt onto the roof and peered inside through the skylight. He saw the steward take out a large gourd containing a pale liquid, which he carefully drizzled over each dish. After finishing, he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. As the steward opened the door to leave, Qin Han seized the fleeting opportunity and swiftly donned a disguise. Like a nimble cat, he silently slipped into the kitchen just as the steward moved a few steps away from the entrance. With deft hands, Qin Han retrieved the universal poison from his pocket and quickly poured it into the meat broth and other soups. Then, with a swift motion, he quietly exited the kitchen and concealed himself in a lush osmanthus tree in the courtyard. At this moment, the steward called the chefs back. He sternly warned them, "Remember, say nothing and ask no questions later. Once all the dishes are served, return to the inner courtyard immediately. Today, even if the sky falls, you must act as if nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The chefs nodded fearfully, repeatedly affirming their understanding. In the banquet hall, the tables were laden with an array of aromatic dishes. Many of the guests, drawn from the martial world, were visibly tempted, but they restrained themselves, all eyes fixed on Wang Yuanwai. Seeing this, Wang Yuanwai chuckled and picked up his chopsticks, leading by example. Come, this fine food and drink should be enjoyed while it's hot. Let's eat heartily, and we can discuss matters once we're full," he said, helping himself generously to the dishes and mixing his drinks freely. Only then did the guests begin to lower their guard and indulge in the feast. Soon, the hall was filled with the clinking of cups and lively chatter. As the guests reached the height of their enjoyment, Wang Yuanwai suddenly stood up, raising his glass. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a humble request. After this meal, I'll give each of you 10 taels of silver. In return, I hope you'll stop coveting my treasure. What do you say?" His words were immediately met with derision. "Wang Yuanwai, you're quite the schemer. A meal and 10 taels to send us away? There's no such bargain in the world." "Exactly, with so many of us here, you should at least give 1,000 taels each. Otherwise, this won't end well," another chimed in. Wang Yuanwai's face darkened. 1,000 taels? With so many of you, where would I find such a sum? You're trying to take my life. More like you'll have the money but won't live to spend it." As soon as Wang Yuanwai finished speaking, the sound of swords being drawn echoed throughout the hall. "What, can't hold back any longer? Old man, I thought you could play possum forever," a burly man sneered. "I'm telling you now, if you don't hand over the treasure today, no one in this mansion will be spared." Wang Yuanwai's face grew even darker, and he slammed the table. We'll see how much you weigh. Brothers, why waste words? Let's kill him and take the treasure. Once we have it, we can decide how to split it, someone shouted, and several men immediately drew their swords and advanced. However, after just a few steps, they began to stagger, and soon they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. You old dog, you poison the food and drink. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. The remaining guests were enraged, drawing their weapons for a desperate fight. Many had barely taken a few steps before following the fate of those before them, collapsing to the ground. However, some with strong resistance managed to get close, raising their weapons to strike at Wang Yuanwei. Just as the blades reached within a meter of him, an invisible shield suddenly appeared. With a crisp clanging sound, the weapons shattered on impact. Wang Yuanwei coldly surveyed the remaining few, a disdainful smile tugging at his lips. Do you really think you have what it takes to steal my treasures? Truly overestimating yourselves. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many of you, and I feared some might escape, I wouldn't have bothered using poison. Humph. Killing this lot of you should be enough to deter any other crooks. Let's see who dares to covet my treasures in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining people felt their blood surge, their faces turning from red to blue, eventually collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wang Yuanwei calmly wiped his hands with a handkerchief and turned to head back inside. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. Not so fast, Wang Yuanwei. I'm also quite interested in your treasures. Turning around, Wang Yuanwei saw a mysterious figure in leather armor, face shrouded by a hood, standing just a few meters away. Confident in the protection of his treasure, Wang Yuanwei was unfazed, retorting with a sneer, You think you have the ability? Even if I just sit here, you can't do anything to me. The mysterious figure replied calmly, Qin Han, it seems your treasure is quite powerful. I am even more eager to see it. But tell me, if someone dies, can your treasure still protect you? Wang Yuanwei, full of mockery, was about to retort when his body suddenly convulsed violently, blood gushing from his mouth. Staring in disbelief, he shouted, Poison! You poison me? His face turned deathly pale, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. Struggling to speak, he managed, The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I never thought I'd be the hunter caught by the prey. Who are you? Tell me your name, so I can die with some peace. Without hesitation, the mysterious figure replied, Remember this, the one who kills you is Qian Chaoshi. Qin Chaoshi, well. Wang Yuanwei repeated the name 3 times, as if etching it into his very bones. Finally, his eyes widened, and he died. Qin Han stood amidst the corpses strewn across the courtyard, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. He quickly crouched down and skillfully searched the body of Mr. Wang. His nimble fingers soon found a storage pouch. Opening the pouch, Qin Han's eyebrows raised slightly. Besides tens of thousands of gold coins, there was a pile of miscellaneous items. The most striking was an object resembling a jade disc. He examined it closely, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Blood Fiend Shield Array, an epic item. Qin Han murmured to himself, recalling the legends surrounding this treasure. It was an ancient, sinister array that, once activated, could envelop an area within 1,000 meters in a bloodthirsty formation. It fed on flesh and blood, continuously absorbing energy. The more it consumed, the stronger its defense and protective capabilities became. Crucially, as long as the array remained unbroken, the user would not be harmed. Qin Han's gaze fell on the attributes of the array disc. Current defense value of 5,090, capable of negating all elemental and physical damage. His eyes gleamed with intense joy. Recalling the discussions about epic items from his past life, Qin Han nodded to himself. The simpler the attributes, the greater the utility and value. This Blood Fiend Shield Array was precisely such an item once it accumulated enough defense value. It could be a lifesaver at critical moments. However, Qin Han also recognized the array's flaw. Without its defense value, it was nothing more than a paper tiger. He pondered that Mr. Wang had likely orchestrated such a grand scheme to poison these people just to charge the array disc. The news about the treasure was probably leaked by Mr. Wang himself. Carefully stowing the array disc and coins into his storage ring, Qin Han turned to leave but suddenly paused, his eyes alert. Although this test seemed complete, he was wary that Elder He might have laid other traps. Qin Han quickly scanned the area, swiftly collecting the bodies of the 5 people he encountered in the ruined temple, and then hurried away. In the dense forest, Qin Han tossed the 5 bodies to the ground and took out a dissolving powder, reducing them all to nothing. To be safe, he even threw Mr. Wang's storage pouch into a river, keeping only the array disc and coins. After finishing these tasks, Qin Han cautiously returned to the main road. Just then, a group of black-robed disciples wielding long swords appeared, approaching him. The leading disciple glared at Qin Han, speaking sternly, Stop right there. What are you doing here? Feigning confusion, Qin Han calmly replied, I'm here for the sect entrance test. Is there an issue? The lead disciple scrutinized him further. Did you pass by Mr. Wang's residence? Qin Han feigned innocence. Mr. Wang's residence? I have no idea what you're talking about. The lead disciple snorted. Humph. Whether you truly don't know or are pretending, you'll have to explain when you come with us. Qin Han quickly explained. I think you're mistaken. I'm really just here for the test. My sister, Qiu, can vouch for me. Qiu. Another disciple whispered to the lead disciple. Senior brother. Senior sister Qiu is an inner disciple with considerable status. This person, being a test candidate, likely has strong connections within the sect. Besides, our intel suggests 5 people who attended the banquet have disappeared. The perpetrator might be related to them. Hearing this, the lead disciple nodded slightly, his tone noticeably softening. Since you're a test candidate, you're one of us. You may go. Qin Han breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, senior brother. With that, he quickly departed. After walking some distance, Qin Han finally relaxed. He silently counted his blessings, realizing Elder He indeed had additional plans. As soon as he left, there was a search for the killer, clearly a test for him. Fortunately, he had navigated it without incident. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, Elder He smiled to himself, muttering, That's the spirit. My master taught me to seize opportunities when encountering treasures. Survival in this world is tough. The more treasures you acquire, the stronger your foundation, and the further you can go. Elder He continued his assessment, and this young man is clever. He remained vigilant even when his enemies were dying, using a false name to mislead. In the end, he guessed my backup plan, cleverly manipulating others. Those foolish disciples, they were led by the nose. Excellent. I'm very pleased. As Qin Han continued on his way, a black-robed disciple, covered in blood, suddenly emerged from the roadside. Seeing Qin Han, he immediately cried out, Help me! Help me! Qin Han ignored him, quickening his pace. The disciple, filled with despair, used his last ounce of strength to say, I am Zhang Chong, the nephew of the law enforcement elder of the Tian sect. I was attacked by fellow disciple Ma Ju. If you can deliver this message, my uncle will reward you handsomely. With those words, the disciple breathed his last. Qin Han remained indifferent, continuing on his path. Before long, Qin Han encountered a procession of carriages. Several servants carried a sedan chair, surrounded by banners reading, Law Enforcement Hall Elder's Carriage. Qin Han was about to hurry away when the curtain of the sedan chair opened, revealing an elderly man with a kind face. The old man waved him over, a benevolent smile on his face. Young friend, come here for a chat. Qin Han had no choice but to approach respectfully. Greetings, elder. The elder asked, judging by the direction you're heading, are you going to the Tian sect? Qin Han nodded. Yes, for the entrance test. The elder praised. So young and already chosen by the Tian sect, you have a bright future. Seeing you reminds me of my nephew Zhang Chong. He joined the sect at your age, and now, 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Back then, the elder began reminiscing, mostly about how much he doted on his nephew Zhang Chong. The two traveled together until they reached the mountainside of the Tian sect, where they parted ways. Throughout the journey, Qin Han remained silent, playing the role of a good listener, never mentioning anything about Zhang Chong. Once the law enforcement elder had left, a black-clad elder approached, a peculiar expression on his face. Young man, if you had informed him about Zhang Chong's murder, he would have surely warmed up to you, which would have been greatly beneficial. With such benefits before you, why didn't you take them? Aren't you being foolish? Qin Han looked at him, puzzled. Sir, you must be joking. I've never heard of what you're talking about, so how could I inform anyone? The black-clad elder laughed heartily. Haha, are you still not telling the truth? Let me tell you, I am the elder in charge of your test this time. The matter with Zhang Chong was arranged by me. Life is a journey of striving forward. If you don't seize opportunities, what future do you have? In this regard, you've disappointed me. Qin Han glanced at the points leaderboard, noting that his score hadn't changed. He realized that everything before him was still part of the test, and his next response might be crucial for the final score of the 7th stage. Eyes flickering with thought, Qin Han replied, Elder, seizing opportunities is indeed wise. But blindly rushing for every opportunity is foolishness. It's like a predator hunting prey. One must discern between traps and genuine opportunities. Blind attacks only lead to a quicker demise. Elder He's eyes brightened. Oh, do tell more? On the mountainside, Qin Han stood face-to-face with Elder He. With a calm demeanor, Qin Han analyzed. Zhang Chong is the nephew of a law enforcement hall elder. Given this connection, for someone to dare attack him suggests 2 possibilities. Either the attackers have a stronger backing that fears no one, or the relationship between Zhang Chong and the elder isn't as harmonious as it appears. He continued his speculation. It's even possible that the elder himself orchestrated the attack. Perhaps Zhang Chong discovered some of the elder's secrets, forcing the elder to eliminate him to protect himself. Alternatively, there might be a change in Zhang Cheng's family situation, like not being a biological relative due to a mix-up at birth. The elder couldn't act openly, so he sent someone to kill Zhang Cheng secretly, but Zhang Cheng managed to escape. Qin Han concluded, regardless of the scenario, getting involved would not end well for me. Why bother? Elder He laughed heartily but was inwardly shocked. The intricacies involving Zhang Cheng were indeed part of his meticulous plan, even including the child swap detail. This young man had guessed such a complex motive based on a single sentence, whether by luck or sheer brilliance. After a moment of contemplation, Elder He posed one final question. Young one, you have a deep mind. To think of so much in such a brief moment. But haven't you considered that if this is true, you might miss the chance to ally with a powerful force? Life is tough. Aren't you willing to take that gamble? Qin Han answered without hesitation. No. A difficult life is better than a good death. As long as I'm alive, anything is possible. Once you're dead, it's all over. With that, he fell silent, awaiting the final judgment. Elder He pondered his words, his expression suddenly turning somber. He murmured softly, if only my master had this mindset back then, he might have avoided disaster. He gave Qin Han a long, thoughtful look before finally saying, well done, you've passed. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Han quickly glanced at the leaderboard. In an instant, his score surged by 1,000 points, reaching 8,000, securing his place at the top. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Elder He. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. Elder He waved his hand dismissively. I didn't go easy on you. You earned it. Suddenly, his expression became extremely serious. Young man, let me ask you, if a great opportunity presented itself right before you, would you seize it? Qin Han was momentarily taken aback. I would ask for your guidance, Elder. Elder He flipped his hand, revealing a dark jade stone. This is the Celestial Palace's secret key, one part of the yin-yang fish. It will bring you unimaginable benefits, and your future will be incredibly promising. But to obtain it, you must agree to one condition. Qin Han held his breath. Please, Elder, tell me. Elder He stated, if I give this to you, you must promise that once you have enough strength, you will take over as the head of the Taiyin sect and protect our sect. Qin Han considered this. The Taiyin sect, being a top-tier sect, was on par with the Six Peak Powers. Becoming its leader would instantly provide a strong backing. As for protecting the sect, he could manage it when possible and retreat from strong enemies when needed. It seemed advantageous no matter how he looked at it. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, Elder, I am willing to accept this promise. Upon hearing this, Elder He immediately handed the yin fish to Qin Han and laughed heartily. Haha, I knew the greedy snake on you was raised by that old fellow from the previous stage. If he was willing to give you that item, it means you must have obtained the yang fish. Now with my yin fish, the yin and yang unite. Once you visit the Celestial Palace, your future achievements will surely shake the heavens. And you, by agreeing to become the head of my Taiyin sect, have made me the winner in this game. If that old fellow knew, he'd be furious. Qin Han was momentarily speechless, realizing he had fallen into Elder He's trap. Elder He was overjoyed, patting Qin Han's shoulder affectionately. Qin Han, as the supreme elder of the Taiyin sect, I hold a high position. When you join our sect, I will personally take you as my disciple. By then, even the current head will have to call you junior brother. I'll arrange the best cultivation resources for you, ensuring they're no less than what the current head enjoys. With me backing you, you can walk around the sect with pride, stepping on whoever you don't like, and no one will dare say a word. Qin Han was a bit exasperated. Elder, isn't it a bit early to talk about this? I'm still competing for a title. Elder He awkwardly nodded. Right? Your title competition is important now. With your strength, aim to take first place. It will be of great use in the future. All right, I won't hold you up any longer. Continue on. He waved his hand, summoning a portal. Qin Han's eyes were bright with determination. Then I shall take my leave, Elder. Go on. Elder He replied with a smile. Am I really leaving? Hurry up. Focus on what's important. Elder, is there nothing else you wish to say to me? That's all for now. Anything else can wait. All right then. Qin Han rubbed his hands together and stepped into the portal. The scene before him shifted dramatically as Qin Han found himself in a grand and luxurious hall. Inside, a small river sparkled as it flowed gently around the central area, with fountains occasionally shooting up from the water. A magnificent golden bridge extended to the center, where Qin Han now stood. The greedy snake beside him grumbled, Master, that old man is really stingy. He seems generous, but he didn't give you a thing when you left. And he wants to be your master? Humph. Shameless old man. Ignoring the snake, Qin Han turned his attention to the center of the hall. At this moment, over 300 players stood there, the very participants in this title competition. The unique aspect of the 8th stage was that it no longer operated as individual instances for each player, but instead gathered everyone together for a fair competition. Passing this stage would make the title competition's outcome clear. Success or failure, this was the critical juncture. In the center of the hall, more than 300 players gathered, creating a breathtaking scene. Qin Han's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, recognizing many renowned figures from his past life. There were 20 to 30 saint-level professionals, almost all present, over 90 players with hidden professions, and the rest were top-tier professionals. The arrangement of these individuals was quite intriguing, revealing the subtle dynamics of power among the forces of the heavens. Chen Xiaoxi, Jiang Ningxue, and Serena occupied the central position, each accompanied by 3 to 5 players who followed them cautiously. These companions were subordinates of their respective forces, reflecting the close connection between power and combat strength in the heavens. The stronger the force, the more powerful its people, with combat awareness and experience among the top, leading to a high probability of producing top-tier or even saint-level professionals. Standing alongside them was Feng Qianjue, the Demon Prince, accompanied by a saint-level professional and 9 top-tier professionals. The demon race, born with unparalleled combat bodies, had combat awareness and bloodlines that surpassed all other races, excelling in physical combat. In terms of overall strength present, Feng Qianjue's side was arguably the strongest. However, due to his hasty leveling and job transition early in the game, he was lagging behind in his profession, and he stood outside the core circle, seemingly unwilling to interact with others. Besides the top 6 forces, nearly 270 players came from other forces across the heavens, most of whom were lone wolves like Qin Han. Taking advantage of the opportunity, many gathered to exchange experiences, with saint levels seeking out other saint levels, and those with hidden professions finding each other, forming small circles. At the core, Chen Xiaoxi occasionally glanced at the leaderboard, his expression slightly impatient. As the first to reach the 8th level, he found himself unable to capitalize on his speed advantage and was forced to wait for other players. What troubled him even more was that due to poor decisions in the 6th level and hesitancy in the 7th, his score was only 5,700 points, ranking him in the middle among all players. If his final score didn't improve, he feared he'd miss out on the title contest. The most glaring was Qin Han's first-place position, with a massive lead of 9,000 points, making him a standout presence. This was a bitter pill for Chen Xiaoxi, who had surpassed Qin Han several times before. Growing impatient, Chen Xiaoxi asked those around him, "Is everyone here yet?" "Sir, there's still one person missing. But judging by the leaderboard, Qin Han, who is in first place, has just had a score change. He must have passed the assessment and should be entering soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the room buzzed with excitement, and all eyes turned to the entrance archway. There, a mysterious figure in ancient attire and a hood walked in slowly. Even from the exposed features, it was clear this was a striking young man. Qin Han is here. The curiosity in everyone's eyes was palpable for this player who, since the start of the game, had frequently obtained rare treasures, appeared in world announcements, and acquired the only god-level profession. Qin Han instinctively straightened his back and walked toward the center without looking around. Just as he was about to arrive, an untimely voice rang out from the crowd. Feng Qianjue loudly questioned, "Qin Han, did you cheat? We all passed 7 levels, with a maximum of 1,000 points per level. Even if you scored full points in every level, you could only get 7,000 points. But you have 9,000 points, which doesn't make sense." His words echoed the doubts of many, all wondering what Qin Han had done to achieve such a high score. Qin Han's gaze turned unfriendly as he looked at Feng Qianjue. He thought, "I indirectly saved your life, and this is how you repay me. Whatever one obtains is a personal secret, not something to be disclosed in such a setting. These people are at least the backbone of various forces, representing half of the heavens. Revealing secrets would only invite trouble. Yet, faced with hundreds of top figures, saying nothing would be bad for appearances." After a brief thought, Qin Han smiled and replied, "The challenge rules mention that besides passing levels and defeating monsters, obtaining treasures can also increase points. I was lucky to acquire some treasures. As for what those treasures are, that's personal privacy and not something I can disclose." This response garnered much agreement, as everyone present likely had their secret equipment, crucial for critical moments, and wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal them. Qin Han's discretion was understandable to them. Feng Qianjue, however, persisted, "Even if you have treasures, how did you get full scores in the 6th and 7th levels?" Qin Han quickly retorted, "Who told you I got full scores in those levels? The scores in those tricky levels depend entirely on luck. I don't believe anyone could get full scores in those tests." The 6th and 7th levels full scores related to secrets of the yin-yang fish and the heavenly Dao Palace, which he wouldn't disclose. Of course, given the intelligence of those present, most probably didn't believe him, but it served to smooth things over. If pushed too far, the one losing face would be the questioner. Jiang Ningxue timely interjected, "You're right, after passing, I reviewed it carefully. One guardian elder favors honesty, the other deceit. Achieving full scores in those levels is impossible without prior knowledge of the answers. If I'm not mistaken, your scores from those two levels combined should be around 1000. And the place where you obtain treasures should be in the toxic waters of the 5th level, right? Qin Han's lips curled slightly. This was clearly an attempt to smooth things over and an act of goodwill. He understood that while peak forces were strong, they weren't immutable. With the universe undergoing unprecedented changes in billions of years, it was wise to forge a good relationship with the only god-level professional. Just as Qin Han was about to respond, the environment in the hall suddenly began to change. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed into the appearance of the cosmic starry sky, creating the illusion of standing beneath the galaxy. Simultaneously, a giant light screen appeared on one side, displaying the rules for the current level. On the screen, a line of flamboyantly written characters announced the theme of this level. The way of heaven is eternal, all things revolve, and none can escape the fate of destiny. The rules appeared promptly. The first stage is a gamble of luck. Every 5 minutes, all players can bet their points into a luck wheel. After the betting period ends, the system will select one lucky winner who will receive all the points wagered. The minimum bet is 50 points, with no upper limit. The higher the bet, the greater the chance of becoming the lucky winner. This round consists of 5 opportunities. As soon as the rules were revealed, the atmosphere became tense. Feng Qianjue's eyes gleamed with delight as he loudly proclaimed, "I am the prince with extraordinary luck. When I was born, dragons and phoenixes sang in harmony, and even buying a broken sword turns into acquiring a legendary weapon. This gamble is just a way to gift me points." Selena, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "So what if you're the son of the demon emperor? On the day I was born, the heavens celebrated, and even picking up a random book becomes a divine tome. Besides, this is a game. What right does a top-tier class like you have to talk about luck?" Feeling a bit stung by her words, Feng Qianjue quickly regained his composure and challenged, "It's not certain who will win or lose. Why don't we have a little competition?" Without waiting for a response, he wagered all 6,000 of his points. Selena chose to observe rather than follow suit. Meanwhile, players who were lower in the rankings couldn't resist and started placing their bets. By the deadline, 93 players had participated, accumulating a total of 13,000 points. The screen transformed, revealing a massive circular wheel with player names occupying sections based on their betting proportions. Feng Qianjue dominated half of the wheel. As the pointer began to spin, hearts raced with anticipation. When it finally slowed down, it stopped on Feng Qianjue's section. Congratulations to player Feng Qianjue for becoming the lucky winner and claiming all the points. The leaderboard updated instantly, with Feng Qianjue soaring to the top with 13,000 points, leading Qin Han by a full 4,000 points. Everyone's attention turned to Feng Qianjue, a mix of surprise and curiosity. How had this demon prince, known for his dullness, suddenly become so astute? Feng Qianjue basked in his moment of triumph. "See? I told you I was lucky. I easily made it to first place." He then patted his high-ranking subordinate on the shoulder. "Your advice was spot on, way better than those fools from my village. I'll make sure to promote you." The subordinate responded with humble confidence. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your recognition." This scene made everyone present realize the truth. Even Qin Han couldn't help but cast an approving glance at the saint-level subordinate. Feng Qianjue's points were originally just average. By playing it safe, he wouldn't have had a chance at a title. This subordinate's bold suggestion to go Allen with useless points for a 50% chance showed true courage. The second round of betting commenced quickly. Inspired by Feng Qianjue's example, players were more eager, raising their betting amounts. Yet, the top-ranked players remained cautious, and even low-scoring players like Chen Xiaoxi stayed restrained. The result was announced, and a hidden class player named Jiang Qi emerged as the lucky winner, taking the lead with 23,000 points, surpassing Feng Qianjue. In the third round, a player called Blade triumphed, setting a new record with 31,000 points. In the fourth round, Qin Yi stood out, claiming first place with 39,000 points. Finally, the last round arrived. Many low-ranking players who had been hesitant could no longer hold back, going all in. As the deadline approached, the total accumulated points reached 50,000. At the very last moment, a name flashed on the screen. Qin Han, betting 9,000 points. The crowd was in an uproar, and all eyes turned to Qin Han. Many were filled with confusion, disbelief, and even pity. Selena exclaimed, "Qin Han, are you crazy? At most, this gambling will produce 5 high-scoring players. Others are desperate because they're low-ranked with no chance at a title. But you're different. With 9,000 points, doing nothing would still keep you in 6th place. Betting 9,000 points now gives you only a 1 in 6 chance of winning." Even Chen Xiaoxi couldn't help but caution, "The chosen one shouldn't take unnecessary risks. True strength doesn't rely on luck. To achieve great things, one must plan carefully, considering the bigger picture and the long term." Your rashness is disappointing. Only Jiang Ningxue noticed the axe that suddenly appeared in Qin Han's hand, pondering the situation. At this moment, Qin Han silently wielded the lucky axe, quietly activating tenfold luck, and to ensure absolute success, he added a tenfold booster card. Faced with everyone's doubts, he remained silent. Meanwhile, the gigantic wheel began its frenzied spin. In the central hall, everyone's gaze was magnetically drawn to the enormous screen. With each tick of the pointer, countless hearts raced as if they were about to leap out of their chests. Click, click, click. With a final soft click, the pointer landed precisely in the center of the area bearing Qin Han's name. Congratulations to player Qin Han for becoming the lucky winner and earning all the points. The host's voice echoed throughout the hall. The leaderboard refreshed instantly, with Qin Han soaring to the top with an astonishing 59,000 points, leaving other competitors far behind. The hall was suddenly filled with a mix of emotions. Some were wide-eyed in shock, others gritted their teeth in envy, and some turned pale with fear. Chun Shaoxi frowned and muttered to himself, "My judgment was right. The chosen one shouldn't take risks. Gambling, even if it brings short-term success, ultimately harms oneself. No one can always be lucky. Sooner or later, a gambler will pay for his recklessness." Jiang Ningxue gently shook her head and countered, "The universe is just, and you have a point. But what makes you think Qin Han is gambling?" Nearby, Selena's delicate face showed a hint of fear as she trembled and asked, "Empress, do you mean to say that Qin Han is confident and prepared?" Jiang Ningxue replied calmly, "I can't say for certain, but considering how far Qin Han has come, do you think he's unaware of what we all know? Don't underestimate people. Remember, what he has gained now is more than all of us combined." At that moment, Qin Han appeared calm on the surface, but he was internally relieved. Even though he knew his luck had increased 100-fold, unmatched by anyone, he couldn't help but feel anxious before the result was revealed. Fortunately, everything had settled. Just then, a young man approached Qin Han with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, Brother Qin. I am Qin Yi, a direct descendant of the Qin family from Changgenshan. Since you also have the surname Qin, could you be part of our Qin family?" Hearing this, Qin Han's eyes flashed with a subtle expression. The name Changgenshan brought back some memories from his past life. Changgenshan was a prosperous dimension among the heavens, vast and populous, with many powerful individuals. The Qin family was one of the most prominent, recognized as one of the top 10 families. Though not considered top tier by the most powerful forces, the Qin family had considerable fame in his previous life, especially for their protective nature. Anyone with the surname Qin, regardless of origin or background, was considered family. Qin Han recalled a story he had heard. An unrelated Qin player was bullied by a powerful figure, and the Qin family's patriarch, Qin Yong, and Qin Yi personally intervened to demand an apology, forcing the aggressor to relent. From then on, the Qin family's reputation for protecting their own spread across the heavens. Unfortunately, Qin Han was too focused on his cultivation in his past life, and missed the opportunity to connect with them. Later, he heard that the Qin family discovered a map to a super ancient tomb, but during their exploration, the information was leaked, attracting a greedy powerhouse. This led to significant losses for the family, and the benefits were seized. That powerhouse eventually became a supreme deity, rumored to have gained incredible opportunities from that tomb. Returning to the present, Qin Han smiled and replied, "To be honest, although my surname is Qin, I haven't heard of a place called Changgenshan. I don't think there's a connection with your Qin family." Far from being disappointed, Qin Yi became even more enthusiastic. "All Qin families are one. My great ancestor ventured alone from another world to establish the Qin family in Changgenshan. Maybe we were family long ago. Brother Qin, regardless, as fellow Kinser-named individuals, we should keep in touch." Qin Han nodded in agreement. "Sure. I'll visit you when I get the chance." "Definitely," Qin Yi assured, patting his chest. "When you come to my place, I'll treat you to the best food and drink." As they chatted happily, a clear, melodious voice interjected, "Qin Han, we should also stay in touch if possible." They turned to see a stunning woman approaching gracefully, her beauty and charisma captivating everyone. Seeing her, Qin Yi instinctively shrank back and whispered to Qin Han, "Brother Qin, that's the new empress of the Great Xia dynasty, a peak family. In reality, even if our family's patriarch visited, he might not even get to pass a message. She's not to be trifled with. Don't let her charm you." With that, he hurriedly bowed to Jiang Ningxue and made a quick exit. Watching Qin Yi's hasty departure, Qin Han couldn't help but doubt the Qin family's reputed protectiveness. In the game, everyone held equal status as saint-level professionals, yet he still acted like a mouse before a cat, which was quite disappointing. Bringing his thoughts back, Qin Han turned to Jiang Ningxue, feigning confusion, "And you are?" Jiang Ningxue's rosy lips curved slightly. "Didn't Qin Yi just mention? The Great Xia dynasty, new empress." Jiang Ningxue. Qin Han responded with an unchanged expression. "Oh, hello. Jiang Ningxue looked intrigued, judging by your reaction. It seems you haven't heard of the Great Xia dynasty? Qin Han asked back. How should I have reacted? Jiang Ningxue's face suddenly blossomed into a smile, most tremble at the mention of the Great Xia dynasty. Yet you, Qin Han, remain calm with me, the Empress, standing before you. Your composure truly surpasses the ordinary. Qin Han replied nonchalantly, You're too kind. Jiang Ningxue's expression turned serious. To be honest, with the current changes in the natural order, the heavens are undergoing unprecedented shifts, and no one can predict the future. What we must do now is prepare for what's to come. As the Empress of the Great Xia dynasty, I sincerely invite you to form an alliance. From now on, we support each other. If you're in trouble, I'll assist, and if we're in trouble, I hope you can help us. By helping each other, we can go further. What do you think? Faced with Jiang Ningxue's olive branch, Qin Han fell into deep thought. He carefully weighed the path for future development, realizing that there was no substantial conflict with the Daxia dynasty. Since the two sides were not destined to be enemies, becoming allies seemed like a wise choice. Rumors about the Daxia dynasty flashed through Qin Han's mind. A battlefield where talents emerged, and even a supreme god was born. It was said that Jiang Ningxue herself was striving for the position of supreme god. Such a powerful potential ally would undoubtedly be invaluable in the future. After much contemplation, Qin Han finally nodded slightly, all right? Seeing Qin Han's agreement, Jiang Ningxue beamed with a brilliant smile. Great, with your assistance, I believe our future path will be much smoother. She gracefully nodded to Qin Han and turned to leave. At that moment, new information suddenly flashed on a large screen. The second stage was beginning, marking the final phase of this round. The person with the highest score would decide the next round's choice. The screen displayed, this stage is called competition, consisting of 5 events. Participation points are 1,000, and the top 3 will receive 50, 30, and 20% of the total points as rewards, respectively. The first event is crossing water. All participants will race across a 10-kilometer waterway, with the first to finish declared the winner. The announcement of the rules caused a stir among the crowd. Unlike the luck-based first stage, this competition tested sheer strength and skill. Many players with a knack for swimming eagerly signed up. In just a few minutes, the points surged to nearly 50,000. Chen Xiaoxi, seeing this, swept away his previous gloom. I was born with swordsmanship, and at 8, I comprehended the tide sword intent, which is why I renamed myself Chen Xiaoxi. Crossing water is nothing, I will surely take the crown. He confidently registered. Besides, Chen Xiaoxi, the saint-level demon player who had previously advised Feng Qianjue, also joined the competition. At the last moment, Qin Han, the only god-level player and currently ranked first, surprisingly decided to participate as well. The points finally settled at a solid 50,000. Qini sidled up to Qin Han, whispering, according to reports, this Chen Xiaoxi has a natural affinity with swords, having grasped the tide sword intent at 8. Now he's almost 30, so he's definitely formidable. And that saint-level demon player is rumored to have merfolk blood, making him incredibly agile in water. The others aren't to be underestimated, either. Qin, you must be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the registration period ended. All participants were instantly transported to a vast ocean, with lanes divided by floating buoys stretching into the distance. Each competitor occupied their own lane, and the use of any auxiliary means was permitted. Without hesitation, Qin Han donned his domain emperor armor. At the same time, a countdown appeared in the sky. 3, 2, 1. As the word start appeared, the contestants unleashed their skills, racing forward with all their might. Chen Xiaoxi summoned a towering wave beneath his feet, standing proudly on the sea surface and shooting forward like an arrow, leaving most competitors far behind in an instant. Following closely was the saint-level demon player, who sprouted fins and webbed feet, moving like a fish in water, staying close on Chen Xiaoxi's heels. However, Qin Han was nowhere to be seen, having submerged himself at the start, making it impossible to determine his exact position. In the hall, players watched Qin Han's real-time status on the big screen. He was enveloped in a transparent film, untouched by water, with air currents swirling around him. He sped through the water like a lightning bolt, at a pace that even Chen Xiaoxi's tide sword intent couldn't match. Qini couldn't help but exclaim, Qin, you're incredible. Even Chen Xiaoxi can only eat your dust. This level of prowess is truly exemplary. Selena sighed in relief, good thing I didn't join. Otherwise, I'd have made a fool of myself. Feng Qianjue scoffed. What did you even participate in? Since entering the 8th round, you haven't moved. Selena retorted defiantly. And what about you? Why didn't you join? Aren't you demons supposed to be good swimmers? Feng Qianjue responded arrogantly, as a prince, I participate if I want to. It's none of your business. Besides, my score is secure. But you, well, it's uncertain if you'll earn a title. You'd better show some respect when you see this, Lord. Uft. I can't be bothered with you, Selena grumbled, turning away. The race continued, but the outcome seemed predetermined from the start. While Chen Xiaoxi and the others were still midway, the first place had already been claimed. Qin Han returned to the hall, dry and effortless. Qin hurried over, praising, impressive. Qin, I was worried for you back there. Qin Han waved it off humbly. Just lucky, that's all. He currently has 59,000 points, and even without competing, his chances of securing first place are quite high. However, he understands a crucial point. These points can be exchanged for rewards after the titles are determined. The more points he has, the more valuable the rewards he can claim. He vaguely recalls that someone once exchanged for an epic-level spatial equipment. Throughout the game, he suffered from the limitations of insufficient space rings. Owning an epic-level spatial item would save him a lot of trouble. Therefore, his goal at this moment is clear. The more points, the better. Time flies, and before long, Chen Xiaoxi and the Saint-level demon race member return one after the other. The top 3 positions are officially announced, and the other participants are instantly teleported back. A system announcement follows. Congratulations to player Qin Han for winning first place in the water crossing competition, earning 50 more points. Congratulations to player Chen Xiaoxi for securing second place in the water crossing competition, earning 30 more points. Congratulations to player Li Chaoga for achieving third place in the water crossing competition, earning 20 more points. The leaderboard undergoes another shift. Qin Han maintains a steady lead with 83,000 points. Chen Xiaoxi gains 15,000 points this time, significantly climbing the ranks to join the top contenders. Li Chaoga receives 10,000 points, closely following Chen Xiaoxi. Chen Xiaoxi's subordinates immediately step forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, young master, you're at the top of the ranks. The title should be secured this time. Chen Xiaoxi exhales deeply, casting a glance at Qin Han but remaining silent. Regardless, he has finally turned the tables and will at least secure a title. Feng Qinjue pats Li Chaoga on the shoulder, approvingly saying, well done. You didn't disgrace the demon race. With the rise in points for Chen Xiaoxi and others, the pressure shifts onto Jiang Ningxue and Selena. In terms of status, Jiang Ningxue holds the highest, followed by Selena, making them the center of attention. If they fail to secure high points this time, even if they barely earn a title, it would still be embarrassing. The game continues, with other events about to begin. The participants' nerves are taut once again, as they prepare for the upcoming challenges. Everyone understands that every point from now on could determine the final ranking and rewards. As the screen changed, new events kept appearing. The second event was a speed race. Qin Han didn't hesitate to summon his mystical steed, Shenma Nightmare, and raced ahead to claim victory once again. Jiang Ningxue finally made her move, riding a flying creature and securing second place. Not to be outdone, Selena flew low on what seemed to be a treasured broom, narrowly taking third. The third event was a shooting competition. Jiang Ningxue showcased her exceptional skills, taking first place. Qin Han followed closely in second. Surprisingly, the third place was claimed by a dark-skinned, burly player. Upon inquiry, Qin Yi discovered that he was a common mountain dweller under a high-ranking faction. The fourth event tested intelligence, requiring participants to solve puzzles, assemble jigsaws, and answer general questions within a set time. With enhanced physical attributes, sharpened memory, and experience from his past life, Qin Han completed the tasks in less than half the time of the second-place contestant, securing the top spot once more. This astounding performance immediately electrified the crowd. While previous events were more about physical prowess and luck, this round purely tested intellect. Even the many brilliant minds present were daunted by the complex puzzles. Yet Qin Han solved them with ease, leaving everyone in awe. Even Chen Xiaoxi, who had never been impressed by Qin Han, had to step forward and sincerely admit, I must admit, I underestimated the people of the world. Such intelligence to reach this point is no fluke. I am impressed. Feng Qinjue also rarely spoke up in admiration. You intellectual monsters are truly frightening. Those complicated puzzles make my head spin. I can't handle it. Hearing this, Qin Han, who had just completed the assessment, casually glanced at Feng Qianjue's hood and suddenly asked, oh, I didn't notice before, but your hood looks familiar. Feng Qianjue puffed up with pride. This gear. I got it by defeating that old witch. It's called the Ancient Hood, and it even dropped 1,000 gold coins. Qin Han's expression showed a hint of admiration. That's impressive. It must be much better than the hood I have, which is just gold tier. At that moment, Qin Han had switched to the ancient set paired with a golden shadow hood. This gear was lightweight and a favorite of his. Feng Qianjue, picking up on Qin Han's tone, became even more pleased and declared loudly, of course, my ancient hood is dark gold tier. But soon, he realized something and his face darkened, questioning. I saw the announcement that you keep obtaining treasures, which must be better than my dark gold gear. Are you mocking me? I saw the armor you wore in the water earlier, and it's clearly better than my hood. Qin Han hurriedly explained. You must be overthinking. I absolutely didn't mean it that way. Feng Qianjue looked skeptical. Really? If not, why would you randomly ask about my hood? Qin Han laughed and said, to be honest, when I first saw you, I felt a connection. Someone as heroic as you shouldn't wear such a hood. It doesn't match your aura. I actually have a set of gear that would suit your style perfectly. With that, Qin Han took out the golden armor set from his backpack, which he hadn't used since acquiring it. The gleaming gear instantly drew envious gazes from the crowd, especially from Feng Qianjue, whose eyes were glued to it. Wow, this armor is magnificent, and it's a full set. Dark gold tier. Feng Qianjue exclaimed, man, Qin Han, you're really something, hiding such treasures. Everyone present was envious. Even those with growth-type treasures had at most a few dark gold pieces. A complete set of top-tier dark gold gear was a rare find indeed. Qin Han's voice was full of temptation. Do you want it? Feng Qianjue nodded eagerly. Of course I do. Are you going to give it to me? Before Qin Han could respond, Qini rushed over, grabbing Qin Han. Brother Qin, don't be hasty. This gear could fetch a good price if sold. Giving it to Feng Qianjue would be like throwing a meat bun to a doge. It won't come back. If you really want to give it away, give it to me. After all, we're family. If you give me this gear, I'll follow your lead, obey your every word, and go through fire and water for you. I'll never go east if you say west. Feng Qianjue, seeing someone interfering, got anxious. Hey, it's Qin Han stuff. What are you, an outsider, yelling about? Are you his son? Can you make decisions for him? Really, just go play somewhere else. Qini shamelessly replied. I can be. Even Feng Qianjue, known for his thick skin, was stunned for a moment by such shamelessness and couldn't help but curse. How can someone be as shameless as you? Seeing this, Qin Han spoke up. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want it, you have to trade something for it. As for what to trade, go back and discuss it. Hearing this, Feng Qianjue reluctantly glanced at the golden armor, then gathered his holy level, top-tier professional subordinates for a meeting. In no time, Feng Qianjue removed his hat and approached Qin Han with a nervous expression. Taking a deep breath, he said, we've discussed it and gathered some items for you. See if they suit your needs. Qin Han glanced at the items Feng Qianjue handed over, raising his eyebrows slightly. The first item was the ancient hood he had subtly hinted at wanting, indicating there was someone astute in the group who had correctly guessed his intentions. The second item was 1,000 gleaming gold coins, sparkling under the sunlight. The last item was an unassuming pearl, yet its description quickened Qin Han's heartbeat. Deception Pearl, unique item. Effect, allows the user to change their displayed name in the game. Usage, place it in your inventory to activate immediately. Though Qin Han maintained a composed exterior, he couldn't hide his excitement internally. Unique items in games often come with special uses, and once discovered, they are priceless. This name-changing pearl could be powerful on its own, and when combined with equipment that alters appearance, it would become an extraordinary tool capable of incredible feats in critical moments. Feigning calmness, Qin Han said, all right, it's a deal. Hearing this, Feng Qianjue felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He quickly took the golden armor set and, while walking away, shouted, no take-backs. Fearing that if he lingered, Qin Han might change his mind. Back with his team, Feng Qianjue immediately donned the golden armor. The golden glow enveloped him, resembling a celestial warrior descending to earth, exuding an imposing aura. He excitedly patted the subordinates who contributed, laughing, haha, 1,000 gold coins and 2 items for a 7-piece dark gold set. What a bargain. Well done, everyone. However, the player who had given up the deception pearl looked pained, sensing they might have gotten the short end of the deal. Meanwhile, Qin Han took out water and soap to meticulously clean the ancient hood. Despite the dark gold equipment's self-purifying properties, he had a habit of cleaning it himself. Indeed, it was top-tier gear. A simple flick and it was dry. He donned the hood, which emitted a faint fragrance, and felt instantly refreshed. With the ancient set now complete, Qin Han's attributes underwent a significant transformation. He stood still, feeling the surge of power within him, and a confident smile played on his lips. The ancient set, a dark gold level 4-piece ensemble, included leather boots, a hood, leather armor, and leather pants. Qin Han examined the set's attributes carefully and nodded in satisfaction. The total attributes comprised 500 points of physical defense, 500 points of poison resistance, 500 points of curse resistance, 500 points of lightning resistance, 10 points of stealth with an extra 5-point bonus, and 5 points of night vision. What delighted him even more was the active skill Shadow Dash. It rendered the user's body ethereal, increased speed by 300, lasted for 1 minute, and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. This gear not only significantly boosted his overall stats, but also provided him with a powerful means of escape or pursuit. The 10 points of stealth made his footsteps lighter and harder to detect in the dark. With the transaction completed, the fourth event concluded. Unsurprisingly, Qin Han took first place, followed by a bookish-looking young man in second, and the exceptionally talented Selena in third. Next, the fifth event appeared on the screen. Combat. The rules were strict. All participants' physical stats were suppressed to 100 points. No equipment was allowed except for passive auras, and weapons had to be chosen from the standard issue provided by the game. The atmosphere in the hall turned tense upon seeing these requirements. Qin Han quickly registered with 1,000 points, hoping to earn more in the final event, only to find that most people chose to sit it out. The players present were no fools. They understood the disparity in class levels. Top-tier classes had lower passives than hidden classes. Hidden classes were a notch below sacred classes, and the singular Godder class was overwhelmingly powerful. In the end, aside from Qin Han, only Chen Chaoshi, who prided himself on his innate swordsmanship, chose to participate. Chen Chaoshi had comprehended the essence of the title sword at the age of 8, showcasing extraordinary combat talent. Even Feng Qianjue, a scion of the Demon Emperor, was eager to join but was held back by a sacred-level demon, eventually deciding against it. Chen Chaoshi, brimming with fighting spirit, fixed his gaze on Qin Han. Qin Han, I comprehended the title sword at 8 and have immersed myself in the way of the sword for over 20 years. Though your class is higher, today, I will challenge you with my sword. The surrounding players held their breath, anticipating this epic duel. Chen Chaoshi was renowned across the realms, with many predicting he would reach the pinnacle of power. While Qin Han was famous in the game, his true identity remained shrouded in mystery. As the countdown ended, both were transported to a desolate desert. The sun blazed overhead, and sand whipped through the air. Chen Chaoshi wielded a 3-foot-long azure sword, whose blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Qin Han held a plain 3-foot-7-inch Miao Dao. Standing atop a sand dune, Chen Chaoshi began to showcase his exquisite swordplay. As he moved through his forms, the air seemed to resonate, as if the sound of crashing waves could be heard. Qin Han remained motionless, quietly observing his opponent's every move. Qin Han, I am about to unleash my ultimate technique, the strongest move of the title sword. 10,000 waves. This move gathers strength continuously, growing more powerful as it builds. No one among my peers has withstood it once fully charged. If you don't act soon, you won't have a chance, Chen Chaoshi declared confidently. Qin Han maintained his silence, his eyes fixed on Chen Chaoshi's swordplay. As a formidable warrior who had reached the ultimate battlefield, his understanding of intent surpassed that of Chen Chaoshi. To him, the seemingly flawless 10,000 waves was riddled with vulnerabilities. As Chen Chaoshi's sword intent reached its peak, he launched his attack on Qin Han. Even the spectators in the hall could feel the overwhelming pressure akin to facing a monstrous tidal wave. Chen Chaoshi's tidal sword intent has improved again. I wonder if Qin Han can withstand it, Jiang Ningxue said worriedly. Selena shook her head. I doubt it. With Chen Chaoshi's monstrous talent, once 10,000 waves is fully charged, even if Qin Han is a god-tier class, taking a hit might leave him crippled if not dead. The foundation of a peak race is unmatched across the realms. Qin Han, at best, hails from a high-level faction, and this time, he might just be a foil for Chen Chaoshi. Qin Yi watched the screen intently, his fists clenched, feeling anxious for Qin Han. Qin, you have to do your best, represent us Qin folks, and stand up for the ordinary factions. But alas, with Chen Chaoshi's move, I doubt you can withstand it. Just focus on survival, forget everything else. As Qin Yi's words faded, in the arena, the two clashed heated. The tidal wave of dust surged forward with the force of a mountain avalanche, its terrifying power capable of annihilating everything in its path. Even with Qin Han's strength suppressed to a mere 100 points, this fearsome onslaught was not something he could easily withstand. Yet, at the critical moment, Qin Han casually swung his Miao Dao forward. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The once formidable wave instantly disintegrated, like a balloon being punctured. Simultaneously, a deep, bone-exposing wound appeared on Dust's chest, blood gushing out. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Dust's eyes as he murmured, "Impossible! This can't be." Qin Han calmly explained, "What you have is at most a multitude of waves, a clever imitation of layered ocean waves through swordplay. Though it appears each layer is stronger than the last, it ultimately cannot manifest into a true giant wave. Moreover, when you devised this move, your strength was near 8,000. Now, limited to 100 points, its power is naturally diminished." These words were like a blow to Dust, whose expression instantly fell. He remained silent for a moment before finally uttering, "I lost," and turned to leave. From the moment Qin Han pointed out his flaw, Dust understood that Qin Han's mastery of conceptual depth far surpassed his own. This scene reminded him of his father's teachings, so similar to this moment. Back then, he believed there was no shame in losing to seasoned masters, as long as he remained unbeatable among peers. Unfortunately, today he encountered Qin Han. The system announcement then rang out. Congratulations to player Qin Han for securing first place. Since there were only 2 participants, Qin Han will receive all the points. Both were transported back to the hall, and the surrounding people looked at Qin Han with newfound respect. Strength in the game might be attributed to luck, but the comprehension of concepts in reality is a true skill. Qin Han's performance far exceeded Dust's, sparking curiosity about his background. Qin quietly sidled up to Qin Han, lowering his voice. Brother Qin, be honest with me. Are you the illegitimate child of some peak power family head? Selena, also full of wonder, exclaimed, you defeated Dust so effortlessly. Qin Han, I bet you are either a mysterious member of a peak power family or a personal disciple of one of the powerful hermits across the realms. Even Jiang Ningxue's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. Qin Han gently shook his head and said calmly, don't overthink it. I'm just someone from a small place, not as grand as you imagine. But even though he spoke the truth, no one present believed him, especially Feng Qianjue, who suddenly approached Qin Han, squinting as he said, even without a profession halo, I wouldn't stand a chance against Dust's tidal wave. In the realms, only our demon clan might have such combat prowess. He grew more excited as he spoke, his eyes shining brighter. I remember hearing that my father had an illegitimate child outside. Could it be you? By the way, you practically gave me that set of dark gold armor. No ordinary person would do that unless you're my long-lost brother. Only between brothers would there be such generosity. 3 black lines appeared on Qin Han's forehead as he retorted, get lost? Who's your brother? Go play somewhere else. Feng Qianjue wasn't offended. Instead, he winked at Qin Han. I get it, I get it. You're an illegitimate child, so your identity can't be revealed. Don't worry, I'll never mention it again. Rest assured. Qin Han was speechless, astounded that such people existed in the world. Just as he was about to speak, a new update appeared on the screen. The system announced, the 8th level has ended. The player with the highest cumulative score is Qin Han. Player Qin Han has received a teleportation token for the 9th level. He can choose to enter the 9th level alone, or select other players to join him. The 9th level contains 36,000 points. If Qin Han chooses to enter alone and succeeds, he will receive all the rewards. Note, the 9th level is extremely challenging. Failure means losing all progress, so player Qin Han should choose wisely. As the announcement ended, an ancient token with the number 9 engraved on it appeared in Qin Han's hand. At that moment, all players fixed their gaze on Qin Han, especially those ranked lower, hoping to join him in the new level to earn more points. Those who considered themselves on good terms with Qin Han stepped forward. Qin smiled and said, Brother Qin, given our friendship, you should take me with you, right? I'm a saint-level professional, not weak, and I promise not to hold you back. Feng Qianjue was even more enthusiastic, bro. I mean, Brother Qin, let's fight side by side in the next round. Jiang Ningxue gently suggested, Qin Han, since the system says the 9th level is extremely tough, I recommend finding some help. With your current score, you're already a sure first place, so there's no need to risk it. Selena chimed in. Well, we are quite familiar, aren't we? Take me along. Our family can also be your ally. Even Dust seemed tempted, saying, you've seen my strength. I'm not as strong as you, but definitely better than them. Take me, and I'm worth 2 or 3 of them. Faced with everyone's sudden concern, Qin Han wasn't the least bit embarrassed. These people had impressive backgrounds and were proactive in their actions. Even a sword prodigy like Dust could let go of pride for benefits, willing to align with former foes. But in the pursuit of opportunities, it's every man for himself. Qin Han was about to enter the 9th level and wasn't about to foolishly share the rewards. He was counting on those points to buy an epic ring and other treasures. Thank you all for your kind offers. Qin Han smiled calmly. But let me handle this small challenge on my own, without troubling anyone. With that, he crushed the token and vanished from everyone's sight. This left everyone dumbfounded. Qin scratched his head awkwardly. The system did say the 9th level is extremely difficult. Brother Qin probably didn't want me to take the risk. Feng Qianjue, with a knowing look, said, Ah, I understand. My brother is avoiding suspicion. Yes, Qin Han is avoiding suspicion. Let me tell you, this is a royal secret of the demon clan. You mustn't spread it around. Selena and Dust exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Level 9 reveals a vast, icy world stretching endlessly before them. Over 300 menacing creatures roam this desolate expanse, matching the number of players. The 3-meter corpse king is a ghastly sight, its entire body a cold, iron blue, wrapped in rusted chains. A 10-meter-long saber-toothed tiger bears its sharp fangs, leaving deep claw marks in the snow. Meanwhile, a mammoth, as large as a mountain, raises its trunk to scatter snowflakes, emitting a deep, rumbling roar. In the distant sky, a kilometer-long black dragon serpentines through the air, its body bristling with spikes. Each flap of its wings stirs up a fierce wind. Beneath the dragon lies a snow-covered mountain, its peak just barely revealing the outline of a palace. Back in the level 8 hall, players are glued to the giant screen displaying the scene of level 9. Red captions scroll across the screen's edges, detailing the monster's information. Saber-toothed Tiger King, level 20 boss monster. Prehistoric Mammoth, level 20 boss monster. Dark Demon Dragon, level 20 Emperor monster. These chilling details leave the players visibly shocked. Feng Qinjue gasps, pulling his neck in. Phew, lucky I didn't go in there. Brother, you're in for it this time. Though the demon clan is brimming with fighting spirit, the odds seem slim against such overwhelming power. They had struggled with 3 boss monsters of the same level in previous challenges, let alone facing over 300 level 20 bosses and an emperor monster now. Serena shakes her head with a sigh. Qin Han insisted on going in alone. Now look at him. No matter how skilled he is, he can't beat that many bosses. 300 bosses could drown him just by spitting at him. Qin, though concerned, still defends Qin Han. Don't say that. Even though I'm just a saint-level class, I didn't struggle much with those boss monsters. With Brother Qin's strength, he should handle those bosses with ease. The only real concern is that mysterious Emperor monster. We've never seen anything like it, so who knows how strong it is. On screen, Qin Han cautiously surveys his surroundings, pinpointing all the monsters' locations before deciding not to engage them directly. He activates his stealth skill, moving so quietly that his footsteps are nearly silent, sprinting towards the distant snow mountain. The 10-point stealth effect renders him almost insignificant to these giant creatures, allowing him to vanish from sight even if spotted, thanks to his shadow speed. As time passes, Qin Han draws closer to the snow mountain. Apart from the dragon circling above, no other monsters are present here. He accelerates, racing up the mountain. Upon reaching it, he leaps high, heading towards the peak. Outside the screen, the crowd watches Qin Han with curiosity, puzzled by his intentions. Chen Xiaoxi wonders aloud. What's he doing? Climbing the mountain instead of fighting the monsters? Feng Qinjue confidently explains. Fool, my brother-o. Qin Han is planning to capture the leader first. He's likely going to test that dragon's strength. Such decisive action, truly worthy of our demon clan. Serena, however, has a different perspective. No, I think I see a palace atop the snow mountain. Could Qin Han be headed there? Chen Xiaoxi muses. This is our first time seeing level 9, and Qin Han's too, I assume. What could have prompted him to run straight for the palace as soon as he entered? It's quite a distance. Isn't he worried about going all that way for nothing? Could it be? While Chen Xiaoxi ponders, Qin Han's figure appears at the mountain's peak on the screen. A palace, resembling an ice sculpture, emerges before him, and he rushes towards its grand entrance without hesitation. In front of the door is a platform with 5 indented slots arranged in a pattern. Qin Han swiftly retrieves 5 pre-prepared spirit crystals, placing them into the slots. Instantly, the platform begins to tremble as the crystals merge into a dazzling beam of light, shooting towards the ice-like door. With a resonant hum, the ice and snow on the door melt away, revealing a golden gateway. As the light fades, the golden doors creak open, unveiling a lavish hall within. Compelled by curiosity, Qin Han steps inside without hesitation. On the screen, as he enters the doorway, his figure vanishes from view. Player Qin Han has entered the hidden location, Snow Kingdom Palace. Screen projection paused. The system announces, leaving the players in the hall exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what will happen next. In the hall, players whispered among themselves, their eyes fixated on the 5-element spirit crystal in Qin Han's hand, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Many recalled the earlier quest for the missing metal spirit crystal, their eyes reflecting a mix of regret and admiration. I thought about jumping into the toxic water, one player murmured, but seeing so many names turn gray made me hesitate. Yeah, another agreed. Qin Han truly lives up to his reputation as the sole god-level player, daring to dive into such dangerous waters. Standing nearby, Zhang Ningxue was lost in thought. She remembered how she had casually made up an excuse to help Qin Han out of a bind, never expecting it to hit the mark. She marveled at Qin Han's strength and luck. Serena grumbled discontentedly. Why can't we see what happened when Qin Han entered the palace? I really want to know what benefits he gained. Feng Qinjue heard this and a flash of wariness crossed his eyes. He replied coldly, trying to pry into our demon clan's secrets? Keep dreaming. Just as Serena was about to retort, a world announcement suddenly rang out. Congratulations to player Qin Han for obtaining the unique treasure, Heaven's Path Value 1. This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire hall. Players were momentarily stunned before bursting into enthusiastic discussions. A treasure. It's really a treasure. Why hide the projection? What a pity. Finally, a chance to see a treasure in person. Among the players present, few possessed treasures, and most were growth-type treasures. They had never seen the attributes of others' treasures and were eager to glimpse Qin Han's. As everyone eagerly awaited, Qin Han stepped out of the palace on the screen. Contrary to expectations, he didn't go on a monster hunt. Instead, he flipped gracefully onto the palace rooftop, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the 9th level. All eyes were on Qin Han as he retrieved a lustrous white jade box from his storage space. Under countless watchful gazes, Qin Han slowly opened the box. In the icy world, Qin Han stood proudly atop the palace dome at the summit of the snowy mountain. Slowly, he opened the box in his hand, releasing a milky white crystalline ice that flowed out like a tangible mist. This ice mist cascaded down like a small waterfall. As the icy mist waterfall touched the ground, the entire land was instantly enveloped in a layer of glistening ice. The ice spread rapidly in all directions, faster and faster, like shadows racing across the ground. The dragon in the sky and the leader-level monsters on the ground seemed to sense the impending danger, turning their gaze towards the advancing ice. Fear gripped their hearts as countless leader monsters turned and fled, desperately trying to escape. However, the speed of the ice far exceeded their expectations, and in the blink of an eye, every leader-level monster on the ground was transformed into an ice sculpture. The dragon in the sky, feeling the mortal threat, frantically flew upwards. Unfortunately, the power of the ice was not confined to the ground. It swept through the entire sky. In an instant, the dragon's massive body was frozen into a clear ice sculpture, plummeting heavily to the ground. With a sharp crack, the colossal beast, spanning 1,000 meters, shattered into icy fragments. Simultaneously, a flood of game notifications surged into the chat areas of the beginner villages 688 and 110755. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to kill the leader-level monster saber-toothed Tiger King. Rewarded with 10 constitution points. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to kill the leader-level monster corpse king leader. Rewarded with 10 constitution points. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to kill the leader-level monster prehistoric mammoth. Rewarded with 10 constitution points. Congratulations to player Qin Han for reaching level 14 first. Rewarded with 1 constitution point. Congratulations to player Qin Han for reaching level 15 first. Rewarded with 1 constitution point. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to kill the Emperor-level monster Dark Dragon. Rewarded with 100 constitution points, with an additional 100 constitution points for being the first to kill an Emperor-level monster. Congratulations to player Qin Han for reaching level 21st. Rewarded with 1 constitution point. Player Qin Han from Village 688 has reached level 20, unlocking the national chat area for Village 688. Player Qin Han from Village 688 has reached level 20, unlocking the border fortress. The village war will commence once the combined number of level 20 players from both villages reaches 100. Once the village war begins, destroying the opposing village's altar will result in victory. The remaining players from the opposing village will become wanderers, stripped of their right to level up. In the game of immortality, confrontation is key. Defeat your opponents to survive. Faced with hundreds of these announcements, players from both villages were stunned. They struggled to deal with a single elite-level monster together, yet Qin Han, with his god-level profession, not only easily defeated elite and leader-level monsters, but also wiped out hundreds of leader-level monsters in one go, including a never-before-seen Emperor-level monster. It was beyond their imagination. Even more unfathomable was Qin Han's rapid leveling. Ordinary players had to risk their lives and fight day and night to gain a single experience point, while Qin Han reached level 20 in the blink of an eye. The final village war announcement left players from Village 110755 in despair. Li Fei lamented, "When the two villages were connected, I had a premonition we would eventually face a life-or-death battle. Now the mystery is solved. Soon, we will engage in a fight to the death with the neighboring village. The price of failure is either death or becoming a wanderer, and both are unbearable consequences." Lin Dong tried to console him. "Fourth young master, we still have the overall advantage. Even though Qin Han is strong, their other players lag behind us. The rules say that as long as we destroy the opposing altar, we win. We could send a surprise team to attack their altar. Without the altar, Qin Han will be like a tiger without teeth, unable to play a decisive role." Li Fei responded helplessly, "Let's hope so." In contrast, players from Village 688 were accustomed to Qin Han's prowess. They believed that with his god-level profession, being on world announcements and effortlessly defeating bosses seemed justified. However, the sheer amount of information in the announcements about the village war and the opening of the national chat area was significant. Some players speculated, "I suspect the essence of this game is a life-and-death struggle between villages and civilizations. Either we kill our opponents or they kill us. There is no third option." This statement revealed the brutal nature of the game. Finally, a player from village 688 expressed. Without the presence of Qin Han, I wouldn't have the confidence to face off against the neighboring village. This sentiment echoed the feelings of many, highlighting Qin Han's vital role in village 688. Yes, we've heard quite a bit about the neighboring village these days. Their world is dominated by martial arts, and everyone is enthusiastic about practicing it. Even the ordinary players there are much stronger than us. If we were to face them in a direct confrontation, we would likely not survive. Fortunately, our village has someone like Qin Han, a formidable figure. His rise seems like a blessing from above, bringing hope to village 688. Just as I was immersed in this sense of relief, I noticed something unusual in the national chat area. I sent a few messages, but it was as if they disappeared into thin air, with no response. What's going on? I muttered to myself in confusion. A companion nearby chuckled and said, "What's so hard to understand? Do you really think other newbie villages are as lucky as us to have someone like Qin Han?" I suddenly understood. That's true. Being around someone strong raises your expectations, making you think others are just like us. Meanwhile, in the depths of the wilderness, due to the generally low levels of the players, they couldn't explore too far. To complete the tasks assigned by Qin Han as soon as possible, Lu Kuang, Li Ran, and Li Hao had to personally go out to gather materials. In the forest python area, Lu Kuang carefully climbed onto a branch, reaching out to pick a beehive. Not far away, Li Ran and Li Hao were focused on scraping resin from a neighboring tree. The three of them worked with clear roles, bustling with energy. Suddenly, Lu Kuang spoke up. "Looks like the boss is coming back soon." Li Hao asked curiously, "How do you know?" Lu Kuang explained, "Don't you read the announcements? It's usually when a boss is defeated that the hero returns. Remember when that leader-level monster was taken down, the boss returned right after? It's probably the same this time." Li Hao couldn't help but praise. "I didn't realize you were so clever." Lu Kuang grinned with pride. "Of course, back in the slaughterhouse, they called me Little Zhuge. People often asked me to mediate for them. It's all because I know how to talk." Li Ran suddenly chimed in. "Speaking of which, Lu, you're not getting any younger. Did you get married before entering the game?" As soon as he said this, the surroundings fell into an awkward silence. Lu Kuang awkwardly stroked his stubbly beard and quickly changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that. By the way, how much of the boss's task do we have left?" Li Ran cleared his throat and replied, "Almost done. We should finish by tomorrow morning at the latest." Lu Kuang nodded. "Since the boss said it's urgent, these materials must be needed soon. We should hurry up. Let's work through the night without resting." At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall of the 8th level was tense. The geniuses from various worlds stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Qin Yi's lips trembled as he managed to stutter out, "Is this the power of the ultimate treasure? Over 300 level 20-liter monsters and an unprecedented emperor-level monster were effortlessly wiped out with a mere wave of a hand." This scene left everyone present in awe. Chun Chaoshi gripped the divine sword in his hand tightly, feeling a strong sense of defeat. The weapon he prided himself on, aside from some specific attributes, was only at a dark gold level. It took considerable effort to kill even a leader-level monster, yet Qin Han could easily annihilate an entire area of powerful enemies. "I suspect that the treasure Qin Han holds is a complete form," Chun Chaoshi whispered, "and its power is definitely beyond what we've seen. Even if 1,000 times more leader monsters came, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill." Zhang Ningxue and Selena nodded in agreement. Though they also possessed treasures, theirs were growth-oriented and paled in comparison to the power Qin Han displayed. Selena murmured, "A complete form of the treasure is like a super weapon. Who knows what the limit of its destructive power is? Until that's figured out, no one in all the worlds would dare challenge Qin Han." Zhang Ningxue's eyes sparkled, feeling fortunate to have allied with such a powerful friend. She thought that if a crisis arose, having someone like Qin Han on her side could undoubtedly turn the tide. Chun Chaoshi added, "I remember Qin Han obtained many treasures, even more than all of us combined. Who knows how many of them are complete forms? Once he reveals his full hand, the power would be unimaginable." Beside him, Feng Qianjue was visibly excited, exclaiming, "So this is the power of the ultimate treasure, truly formidable. My brother's move has really made our demon clan proud." Feng Qianjue's declaration of brotherhood made many demons, led by Li Chaoga, lower their heads in embarrassment. They wished they could dig their toes into the ground, as the idea of a prince of the demon emperor acknowledging an outsider as a brother was a disgrace if it were to spread. Meanwhile, at the top of the palace, Qin Han admired the ice casket in his hand with satisfaction. "What a great treasure," he silently praised. "The divine frost casket, ultimate power, limitless attack range, supreme technique of a world, absolute freeze. Cooldown period of 3 days. Using divine power as a catalyst, it freezes all things, leaving everything still in its wake." He continued to ponder. "This treasure comes from the ice origin world. rumored to be forged by a mysterious ice elemental deity. Once activated, it can draw a world into glacial stasis. Compared to the famed Moon Shadow Blade, this divine frost casket has a clear cooldown period and doesn't require moonlight exposure, which is convenient. With it, my trump card is further strengthened. Not bad. Qin Han also noted a minor flaw. The only downside is that after killing the monsters, they all turn into shards, rendering the materials on their bodies useless. This is something to be mindful of. Overall, he was very pleased with this newly acquired treasure and stored the divine frost casket in his treasure space. As the scene shifted, Qin Han returned to the 8th level. Before anyone could gather around him, the big screen flashed new information. Player Qin Han obtained a hidden treasure, points 50,000. Player Qin Han successfully passed the 9th level, reward points 36,000. The leaderboard was immediately updated, showing the rankings as follows. First Qin Han, 250,000. Second Jiang Ningxue, 57,600. Third Qin Yi, 39,000. Fourth Blade, 31,000. Fifth Selena, 30,300. Sixth Li Qingyun, 23,900. Seventh Jiang Qi, 23,000. Eighth Chen Chaoshi, 19,700. Ninth Feng Qianjue, 18,700. 10th Li Chaoga, 16,200. The screen continued to display. The assessment has ended. All players' scores are locked. The title competition will finalize in 10 days. Please be patient. Remaining time, 7 days. Qin Han saw this and nodded slightly, not in a hurry. He knew that during the 10 days of the title competition, the assessment process would only last 3 to 5 days at most. The extra time was for those who hadn't reached level 10 yet, or were delayed from entering. However, the first batch of entrants included the strongest entities from the beginner villages across all worlds. Nearly all god level, saint level, hidden professions, top tier, and high-level players were in the first wave. Subsequent batches would mainly consist of mid-level, beginner level, or ordinary people who were lucky enough to level up quickly. Unfortunately, due to the rules, these players would struggle to pass even the first level, with the second level being an insurmountable barrier and the third level a nightmare. The early levels alone would eliminate the vast majority, and only a few might reach the 5th level. The 8th level had a hidden rule that required a sufficient number of participants to open. By the time the final rankings were announced, the 8th level might not even be accessible to them. It's almost certain that the current ranking is the final one. As the subtitles flickered on the screen, everyone present was instantly transported to a lush, flower-filled garden. The air was fragrant with blossoms and vibrant colors surrounded them. At the center of this beautiful scene stood a little girl behind an elegant counter, a sweet smile on her face and her gaze gently sweeping over the crowd. There are still 7 days until the rankings are finalized, the girl announced in a clear voice. After arriving here, you can go back immediately. When the rankings are set, you'll be notified if your name is on the list. Upon hearing this, many players who had lost hope of gaining a title instantly crushed their teleportation tokens and disappeared. The garden suddenly felt much emptier, leaving the remaining players looking at each other in confusion. Seeing this, the girl's face scrunched up in frustration. She scratched her head, her voice tinged with regret. Oh, I wasn't finished speaking yet. Once your points are locked in, they won't change anymore. The game has given everyone a perk. You can come to me to exchange your points for rewards. Some players who had almost crushed their tokens stopped in their tracks, grumbling. Why didn't you say that earlier? I almost left. Startled by the sudden reproach, the girl shrank back slightly, her voice turning timid. It's my first time doing this, I forgot. She then took a deep breath and smiled again. If anyone wants to exchange points, you can line up here. Her eyes scanned the crowd once more, and suddenly, they lit up as she spotted someone in the throng. She immediately stood on her tiptoes, calling out excitedly, Big brother, you're here too. Qin Han had already noticed Duo's presence. According to the title competition process, this should be the final point exchange venue. But he hadn't expected Duo to be the one hosting this crucial stage. What are you doing here? Qin Han approached the counter, curious. Weren't you supposed to be protecting your homeland? At his question, Duo's eyes sparkled with hope, and she quickly explained, the water in my homeland is heavily polluted. After you left, I received a message that if I stayed here for a few days, I'd get a treasure to purify the waters. Plus, they'll give me a few mermaid babies, so my tribe can thrive. She suddenly lowered her voice, gesturing for him to come closer. Oh, and big brother, I have a secret just for you. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Han immediately rushed forward, but others were quicker. Feng Qianjue, Chen Chaoshi, Selena, and even Qin Yi and Jiang Ningxue pushed to the front. Ever since Qin Han acquired the hidden treasure, their sensitivity to valuables had significantly increased. As this was the final reward phase of the title competition, it suggested there might be rare items, or even ultimate treasures hidden within. The counter was instantly swarmed with people. Due to Qin Han's teleportation position being at the back, he found it difficult to squeeze into the crowd. Feng Qianjue, brimming with confidence, declared, "Little sister, let me exchange first. Qin Han is my brother. We don't distinguish between each other. He's already got plenty of treasures, so he should give me a chance." Selena countered defiantly, "Little sister, don't listen to his nonsense. He has nothing to do with Qin Han. Let me go first, and I'll treat you to something delicious later." Chen Xiaoxi stood tall, seemingly ready to charm Duo with his looks. Qin Han could only hold his forehead, fearing he might utter something like, "Woman, you've successfully caught my attention." Qini attempted a different approach, offering a deal. "Little sister, I have lots of points. I'm also Qin Han's brother, and if I get something good, I'll share it with you. You won't be disappointed." Even Jiang Ningxue seemed to want to say something. However, Duo, with hands on her hips, firmly announced, "I'm in charge here. Everyone, step back and let my big brother go first. If you don't listen, you'll be the last to exchange." Seeing no other choice, everyone reluctantly stepped back and formed a line. They almost started arguing over the lineup order, but Duo's fierce scolding kept them in check. Duo then switched to a sweet demeanor, pulling Qin Han to the counter. With a wave of her hand, a virtual screen appeared, filled with rows of equipment and items that dazzled the eye. Those in line craned their necks, watching enviously. Duo explained, "Big brother, you can exchange for anything here with points. The higher up, the more points required. The first row costs 10,000 points per draw, and after each draw, it replenishes. The second row costs 9,000 points, and so on. The higher the points, the better the chance of getting something good." She leaned in conspiratorially, "Big brother, as the manager, I happen to know the location of a treasure. It's said to be no less than the Emperor's armor I gave you. Come closer and I'll tell you." Qin Han leaned in, and as they whispered, those behind were itching to eavesdrop. In just a few seconds, Qin Han gleefully handed over 10,000 points and retrieved a bracelet from the center of the first row. The bracelet was a blend of yellow and red, intricately carved with a lifelike fire phoenix. A smaller screen popped up, displaying, "Congratulations, player Qin Han has obtained an epic item. Phoenix Ring. Epic equipment. Increases pet attack by 100. Increases pet attack speed by 100. Increases pet movement speed by 100. Increases pet defense by 100. Increases pet health by 500. Increases pet affinity by 100. Comes with a pet space of 72 slots. Each slot can be customized into a pet paradise according to the owner's wishes. In the paradise, pet recovery is increased by 100, and pet mood is increased by 100. The owner can also connect the paradises, allowing pets to live together." Seeing such attributes, everyone was almost drooling with envy, even though they weren't entirely familiar with the concept of pets. The string of high-level attributes and the term epic equipment clearly marked it as a top-tier treasure. At that moment, the desire snake quickly slithered out, flicking its tongue with longing. "Master, I want to enter the paradise. I want to enter the paradise." Qin Han promptly donned the Phoenix Ring and allocated the first slot to the desire snake. Once the snake entered, Qin Han's consciousness followed into this world, about 10 miles wide. With a thought, the entire world transformed into an ocean, with a small island in the middle, complete with beaches, coconut trees, and greenery. The desire snake was leisurely sunbathing on the beach. "Master, you can leave now. Don't worry about me. We'll catch up later," the desire snake said contentedly. Qin Han shrugged and returned to reality. He was very pleased with this epic pet equipment, as both its attributes and functions were unparalleled. However, Qin Han's actions sparked discontent among others. Qini complained, "Brother Qin, even though we're family, you can't disregard everyone's feelings like this. It's one thing to get lucky, but flaunting it in front of everyone is just infuriating." Selena urged, "Qin Han, you'd better hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time. Our time is valuable." Feng Qianjue, for once siding with Selena, added, "Brother, hurry up. The flowers in the courtyard are wilting while you're still at it." Chen Xiaoxi warned, "Qin Han, I advise you to quit while you're ahead. This thing is a trap you can't handle. Don't push it." Even the usually silently Chowga chimed in, "Luck doesn't last forever. This place is big. Perhaps there are other benefits to exchange for with points." Chen Xiaoxi immediately agreed. Brotherly Chowga is a straightforward guy. He must be right. Duo impatiently interrupted them. "You all shut up. My big brother can buy whatever he wants. It's none of your business." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, but their eyes carried a warning, as if telling Qin Han it was time to stop, as others were waiting. Qin Han, realizing the situation, offered an awkward smile but ignored their expressions. His gaze returned to the screen, where he spotted another treasure in the strategy Gidia spatial item. Over the past few days, he had been forced to discard many things due to limited space, which he found regrettable. His eyes scanned the screen, and he suddenly noticed another bracelet-like piece of equipment in the last position of the second row. This equipment was a striking purplard, engraved with complex runes, and appeared extraordinary. Without hesitation, Qin Han selected this piece of equipment. Instantly, a prompt rolled out beside the screen. Congratulations, player Qin Han has obtained an epic item. The ethereal bracelet, an epic piece of equipment, lay quietly on the counter, drawing Qin Han's gaze. Crafted from extraterrestrial ethereal stone, this bracelet harbors incredible power. It boasts a space capacity of 1 billion units, equivalent to 30,000 times that of a gray eagle saddle, more than enough to resolve Qin Han's space limitations. Even more astonishing is its 1 billion cubic units of stationary space, comparable to the volume of 33 birds' nest stadiums, allowing items to be stacked without grid constraints. The bracelet also features a magical teleportation skill that cools down in just 10 seconds, with a range of up to 10 kilometers, making it extremely useful for combat, exploration, or stealth. Qin Han admired the bracelet with satisfaction and quickly put it on. Beside him, Duo watched with admiration, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Big brother, you're so lucky. You've drawn another epic item, she exclaimed. Qin Han modestly waved his hand. It's just good luck. Curious, Duo asked, Big brother, are you going to keep drawing? You still have a lot of points left. Maybe you'll get another treasure. Qin Han shook his head. No, I've already drawn 2 treasures. I'll let others have a chance. He understood the nature of mystery boxes. Drawing 2 epic items consecutively was already the limit, and the odds were high that the remaining draws would be useless. Besides, he had other plans for his remaining points. Duo tilted her head, an idea suddenly dawning on her. She pointed to the northeast corner. Big brother, since you don't want to draw anymore, you could go to that strange old man over there and use your points for some benefits. Qin Han nodded. I'll head over there then. Okay, big brother. I'll come by to see you once I'm done here, Duo replied. Qin Han left the group and headed straight for the northeast corner. As soon as he left, Feng Qinjue eagerly approached the counter. Little sister, it's my turn now. I want the first row, 3rd item, and the 3rd row, 5th item. Duo, now disinterested, replied coldly. Take them. Feng Qinjue confidently explained his selection strategy, but when he received the items, the screen showed he only got a gold and a blue item. His smile froze, prompting laughter from those around him. At that moment, 10 of Feng Qinjue's subordinates offered to contribute their points. This scene silenced the laughter in the group as everyone realized the unity of the demon tribe might pose a significant threat in the future. Meanwhile, Qin Han arrived at the northeast corner, where a 10-meter-high stone monument stood, engraved with mysterious symbols. An elderly man in simple clothing sat cross-legged beneath the monument, warning Qin Han not to gaze too long at the carvings to avoid mental harm. Qin Han respectfully asked the old man about the benefits exchange. The elder opened his eyes, praised Qin Han's performance on Thunder Poison Island, and explained that the monument recorded the supreme soul techniques of a powerful civilization. He detailed the potency of these techniques, claiming that even learning a fraction could turn someone into a genius or a formidable warrior. Finally, the old man made an enticing offer. Would you like to learn this technique? Qin Han's breath quickened at the realization. He understood that the difference between the game and reality lay only in the quantification of the elements that enhanced one's strength, but their core principles were the same. Whether it be cultivation, martial arts, magic, or demonic arts, though the paths differ, the levels are remarkably similar, generally categorized into the mortal realm, Qi realm, and soul realm. It is a universal consensus in the cultivation world that the more solid the foundation laid in the mortal realm, the greater the potential for the future. However, due to the influences of resources, bloodlines, and environments, the standards of cultivation vary widely among different races. In low martial worlds, reaching a physical attribute of 100 in the mortal realm is considered genius, while 200 is seen as monstrous. In contrast, among the pinnacle races, reaching 6,000 to 7,000 is deemed genius, and 8,000 is considered monstrous. Even for the pinnacle races, the upper limit of the mortal realm is merely 10,000, and such a level is rarely seen even over millions of years. Yet in the game, the level before reaching level 20 corresponds to the mortal realm of the real world, with significantly higher resources and a theoretical limit reaching an astonishing 100,000 physical attributes. For Jiang Ningxue and Chen Chaoshi, the physical points gained in the game were akin to raising their mortal realm limits, a rare opportunity. For Qin Han, it was an extraordinary chance to reach the pinnacle, as 100,000 physical attributes in the mortal realm nearly touched the limits allowed by the heavenly Tao. Beyond physical attributes, soul cultivation is another distinct path. The stronger the soul, the greater the learning ability, enlightenment capacity, perception, and control, with a corresponding increase in the upper limit. However, even among the pinnacle races, the real universe lacks clear methods for enhancing the soul. Chen Shaoxi is called a genius not only because of his lineage, but also due to his naturally strong soul, which allows him to perceive his surroundings with sensitivity and understand the natural world deeply, making his cultivation efforts highly effective. Without the eternal game, he would undoubtedly become a great power in the universe, though still constrained by the upper limits, which are determined by his foundation. The soul's supreme secrets before him would determine the heights Qin Han could reach in the future. Although he couldn't truly touch upon the soul path yet, learning a bit in advance and establishing a good relationship with this elder was essential. Senior, I want to learn, Qin Han said earnestly, standing before the stone tablet. The elder's expression turned a bit peculiar at his words. You can learn, but it requires points. You currently have 231,000 points, right? This technique is advanced and hard to find elsewhere. Here, learning for a day costs 30,000 points, which isn't too much, is it? This place will close in 7 days. How about this? Let's round it off. Give me all your points, and I'll let you study for the full 7 days. How's that? Qin Han inwardly grumbled about the elder's math skills, as there were still 21,000 points left, hardly a small amount. But in this seller's market, he had no room for bargaining and had to accept it. The points would go to waste otherwise, so he might as well use them wisely. Let's go with what you said, Qin Han agreed, and his points were instantly cleared. The elder chuckled and stood up. Wait a moment, I need to take care of something first. Qin Han watched curiously as the elder walked toward Duo. Driven by curiosity, he followed. The two arrived at the blind box lottery counter. At this time, Feng Qianjue had already spent all the Demon Clan's points, only getting a dark gold necklace, with the rest being gold and blue items. He stood aside, annoyed, watching others draw and constantly making sarcastic remarks. Pa, Selena, you say I'm bad, but you've only drawn a pile of junk too. Chen Shaoxi, you have a natural sword body and increased luck? Is that all? Empress, TSK, I don't even want to say anything about you. Qini, your luck is so bad it's gone to your grandma's place. You even drew a whiteboard. Clearly misfortune is clinging to you. Stay away from my brother. When Li Qingyun prepared to step forward, Feng Qianjue, though not familiar with him, still wanted to see the joke and take a jab. However, before Li Qingyun could start drawing, a gray-robed old man suddenly cut in. Make way. Let the old man go first. Who are you, old man? Are you a player? Why should we let you go first? Feng Qianjue immediately retorted, and the other players in line were also agitated. Duo spoke up, Grandpa, why are you here? This lottery is for the adventurers, and you need points to participate. The gray-robed elder chuckled. Points? I've got plenty. See, isn't it a lot? Wow, 231,000 points, that's a lot. But it seems to be the same as the big brother's remaining points? Did he give them all to you? Duo asked in surprise. That kid's a fool. I said a number and he didn't haggle. Even gave me an extra 21,000 points, the gray-robed elder said proudly. Duo was immediately displeased. Grandpa, how could you do that? The big brother is a good person. He saved my hometown. He's my benefactor. If you do this, I won't let you draw. The gray-robed elder was anxious at her words. Anyway, those points are useless in his hands. It's better for the old man to use them for the lottery. But don't worry, in consideration of your kindness, I won't let him lose out. I'll make sure he gets an opportunity, but whether he can grasp it is up to him. Duoduo's expression softened. That's better. All right, let's start the lottery. The old man can't wait, the gray-robed elder said eagerly. Moments later, the gray-clad elder came towards the stone tablet, beaming with joy and carrying a large pile of items. Qin Han stared intently at the equipment in the elder's arms, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Among the gear, the lowest quality was gold, with over a dozen dark gold items, and even an epic-level gauntlet. The odds of getting such items were astronomical. It was more like stocking up than a random draw. Noticing Qin Han's gaze, the elder explained with pride. When you've cultivated your soul ability to a certain level, you can see through the essence of everything in the world. The illusion on those blind boxes is formidable, but to me, it's as clear as day. Qin Han was astounded. These were blind boxes designed in the game to prevent any form of peeking. Even the supreme gods couldn't do anything about it. Yet, this elder could see through it with a glance. His soul cultivation was unimaginable. Amazing! Qin Han genuinely praised. The elder snorted dismissively. Amazing, my foot. No wonder you have so many points left. I had my eye on it yesterday. There were 3 epic items in there, and you, kid, only drew twice and managed to snag the best epic item. The remaining epic gauntlet is just part of a set, practically useless on its own. No wonder you handed over the rest of your points without hesitation. They were of no use to you. At this, the elder's face broke into a smile again. But I've taken almost all the good stuff left. The people coming after us will only find scraps. Qin Han was left speechless, wondering if all these senior experts had peculiar personalities. Both the black and white elders and this gray-clad elder seemed to have some quirky stubbornness. The elder seemed to read Qin Han's thoughts and remarked, "To live a long life, you need to find joy in it, or else you'll be lonely. You won't understand now, but when you're my age, you will." Qin Han quickly collected his thoughts and changed the subject. "May I ask how old you are, sir?" The gray-clad elder paused for a moment and then said, "I've experienced so much in my life that at a certain point, time loses its meaning. Let's not dwell on that. Come on, since I've accepted your gift, I'll teach you diligently." The elder led Qin Han to the stone tablet and casually placed the drawn equipment to the side. Not far away, Qin Shaoxi and the others seemed to be drawn over, but the elder just glanced at them and then waved his hand, setting up several water curtains around them to block anyone trying to get close. "Humph, they've spent all their points and still want to come over? Not a chance," the elder muttered. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the elder said to Qin Han, "Sit across from me, close your eyes and focus on the center of your brow." Qin Han did as instructed. As he closed his eyes, everything turned black, with occasional static-like flickers reminiscent of an old television. Suddenly, he felt a gentle breeze on his brow, and in the next moment, he found himself in a strange place. It resembled a racetrack, with wooden frames on either side and packed earth in the middle. Qin Han noticed his perspective was very low, as if he were buried in the ground with only his head sticking out. At his feet was a small puddle, and through its reflection, he was almost scared out of his wits. He had turned into a squirrel. "Sir, why have I turned into a squirrel?" Qin Han asked, panicking. A familiar voice rang in his ears, "Stop whining. Focus on the front." Just then, a nut came whizzing through the air and smacked Qin Han squarely on the forehead, knocking him onto his backside. Rubbing the growing bump on his head with his paws, Qin Han asked plaintively, "Sir, are you trying to teach me to dodge nut attacks?" The gray-clad elder's voice came again. "It's not that simple. This is a brilliant method I've devised to train beginners like you in soul basics." Another nut flew at him, and Qin Han, who had just stood up, was hit again, now sporting 2 bumps on his forehead. "Sir, can't you explain the rules before throwing nuts?" Qin Han pleaded. The elder replied impatiently, "Stop bargaining with me. Overcome the challenges. The rules are simple. Just imagine holding a weapon in your hand and use it to block the nuts as they come." "Got it." Qin Han, somewhat understanding, tried to visualize the form of the famous sword Yueying, but couldn't quite manifest it. As another nut flew towards him, remembering the pain on his forehead, he gritted his teeth and swung the imaginary sword in his hand. With a thud, the nut split in two and fell into the puddle. "I did it. Sir, I think I understand something now," Qin Han shouted excitedly, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. The old man in gray cast a disdainful glance at Qin Han, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips. "You've learned how to add 1 plus 1, and you're already so pleased with yourself. It's not going to be that simple next time. All right, take your time to practice." Inside the arena, Qin Han swung his sword, continuously slicing through the flying nuts. As time went on, his movements became increasingly swift, and he even began to add some flair to his actions. With one slash, he split a nut in half, and as the halves fell, he swept his sword horizontally, instantly turning the nut into 4 pieces. However, before he could celebrate, 2 nuts suddenly flew towards him at a noticeably faster speed. Qin Han slashed vertically, hitting only one, while the other slammed into his forehead with a swift impact. With a thud, Qin Han fell back onto the ground. As soon as he stood up, 2 more nuts came hurtling towards him. This time, learning from his mistake, Qin Han swept his sword horizontally, slicing both nuts in half. The old man's reprimanding voice echoed in his ears, "Fool, stop trying to take shortcuts. You need to think carefully about how to make 1 slash into 2, cutting both nuts vertically." 1 slash into 2? Qin Han muttered to himself, trying repeatedly. Yet, after being hit more than a dozen times, he still had no breakthrough. The old man shook his head in disdain. "Your aptitude is so poor. I feel like returning your points and letting you play somewhere else. Back in my day, the young geniuses I trained would grasp the secret of turning 1 slash into 2 after being hit no more than 3 times. You are truly dull." On the track, Qin Han stared at the imaginary sword in his hand, and suddenly, inspiration struck. He mimicked a throwing motion, then clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the nuts flying towards him. Just as they were about to reach him, he shouted, "Slash!" In the void, as if conjured from thin air, 2 sharp blades appeared with a crack, slicing the nuts cleanly in half. A hint of approval flickered in the old man's eyes. "That's right. The sword in your hand can sometimes be your limitation, confining you to set conditions. Without the sword in your hand, your soul can manifest countless blades. Let's continue." Before the words had fully left his lips, 3 nuts suddenly flew towards Qin Han, elevating the challenge once more. In the enchanting space of the track, A little squirrel tirelessly slashed at the nuts flying toward it. It was fully focused, fearing it might miss even one. Occasionally, when it made a mistake, a nut would hit it, causing it to land on its bottom and cover its head with its tiny paws. To avoid such mishaps, the little squirrel became increasingly diligent, increasing the number of slashes. From 3 to 5, and then to 10, its skills improved remarkably. Qin Han was so absorbed that he lost track of time. When 12 nuts came flying at him, he concentrated intensely and swung his blade. In an instant, the 12 nuts were split in half, falling with a clatter into the pile on the ground. Not bad, finally broke through 12 slashes, Qin Han thought to himself with delight, though I wonder if this progress is considered fast. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the voice of the gray-robed elder suddenly rang in his ear. All right, kid, enough playing around. Time's up, you need to get going. Before the words had fully settled, Qin Han's consciousness abruptly returned, and he became aware of his body. He found himself in a peculiar state of mind. Although his eyes were closed, he could perceive the world around him. In his perception, the world appeared gray, devoid of other colors. He could see the nearby courtyard, the lawn, flower beds, and even the bees and butterflies fluttering about. Yet, the gray-robed elder who had been sitting in front of him was nowhere to be seen. Instead, behind him, a gray silhouette resembling Duo was sitting on the ground. She had a flower on her head, resting her chin on one hand and idly playing with a blade of grass in the other. Without opening his eyes, Qin Han chuckled and said, "You little one, finished with your tasks? You seem quite idle." Duo was startled and quickly hid the blade of grass. "Big brother, how did you know I was beside you when you didn't even open your eyes?" "I not only know you're next to me, but I can also see the flower you're wearing on your head," Qin Han replied with a smile. Duo instinctively touched the flower on her head. Her big eyes filled with surprise. "Big brother, you're amazing to know all that." "That's not all. Even if you're hiding a blade of grass behind you, I can see it clearly," Qin Han boasted, just as a voice of impatience came from the front. "All right, stop showing off. Just open your eyes already." Startled, Qin Han realized that the elder hadn't left. He simply couldn't perceive the elder's presence. He quickly opened his eyes and found the gray-robed elder still sitting cross-legged in front of him, looking somewhat annoyed. "Why couldn't I sense you earlier?" Qin Han asked in surprise. The elder smirked. "How long have you been practicing? If you could sense my presence, then my life would have been wasted. To feel my presence, you need another 1,000 years of practice." Qin Han was taken aback, knowing well how challenging soul cultivation was. In the real universe, it was nearly non-existent, and even in the game, methods for pure soul cultivation were scarce. Most people could only enhance their soul power by improving their physical attributes, comprehending the laws of nature, or experiencing occasional epiphanies. This is why there's a saying that, the stronger one's power, the stronger their soul after death. Qin Han pondered, realizing that his training on the track had brought his pure soul power close to what he had achieved in his previous life. Such significant progress, yet the elder claimed he needed another 1,000 years to sense him, piqued Qin Han's curiosity about the elder's true identity. "All right, kid, 7 days have passed, and it's time for you to leave," the gray-robed elder said with a wave of his hand. "Anyway, even if you don't go, when the time is up, this place will close, and you'll be expelled." Qin Han snapped back to reality, surprised that the short time on the track had already spanned 7 days. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the gains. At least now, with his soul power, his talent far surpassed that of Chun Chaoshi. "Thank you for your teaching, elder," Qin Han said sincerely. "No need to thank me. You paid points, I taught you for a few days, we're even," the elder said, waving his hand dismissively. "All right, I'm going to sleep, off you go." With that, he lay back on the scattered equipment, hands behind his head, legs crossed, pretending to nap. At this moment, Duo was not having it. She rushed up, tugging on the elder's arm, and shook it vigorously, complaining, "Grandpa Gray, didn't you promise to give my big brother a great opportunity? How can you go back on your word?" The gray-robed elder, annoyed by the shaking, sighed. All right, I'm an old man. If you keep shaking me, I'll fall apart." "A great opportunity, right? I have one." With that, he opened his eyes in frustration, sat up, and began searching his body as if looking for lice. Suddenly, he pulled out a piece of hemp rope from his sleeve, with an oval-shaped purple jade piece tied in the middle. Here, you're really lucky, kid," the elder said reluctantly, tossing the rope to Qin Han. "Thank you for the treasure, elder, but may I ask how to use it?" Qin Han inquired curiously as he caught the rope. In a blink, the elder reclined back onto the pile of equipment. Impatiently, he said, "You're such a fool, don't even know how to use it. When you sleep, tie it on your forehead, and you'll enter the place where you trained before." The voice of the old man in gray echoed through the cave, When you can swing 3,000 strikes in one go, you'll barely be passable. By then, you must return this item to me. Qin Han solemnly committed these words to memory and cautiously asked, Senior, if I may ask, where should I find you once I've mastered the 3,000 strikes? The old man glanced at Qin Han with a look that suggested he was looking at a fool and retorted disdainfully, It's one thing to be stupid, but you're really something else. I'm right here, where else would I go? Nearby, Duo quickly interjected, Great Grandpa, but this place is going to be sealed off today, and no one will be able to enter after that. The old man in gray frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, That is a problem. However, while this place is hard to enter, it's not impossible. If this kid can't even find a way back here, he might as well stay where he is. He paused, his gaze inadvertently sweeping past the stone tablet behind him, and continued, Kid, if in the future you manage to master the 3,000 strikes, find your way back here, and return the item to me, then I might consider teaching you something new. At this point, the old man's tone suddenly became serious. But there's another condition. During your novice period, your physical strength must reach 100,000. Otherwise, even if you come, I won't bother with you. Hearing this, a determined gleam flashed in Qin Han's eyes. He had already resolved to reach 100,000 points in physical strength during his novice period, and the old man's requirement confirmed that his plan was correct. This further strengthened his resolve, as the knowledge the old man might impart could very well be the supreme soul technique recorded on the stone tablet. Rest assured, Senior, I will do my utmost, Qin Han promised earnestly. Whether you try or not is none of my business. Now get lost. The old man impatiently waved his hand. And take this little girl with you. Don't disturb my rest. With that, he turned over, and soon the sound of snoring could be heard. Duoduo's face flushed red with anger upon hearing this, and she was about to tug at the old man's sleeve when Qin Han pulled her away. Let's go, Duo. We'll head to the front courtyard. All right, I'll listen to Big Brother, Duo replied, still a bit reluctant, but obediently followed Qin Han. As they walked towards the counter, Duo seemed much more cheerful outside the cave, skipping around, teasing bees, smelling flowers, and chasing butterflies. Curious, Qin Han asked, Duo, what happened while I was in seclusion? Duo replied as they walked, Not much really. After the draw, many people went to watch where you were in seclusion. But Great Grandpa set a barrier, so they couldn't get in. Some left when they got tired of waiting, while others stayed for 3 days hoping for benefits. In the end, when the barrier remained, everyone left and Great Grandpa removed it. Were there no new players in the past few days? Qin Han inquired further. Duo shook her head. No, since your group left, no one else has come. She then looked downcast and added, And there's one more thing, because I didn't meet my performance targets, the promised mermaid baby was taken away. The only good news is that my homeland's waters have finally been purified. But without the mermaid baby, life can't flourish, and the heritage of my homeland has lost its meaning. Seeing the girl who had helped him so much, Qin Han gently patted her head and comforted her. Don't worry, there's always a way. Mermaids don't only exist in your waters. If I come across any homeless mermaid babies in the future, I'll bring some back for you. Really? Duoduo's eyes lit up instantly. I always keep my word, Qin Han smiled. Thank you, Big Brother. Duo cheered joyfully. Just as Qin Han was about to say more, he suddenly vanished from where he stood, transported back to the platform on Qingyun Peak. The bull demon was nowhere in sight, leaving him alone on the high platform. At that moment, a world announcement appeared. By the decree of the Supreme Being, player Qin Han is conferred the title of Earl of the Heavens, granted a supreme fief, and awarded an Earl's token. Reward, 10,000 physical points and 10 heavenly Dao points. As the first player to receive a title, an additional 10 heavenly Dao points are awarded. Player Jiangning Xue is conferred the title of Viscount of the Heavens, granted a high-level fief, and awarded a Viscount's token. Reward, 1,000 physical points and 2 heavenly Dao points. Player Qin Yi is conferred the title of Viscount of the Heavens, granted a high-level fief, and awarded a Viscount's token. Reward, 1,000 physical points and 2 heavenly Dao points. The announcement of 61 titles was broadcast within the game, with Qin Han's being in gold, distinctly different from the others. This sudden announcement of titles caught most players across the myriad worlds off guard. Many had no idea what a title truly signified, or how to earn such an honor. Some players in remote villages who had just obtained a captain's token felt particularly regretful, sensing that they had missed an important opportunity. For many players, the purpose of the Lord tokens and heavenly Dao points remains a mystery, but the value of Constitution points is widely understood. When news broke that Qin Han had gained 10,000 Constitution points, the entire world of players erupted, with discussions reaching a fever pitch. 10,000 Constitution points. This figure was like a heavy blow, shattering the confidence of countless players. One player recalled, When I first entered the game, I had 1,000 constitution points, ranking first in my village, and even acquired an advanced profession. I thought I'd eventually surpass Qin Han, but now? His voice was filled with frustration. Another player chimed in. The highest in our village is just over 700, and they boast about competing with Qin Han. Now it seems like nothing but a pipe dream. A player claiming to have a saint-level profession admitted, I have 6,500 constitution points and have seen Qin Han during the nobility contest. I thought he might just be from a low-level race, but he shook his head and sighed. This reward of 10,000 constitution points completely extinguished my desire to compete with him. This staggering number acted like a mirror, reflecting the overconfidence of many players. Some villages had a maximum of only 2,000 constitution points, and some even less. Faced with such an astronomical figure, many instantly lost the will to compete. Even those who had attained nobility alongside Qin Han had varied reactions at this moment. Selena's eyes were distant as she murmured, I've always thought Qin Han was unfathomable, but I relied on my strong background and wasn't very friendly to him. Now, I need to reconsider my future attitude. Jiang Ningxue smiled with relief. Luckily, I was the first to ally with Qin Han. Otherwise, with his growth rate, no one would be able to match him in the future. Qini laughed heartily. This game certainly defies logic. I used to think the players from the pinnacle forces were strong with 7 or 8,000 constitution points, but now it seems they're not much. Haha, I definitely need to stick close to Brother Qin. If my father knew I made such a friend, he'd probably laugh himself awake in his sleep. Chen Chaoshi, however, wore a grave expression. According to the game's conversion, the strongest mortal genius in the universe only reaches 10,000 constitution points. After obtaining a saint-level profession and various rewards, I've just reached this level. But Qin Han is at the divine-level profession with a higher growth rate, plus this 10,000 constitution points reward. He took a deep breath. I can't even imagine what level he might ultimately reach. On the platform, as the announcement concluded, a Golden Lord's token materialized in Qin Han's hand. He gazed at this token, which shimmered with a mysterious glow, and felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. A system prompt immediately echoed in his mind, detailing the numerous privileges he had gained as a newly minted lord. Universal exemption, annual lord benefits, and absolute control over his domain, among others. With a thought, Qin Han selected the transform option to configure his territory. In an instant, the golden token vanished from his hand, replaced by a virtual image spinning in his mind. Before him, a radiant golden portal appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal and found himself in a realm of nothingness. The surroundings were vast and empty. Even the ground beneath him felt insubstantial. Qin Han focused his mind and began envisioning his ideal territory. As he willed it, the void suddenly teemed with life. In the sky, the sun and moon took turns, stars twinkled. On the ground, mountains rose and fell, rivers meandered, forests thrived, deserts stretched wide, lakes shone clear, and grasslands spread endlessly. Qin Han stood satisfied by the crescent-shaped lake, with a modern villa behind him and an expansive plain all around. Although the biodiversity in his territory was still lacking, Qin Han was in no hurry. He knew this home would gradually be perfected over time. While Qin Han was immersed in the satisfaction of his new domain, a message suddenly popped up. It was from a chat area dedicated to communication among lords. Having gained 10,000 points in physique, Qin Han became the center of attention. In the chat area, other lords sent him invitations and greetings. Some were curious about the size of his territory, while others wanted a glimpse of his estate. However, Qin Han remained silent. As a seasoned player, he understood the risks of venturing into others' territories uninvited. Chen Chaoshi timely reminded everyone of a lord's absolute power within their own domain, prompting the crowd to quickly calm down and find excuses to leave the chat. After closing the chat area, Qin Han began to claim his lord benefits. Instantly, a wealth of gold coins, spiritual grains, and a luxurious count's attire appeared before him. He meticulously examined each benefit, particularly intrigued by the ability to summon loyal troops. As Qin Han organized these items into his spatial wristband, the system suddenly issued a new announcement. A pet event was about to begin, with pet merchants and traces randomly appearing throughout the novice village for a 3-day period. This unexpected surprise lit up Qin Han's eyes as he pondered how to maximize his gains from this event. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.